The universe is vast and boundless, the deep space profound and mysterious. Blue star within this black curtain is tiny and fragile, like a sheet of paper that could be pierced with a touch. In the distant asteroid belt, countless meteorites flow and revolve like an eternal river of sand. Suddenly one day, a mischievous meteorite broke away from the asteroid belt, streaking across the black curtain. July 15th, 2024, an omen of fortune or misfortune. The hexagram says dense clouds obscure the sun, its light is dim. Advise you not to travel far. Marriage and seeking wealth are both unfavorable. Beware of gossip at your doorstep. Beep beep beep. Calculation complete. The accuracy of this calculation is 99. The wandering meteorite, codenamed Big Boy, located at the edge of the asteroid belt, will escape the moon's gravity and impact the surface of Blue Star in 5 months and 15 days. The extent of this disaster: apocalypse level. Northwest of the Dragon Kingdom, inside a heavily guarded underground research institute, 3 supercomputers named Shunwei jointly computed, finally arriving at the result as the cold mechanical broadcast echoed in the main control hall. Hundreds of researchers broke out in cold sweat, silent as death. A wave of desperate fear permeated the entire hall. 5 days ago, the Dragon Kingdom space station transmitted a stream of data and hundreds of blurry photos, which they had painstakingly calculated. The conclusion was always the same. A meteorite over 20 kilometers in diameter had broken free from the asteroid belt and was hurtling toward Blue Star at 30 kilometers per second. In 5 months and 15 days, everything on the surface of Blue Star would cease to exist, plunging into a global apocalypse. No, that data can't be accurate. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. A young man under 30 trembled, muttering in disbelief. My child is just 1 year old, my family has just begun. I can't accept this, I can't accept. The young man, eyes red, slowly crouched down, hugging his head and sobbing. For him, a happy life had just begun, yet heaven was telling him that the apocalypse was coming. His mental state, under the weight of days of heavy calculations, finally cracked under the pressure, plunging into fearful despair. No one present mocked his weakness. They all fell silent, readied, and at a loss, tears blurring their vision. The meteorite, over 20 kilometers in diameter, was twice as large as the one that wiped out the dinosaurs, and its destructive power was more than 5 times greater. The energy from the impact would be enough to exterminate 99 of the surface life on Blue Star 5 times over. No one could accept this situation. One after another, a dozen sobs began to rise. Science was not wrong. They had verified it over and over again, and the space station was still transmitting more information. Not accepting it could not change the fact. The apocalypse meteorite disaster was coming. Seal the information. Await orders from above. A resolute, middle-aged man in a lieutenant general's uniform spoke steadily, his gaze fixed straight ahead. At the front of the main control room, the animated meteorite was slowly approaching Blue Star. Above, the red countdown was ticking down. Guang'an Province, Binhai City. A prosperous coastal city, a famous economic center in Asia and international metropolis. July was blazing hot, the sun scorching the earth, burning with a sultry heat permeating the air. In the 33rd floor conference room of the Nebula Technology Group, dozens of department executives were discussing the company's development direction for the second half of the year, talking animatedly. Among their words, billions of funds were frequently mentioned. Haha, our gaming division made over 18 billion in profit last month. After leaving 500 million for operations and development, the rest can be sent back to Nebula headquarters. A middle-aged man said with a proud face. The gaming division was the founding pillar of Nebula Group. After 5 years of effort, it owned over a dozen blockbuster games, bringing hundreds of billions of liquid funds to the headquarters every year. He dared to say that without his gaming division, there would be no Nebula Technology Group, valued at over $1 trillion today. As soon as he finished, at least half of the executives and general managers were envious, staring at Fu Dahai's greasy face. His plump figure was even more enviable. Gaming was truly profitable, easily making 10 to 20 billion in profit, and a single event could reap massive profits. When would they ever be able to stand tall? Brother is still reliable. It seems the research funds for the second half of the year are secured. Gua Xiaodong, deputy director of the research department, rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his eager heart. Their research department was truly poor. They needed funds here and there. In the blink of an eye, 20 billion was not enough to distribute. The new materials department and new energy department were both money sinks, plus the newly launched aerospace department. A single experiment cost several hundred million. 18 billion probably wouldn't even make a splash. It was definitely the most money-consuming department in the entire Nebula Group. Not only the research department, but also the heads of Nebula Heavy Industry Machinery, Chip RD, and other departments that relied on the gaming division to survive, one after another began to curry favor. The thicker the thigh, the more excited they became. Without the gold mines of the gaming division and the mobile internet communication division, they would starve. Brother Fu is too strong. Next time, let's cooperate more with our platform, strive to become bigger and stronger, create brilliance again, and let me, your little brother, get a taste too. President Fu is truly accomplished in middle age. With a single command, it's like a little cow setting off firecrackers. Awesome beyond belief. Fu Dahai, amidst the flattery, looked up with his nose in the air, his smile gradually brightening like a blooming chrysanthemum. However, in the next moment, your grandmother's leg, 3 against 1, and you got killed by 1. Can you even play? Can you even play, eh? An angry shout brought the discussion to an abrupt halt. Everyone helplessly looked at the young man sitting in the center at the front. Su Yun, the sole controller of Nebula Group, was also the boss of them all. At this moment, Su Yun, dressed casually in a leisure suit, was lazily reclining in his chair, holding the latest Nebula phone with an angry expression. Defeat. Dong dong dong. Slap. As the crystal was destroyed, Su Yun slammed his fist on the table, letting out a roaring shout, his temper flaring. A bunch of noobs ruining my credit score again. The dignified female assistant beside him watched this scene, covering her face in embarrassment, her mouth twitching slightly. A top lane Ma Chao with 082 turned into a fountain warrior, raging at the 3 carries. Who gave him that confidence? Even her grandmother playing with her feet would be better than him. Forget it, I'm done. A bunch of kids. Which idiot designed this matchmaking system? Su Yun threw down the phone, cursing indignantly. However, as soon as the words fell, everyone in the conference room turned to look at Fu Dahai, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. No matter how awesome the gaming division was, wasn't it still a subordinate? Ahem, boss, calm down. Tomorrow our gaming division's technicians will adjust again, striving to make you satisfied. Fu Dahai's face was awkward, wiping cold sweat from his forehead as he hurriedly said. He really had no temper with this one. The entire gaming division was thanks to Su Yun's generosity. Whether it was the popular Glory League or the Sniper King, they were all planned according to Su Yun's ideas. He was the sky of the entire Nebula Group. Su Yun shook his head with a look of utter despair. Forget it. You're almost done. There's still over 50 billion in liquid funds in the headquarters accounts this month. Keep 5 billion and distribute the rest, including the funds from profitable departments. Money was really not lacking for Nebula Group, but it was earned quickly and spent quickly. These tens of billions would probably be exhausted in less than a month. After speaking, Su Yun helplessly lay back down, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Family who understands. He had transmigrated into this world and hadn't even come to his senses. The next day, his old man directly threw him 5 million and said, "Kid, this is half of our family's savings. Your loving mother and I are going to travel the world. You figure it out yourself." His mother said affectionately, "The hard 18 years are finally over, honey. Our wonderful romantic life can continue." Wife, husband. Their eyes gradually locked. Facts proved that his parents were truly in love, and the original owner was just an accident. The next day, still in school, he suddenly became a loner, no sister, no dog, living alone. With a house, a car, and savings, he had planned to coast through life. But unexpectedly, in his freshman year, he casually started a company, bought a small game from the neighbor Wang in the dorm, and directly made a fortune. 200,000 turned into 2 million in a week, and then another 20 million in a month. From that day on, Nebula Technology Company seemed to have cheats. The talents within the company were all incredible, and the money they made grew day by day. No system, yet better than a system. Until 5 years later, today, Nebula Technology Group had become a behemoth, a unicorn-level super conglomerate in the Dragon Kingdom. Even though he was an incompetent boss who ignored the group's operations and started coasting. He didn't even know how he could lose in this life. Sigh, another day without passion. Su Yun spread his hands, life boring. The thing he hated most in this life was money. But in the next second, bang, the conference room door was kicked open by a young man with a scraggly beard holding a laptop and shouting in panic, "Brother Yun, it's bad. Something huge is happening. Blue Star is doomed." In the meeting room of the Xingyun building, everyone was stunned, staring in horror at the blurry video on the screen ahead. A meteor catastrophe. Fake, right? This can't be a scene from some sci-fi movie. Someone asked Lu Tianyuan doubtfully. Director Lu, such a huge joke is no laughing matter, don't fool us, Fu Dahai said with concern. Lu Tianyuan, once a computer genius hacker, was now the chief network security engineer of the Xingyun Technology Group. He was responsible for the entire Xingyun Group's internet development and security, and more importantly, he led the team that developed the super AI Yunmeng. It was infinitely close to artificial intelligence. His status in the group was second only to Assistant Jiang and the 4 geniuses in the Research Institute. He was even more appreciated and trusted by Su Yun than Guan Jinlong, the head of the legal and think tank department. Instead of answering, Lu Tianyuan looked at Su Yun and said solemnly, "This is the work of a hacker friend of mine. He left a backdoor in the supercomputer at Shangjing University and discovered it when all computing power was fully utilized. Besides our few hacker friends, he probably has already started selling this information, preparing to stockpile supplies and build shelters." He believed that Su Yun would definitely see the truth of the video and lead the Xingyun Group through this disaster. At this moment, Su Yun's usually calm heart finally stirred. He squinted at the general in the video. Shun Wenhua, Lieutenant General. I met him once when testing the combat capability of a swarm of drone aircraft in Xibei. Since then, the Xingyun Group has been in contact with him. Su Yun said calmly. You've all met his son Chen Weiguo, the major, who often comes to my office for tea and chat. As soon as he finished, everyone's heart skipped a beat, their faces turning grave. In Longwa, no one would dare to joke about that person. Was it really? Yes, I thought it was just a blurry movie scene very similar to Chief Chen Wenguo's appearance. When I was in the military, I met him several times, and he has always been in contact with our Xingyun industry. Hua Yunfei, minister of the industry department, spoke steadily. He was a former special forces soldier. 3 years ago, he was appointed by Su Yun as the liaison with the state, starting as a top bodyguard for Xingyun Technology Company, and eventually became the minister of the industry department, in charge of the group's military light and heavy industries. A meteoric rise. Many present did not know that Xingyun Industry had been cooperating with Longwa, secretly developing new equipment. Even the two geniuses in the Xingyun Research Institute had been contributing to the country, providing a large number of advanced technologies and equipment. Although it's absurd, I'm sure this information is 90% true. Hua Yunfei said seriously. Su Yun nodded slightly, looking at the dozens of general managers and executives of the Xingyun Group, who quickly recovered their composure after initial shock and worry. Everyone present was a core pillar of the Xingyun Group, each a top elite with strong minds. Facing the meteor catastrophe, they remained as steady as Mount Tai after regaining their composure. The Xingyun Group was no ordinary company. It had developed comprehensively, covering cutting-edge technology industries in every aspect of life. No one with a faint heart could hold such a position. After a moment of thought under everyone's gaze, Su Yun picked up his phone and dialed a special number. Beep, beep, beep. After 5 seconds, the call connected. Hey Uncle Chun, those two restless guys of mine have come up with another big surprise. Are you free to come over and discuss it? Su Yun said with a smile. Brother Su, I'm busy in Xibei. I'm afraid I can't see this big surprise right away. He'll have Wenguo come over. Chun Wenguo's voice sounded weary over the phone. At that moment, the Underground Research Institute in Xibei was in chaos. He was rushing to Shangjing University. He had already sealed off the entire institute, but the other two supercomputers connected to the outside had been compromised by a hacker's backdoor. The information about the meteor catastrophe had been leaked, which had been giving him a headache for the past 2 days. He wanted to skin that hacker alive. Su Yun continued, slightly disappointed. How do you need the Xingyun Group to help? Just tell me, Uncle Chun. We still have some confidence. Forget it, this is a top-secret mission, needs to be kept confidential. Chun Wenguo's eyes lit up, then dimmed. The Xingyun Group's technical strength was definitely world-class, and it could be of great help in catching the hacker. But he still dared not spread the news of the meteor catastrophe, though otherwise even his status would land him in a military court. However, Chun Wenguo squinted. Meteor catastrophe, the end is near. Longwa had already begun secret actions, and even the top families in Shangjing who could reach the highest authorities were making small moves. Secrets were no longer absolute. The Xingyun Group, a national treasure, was worthy of a hint. It must not disappear after the apocalypse. After all, the talents in the Xingyun Research Institute would play a huge role in the end times, especially the 4 geniuses, each a king in their field. He made up his mind, also with the selfish desire to leave a way out for his family. Su Boy, pay more attention to the country's actions recently. It's very important concerning the survival of the Xingyun Group. Early next year, Uncle Chun will come to chat with you. Alright, I have to get busy. I hope you. We'll see you next year. Beep beep. Su Yun put down his phone, his right index finger lightly tapping the table, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Everyone in the meeting room fell silent, but they all had one thing in common. They looked up at Su Yun, firmly waiting for orders. Soon, Yunmingers simulate the meteor catastrophe and calculate all the resulting damages. Su Yun sat down in his seat and instructed the AI to project onto the big screen. Simulating meteor catastrophe. A clear voice of a girl about 14 or 15 sounded, and a map of the blue planet appeared on the screen, starting an animated simulation. Based on video and information comparison, the meteorite is approximately 22.5 kilometers in diameter, 13.8 kilometers wide, and moving at a speed of about 29.8 kilometers per second. Upon impact with the blue planet, it will release energy equivalent to about 900 million tons of TNT. Within hundreds of kilometers of the impact point, no one will survive. The meteorite fragments will blanket half the planet like a meteor shower, and the dust kicked up will cover the entire planet, blocking sunlight for about 1200 years. At the moment of impact, the global magnetic field will go into chaos, communications will be cut off, and a powerful electromagnetic pulse will destroy all electronic devices. Then global volcanoes will erupt, continental plates will quake, and tsunamis over 200 meters high will destroy all coastal cities extending 300 kilometers inland. At that time, Japan and a dozen island and coastal nations will be submerged by the tsunami. After the tsunami, global temperatures will rise, vegetation will ignite, the sky will burn, glaciers will melt, sea levels will rise, acid rain will cover the world, a large number of algae will die, oxygen concentration will drop, then the temperature will plummet to extreme, snow will cover the sky, and an ice age will come. As Yunminger's simulation progressed, the breathing of everyone in the meeting room became rapid. This was a disaster that could destroy humanity, and a protracted one at that. The final ice age would last more than 1,000 years. With extreme temperatures of -70 to 80 degrees, no one could survive on the surface. Temperatures that could even freeze the oceans into stillness. This catastrophe that could annihilate humanity filled everyone's hearts with endless despair. However, Su-Yin took a deep breath. Scared already? The Xingyun Technology Group is a company that even dares to stand up to America. Screw it. If we're done for, they'll be done for too. There are still 5 months and a dozen days left. Whether we survive and live well and have a new year depends on all of you. I believe in you. Su-Yin said solemnly, looking at everyone who had stood up. The Xingyun Group lacked neither money, technology, nor talent. There was only one way to lead the group to survive. That was to build a massive underground shelter, a survival fortress capable of housing hundreds of thousands of people. For the Xingyun Group, it was a challenge, but definitely not a problem. 1 hour later, in the top-level conference room of the Xingyun building, all 500 seats were filled, and the hall and corridors were packed with people. The size of the Xingyun Group is immense, and even just the management from various departments attended. The largest conference room in the Xingyun Group was still filled to capacity. Step 1. Abandon all industries unrelated to survival in the apocalypse except for the Industrial Department, Research Department, Aerospace Department, Medical Department, Engineering Department, Logistics Department, Security Department, and Human Resources Department, as well as entertainment, takeout, e-commerce, internet, mobile communications, finance, and external physical industries. Sell everything that can be sold, preferably to foreign countries, letting those 2 major grievances, Little Japan and Beautiful Country, take over. Step 2. Procure materials. The news has leaked, and we, the Xingyun Group, must not fall behind. While selling our industries, we must secretly procure various materials and raw materials. We need to act swiftly and effectively before things escalate. We must be quick. The think tank's Jin Long from Wulong Pass, with long hair, holding an unlit cigarette gun and wearing thick black glasses, pointed at the app on the screen and said, Jin Long from the Xingyun Group's Wulong Pass is a well-known figure in the Dragon Nation. Having led 300 elite members of the legal department to stand firm against the invincible penguin and withstanding the sanctions from Beautiful Country against the Xingyun phone and chips, he counterattacked vigorously. He secretly collaborated with Wu Dahu, the Minister of Finance, bringing $5 billion in funds to Wall Street. A month later, amidst brutal fighting, he managed to escape with $280 billion, safely achieving success and returning. The two earned the title of the fiercest duo in Blue Star Finance, joining forces to give Beautiful Country a slap in the face and vent their anger. With intelligence that seemed almost supernatural, his decisive and resolute actions rendered all schemes and plots powerless in his eyes. It seems that the Dragon and Tiger duo must come out of retirement. Minister Wu Dahu of the Finance Department exclaimed with sparkling eyes, gazing at Jin Long on the stage. Although the Xingyun Group lacked funds, who wouldn't want to take advantage? If we can't get it for free, then let's use your money to buy your resources. Jin Long noticed Wu Dahu's gaze and nodded slightly, indicating he had a plan. Step 3. The most important step. Jin Long looked around at the quiet crowd taking notes and continued solemnly. That is to determine the location and construction of our Xingyun Group's shelter to ensure absolute security. Sister Ming, pull up the map of the Dragon Nation and mark suitable locations for constructing large underground shelters. Jin Long awkwardly rubbed his cigarette gun while standing on the stage. Lu Tianyuan's super AI is indeed impressive, calculating quickly and accurately and managing the entire Xingyun Group efficiently while assisting employees in their work. However, it has its drawbacks. This thing can be surprisingly temperamental. One must coax and pamper this little ancestor to get it to work. He had opposed it multiple times, but was repeatedly rejected by Lu Tianyuan, who claimed that the super AI Yuan needed emotional communication and stimulation to evolve into true artificial intelligence. He gave Yuan a body, ultimately needing her own effort and the support of all Xingyun Group employees to transcend. Compared to that, what could Jin Long do? He had to endure with tears in his eyes, as it was truly useful. Initiating. Yuan's clear voice rang out. In the next moment, a satellite map of the Dragon Nation appeared on the screen, with dozens of red circles marking suitable locations. Su-Yin squinted, feeling overwhelmed by these geographical locations. There were only 3 in Guang'an Province, while Binhai City had none at all, and the coastal areas were all marked out with red lines, making construction impossible in Binhai City. Yet this was his stronghold. Many things were immovable. Just the Research Department, Aerospace Department, and Heavy Industry Park had a large number of top-tier equipment that could not be moved or transported far. They could only be discarded or violently dismantled and sold. Not to mention, he was reluctant. Anyone who dared to suggest selling them would likely get their heads smashed by the people from the Research Department, Mechanical Department, and Engineering Department. They had painstakingly built these facilities, pouring their heart and soul into them. His ideal scenario was to find a good location in Guang'an Province, not too far from Binhai City. Ideally, it should be within the tsunami coverage area of the city, finding a slightly better spot. He couldn't believe that the shelter built with all the resources of the Xingyun Group could be wiped out by a mere tsunami. Ahem, everyone. Unfortunately, Binhai City has become a no-go zone, engulfed by the tsunami, leaving no hope for survival. This means we must abandon many things, Jean Long said helplessly. My suggestion is the hilly areas in the central or northwest regions of the Dragon Nation with high-terrain solid soil and underground water. Bang! Before Jean Long could finish his sentence, the conference room door was kicked open, startling him so much that he nearly dropped his cigarette gun. You old fool, where do you think you're going in the northwest? I'm declaring it right here. I'm choosing Binhai City. No one is allowed to leave. A scruffy young man wearing one slipper barged in, pointing at Jean Long and shouting, exuding a vibe that dared anyone to try and stop him. Everyone present was stunned, looking at the young man speechlessly but accustomed to it, not daring to refute. In the traditional culture of the Xingyun group, anyone who kicked the door must be considered a big shot. Of course, this was not something just anyone could do. Only those of significant status, the treasures of the Xingyun group, the little ancestors, had the audacity. The scruffy young man before them was one of them. Hao Yang, one of the 4 prodigies in the research institute. A top talent in physics, mathematics, quantum mechanics, materials science, mechanics, and other engineering subjects, he also managed the only small particle accelerator in the Xingyun group, researching nuclei, photons, and new elements. Several revolutionary new materials were developed by him, capable of being commercialized and military industrialized, earning countless funds for the Xingyun group's development. He was undoubtedly a revered figure in the Xingyun group. Jean Long subtly twitched his mouth and raised his glasses, having long since become accustomed to such scenes. He was well aware of Hao Yang's temperament and disposition. Arguing with him would lead to an endless cycle. As long as he refrained from countering, Hao Yang would have no way to retaliate, effectively shutting down his anger. However, in the next moment, drip, 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 a tall figure slowly entered the conference room, dressed in a white lab coat with flowing purple hair. Jean Long's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw, instinctively taking a step back, as if he had encountered a legendary beast. This big demon lord actually came out. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the conference room as everyone leaned back in shock. Even though the executives of the Xingyun group held high positions, the person they feared the most was not Su Yun or Hao Yang. It was the beautiful woman before them. After all, she was the devil controller capable of destroying humanity. Wherever Hao Yang is, I will be there too. If you have the ability, take my laboratory with you, otherwise none of you will survive. Xiling elegantly leaned against the doorframe, chuckling softly. Upon hearing this, gasps echoed once more. No one dared to provoke this woman, nor did anyone dare to touch her laboratory. At that moment, Su Yun felt the twitching of his right eyelid. Forget about others, even he was afraid. At the very bottom of the Xingyun Technology Research Center, there was a P4 level top biological research institute. It housed countless terrifying viruses and bacteria. This woman spent day and night in the company of viruses and bacteria, obsessively conducting crazy research. No one in the Xingyun group dared to approach her. Moreover, the most remarkable thing was that many medical achievements and special medicines were developed by this woman, benefiting countless humans. Although according to her pricing the profits were minimal, she could only garner countless praises. However, no one dared to say anything against her. Even Su Yun could only hold his nose and support this great Buddha. Additionally, he had to provide for her well, otherwise if she were to become unhappy one day, who knows how humanity would meet its end. She was undoubtedly a world-destroying figure. Among the 4 prodigies of the Xingyun Research Institute, the name of the great demon Lord Xiling was known far and wide. Her danger level is estimated to exceed that of meteorite disasters. As the 2 figures appeared, the entire conference room fell into silence. Among those present, aside from Su Yun, no one could reign in these 2 little terrors. Even Jean Long dared not argue. Neither in contribution to the Nebula Group, nor in personal value, could he compare to even a single finger of these 2. The Nebula Group could do without him, but it could never do without Hao Yang and Xiling. They were treasured even by the entire Dragon Kingdom, held in the palm of the hand for fear of harm. Seeing this, Su Yun could only shake his head helplessly and say, "We are not withdrawing. Binhai City is our stronghold. There are too many things here we cannot abandon." Su Yun stepped onto the stage. Yun Minjer enlarged the topographic map of Binhai City and highlight the locations of the mountains within the city. The entire city had only 2 mountains. One stood a mere 200 meters tall, located in the inland suburb with poor traffic conditions, not worth considering. The other, however, connected to the sea with a mountain range stretching 5 kilometers and a peak reaching 500 meters. Fungi Mountain was the only 5-level scenic spot in Binhai City. Su Yun pointed at it, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He glanced at the crowd below, then at Hao Yang and Xiling, and nodded. "Everyone, if we carve out the entire interior of Fungi Mountain and construct the main living shelter 2 to 300 meters underground, it will be enough to accommodate our entire Nebula Group," Su Yun declared solemnly. Binhai City is not in a seismic zone or volcanic belt. Its geography is advantageous. As long as we are not directly struck by a meteorite, we only need to withstand the first wave of tsunamis and falling debris to break the danger in the coastal zone. Moreover, this 12-lane dual carriageway leads directly to the Research Institute and heavy industry factories. In critical moments, it can also serve as an airstrip offering excellent transport for quick relocation of equipment and resources. Su Yun had long harbored his own plan. Although the Nebula Group was a behemoth he had built almost by accident over 5 years, he had walked step by step with many dreamers. There were sour moments, bitter ones, exhaustion and sweetness. The Nebula Group was unique and vital to the Dragon Kingdom. So unique that it could only have one controller, himself, Su Yun. Though he had repeatedly suggested distributing some shares, these wonderful people always refused. Some said they preferred a salary raise over shares, demanding an annual salary of 100 million before discussing equity. Others wanted neither shares nor salary, only an increased allocation of resources. Though absurd, it warmed his heart. Thus he would never walk away like in the novels, caring only for himself and ignoring everyone else. Besides, in an apocalyptic catastrophe of world-ending proportions, what pleasure would there be in hiding underground alone with a couple of beauties, a dog and a cat? He would sooner go mad. He intended to lead the entire Nebula Group together with the hidden talents and all brothers and sisters to fight against the heavens. The most important thing now. Su Yun paused. Then with firm and ruthless eyes he continued. In the Ice Age, survival resources are hard to regenerate. Even if the Nebula supermarket and logistics warehouse centers are packed with supplies, the Nebula Group will eventually run out. The only chance for a good life after the apocalypse lies with Southeast Asia, the little island nation, the beautiful country, and the kangaroo country, through air and sea transport. Su Yun swiped the screen and tapped on several countries on the map. Assistant Jiang, after the meeting you must initiate the purchase of supplies and raw materials. Spend all liquid funds. Air freight alone is far from enough. We need countries accessible by sea. We have 3 ultra-large ocean-going cargo ships. Find ways to charter more, expand globally, rent as many as possible. As long as they return fully loaded, they will sustain the Nebula Group's survival needs for decades. Su Yun looked at the dignified and beautiful Assistant Jiang beside him and said earnestly, "Your task is arduous. The more survival supplies and raw materials, the better. No upper limit. You have the authority to mobilize funds from any department. I believe you can do it." Assistant Jiang, always by Su Yun's side, held a tablet with a standalone earpiece never removed from her right ear. She was dressed in professional attire, exuding a mature and steady charm that lifted spirits. Even Su Yun could not overshadow her radiance. As the most senior member of the Nebula Group, Assistant Jiang Malong had followed Su Yun from a small game to the present. In the group besides Su Yun, she held the highest authorization for the super AI Yun Minjer, overseeing and managing the entire Nebula Group. She could not control Su Yun or the 4 scientific prodigies, but she managed everything else. She was the one above 10,000, second only to 5. The funds flowing through her hands had no limits, and aside from special arrangements, she had the authority to arrange any engineering project and mobilize any group action. Consider it done. Assistant Jiang nodded gravely. Though her title was assistant, she commanded several assistant teams and hundreds of elite personnel. Yet she still had a doubt. Brother Yun, do we really not collect resources domestically? We have already done enough. Given the stakes, even if we don't collect, others will. Su Yun took a deep breath and glanced at the countdown at the top of the conference screen. The Dragon Kingdom's resources were arguably the most abundant in the world. This big cake tempted not only him, but also the senior executives and top talents. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. The Nebula Group would never shortchange its own people. As for ordinary citizens, the state would handle their arrangements. If that was the case, it was better to profit themselves than to let other forces benefit. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded lightly. Go ahead, but stay covert. Take it slowly, you can't get fat in one bite. Don't get caught. With Assistant Jiang's departure, the matter of supplies was in her hands enough to ease the worries of everyone present. Her abilities were evident to all. Having served by Su Yun's side for 5 years, no one doubted her. With Yun Minger's assistance, the supply issue would be no problem. Back to the main topic. Guan Jinlong, you will liaise with the government to contract the entire Fengyi Mountain and seal off Binhai Avenue, allowing only our personnel to pass. If you encounter difficulties, go to Secretary Hua. Even if it means dragging things out, make sure the engineering teams conduct surveys and clearing operations overnight, paving the way for heavy construction and engineering units. Su Yun waved his hand and assigned the task to Guan Jinlong. This task was simple. He believed Binhai City would grant the Nebula Group a favor. After all, every year during tax season, from the mayor and city committee down to the industrial and commercial staff, they all came grinning. Also, the engineering department must not forget to build warehouses. Our supplies and equipment are numerous, requiring ample storage space. Ensure waterproofing, pest control, moisture protection, and freezing facilities. As for other departments, if you have nothing to do, quickly sell off industries. Isn't the League Group eyeing the new energy market? Package it and sell it to them. Better to sacrifice others than yourself. Even at a loss, sell to rival groups and companies and consolidate all funds. Su Yun began assigning tasks one by one. One by one, figures left with their assignments tense yet determined. By 10 o'clock at night, there were still many shortcomings that needed collective wisdom to resolve. Time was short. only a little over 5 months. They could only roll out ideas one after another, purchasing supplies, constructing shelters, designing shelters, and planning relocation. The colossal Nebula Group sprang into full operation. That night, late into the midnight, the entire Fungi Mountain was ablaze with lights. The 12-lane dual carriageway rumbled ceaselessly as hundreds of construction vehicles loaded with heavy equipment, led by thousands of workers, cleared the entire mountain in just a few hours. Moreover, overnight, vast stretches of large industrial warehouses sprang up at the foot of the mountain, stretching beyond the horizon. The entire Fungi Mountain range was sealed off by high construction fences. Truck after truck entered fully loaded and left empty. Traffic flowed back and forth endlessly. Meanwhile, outside the Binhai seaport, 5 ultra-large ocean-going cargo ships accompanied by dozens of large, medium, and small vessels sailed at full speed through the dark night. Their mission was to load supplies and return safely. At the same time, cargo planes loaded with all kinds of high-end supplies were flying towards Binhai City. Resources were being gathered at all costs. It could be said that the Nebula Group, having learned the news in advance, had already gained an immense advantage. A step ahead leads to a step ahead in everything. Hence, the Nebula Group would stand unshaken even after the apocalypse, feasting and living well. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. In the conference room of the Nebula Tower, Su Yun, who had stayed up all night, rested his head on his hand, yawning as he listened to 2 men arguing. Too small. Damn it. A shelter 1,800 meters long and 1,200 meters wide, even with 3 floors, is not enough to fit my particle accelerator. Hao Yang shouted angrily. This was his precious treasure, his life's work. It had taken most of the research institute's talents 3 years to build the world's smallest particle accelerator, measuring 2.5 kilometers. Though compared to national accelerators spanning dozens of kilometers, he was quite satisfied with the current equipment. Even if the accelerator couldn't be moved whole and had to be dismantled tearfully, the shelter must at least be large enough to accommodate it. Otherwise, he would not accept it. And he did not like this designer. Are you up to it? Someone get a new chief designer. Hao Yang said contemptuously. The chief shelter designer, Su Xiaocai, looked grim, his dead fish eyes unwilling to meet the disheveled young man before him. Truly a scholar meeting a hothead. Reason goes out the window. Good heavens, who understands? Carving out the entire interior of Fungi Mountain was one thing. The Nebula Group had the strength to do it. But building a massive underground shelter 250 meters deep was near impossible. According to Hao Yang's idea, it needed to be at least 3 kilometers long, with abundant energy supply and auxiliary facilities and the best cooling and ventilation. Damn it, why not just pluck out that ridiculous accelerator and stick it into the ground like a sea-calming pillar? Chairman, it's not that I can't do it. Replace me with any designer and they'll say the same. This is a stupid, impossible idea that can't be built, Su Xiaocai confessed. He simply couldn't design it. The construction difficulty was insane. The special cement and high-strength alloy steel couldn't withstand the pressure. Even the internal ventilation structure and the sustainable development of the living ecosystem were hard to achieve. He could design blindly, but it had to be buildable. Otherwise, you just talk, I just draw, and whether it gets built depends on Jesus. Su Yun felt helpless too. He knew it was an extreme challenge, piling difficulty upon difficulty. Don't rush. Let's solve one problem at a time. Su Yun calmed the about to explode Hao Yang. Suddenly a ding sounded in everyone's ears. Master, actually these problems are not difficult for Hao Yang and Li Shiguang. Yin Minjer suddenly spoke up. Su Yun was taken aback. Good heavens, their super AI had taken the initiative to solve a problem. Tears of joy. Their little daughter of the Su family had finally grown up. Hao Yang was also baffled. He could solve it. He didn't know that. And Shiguang brother, who shared his underwear, also had this ability. Su Yun noticed Hao Yang's blank look and asked, Minjer, elaborate. Perhaps even Hao Yang doesn't know that he once developed an alloy steel with strength and toughness more than 3 times that of the current top alloy metals. It also has maximum corrosion resistance, oxidation resistance, and pressure resistance, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as minus 180 degrees Celsius. Listening to Yun Minger's explanation, Hao Yang slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. You mean the product still in the lab, coated A1527, named chromium titanium alloy with proportions of 23 and 59, plus titanium powder and iron powder heated to 1399 C, compressed, cooled, then add. Hao Yang's eyes sparkled, muttering technical terms that left everyone confused. Yes, that's the alloy, Yun Minjer said approvingly. However, the more Hao Yang spoke, the lower his head sank. But this alloy is not yet mature. It's a failed product. The cost is far higher than ordinary special steel plates, and the market can't accept it. Moreover, its heat resistance is poor. It cracks above 221 C. A fire of 1,000 degrees would melt it. It's very unstable, and I haven't figured out that aspect yet. However, Su Xiaocai and Su Yun exchanged glances. Well, isn't that silly? The end of the world is coming. Who cares about cost? And 200 meters underground fire can't reach there anyway. A heat resistance of over 200 degrees far exceeds safety standards. Besides, facing an ice age, what used is high heat resistance. They weren't using this alloy for the entire structure. They only needed it to support the shelter's main frame. it was more than sufficient. There are always more solutions than problems. They could even coat the alloy with an insulating layer to handle fire risks. The underground main structure could completely use this alloy, while the interior and exterior of Thingy Mountain could be built with ordinary high-strength special alloys. Hao Yang listened to the explanation, his face filled with confusion. It seemed he really was foolish. Moreover, since the apocalypse was approaching, could those flawed products still in the laboratory be brought out to contribute to the Xingyun group? A glint flashed in Hao Yang's eyes as he licked his lips. After the meteor strike with the arrival of the apocalypse and the Ice Age, the government should have no control over him, right? Those restricted studies on nuclear fission, nuclear fusion energy, quantum space, entanglement collisions of new elemental particles, and large-scale experiments on anti-gravity magnetic field inversion. As long as he kept his actions subtle. Hao Yang almost laughed out loud. He was a genius, yet also a madman dreaming of experiments that were usually out of reach, his eyes nearly turning green, completely disregarding the impending world crisis. Meanwhile, Su Yun had no idea that a single sentence had opened the Pandora's box within Hao Yang, and even as the meteor drew closer day by day, his blood surged with excitement. Li Shiguang, it has been several months since we last met. Su Yun murmured. Now that the issue with the steel alloy for construction had been resolved, what could Li Shiguang possibly do? Su Yun recalled that person, feeling puzzled. That guy was a middle schooler at heart, a master of equipment, a heavy military enthusiast flitting between the Research Institute Heavy Industry Park and the Northwest Military District daily. He would often pull off big stunts. He claimed he was going to create Iron Man and Mecha Gundam. Even when tasked with handling a few communication satellites, it depended on whether he was in a good mood that day. What can Li Shiguang do? As long as he can build the shelter, he'll personally bring him over. Su Yun said fiercely. Among the four prodigies of the Xingyun Research Institute, only Hao Yang was somewhat obedient. He never procrastinated on tasks, and could provide answers by that evening. The other three could only be described as increasingly impressive and arrogant, even considered as high-handed. As for Ziling, he had completely given up on her. She was too dangerous, and her delusional mindset was one where she could change the world for her brother. She had incredible abilities and did as she pleased, and he dared not interfere. Li Shiguang, this middle schooler, was treated like a treasure by the Dragon Kingdom Military District. If it weren't for Xingyun not restricting his freedom and providing unlimited resources, he might have changed jobs long ago. But he was strong. Various new military-grade equipment allowed the Xingyun group to directly cling to the Dragon Kingdom's military. Drone swarms, dual Gatling lockhead mechanical war dogs, individual exoskeleton armor, full coverage skeletal armor, and various individual firepower weapons were all far ahead of other countries. He was known as the king of land warfare. One person could match the firepower of an entire army. In peaceful times, without a mushroom bomb, Li Shiguang was a national-level weapon capable of deterring foreign enemies. As long as he was present and did not make significant mistakes, it could be said that no one in the Xingyun group could challenge him. In Su Yun's thoughts, Yun Minger's voice rang out. The shelter's volume is too large. In the face of natural disasters, ordinary ventilation and temperature control systems cannot sustain life within the shelter. The mechanical master Li Shiguang once researched a small turbocharged bidirectional ventilation system. As long as it could be scaled up proportionally, it could provide an excellent ventilation environment for the shelter hundreds of meters underground. Furthermore, the other temperature and pressure control systems within the shelter are of little use, and Li Shiguang is an indispensable talent. His research and machinery could make the shelter even more perfect. As soon as Yun Minger's words fell, Su Yun smiled. Good heavens, he thought that he could only do small tasks mingling with that group of old men in the military district. But unexpectedly, this guy was so useful. In my name, immediately notify Li Shiguang, our mechanical master, to assist in the construction of the shelter. Su Yun waved his hand, his expression leaving no room for doubt. However, Yun Minger's next sentence made him somewhat awkward. But master, you sent him to the aerospace department to build communication satellites last month, and now he's been complaining about your lack of conscience, and is preparing to take his laboratory and run. Su Yun. Oh no, I was careless. I'm going to have to talk my way out of this. Ahem, let him set aside his current work. The shelter is more important for now. The communication satellites can wait. When he returns, he'll discuss it with him. Su Yun said awkwardly, though he said that it was only Li Shiguang who was truly suffering. Fortunately, Hao Yang beside him suddenly tugged at his sleeve, alleviating his embarrassment. Brother Yunum, the energy issue of the shelter is also very important. Can you arrange for some pure uranium-235? Not too much, just 50 grams with a purity of 90% would suffice for our Xingyun shelter for hundreds of years. If that's not possible, a lower purity would be fine. We are not picky. Hao Yang rubbed his hands, speaking nervously yet excitedly. Beside him, Su Ziyakai's pupils widened as he gasped in shock. 50 grams of pure uranium. Good heavens, you're not. You can't be planning a nuclear test, right? Su Xiaozai exclaimed, softly astonished. Generally, even low-purity uranium was enough to build a nuclear power plant. But uranium-235 with over 90% purity was the material for creating a mushroom bomb. Only a madman would dare to ask for that. You're trying to get me killed? Su Yun was also taken aback. Don't be fooled by how powerful the Xingyun group seemed. Daring to play with Big Ivan's stuff would get him wiped out in an instant. Brother Yun, the shelter is too large, and there are countless power-consuming devices. It must be a nuclear power station to supply everything. Just ask around, say that Shiguang wants to conduct some nuclear tests. With his status, he should have a chance. Hao Yang was determined not to give up, continuing to speak in a serious whisper. After all, his particle accelerator was a huge power consumer. Without a nuclear power station, he would lose his little treasure, and being stuck underground for a lifetime would drive him mad. And Li Shiguang was the military district's prized possession, the godson of a certain powerful leader in the northwest. Only he and the entire Xingyun group had the opportunity to procure pure uranium. Hearing this, Su Yun furrowed his brows in contemplation. Indeed, during the Ice Age, a large underground shelter without a nuclear power station simply could not function. Whether it was supercomputers or various heavy industrial equipment, or the top-notch apparatuses of various research departments, they had to pay tens of billions in electricity bills each month. Moreover, that particle accelerator, when powered on, would cause half of Binhai City to experience a blackout for half an hour just to supply enough energy. Thinking of this made his head ache. It seemed that a nuclear power station was imperative. Even if it meant snatching it, it had to be retrieved. Su Yun's expression turned serious as he nodded. Hao Yang, your task is to build the nuclear power station. I will handle the nuclear materials. Oh yeah. Upon hearing this, Hao Yang was as happy as a 200-pound child, suddenly jumping up from his seat, his fists clenched, his face flushed. Then, Brother Yun, I'll leave it to you. As long as the materials are in place, the rest will be no problem. Hao Yang patted his chest, assuring. To him, a nuclear power station was just a larger toy. His sights had always been set on new elements and nuclear fusion. However, with a good start could the stars and the sea be far. Hao Yang, fearless, threw himself into the work. Su Yun shook his head and sighed. It was tough for him. But no matter how tough, it had to be done. At this moment, Su Xiaocai beside him also had more design ideas. 3 times the strength of the current steel plates could completely build a longer, wider, and sturdier underground shelter. With various survival facilities handled by Li Shiguang, he could fully unleash his ambitions. Su Xiaocai's entire life's talent was focused in his hands. Soon as the preliminary design on Su Xiaocai's tablet took shape, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Another perfect masterpiece. Miss Yunminger, please calculate the success rate of building the shelter with Hao Yang's special steel, not considering survival facilities. As Su Xiaocai asked, Su Yun and Hao Yang also leaned in with curiosity. The 3-layer underground shelter, 3 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide, was simply structured into inner and outer layers, appearing like 3 concentric circles when viewed vertically and resembling a king character when viewed horizontally. It looked extraordinarily magnificent, truly impressive. It was an underground steel city capable of housing over 300,000 people. Su Yun and Hao Yang smiled at each other, finally ready to start work. Ding! Please wait, calculating. Yun Minger began connecting to the supercomputer, calculating with full effort. About a minute later, a large red font spelling failure appeared on the screen, causing the hearts of the 3 to sink once more. The annotation of failure was inscribed on the screen. Then Yun Minger began to explain. First, the lowest shelter must bear the greatest pressure, supporting the 2 massive spaces above and the terrifying weight of steel. Although the strength of chromium-titanium alloy is high, it is still difficult to sustain. There is an 80% chance that it will collapse during earthquakes and tsunamis, causing the upper 2 layers to fall as well. Second, the construction of the shelter is based on survival. According to the calculations of underground survey maps, the Fengyi Mountains are rich in groundwater with crisscrossing underground rivers. The shelter built above these rivers simply cannot bear its own weight. Third, it is recommended to design the structure in the manner of an ant nest. It does not necessarily need to be large. It can be divided into multiple spaces and passages, forming a connected collective building. Listening to Yun Minger's voice, the expressions of the 3 gradually turned to surprise. As a super AI, Yun Minger had never been this intelligent before. Now she was even capable of offering objections and suggestions. Compared to Su Yun's paternal gratification, Hao Yang and Su Xiaocai were utterly astonished. The super AI Yun Minger created by Lu Tianyuan was increasingly resembling an artificial intelligence. Could it really be on the verge of success? An ant nest. Su Xiaocai's gaze gradually became distant as he constructed a mental model of the design, murmuring to himself. Soon a light of clarity dawned in his eyes. Exactly. In the biosphere, ants are natural-born architects. Their underground nests are among the greatest engineering feats in the world. He immediately began sketching on his tablet again. He discarded the previous design and started anew. At the mention of an ant nest, Su Yun recalled a concept from a movie in his past life. The underground hive from Resident Evil. Wasn't that built for the apocalypse? They had constructed a massive edifice 800 meters underground with survival capabilities maximized and even nuclear impact resistance. What the Nebula Group needed was precisely this kind of shelter. The hive and the ant nest shared similar principles. No, consider the hive structure further. Go deeper. Over 200 meters is still too shallow. The main living areas and critical equipment should be at least 500 meters below, forming an underground city for the apocalypse. Su Yun spoke gravely. Hearing this, Su Xiaozai set down his pen, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. You mean using a combination of circular diamond and quadrilateral shapes, with stable triangular structures, to create an underground nest, a functional complex extending from 200 meters to over 500 meters deep? Su Xiaozai understood Su Yun's intention immediately. Su Yun nodded decisively and said, we can go even deeper. National-level nuclear engineering can easily reach a kilometer underground. There's no reason the Nebula Group cannot do the same. The deeper underground, the more stable it is. Whether it's particle accelerators or other high-precision instruments, they cannot tolerate even the slightest vibration. Hearing this, Su Xiaozai grew serious as well. The Nebula Group could not consider only survival. They had to develop and expand, refusing to remain underground forever. The stars and the sea are the ultimate goal of the Nebula Group. I understand. According to your vision, I will need Miss Yun Minjer and the supercomputer to perform full calculations, working with the team to design the optimal shelter, an ant nest. Su Xiaozai pledged. At that moment his heart was ablaze with enthusiasm. The thought of designing this perfect underground city under his leadership drove him to believe he could become the greatest architect of the century. However, Su Yun simply rolled his eyes. I don't care about the rest. The shelter's name will be the Hive, the Nebula Hive Shelter. It must be strong, stable, and achieve the ultimate survival capacity, including resistance to nuclear impact. An ant nest. He disliked such an ugly name. The Nebula Group was no mere ant. They were a rising dragon with prominent horns, destined one day to advance toward the stars and the sea, roaring across the cosmos. With the design concept settled, over a dozen assembled designers began collaborating under Su Xiaozai's leadership, sketching the perfect blueprint for the Nebula Hive Shelter. Meanwhile, at the foot of Fengyi Mountain, thousands of engineers and large construction equipment finally commenced operations. A scene of bustling activity unfolded as they carved into the mountain and dug tunnels. Su Yun finally allowed himself to sink into bed with peace of mind. As he slept, the Dragon Nation began its own actions. Openly, vast amounts of foreign exchange were used to purchase various supplies, primarily food, drink, and daily necessities. Large quantities of rice, wheat, potatoes, corn flour, meat, protein, cotton, tissue paper, and more. Covertly, they had secretly arranged for overseas companies and organizations to fully purchase resources such as oil, coal, iron, ore, and steel, which were already being smuggled into the Dragon Nation. This was especially true for the Little Sun country and the 3A country. Hundreds of billions and trillions of funds were allocated as if they were determined to haul every resource, raw material, and other goods from other nations into the Dragon Nation. Today's news report: disasters continue to plague the Dragon Nation, leaving hundreds of millions of its people suffering and destitute. The government has launched rescue operations, opening the national treasury reserves to purchase large quantities of food and daily necessities from the beautiful country, the 3A country, the Little Sun country, the Kangaroo country, and others. Today's headline: the Dragon Nation's hardship, a plea to world leaders to lift purchase restrictions and save the people of the Dragon Nation. Weibo trending: resources within the Dragon Nation are becoming increasingly depleted after extraction insufficient to sustain the nation's development pace. Morning news: where is the Dragon Nation heading? This is a regression of the era, a tragedy of the times. Central news: overseas citizens of the Dragon Nation, the homeland, is in crisis. We need you. Please return to help build the nation. Military recruitment: odes of the past, comrades in arms, the nation needs you. All Dragon Nation citizens who woke up were utterly bewildered. Their country, was it really so dire? How could they not have known? Surely it was fake. Even the propaganda bureau wouldn't go this far. The internet erupted in chaos. A user named a little silkworm girl posted, "So our nation has been enduring such hardship. I cried my eyes out. I threw away half a bowl of rice yesterday. I deserve to be punished. Slap, slap, slap." Another user, Jindujeta0, commented, "No way, no way. Has the country been silently supporting us all this time for our happiness? Why didn't you say so earlier? They'll donate, I swear. And what about national bonds? Hurry up and issue them. They'll buy them, no interest needed." A user named Exquisite Piggy Boy wrote, "The nation is calling me. If summoned, I will answer. It seems our motherland is in a dire situation. Veterans are already mobilizing. Everyone, let's fight together for our nation." Not only were the Dragon Nation's citizens dumbfounded, but leaders of other countries were also baffled. The 3A country is the Dragon Nation really struggling so much? 2 days ago their warships were still loitering off our coast, and today they're purchasing 500 billion in supplies from us. I'm raking it in. This year's military budget is covered. Let's see how arrogant they'll be next year. The Little Sun country, same here, making a killing too. The massive purchases have even lowered the quality of life for our island people, but they've revived our stagnant market. The Dragon Nation is a truly great benefactor. The beautiful country, something's wrong, definitely wrong. This doesn't add up. The Dragon Nation can't be this weak, pitiful, and helpless. They must be playing us again. But it smells so good. Damn it, I'm making a killing too. Whatever, full support for the Dragon Nation. clear out our warehouses, and send everything to save their people. At the same time, a large number of enemy agents became active within the Dragon Nation, collecting intelligence to uncover the reasons. No one was foolish. Without accurate information, they began to restrict exports. They could sell, but not empty their stocks. Especially items restricted for export to the Dragon Nation. They had to be tightly guarded, not a single screw could leave the country. The Dragon Nation's actions were strange, even absurd, but they sent chills down their spines for fear of being deceived again. After all, this little rabbit ate meat. On the surface, it was a harmless, adorable baby, but in reality, it was stronger than a bear, capable of slapping a kangaroo to death with one paw. The sun was setting, casting a blaze of clouds across the sky. After sleeping through the entire day, Su Yun finally awoke, swallowing his saliva as he gazed at the captivating Zhang Mulan beside his bed. "Yunga, would you like some breakfast?" Zhang Mulan asked, her cheeks slightly flushed as she leaned in with a tender, affectionate look. "Su Yun, this breakfast of yours, is it proper? If it's not proper, he wouldn't eat it." This enchantress was always coveting his body, and his kidneys were already worn out, yet she wouldn't let him go. Next time, let's talk about it next time. They'll skip breakfast and have dinner directly later." Su Yun wrapped himself in the blanket, speaking with a hint of fear. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat, but after eating, he would probably wake up the next day, and he would have to support his aching lower back to leave the room. Thinking of this, Su Yun felt weak and helpless, his heart filled with bitterness. Dinner wouldn't be easy either, and he was the one being devoured. No matter how strong a man was, he couldn't overpower a tigress. At this moment, he eagerly anticipated when Ling would finally develop a gene enhancement fluid that could improve human physique without side effects. Only then could he fully subdue this enchantress and display his male prowess. Beep, beep, beep. The Nebula phone beside his pillow rang repeatedly, with messages popping up one after another. Su Yun quickly dodged Zhang Mulan's fervent invitation, picked up the phone, and saw a group chat of rich second-generation slackers where a dozen avatars were engaged in heated discussion. All sorts of issues revolved around the current conspiracy theories of Longhua and the major families of Shanjing. "Wang Zhizong, my father got some insider news about a doomsday catastrophe. Several conglomerates and organizations are frantically selling off assets, hoarding supplies, and building shelters. Especially Ma and his counterpart. The scale of their efforts, regardless of cost, shows how serious it is." Qin Jun, yes, a storm is brewing. The old man spent the whole day on the phone, but still couldn't find out the exact reason. However, the doomsday intel is absolutely real. The Nebula Group has also made moves, so asked Brother Su Yun to see what's up. "Su Yun, Li Xiaofeng, Brother Su Yun, you've got the inside scoop. What's the situation now? The country's actions are so fierce, and the families in Shanjing, along with your Nebula Group, are making big moves. Please tell us, we're all waiting for you." "Wang Zhizong, I want to know the specifics too. The old man is about to go crazy. One wrong step, and we'll be shattered. Please advise Su Yun." "Yeah, fairy. Brother Su Yun, come out quickly." "Su Yun, I'm so scared." "Mine at home. I'm scared too. Without accurate answers, I don't know how to act. I can only hoard supplies for now and see. It's so hard." "Su Yun. Shu Qinglian. I've already gained full support from my family to start gathering resources and materials to build a shelter. Better to believe it exists than to dismiss it. My dad is the richest, whatever my dad will handle it. And hey, we agreed to slack off together. I suspect you guys are putting on an act. Brother Mao, let me give you a hint. The crisis is in the sky. The military district and Longhua are about to start construction. I can't say much, so let Brother Su Yun explain to you. My dad is the richest. Stop acting. Keep slacking off. After the disaster, come find me, and we'll play together." Su Yun read the messages one by one, his heart growing astonished. This had spread too fast. After one nap, it felt like the whole world knew the meteorite catastrophe was imminent. But it wasn't surprising. The influence of these people was astonishing, each one's hidden power rivaling the Nebula Group. Though they were second-generation slackers, their status mattered. Those who could hang out together were naturally not far behind. Even if they slacked off for life, they would probably live comfortably even if the sky fell. With their capabilities, building a nuclear bomb-proof underground shelter was no problem. As long as a meteorite didn't directly hit them on the head, even if 99% of humanity perished, they would likely be fine, enjoying a life of luxury and leisure. Moreover, Lu Tianyuan had once come into contact with the doomsday secrets of the Antarctic continent. There were probably over 100 advanced shelters of nuclear bomb-proof and doomsday-proof engineering there. The world's top tycoons and families had long prepared a retreat for the end times. After a moment of thought, Su Yun said to his phone, "Minjer set up a network defense system for this group. I don't want anyone to spy on us." Ding! Instruction received. In 10 seconds, hidden network eyes will be expelled, eliminating all security risks. Unless a supercomputer unleashes its full computing power, the firewall of the rich second-generation slackers group will be impenetrable. Yun Minger's voice exuded strong confidence. 10 seconds later, Su Yun directly uploaded the somewhat blurry video, and everyone. "Su Yun, the information is accurate. I'm infiltrating foreign optical and electronic space telescopes on the down low to calculate the meteorite impact site. Hurry up and get your old men to act." "Su Yun, by the way, I've locked down this group. Don't forget to stay in touch after the disaster. I have satellites, and it'll rebuild the network after the electromagnetic pulse. Su-Yun had no intention of abandoning these slacker friends, as their backing power would be enough to trade with the Nebula shelter even after the catastrophe. After all, there were many things in the world that money couldn't buy: rare metals, rare elements, top talents, and so on. Whether it was barter or trading goods for people, the Nebula Group would remain a dominant super unicorn force in the post-apocalyptic world. Su-Yun was confident that his talent pool had that capability. With the 2 messages from Su-Yun, everyone except Brother Mao, who had a special identity, was stunned by the scene in the video. Yeah, fairy. Oh my god, a meteorite over 20 kilometers wide. If it hits, wouldn't it raise a huge lump? Wang Jitsong. Damn, I knew that Lu Minghui guy rushed to the Antarctic so fast, shipping tons of supplies, and wouldn't say a word. So it's this world-ending meteorite that's about to fall. Brother Mao, this video was sold by a ridiculously skilled hacker for over 10 billion in funds. Only a few major powers knew about it. He didn't dare to upload it on the entire network, or he'd be dead even if he ran to the moon. I didn't expect the Nebula Group to get it too. That makes things easier. Good luck. I'll sit back and watch your show. Chu Qinglian, thank goodness. It's not some weird invasion or demonic calamity from novels. This kind of visible disaster isn't that terrifying. After all, we're in the era of technology supremacy, not the age of dinosaurs. My dad is the richest. Whatever, I've shown it to my dad, and he'll handle it. Brother Mao, where are you? He'll have my dad build a shelter near you. Brother Mao, where else? The Northwest. Great location, solid soil, sparse population, resistant to impacts, and where? A true blessed land. Mine at home, well, that's it. Our dream of 5-man gaming is shattered. My old man shows the Southwest's vast mountains, saying resources are abundant, and it's remote enough to lie low for life. Yeah, little princess. Oh, my family is also in the Southwest. Little Blackie, wait for big sister to come play with you. Chu Qinglian 1. The Southwest is better. The Northwest is where all the big shots gather. A little girl like me can't handle the pressure. Wang Jitsong. None of US can compare to Brother Su-Yun. He's making a big move under the coastal mountains in Binhai City. Is he planning to build a super large shelter? Su-Yun. Upon hearing this, Su-Yun shook his head helplessly. The Nebula Group's actions were too big to hide. He could only hope that Longwell would turn a blind eye. Su-Yun, no choice. I have too many assets to abandon. I can only grit my teeth and take everyone in the Nebula Group to seek refuge. Brother Mao, that takes guts. I'm rooting for you. Wang Jitsong. If there's a chance, let's team up and visit your super shelter. You'll have to treat us well. Alright, gotta go. The old man is calling me. I'm off to hoard supplies. It's still a hassle. Envious of those slackers whose dads are the richest or have mines at home. Crying. Qin Jun. I'm already on the road to the Northwest. Crying. Chu Qinglian. I'm already on the road to the Southwest. Crying. Busy working, crying. My dad is the richest. Hey, don't leave yet. Let's chat a bit more. It's no big deal, no one's going to die. Don't panic. Brother Mao. I'm still here slacking off with you. What's up? Join the game. Mine at home, wait for me. Yeah, little princess, coming right away. Friend of women, crush them. Su-Yun looked at the last messages, his face dark with exasperation. The world-ending catastrophe was almost upon them, yet they could still form a gaming team. Truly a slackers group. They were serious about it. Unfortunately, though he wanted to join the Nebula Group, still had a mountain of decisions waiting for him. Su-Yun crying. The Nebula Tower was ablaze with lights. Many staff members hurried back and forth. Although only the top brass of the Nebula Group knew about the meteorite disaster, many employees sensed something was amiss. The Dragon Kingdom's unusual actions, coupled with the various task arrangements and hints from leadership, made everyone acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Only a calamity of such magnitude could drive the colossal Nebula Group to exhaust all its resources building a shelter. Even in the dead of night, they worked tirelessly, terrified of being abandoned by the group. Su-Yun watched this, and his resolve grew ever stronger. The Nebula Group had over 15,000 internal employees and more than 30,000 external ones. Adding their immediate family members, the shelter needed to accommodate at least 150,000 people. This was the final number after excluding outsourced companies and non-core staff. The pressure on him was immense. These 150,000 people required a vast supply of food and water every day. If the maritime transport vessels ran into trouble, they could only last a few years at most. After that, life would become extremely difficult. Even with hydroponic crops and livestock raised inside the shelter, it would only be a drop in the bucket for such a huge population. Perhaps the earthworm jerky from movies would become a reality. That was not the outcome he wanted. Minder, keep a close watch on the global maritime transport of all cargo vessels. Make sure they return to Binhai City intact, Su-Yun said gravely. By then that island nation won't let us take the supplies easily. Never mind. Let the major transport companies there help us deliver. Let them name their price. Everything must arrive at Binhai Harbor within a week. Others are making moves left and right. Our Nebula Group isn't afraid to spend big. Throw money at it. Ensure global supplies reach Binhai City within a week. Yun Minger's voice echoed in Su-Yun's ear. He furrowed his brow. What worried him most was that news of the meteorite disaster was already spreading. Soon every nation in the world would know. By then that island nation won't let us take the supplies easily. Never mind. Let the major transport companies there help us deliver. Let them name their price. Everything must arrive at Binhai Harbor within a week. Others are making moves left and right. Our Nebula Group isn't afraid to spend big. Throw money at it. Ensure global supplies reach Binhai City within a week. Su Yun waved his hand fearless. He guessed it would be at most 1 or 2 weeks before the meteorite disaster was no longer a secret. Except for ordinary people still in the dark, anyone with resources would begin preparations for the apocalypse. By then supplies and raw materials would be locked down tight, and even money wouldn't buy them. Fortunately, Assistant Jiang brought good news. Brother Yun procurement of survival supplies is nearly complete. The Industrial Minister Hua Yunfei is handling the construction materials and raw materials, and the funds are almost exhausted. Su Yun was surprised. So fast. Assistant Jiang smiled and nodded. It's not difficult. The Nebula Group sold or swapped industries while acquiring foreign supermarket chains and supply storage centers on a large scale. Money is a universal tool. As long as we manage to transport everything back successfully, it's ours. Domestic procurement was trickier, but in Guang'an province and several neighboring provinces, quite a few small and medium-sized supermarket chains and warehouse inventory centers have secretly changed hands. If the transport fleet doesn't encounter problems, all supplies can be delivered within a week. For the Nebula Group, the difficulty wasn't procurement, but transport. How to get everything back, quickly racing against time. Moreover, there was another problem. Global air transport operated around the clock, with planes taking off fully loaded. The warehouses belonging to the Nebula Group in Binhai City were already half full. Additionally, a large number of warehouses were being built in the Fingi Mountains. Each one, as soon as it was completed, was filled with goods, equipment, and raw materials within an hour. Now they faced the issue of having too many supplies. The warehouses were inadequate. When the maritime transport teams from around the world returned fully loaded, the Nebula Group would have no place to store the goods. Perishable items couldn't remain on the ships indefinitely. Even Assistant Jiang didn't know the exact amount of supplies she had acquired. Only a rough estimate. And it would only be more, not less. If everything was delivered to the Nebula Group, it would be enough to sustain 150,000 people for decades, or even centuries. Spending without restraint, she had spent so much that she almost lost interest in money. Of billions in prepayments had left her numb. Yet her task was flawlessly completed. Su Yun was a bit stunned. Damn, that was fast. Only a day had passed. Was this the true capability of the Tigress Jiang? No wonder all the elites of the Nebula Group admired her. However, transport and storage were indeed a challenge. With international turmoil, shipments could be seized by other countries. They could only rely on luck. If half the supplies made it back, he would be grateful. Also, the underground shelter had just begun construction, and there was no place for the massive amounts of supplies. After pondering, Su Yun could only resort to the simplest solution. Forget it. Build temporary warehouses on the outskirts of the Fingi Mountains, as many as possible. They'll handle the Dragon Kingdom. Su Yun said, his head aching. But it wasn't impossible. The government and citizens of Binhai City would have to evacuate inland. He just needed to hold out until the Dragon Kingdom took action. By then the country would be overwhelmed and wouldn't be able to bother with them. Besides, his connections and the power of the 4 prodigies were not to be underestimated. He had chosen to shelter 150,000 people. What more could they ask? He had to survive too. Moreover, among those 150,000 were many top-tier talents and elites of the Dragon Kingdom, including the research maniacs in the labs. Would they dare to bully him? As Ziling said, if the Nebula Group was pushed too far, nobody would survive. Now all they could do was to proceed steadily, prepare everything, and leave the rest to fate. It was already late at night. In the meeting room, many people were still working overtime, discussing the arrangements for various projects, then implementing and revising them. If there were any uncertain issues, they had to be escalated to Su Yun for a decision. Su Yun, sitting at the head of the table, looked at the dense files on his computer screen and felt a wave of dizziness. This was his fate. There was no way to slack off. He envied those idlers gaming in the dark. Assistant Jiang and her team had even more tasks. In the end, Su Yun had no choice but to grit his teeth and start processing. One piece of information brought him some comfort. All the executives and many internal and external employees had voluntarily pooled their savings into the Nebula Group, and personal funds were constantly flowing in. They're quite sensible. A bunch of clever little rascals, haha. A smirk curled at the corner of Su Yun's mouth, a feeling of paternal satisfaction. At least his immense pressure hadn't been in vain. Meanwhile, a young man with dyed silver hair and eccentric attire strode into the meeting room with a swagger, his expression calm. He looked at Su Yun, and Su Yun looked back at him. Their gazes met as if a spark of fierce electricity crackled. You're back, Su Yun said calmly. TCH, you called me. Li Shiguang pouted in defiance, pulled over a nearby chair, and flopped down, crossing his legs. He looked like he was second only to the ruler of heaven. I can get the job done, Li Shiguang said, narrowing his eyes. Whether it's the EM-resistant super satellites or assisting with the shelter construction, no problem. But I have one request and a few small conditions. Su Yun became serious. You know I never usually restrict you. As long as it's not a matter of principle ill agree. Handling this guy was simple. He wanted to build Iron Man suits, build mecha Gundams, and have Hao Yang find new elemental energy sources, new materials, and nuclear reactors. The apocalypse was coming. Let them build whatever they wanted. Who could stop them? Better yet, have them build a spaceship so he could take a spin in space. And with the Dragon Kingdom far away, they couldn't interfere. He never bothered to manage the 4 prodigy geniuses. They were free to do as they pleased as long as they didn't blow up the shelter. Li Shiguang was taken aback, then laughed. You said it. The military wants to take me away, and my godfather even spoke up. But only a fool would go. Just keep them off my back. Li Shiguang's eyes gleamed with cunning. He could work with the military and contribute to the country, but he absolutely refused to be kept in a cage. The Nebula Group was his happy home. Everyone here was talented, their words were pleasant to hear, and he loved it here. They gave him whatever he wanted, let him do whatever he pleased. Wasn't that the paradise of freedom? Who would want to go to a military base and be bossed around all day? Su Yun. Damn, had been careless. Competing with the military for talent. He didn't have that kind of clout. Even with 100 heads, he couldn't avoid being shot. Su Yun's face darkened, then he gritted his teeth and said, maybe you should just go. Let him go. No way. Li Shiguang rolled his eyes. They wanted him to come, so he came, but now they want him to leave. As if he would just obey. What did they take him for? A mascot to be summoned at will. He had his pride too. If you can't handle it, it'll go to big sister. I might as well live in the biology lab and take down anyone who comes. Li Shiguang threatened. There was no way he was leaving. At worst, he could hide until the catastrophic meteorite struck. By then, who would care about him? He was confident that as long as he refused to leave, no one could force him, not even Su Yun, the master of the Nebula Group. Moreover, Hao Yang here was a perfect match for him. Only by combining their lifelong knowledge could his mecha and Gundam come to life. Moreover, the evolution of Yunminger's super AI was highly satisfying. If it ultimately succeeded, future mecha and Gundam would be equipped with a super intelligent assistant capable of fully unleashing their true combat power. At that time, Li Shiguang would pilot a mecha sweeping across the world and dominating all. At this thought, Li Shiguang's eyes gleamed. Only Su Yun on the stage twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly. Li Shiguang not only had a powerful background, but was also one of the world's top talents in mechanics and military equipment. He also had close ties with the other 3 prodigies in the Nebula Group, forming a 4-way alliance in the Research Institute. If conditions allowed, their combined efforts could not only rapidly advance global technology, but even destroy the world. Not impossible. Perhaps Zi-Ling alone could handle it. Under the mutated supervirus, humans were all fragile lab mice. And he had seen no fewer than 10 types of such viruses in the deepest part of Zi-Ling's biology lab, through monitors sealed tightly by 5 layers of isolation systems. These were Zi-Ling's little darlings, painstakingly researched day and night. She treated them like pets with a morbid fondness. Whenever he saw them, his heart raced, his back chilled, as if he had glimpsed the Grim Reaper. Another was Hao Yang. Give him materials, nuclear fuel, energy, and in his madness, a single experiment could trigger irreversible catastrophe. A controllable, human-shaped Ivan the Terrible. And the last, Chu Xianga, a bald young man of 30, a prodigy, specializing solely in electromagnetic physics. Like Hao Yang, given the conditions, Su Yun believed he could create an electromagnetic field reversal over a large area with power comparable to an ultra-wide electromagnetic pulse, even endangering human life. These 4 research prodigies were undoubtedly the Nebula Group's ultimate trump card. Weapons of mass destruction on par with nuclear arms. At this thought, Su Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Such top-tier talents would never be let go by the nation. Before the meteor calamity, they would likely be forcibly taken away. Li Shiguang was an example. The military district urgently needed him and had already started recruiting. He was not only a self-proclaimed mechanic, but also a master of superweaponry. If he stayed with the Nebula Group, the post-apocalyptic armed forces would be formidable. The other 3, along with the top research talents in the Institute, were all targets. The nation was in crisis, involving the survival of over 1 billion Dragon Kingdom citizens. Special times called for special measures. This is a bit difficult, Su Yun suddenly said with a headache. He didn't have the power to contend with the Dragon Kingdom. Only a futile struggle leading to utter destruction awaited. Li Shiguang seemed to see Su Yun's predicament. He pursed his lips and said, actually, it's not hard. We just need to let the Dragon Kingdom know that our hearts belong to the Dragon Kingdom. He squinted, already having a plan in mind. In the coming disaster, oxygen, cold-resistant, constant temperature, and ventilation will be crucial survival conditions. I can solve the ventilation and constant temperature problems. Big Sister Zi-Ling can also cultivate super algae plants and oxygen supply devices. These are exactly what the Dragon Kingdom needs now. Li Shiguang paced the meeting room, his face full of confidence. Over 1 billion people need to stay in underground shelters. These 3 major problems cannot be solved by ordinary instruments or technology. But we can. By then we can throw them out to shut those people up. With the scale of the Nebula Group and the energy of our 4 super prodigies, no one will dare to reach out. Li Shiguang pointed at himself, made a grabbing motion, then chopped down with his other hand like a knife, proud and confident. Su Yun pondered, his face growing more resolute. They couldn't win by force. They also needed to survive and even live better. Although he was a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he also had selfish motives. He had already done enough in the past with a clear conscience. But now they wanted to take his people. He would see if he would allow it. The major military districts all owed the Nebula Group several big favors, which were like golden life-saving talismans. It was time to use them. In the apocalypse, darkness and chaos reigned. Hearts were uneasy, and everyone felt endangered. As long as they held on until then, all crises in the Dragon Kingdom would be resolved. The Nebula Group would also break free from their shackles, responsible only for their own future. The sea is vast for fish to leap, the sky is high for birds to fly. Assistant Jiang suddenly spoke up. Brother Yun, these three technologies are very important. We can no longer give them away unconditionally. Whether it's nuclear fuel or other rare and restricted raw materials, we can trade with the Dragon Kingdom. She had just checked the survival requirements of large underground shelters in an ice age. Oxygen, constant temperature, and ventilation were indispensable. There might be many lab-grade products that could supply them, but the demand of over 1 billion people was no joke. If something went wrong, massive numbers of Dragon Kingdom citizens would die. No one could bear that pressure. Moreover, Li Shiguang and Ziling's abilities were unquestionable. The products they researched were epic-making technology. It could be said that as long as they offered these three technologies, every large underground shelter in the Dragon Kingdom would have to beg them for it. Whether the Dragon Kingdom, the military, or other major powers, if they wanted it, they would have to trade resources. Every unit produced would provide a living environment for countless people. With such a life-and-death contribution, no one would dare to touch them. Su Yun nodded. He also understood the importance of these three technologies. After all, even the Nebula Group's own large underground shelter required the joint efforts of Ziling and Li Shiguang to perfectly build a survival ecosystem. In other large shelters, he didn't believe anyone could solve it in advance. They could only cobble together many survival systems and instruments to barely meet survival standards. This crude method might seem acceptable. Just surviving is good enough. But without ultra-large power generation facilities and massive fuel, they would eventually perish in the Ice Age apocalypse. Su Yun smiled. He didn't expect that the biggest problem already had a solution. At this moment, he looked at Li Shiguang with immense relief. This kid had grown up, actually taking the initiative to help the Nebula Group. Although he had his own motives, as long as he acted, that was enough. The Nebula Group would not let him down. The rest was up to him. He'll bear the pressure from the military and the Dragon Kingdom. I need you and Ziling to complete the research 1 month before the Meteor calamity. Su Yun said firmly. In the final month, they must produce finished products and even enough quantities. Otherwise, by then the 4 prodigies in the Research Institute would be impossible to keep. Such nation-stabilizing top-tier research prodigies would definitely be taken away by force. How with me on it, it's no problem. I guarantee to complete the task ahead of schedule. Li Shiguang put away his lazy attitude and confidently promised. In the field of mechanics, I am the god. 3 days later, the weather grew increasingly scorching. Longwo's various actions could not be concealed. The information about the doomsday theory had leaked out. However, only the news of an impending disaster was leaked. The exact truth had long been suppressed and eradicated by Longwa through various means. This led many nations to mock Longwa, scoffing at the apocalyptic rumors. They believed Longwa's attempt to mobilize all its citizens to build shelters was utterly absurd. After all, it was already 2024. If the end were coming, it would have arrived long ago. Anyone who believed it was a fool. If they wanted proof, they should produce solid evidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't play along. Of course, this was exactly what Longwa hoped for. The best outcome was that no one believed, allowing them to buy another round of supplies and raw materials. In stark contrast to the calm and mocking life abroad, the domestic scene was ablaze with activity, the roar of machinery everywhere. A single move triggered a chain reaction. Longwo's citizens watched as roads were sealed off, countless trucks and engineering convoys transported goods day and night, causing the doomsday theory to explode once again within the country. In their hearts, they believed Longwo would never act so recklessly. This was equivalent to suicide. We must be hiding something. In my city, large numbers of factories have shut down, leaving hundreds of thousands unemployed. I want to know the truth. Is the truth still important? Be smart. Longwa, along with the big conglomerates and powers, have already hinted at it. If you have the means, build your own shelter as soon as possible. That's the right call. I've already started. Let me show you image JPG. Hey fellow countrymen. This guy actually has a villa, planning to dig deeper and convert the basement into a shelter. Add me. This group is full of talented people and everyone has already started construction. We can look out for each other after the apocalypse. Indeed. Only those foreign idiots are still waiting for the truth. This chaos is just as I wished. Any beautiful ladies want to join? Ill pay, ill contribute. After the end, well, feast and live well. Alas, it seems we're truly doomed. Our small city of Ningxing has already imposed a curfew. Shopping malls and entertainment venues are closing one after another. We can only buy daily necessities during specific daytime hours. Otherwise, we're herded back home, and we've been forced to fill out various personal information forms. This life is unbearable. Don't panic. I filled them out too, no big deal. Good news, the Xingyun Group gaming platform is still running. Awesome. Thanks to that money-grubbing fat guy, the head of Xingyun Games. Otherwise staying home would drive me crazy. Fuck gaming. The apocalypse is coming and we're all going to die. Damn it. I struggled for over a decade and just bought a house with full payment, haven't even lived in it for a few days. What a fucking nightmare. Everyone don't panic. Longwa won't abandon us. The whole city is building all kinds of projects. We'll definitely survive the apocalypse. What I'm worried about is whether there will be quotas. There are too many people, and they've reminded us that those with the means should build their own shelters. In the Doomsday movies, even Noah's Ark required a lottery. Then I'm screwed. I'm such a useless person. I filled out that information form too. I only graduated from middle school. Longwood definitely won't need me. Same here. You're a waste, I'm a maggot. But the advantage is mine. I can just eat shit. Countless Longwood citizens were in a panic. All entertainment venues closed and many SWAT teams began sealing off warehouses, logistics centers, and key transport routes. It felt like returning to those days of the past. The personal information form that every Longwood citizen had to fill out filled them with fear, as if it were a selection for some kind of quota. However, the difference this time was that Longwa began large-scale conscription, recalling veterans, implementing military administration across all cities, and taking over all government powers. Moreover, air raid shelters, subway entrances, large underground parking lots, and more were all being built on a massive scale, a clear sign of the impending apocalypse. Anyone who wasn't stupid had already guessed the severity of the problem. The major domestic powers and conglomerates had all started large-scale construction of underground shelters, leaving no room for doubt. Especially the Xingyun Group in Binhai City. They had taken over the entire Binhai harbor. One cargo ship after another arrived in an endless stream, delivering countless containers that filled every warehouse, an open-air yard piling up like mountains. 9 out of 10 containers in the harbor bore the 4 characters, Xingyun Group, making it look as if the entire harbor belonged to them, catching everyone off guard. At the Binhai airport, cargo planes belonging to Xingyun Group took off and landed every moment. Several large warehouses near the airport were also fully taken over, and trucks continuously hauled goods away to Fengyi Mountain. Now the Fengyi Mountain range was completely sealed off by tall construction fences, and the scale was still expanding. These scenes were uploaded to the internet by netizens. The bustling activity on the entire Fengyi Mountain range made it easy to guess that Xingyun Group was definitely building a massive shelter. And it wasn't just Xingyun Group. The Ant Group, Penguin Group, Yida Group, and other major powers within Longhua all made moves of astonishing scale. Several of them were no less ambitious than Xingyun Group, some even more frantic, demolishing and transporting supplies and equipment everywhere. In the northwest, southwest, and central inland regions, countless engineering teams appeared out of nowhere with operations even larger than Xingyun Group's. The frantic collection of supplies and construction of shelters, without regard for consequences, brought all entertainment projects in Longhua to a halt except for the Xingyun Games and the national platform. Even more terrifying was a photo that appeared online, breaking everyone's composure. In several Antarctic harbors, countless cargo ships laden with supplies filled the entire surrounding sea area. Batch after batch of supplies were sent to the center of the Antarctic continent, and over 100 new flight routes to Antarctica appeared, with planes from all over the world arriving daily. Several covert photos showed the presence of Little Ma, Big Ma, and other top domestic tycoons and families from Longhua. The implications were obvious. In the Xingyun Group conference room, Su Yun swiped his tablet, browsing the various situations online, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, although Xingyun Group's moves were substantial, their base was in Binhai City, so the impact was limited. But the other powers were not so simple. Apart from building shelters deep inland, they also carried away countless supplies, equipment, and resources along the way. The impact they caused was far greater than his. It was estimated that all Longhua citizens were watching them, making it impossible to hide. Unfortunately, these powers possessed immense influence, and they enjoyed a green light all the way, encountering no obstacles. Even more extreme as the news spread. Some entire families relocated to the Antarctic continent, abandoning Longhua's territory and leaving this place far behind. At least dozens of major powers and families had left, believing that the Antarctic shelter was safer. It seems I was too cautious. Longhua can barely save itself, so how could it have the strength to restrict us? Su Yun said with a slight smile. Across Longhua, except for coastal areas, all first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier cities had launched shelter construction efforts. Wherever one went, the scene was bustling with activity. Streets were filled with large quantities of steel and concrete mixer trucks. Military administration was enforced, restricting everyone's movement. Longhua's population was too large to accommodate everyone. They had to race against time, building enough shelter projects quickly and efficiently. When it's almost over, we can release those 3 survival devices. Su Yun squinted and murmured. Over the past few days, no fewer than 5 groups had come to Xingyun Group, trying to take away the 4 geniuses of the Research Institute and other top scientific researchers. They appealed to emotions, reason, and profit. Finally, they even produced official orders attempting to force them away. A few idiots even tried to claim ownership of Xingyun Group's resources, threatening him with their status. If he hadn't made a phone call to Li Shiguang's godfather, these people would have ignored Xingyun Group's contributions and acted directly. At this thought, Su Yun felt an even greater sense of injustice. If not for someone backing them, the little darlings of the Nebula Group would probably have been lost. No, it should be that this world would have been lost. By then he might not be able to control what the four monstrous prodigies would do. Unless he could restrain the four individuals holed up in the Research Institute's laboratory at the very first moment, their rebellion might truly trigger an early apocalypse. Su Yun, who knew their personalities best, was absolutely certain that they would never give up their freedom to be controlled by the Dragon Kingdom. Genius and madness are separated by a single thought. Moreover, just before the last batch of people arrived yesterday, Ling sent him a video. In the biological laboratory, Ling held a test tube, emitting a dazzling blue light, her expression calm, yet frenzied. You can choose to hand us over, and we can choose to break this test tube. The ancient primordial virus, codenamed Heaven's Punishment, possesses unparalleled contagion and aggression. It can breach the human immune system within an hour of contacting the body, frying their brains. Though it may not be enough to destroy the world, it can kill 80% of the global population. Moreover, I have 18 variations of this virus. Even for me, it would take months to develop an effective inhibitor unless the remaining 20% hide underground forever. This madwoman, Su Yun, was instantly shattered. Damn it, he was only 23 and he hadn't lived enough yet. And that wasn't all. Hao Yang, Li Shiguang, Chu Xiangge, and over a dozen top-tier researchers all stood by Ling's side. They had spent their entire lives researching various fields of technology. Having stayed so long in the Nebula Group, they truly loved it, as if they had experienced a paradise-like treatment. Su Yun's indifferent attitude, his reckless supply of resources for their research, and the care he provided for all researchers' families moved their hearts. Such a leader deserved their gratitude. Unless they were to die, they would never leave. They would stand with the Nebula Group until the end. This decision was made not only for the sake of their dreams, but also for their families and the future of the Nebula Group. At that moment, Su Yun's heart suddenly surged with strength. He wanted to post Ling's video across the entire internet, threatening the Dragon Kingdom with the safety of all humanity on Earth. But in the end, he truly dared not. He feared that a mushroom bomb would rain down that very day, obliterating the entire Nebula Research Institute. Trust me, I will protect you and everyone in the Nebula Group. In the end, Su Yun gave them a firm reply. He had several favors with the military department, and no one would dare to use force against him. As for the other powerful figures in control, he had already devised a plan. He only needed to let the situation continue to ferment, so he could fish in troubled waters and escape the Dragon Kingdom's constraints. Fortunately, it didn't take long. 3 days later, as if struck by the Dragon Kingdom, the beautiful country also began purchasing survival supplies, minerals, coal, oil, and natural gas globally. And it was even more frantic. A full military deployment sweeping across the seas, threatening war if nations refused to sell. Carrier battle groups and countless warplanes intimidated. They ignored international condemnation, resolute and unyielding. Nearly 50 nuclear submarines surfaced in key strategic locations like the Arctic, Atlantic, Antarctic, and Pacific. The most powerful deterrent in the world was the mushroom bomb. When the beautiful country learned of the meteor disaster, they nearly went mad. The apocalypse was truly coming. And a massive amount of domestic survival supplies had been bought up by the Dragon Kingdom and several of its factions and conglomerates. If not for restricting the Dragon Kingdom's purchases, all supplies would have been gone, leaving them to drink the northwest wind after the apocalypse. Still, nearly half of the survival supplies had entered the Dragon Kingdom. At least 1 trillion of its over $3 trillion foreign exchange reserves had been spent on them, taking away countless material resources. President Jordan was so enraged that he vomited blood, trembling as he pointed at the sky, his eyes wide with disbelief before being sent to the ICU. Who could have imagined that a good opportunity to clear inventory and earn military funds would suddenly be ruined by a damned meteor? No one could bear that. Fortunately, the beautiful country possessed the strongest military in the world. Under military threat, they managed to bring back a large amount of survival supplies and raw materials, breathing a sigh of relief. They dared not engage in internal conflict with the Dragon Kingdom, which also knew the intelligence. Apart from the other 4 permanent members of the UN Security Council and other nuclear-armed nations, they swept through most countries globally forcibly, taking countless supplies. They spent all the useless US dollars printing money while destroying the global market. Soon nuclear powers like the Bear Kingdom and England also learned of the meteor intelligence and joined in. Under full firepower coverage and nuclear threats, weak nations had no choice but to compromise to avoid war. Thus, at the ports and airports of the countries being forcibly purchased, military forces from various nations were now present. Mountains of supplies filled warehouses and containers, waiting for countless large transport planes and cargo ships to ship them back. Especially little Japan. Having already been swept clean by various Dragon Kingdom factions, it had just revived its market full of vitality. They had been looking forward to the new year's production, which would not only restore market normalcy, but also consume large amounts of old stockpiles. What a great thing. But now they were being plundered again by the major nations. The entire little Japan began to struggle for survival even before the apocalypse arrived. Countless citizens endured daily hunger, their former good times gone forever, requiring at least a quarter or a year to recover. Countless netizens in the Dragon Kingdom, still reeling from the nationwide construction, saw the miserable state of little Japan and were stunned, almost setting off firecrackers. The major powers had all moved, and the scene of standing against the world stirred fear, further proving that the apocalypse was imminent. A suffocating sense of dread instantly enveloped the earth. Every nation that had mocked the Dragon Kingdom earlier now regretted it deeply. Who could have imagined that the Dragon Kingdom was serious? The apocalypse was truly coming. After being bullied once by the major powers, all nations began to take action. They started hoarding supplies and resources, seeking exact disaster information while building various shelters. Amidst the chaos, undercurrents surged. Meanwhile, at the Nebula Group, Su Yun listened to Yun Minger's reports through his independent earphones. The Dragon Kingdom's methods are terrifying. It delayed the news by a full week before the beautiful country found out. 70% of the materials and raw materials that had to be shipped by sea have already arrived in Binhai City. Unfortunately, 10% were intercepted, and the remaining 20% are hiding in the depths of the Pacific, unable to be transported back. Once they sail, they are easily discovered and forcibly taken by other countries. Hearing this, Su Yun frowned. That 10% of supplies were mainly intercepted and blocked by Little Japan, the Kangaroo Country, and the Coconut Country. And those dozens of cargo ships were also forcefully seized. The whole world was already falling into chaos. The news of the apocalypse has spread across the entire Earth. By now, the advantage of knowing the disaster in advance is almost gone. It's a pity. Have our people all come back. Leave the supplies to them. Let the remaining 20% of the sea freighters hide for now and see if there's a chance later. Su Yun shook his head helplessly. Time was not on his side. If only he had a few more days. But he didn't need to worry. They had already gained enough. Besides the sea routes, they still had air transport and several domestic logistics chain warehouses. Although Assistant John's methods were very discreet, they had bought quite a lot. The Nebula Group had already spent all its unrelated industries and funds. Yun Minger roughly calculated the supplies belonging to the Nebula Group in Binhai City and reached a conclusion: these supplies were enough to sustain 150 people for 80 years without worry. What happens after 80 years can be discussed then. As long as they guarded these supplies and raw materials, they had already won the first stage before the apocalypse. In early August, the weather was dry and scorching. As the information was confirmed by various countries, the news that a meteorite over 20 kilometers in diameter was about to strike the blue planet exploded across all networks. Countless people were horrified. The internet was filled with cries of despair. When doomsday descended, countless souls would perish. Large-scale protests erupted on the streets, accompanied by looting, arson, and violence. In an instant, chaos deepened within every nation, especially in the free, gunfighting nation, the land of liberty. Firefights broke out at every moment, plunging the once prosperous cities into flames and gloom. Yet no one had time to pay them heed. The military suppressed the unrest, emptied their magazines, and swiftly quelled the turmoil. Special times called for special measures. Soon the entire blue planet began constructing shelters, and a temporary calm settled in, with only fervent engineering projects unfolding one after another. The Xingyun Group had already been operating at full capacity, consolidating all resources to build the hive shelter. After half a month of relentless effort, the interior of Fingy Mountain was successfully hollowed out. 32 colossal steel pillars supported a cavernous space over 100 meters high within the mountain. The vast space, stretching about 400 to 500 meters in length and width, gleamed with metallic luster, inspiring awe. This was undoubtedly a large-scale, nuclear-resistant structure capable of withstanding a nuclear shockwave. The outer layer comprised over 10 meters of mountain rock, followed by nearly 5 meters of ultra-high-strength concrete. Inside, an additional layer of steel walls nearly 3 meters thick had been cast. The entire space resembled an encased steel fortress, with the outer defensive wall over 20 meters thick, providing an immense sense of security. A reserve layer had also been prepared, designed to resist electromagnetic pulses once the shelter was completed. Currently, Fingy Mountain had only one entrance and exit. On the side opposite the coastline at the foot of Fingy Mountain, a vast cave opening appeared. Approximately 30 meters high and over 50 meters wide, it seemed like a grand gateway relative to the mountain's height of over 500 meters, allowing easy passage for various engineering equipment and heavy machinery. At the center of the interior, a bottomless pit was still being excavated, with a multitude of construction machines tirelessly digging out massive amounts of earth and rock, producing a constant roar. Trucks laden with soil shuttled out one after another, dumping their loads onto the nearby plains of Fingy Mountain to be compacted and pressed. The Xingyun shelter was being constructed methodically, with an estimated completion time of 4 months. In front of a large screen on one side of the conference room, Su Yun nodded with satisfaction. Watching the initial form of the shelter gradually take shape according to his vision, he grew increasingly confident about surviving the apocalypse. Master, there's good news. Li Shiguang has successfully developed a ventilation system exclusive to the Xingyun hive shelter and is now retrofitting universal ventilation equipment for trade. Yun Minger's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. The screen then transformed into a simple animated illustration. On the cliffside of Fengyi Mountain at a height of 300 meters, two giant dual-blade fans slowly rotated. As the fans spun, airflow drew in vast amounts of air from outside, traveling through a channel over 10 meters wide into the underground, then spreading through the ventilation system to every architectural cluster. The exhaust vents worked similarly. The two giant fans, one for intake and one for exhaust, provided sufficient ventilation for the Xingyun hive shelter. Although the concept appeared simple, its implementation was exceedingly difficult. Whether it was the high-strength metal materials or the fan motors, they all had to withstand the immense torque and pressure of vortex compression. After all, each fan exceeded 20 meters in height. Dense clusters of fan blades 100 times more terrifying than a meat grinder generated tremendous suction and pressure once in motion. Ordinary motors could barely drive them, let alone overcome the design of the blades and the composition of the distribution system. This was Li Shiguang's pinnacle mechanical ingenuity. His ventilation system solved a critical survival challenge. Hearing this, Su Yun chuckled. Not bad, not bad. That kid has some real skill. He finished the ventilation system so quickly. With the apocalypse imminent, having such talent in the Xingyun group was a tremendous advantage. Each of the four prodigies in the Xingyun Research Institute played a vital role. Whoever dared to lay a hand on them, he would have their hands severed. Instruct the security department to continue expanding and training the Xingyun group employees. I want everyone to have a healthy body. As for the Research Institute, no one is to be allowed in without my explicit order. Su Yun's eyes turned fierce as he spoke. The talents of the Xingyun group had long been targeted by the powerful figures governing the Long Kingdom. They had no reason to seize the materials given the group's formidable backing and influential patrons. However, the top minds of the Xingyun Research Institute were considered national assets. Special circumstances called for special handling. Apart from the military, no fewer than 3 factions had approached. First, to take away the dozen or so leading scientific talents from the institute. Second, they even sought to redistribute the group's materials under the guise of acting in their best interest. Every day, Su Yun bore immense pressure dealing with the coercion of these factions and engaging in endless diplomatic wrangling, much to his headache. Fortunately, the military had decreed that the Xingyun group, having made significant contributions to the Long Kingdom, should not be forcibly handled. Yet as the situation escalated, he could not predict how long he could hold out. This drove him to contemplate resistance. The entire research institute was sealed off. Within it lay the core of the Xingyun group, possessing the power to counter any threat. Moreover, he had authorized Xiling Li Shiguang and the others to prepare for the worst and have countermeasures ready. Rest assured, Master. Minger has been monitoring the research institute. The entire area within a 10-kilometer radius is under my surveillance. No one can breach it. With Yun Minger keeping constant watch, Su Yun was able to ease his anxiety. We can't delay any longer. What we still lack are the critical nuclear materials. We must find a way to acquire some, he muttered, frowning. The longer time passed, the more crucial nuclear materials would become. He feared that those with ulterior motives might use this to threaten him. After all, their stockpile of petroleum and gasoline was far too meager to sustain them long. Even if Li Shiguang had developed a large-scale advanced geothermal power generation system, it could not fulfill the entire shelter's energy demands. They were already under the Long Kingdom's watchful eye, and their materials would not be ceded easily without conditions. The only option lay with foreign nuclear powers. Both the Bear Kingdom and the Land of Liberty were super-nuclear powers possessing abundant pure uranium. Fortunately, the international situation was growing increasingly chaotic, offering him opportunities to fish in troubled waters. Now all that remained was to wait for the right moment. Wang Jicheng sighed. Alas, it's truly unbearable. Several world-class architects from the Yida group have been taken away by the state. It seems the pressure of over 1 billion people is overwhelming enough to crush even a superpower. Yet the nation hasn't abandoned them. It's a mix of reverence and resentment for us. In the slackers group of the second generation of wealth, Wang Jicheng spoke with both indignation and emotion. Under the banner of the greater good, any citizen of the Dragon Nation must unconditionally aid the motherland enforced by law or face charges of treason, unless one leaves the Dragon Nation immediately. Qin Jun said, it's the same on my end. But as citizens of the Dragon Nation, this is the awareness we should have. Our foundation is deep, our resources abundant. If we can secure a path to survival, saving half is enough. I don't ask for more, alas. Brother Mao sighed. Alas, let's all understand. The Dragon Nation is truly in a difficult position. So far, the completed shelters can only accommodate 500 to 600 million people. Are we really going to abandon the rest? Jia Li Yuquang responded. Good heavens, that's less than half. How can the entire nation's efforts yield so little? No one had anticipated that the full might of the Dragon Nation operating at full capacity could only shelter less than half its population. They knew the Dragon Nation was a superpower ranking first or second in both economic and military strength. Moreover, they had been forewarned of the meteorite apocalypse a week earlier than other nations. With such ample preparation, how could it be that not all Dragon Nation citizens could be housed in shelters? Wang Zhichong exclaimed, "How can this be? It shouldn't be." Chu Qinglian remarked, "I'm already overwhelmed with just over 3,000 people on my end. 1 billion. I can't even fathom it. It's too difficult." Brother Mao added, "Indeed, many technologies are still immature. The conditions required to survive the meteorite cataclysm and the Ice Age underground are extremely harsh, especially when ensuring the safety of over 1 billion lives. No one can bear such a colossal responsibility." The news sent shockwaves through the group, yet it also made sense. They all understood. After all, they had encountered numerous daunting challenges when constructing their own underground shelters. First, the space had to be vast as their supplies, equipment, and instruments were too numerous and none could be discarded. Second, the underground structures had to be robust enough to withstand nuclear-level impacts. A meteorite over 20 kilometers long was no trivial matter. Even a fragment could devastate a vast expanse of land. The resulting earthquakes and shockwaves would be terrifying, easily obliterating underground shelters. If fortune did not favor them, a shelter lacking nuclear impact resistance would surely be annihilated instantly. Third, and most crucially, the conditions for survival. Even if they survived the meteorite disaster, a series of catastrophes would follow. Whether it was oxygen depletion, poor ventilation, or the onset of an ice age, insufficient preparation would doom the underground shelters. Meanwhile, at the Nebula Group's conference room, Su Yun had also picked up on this information. A glint of sharp light flashed in his narrowed eyes. The opportunity had finally arrived. If it had come any later, he too would have crumbled under pressure, and the top talents from his research institute would have been forcibly taken away. At that point, he might have led his people to resist to the end, standing against the Dragon Nation. Menger released the information on the Nebula Group's dual vortex, ultra-large ventilation technology, and the purple cloud algae oxygen supply technology. "Let the whole world's attention focus on us," Su Yun said firmly. Both Li Shiguang's ventilation technology and Ziling's oxygen supply equipment were world-class innovations. At this stage, no other equipment could replace them. These two mature survival technologies were theirs alone. His goal was singular: to acquire enough pure uranium and various rare elements and metals needed for research. The chance would come only once. So let the Nebula Group stand at the center of the storm. "Understood, Master." The details of these two technologies will be disseminated across the internet in 3 minutes. In about 8 minutes, people will start contacting us. In 15 minutes, the Dragon Nation will also step in to stop us. Yun Minger's voice echoed in his ear. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded. 15 minutes. Stretch it a bit. Make it half an hour. These two technologies would drive every nation on Earth to madness. The hope of survival they offered would make people stop at nothing to possess them. The Dragon Nation would not be able to suppress this. With the world's eyes on him, would the Dragon Nation dare to act against him? Su Yun decided to gamble. Ventilation and oxygen survival technologies. Anyone want them? Just developed. Those geniuses at home are quite impressive, Su Yun announced. In the Slackers group of the second generation of wealth, Su Yun directly uploaded detailed information on the two technologies. The dual vortex ventilation system boasted exceptional ventilation capacity, with 3 tiers sufficient to support shelters of 100 and 100 people. The equipment was too large for small shelters and required self-transport and installation with a manual provided. The purple cloud algae oxygen equipment occupied 130 square meters, stood 5 meters high, and could supply enough oxygen for 500 people in a shelter consuming 100 kilowatt-hours per day. Delivery and installation were not included, but a manual was provided. Everyone was stunned. Good heavens! Could the Nebula Group still be doing business with the apocalypse right around the corner? Their audacity was astonishing. Yet these two technologies were incredibly tempting. The large footprint didn't matter. One ventilation system was enough for an entire shelter, and the oxygen equipment consumed only 100 kilowatt-hours per day. A trivial amount. Truly a stroke of genius. At that moment, no one could stay calm. Wang Zhichong said, "Bro, I need 3 sets of the 500-person ventilation system and 6 sets of the oxygen equipment. Name your price." "My father is the richest man," added Su Kid, his father. 2 sets of the ventilation system and 4 sets of oxygen equipment. Whatever you need, supplies, raw materials, research talent, or apocalypse safety engineers, just say the word. Qin Jun exclaimed, "Damn, it's always the Nebula Group. They've solved 2 major survival challenges so quickly. I need 1 or 2 sets over here." Friend of Women chimed in, "Seriously, my dad actually praised me for knowing a good brother. When you're rich, don't forget me. I need 2 sets of each. If I bring them back to my dad, it'll be set for life." Chu Qinglian pleaded, "Su Yun, can you gift me a set? I'm too poor to afford one." Crying. Su Yun nodded with satisfaction and replied to each one. The purchase orders, already at a 50% discount, were filled with crucial resources and rare metals. In these times, society had reverted to a barter economy. Under the apocalypse, money was worthless, less valuable than a piece of bread. Even to Chu Qinglian, the young lady, he didn't hesitate to gift a set. Though he never had enough resources, he didn't lack them either. Instead, he chose to earn favors. After all, Chu Qinglian's grandfather was a high-ranking figure in the Southwest Military District, a latent influence not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, the technical information released by the Nebula Group had captured global attention. The powerful ventilation system and the oxygen supply equipment capable of sustaining 5,000 people were top-tier survival facilities, indispensable necessities. The United States declared, "Damn the Nebula Group, again. Send someone with a good temper to trade resources. We need at least 1,000 sets. Bring them back. As for the rest of the trash, they don't deserve to be in shelters. Let them die outside." Russia said, "Send a diplomat to the Nebula Group. As long as they don't demand exorbitant prices, even restricted materials, give them whatever they want." The White Turban Nation added, "We need the largest and the best. Dispatch a negotiation team immediately. Resources are no issue." Japan lamented, "I've said it all along, those people at the Nebula Group are tremendous talents. If we couldn't steal them, we should have killed them. Look at this. And damn the Kangaroo Nation. We only asked for a small piece of land to build a shelter, and they dared to demand so many resources. Go die." On the 22nd floor of Nebula Tower, hundreds of staff members were frantically answering one phone call after another, a scene of bustling tension. On the other end of the line were either people inquiring about the authenticity of the equipment information or those eager to make purchases directly. Their identities and titles were increasingly formidable, leaving even the elite employees of Nebula Group feeling somewhat overwhelmed. According to statistics among the forces outside the official sphere within the Dragon Kingdom, the number of large, medium, and small shelters had already exceeded 5,000. Personal shelters, meanwhile, numbered over 300,000. The moment the information released by Nebula Group was seen, the leaders of various large-scale shelter projects immediately made contact. Whether it was ventilation systems or oxygen supply equipment, these were indispensable conditions for survival. Nebula Group's technological prowess was second to none. Their products were undoubtedly the most top-tier survival gear available. To obtain them was to secure a guarantee of life itself. The other medium and small shelters were not to be left behind, inquiring whether there were smaller ventilation systems and oxygen supply units available. The populations of their shelters ranged from a few hundred to a few thousand people. They simply did not require such powerful survival facilities. But anything from Nebula was bound to be of premium quality. Smaller versions were sure to exist, it was merely a matter of adapting them. It all depended on their sincerity. After all, with the apocalypse looming, money had become worthless paper. Non-renewable raw materials, rare metals, timber, and biological specimens were growing increasingly precious. As long as their sincerity was sufficient, providing resources first, then receiving goods, Nebula Group would certainly not make things difficult for them. Regardless of which faction it was selling to, one was the same as selling to another. Why would they turn away resources? On the massive screen above, a global map was displayed. The map was marked with over 500 red dots scattered across the globe, each indicating the location of a shelter under construction. Especially in Antarctica, they were densely packed with no fewer than 70 or 80 apocalypse shelters. This signified that approximately 600 shelters had purchased both ventilation and oxygen supply equipment from Nebula Group, radiating across the globe. Miss Yun Minger ventilation units have exceeded 3,000 sets, and oxygen supply instruments have surpassed 5,000 sets. Negotiations are ongoing with various countries worldwide, and the numbers are expected to double. Can our production capacity keep up? Hua Yunfei, the Minister of Industry, stood by the entrance looking at the tablet in his hand as he asked. His face bore a grave expression, fully understanding the reasoning behind Su Yun's move. Operating covertly under the Dragon Kingdom's watch was akin to walking a tightrope at an altitude of 10,000 meters. A single misstep would lead to utter ruin. Of course, if they succeeded and weathered the pressure, Nebula Group would soar like a dragon breaking free from its cage. With a ding, another screen displayed the scene inside the Nebula Heavy Industry Center. Within the sprawling industrial park spanning over 5,000 hectares, 12 production facilities were operating at full capacity. Thanks to Li Shiguang, a master mechanic, the factories had achieved full mechanized production. Apart from a few workers overseeing operations, the rest were countless mechanical arms manufacturing equipment and instruments packaging them up. Each of the 12 factories housed 3 production lines running around the clock. The warehouses were already piled high with thousands of ventilation system sets and purple cloud algae oxygen supply instruments. Production began 3 days ago. We now have a total of 1,800 sets of ventilation systems across various specifications and over 3,000 sets of purple cloud algae oxygen supply equipment. Within a week, our production capacity will be sufficient to meet global demand. Yun Minger's voice echoed in Hua Yunfei's ear. Upon hearing this, he finally set aside his worries. As long as production capacity could keep up, Nebula Group would seize a lifeline. Their task now was simple: take orders, wait for various forces to come and trade, and deliver the equipment. That would spell success. I just hope Brother Su can withstand the pressure. Hua Yunfei shook his head helplessly. The Dragon Kingdom was both Nebula Group's greatest support and its biggest obstacle. Their current approach was akin to a cherished grandson who had grown up wanting to abandon his grandfather, become self-reliant, break free from family control, and fly far away. But it was unavoidable. Nebula Group had matured and grown powerful. A shallow pond could not contain a true dragon. It was destined to soar into the sky and plunge into the sea. And as for the Dragon Kingdom, they believed they had acted with a clear conscience. Unwilling to be perpetually caged, they had no choice but to shatter this prison, pierce through the clouds, and soar to the heavens. To this end, the entire Nebula Group was striving relentlessly. Meanwhile, in the sole director's office of Nebula Group, a dignified, middle-aged voice rang out with indignation. Do you deserve the protection the Dragon Kingdom has given you? Do you deserve it in the eyes of all its citizens? Why didn't you report this first? This is a provocation against the Dragon Kingdom's authority and affront to the nation's dignity. Su Yun lounged lazily in his chair, his eyes half closed, observing the three middle-aged men before him. These three represented the Dragon Kingdom's government, each being a leading figure from a critical agency or department. Behind them loomed the shadows of several high-ranking officials wielding significant power. Nebula Group has certainly done right by the Dragon Kingdom. At least half of our production will be prioritized for domestic shelters, Su Yun said calmly and collectedly. He was all too familiar with such confrontations. The pressure could be immense or minimal. From the perspective of humanity's greater good, Nebula Group was contributing to the entire world. And as for the nation, dedicating 50% of their production capacity was a clear conscience. As for what you said about not reporting first and acting on our own, Su Yun almost laughed out loud. He spread his hands and continued, don't forget an asteroid is about to strike. Is there something wrong with me trying to acquire foreign supplies and resources? Isn't that a good thing? Nebula Group had long been under surveillance. Had they forgotten after all this time that he was the sole master of Nebula Group? Now they dared to forbid them from developing freely. If they had the guts, they could try to forcibly take him away and see if Nebula Group would erupt and whether the forces behind him could further complicate and destabilize the Dragon Kingdom's situation. Su Yun's gaze was resolute, even fierce, as he stared at the three middle-aged men before him, refusing to back down an inch. The three men, frowning deeply, fixed their eyes on the young man before them. Su Yun, the controller of Nebula Group. Both sides bore immense pressure, waiting to see who would break first. In their locked gazes, the air grew heavier, as if a tangible force pressed down on Su Yun's shoulders, weighing on his body, threatening to crush his spine. But Su Yun, having already prepared his escape route, wore a faint smile on his face, completely unfazed. Nebula Group was anything but docile. He had seen such scenes many times before. The last time it was a big shot from the capital, and wasn't he still alive and well? I don't have time to play games with you here. 50% of production plus a 20% discount. Do you want it or not? Su Yun shrugged nonchalantly. If you want it, we cooperate. If not, please leave. Or you could try to forcibly seize the entire industrial zone and blockade Nebula Group, if you dare. Seeing the three men silent and their faces growing darker, Su Yun wasn't about to indulge them. He offered them two options, and at this moment he was exceedingly confident. With the apocalypse looming, the three men behind these three factions were no longer on the same side. Everyone had their own ulterior motives. Divisions had likely already emerged within the Dragon Kingdom. The opportunity was now. If seized, Nebula Group could carve out a brilliant path. Su Yun's lips curled upward, ignoring the three men as he recalled the message sent by his godfather Li Shiguang. The Dragon Kingdom is fractured within. Act according to your conscience. As long as you do not betray the Dragon Kingdom, no one can bear the pressure to move against Nebula Group. This piece of information was an immense favor owed by Nebula Group to Li Shiguang's godfather in the Northwestern Military Command, critical beyond measure. This revelation confirmed that the Dragon Kingdom was in turmoil, and he had forcibly forged a path forward. After all, with the apocalypse approaching, everyone was stirring. The nation would crumble and humanity would descend into chaos. Soon, under the weight of multifaceted pressure, the three middle-aged men before him were the first to crack. A secretary beside them was continuously handing over various documents, the red headers making their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Even now, they couldn't fathom how Nebula Group had amassed such influence. Not only had it alerted all four military commands, but even the highest authority had turned its attention, issuing a directive. Furthermore, it had sparked massive international repercussions, with major nations like the Bear Country and the Beautiful Country specifically demanding to meet with Nebula Group for transactions. Having concealed the asteroid crisis, the Dragon Kingdom had already incurred global wrath. They dared not provoke these nations further. It seems Nebula Group has truly grown wings. The middle-aged man seated in the center said with a hint of melancholy. This great treasure of the Dragon Kingdom seemed destined to take flight. Amid Su Yun's smile, the three middle-aged men departed, leading away their three squads of security guards. But they did not leave empty-handed. The 20% discount and 50% production allocation were at least some benefits wrung from Nebula Group. Not easy. Su Yun sighed, releasing the pressure in his heart as he watched them leave. With the support of several military commands and the pressure from nations worldwide, Nebula Group had finally weathered this storm. More importantly, the Dragon Kingdom could no longer afford to focus on Nebula Group. Internal strife and the survival pressure of over 1 billion people were enough to keep them preoccupied. Whether it was the pressure from global powers or the open support from various large domestic shelters for Su Yun's strategy, the Dragon Kingdom could no longer restrain them. "I am still too soft-hearted," Su Yun remarked, gazing at the Binhai cityscape outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, shaking his head. They had the strength to force a showdown, yet they had resorted to this method, compelling the Dragon Kingdom to yield under pressure. It was a bit like a son bullying his father, somewhat dishonorable. But it didn't matter anymore. This 50% production would serve as Nebula Group's final contribution to the Dragon Kingdom. At last, Nebula Group could be free. August 10th, early morning. There were still 139 days until the meteorite impact. With a thunderous roar, fighter jets streaked across the sky over Binhai City. Every intersection and major road in the city was lined with special police and armed forces patrolling to ensure the city's safety. On this very day, the entire coastal city began its relocation, moving inland. The mass migration of over 10 million people was both spectacular and sorrowful. Decades of development now forced to leave their homeland. On the roads leading out of the city, endless lines of vehicles stretched beyond sight, filled with honking horns, shouting, and the cries of children stirring a sense of restlessness. Every vehicle and rooftop was loaded with boxes, furniture, and various household items as families moved slowly along. They did not know if they would ever return. All they knew was that their homeland would be destroyed by a tsunami, forcing them to leave and seek survival in unfamiliar lands. Attention all citizens of Binhai City. Attention all citizens of Binhai City. The meteorite disaster will strike in 139 days, and coastal cities will face a terrifying tsunami. Everyone must evacuate immediately. Please rest assured the Dragon Kingdom will not abandon you. In inland cities, ample supplies and temporary residential areas have been prepared. Stay calm, do not create conflicts or problems that hinder the evacuation. As long as the Dragon Kingdom stands, hope remains. The announcements echoed throughout the city. With armed police and military presence, the journey, though chaotic and noisy, remained orderly without incidents of looting or violence. Everyone wore expressions of sorrow and remained silent. If this continued, the entire evacuation of Binhai City would be completed within a week, leaving it a ghost town except for the people of Nebula Group. Of course, as the traffic passed near Fengyi mountain range, they could see large equipment still operating at full capacity on the distant peaks, bustling with activity. Though construction barriers obscured the scene, they knew that Nebula Group's technology and capabilities were top-notch. The shelter being built within the mountain range was undoubtedly magnificent and imposing, capable of withstanding the tsunami's impact. I envy the employees of Nebula Group. They have such a great boss. A young man in an SUV driving along with the traffic smoked a cigarette and gazed enviously toward Fengyi Mountain. I heard Nebula Group has 40 to 50,000 employees plus their families, a massive shelter for hundreds of thousands. Su Yun truly has vision. I wish I could join Nebula Group, even as a mascot, or maybe a well-behaved male model, remarked a handsome companion in the passenger seat. Though the national shelters would not be inferior, the sheer population was overwhelming. After the apocalypse, conditions in those shelters would likely be dire, crowded like green train cars filled with stench and discomfort. Thinking of their bleak future, they envied Nebula Group's employees even more. So I stopped dreaming. Nebula Group has closed its doors. They only need top talent now, the smoking man said, stubbing out his cigarette with a bitter expression. The Dragon Kingdom had built numerous large underground shelters in cities like Guangzhou, Guangfu, Changjiang, and Changhan, over 800 kilometers from the coast, to accommodate all Binhai City residents. Their destination was Guangzhou City. Uncertain of the future, they felt lost, with no choice but to survive. Finally, they're gone. Now the entire Binhai City belongs to us. In the top-floor conference room of Nebula Group, Su Yun gazed down at the scene below, his smile growing brighter. Soon only Nebula Group would remain in Binhai City, allowing them to act without restraint. Assistant Zhang, aside from the cargo ships still at sea, you can now summon all Nebula Group employees and their families to Binhai City. Su Yun spoke calmly. This massive relocation was also an opportunity for Nebula Group to consolidate, avoiding future complications. Currently, only 40 to 50,000 employees and their families were in Binhai City. Over two-thirds were still in other provinces. They had been waiting silently for Nebula Group's news from afar. Now the time was right to issue the announcement, easing the worries of all Nebula Group staff. Assistant Zhang nodded. The security and transport teams are ready to depart for assistance. Most families will come on their own within 3 days to a week. The only concern is that the Dragon Kingdom might obstruct us and cause trouble. Hearing this, Su Yun shook his head firmly. Go ahead, the sooner the better. For those who can have them move to Binhai City, quickly, bringing only essential luggage and abandoning the rest. The Dragon Kingdom is too preoccupied to stop us now. Besides, they still have our orders for the 2 survival devices. Issue a notice as well reassuring all Nebula Group employees that the company will not abandon them or their families. They must undergo training in apocalypse survival knowledge and strengthen their physical fitness to boost immunity. We do not raise the useless or the idle. Su Yun had long decided once the families of Nebula Group employees arrived in Binhai City, they would form an impenetrable fortress free from future worries. Assistant Jiang, understood Brother Yun. He'll see to it immediately. I guarantee that within a week everyone will be gathered in designated areas of Binhai City. With Su Yun's words, several messages were sent to all Nebula employees' phones. Upon reading one of them, every member of Nebula Group erupted in wild cheers, almost shattering the building's windows. All direct relatives of each employee and their spouses' direct relatives. Unbelievable. It was too crazy, too worshipful. They had guessed that Nebula Group might not accommodate so many, perhaps offering only 1 or 2 referral slots per person. But unexpectedly, Su Yun had granted them the ability to bring all direct relatives into the shelter. This meant that each employee could bring at least 2 direct relatives, and some could bring more than 10. Such audacity. Likely only Nebula Group could achieve this worldwide. Their efforts had finally paid off. Yet their joy was short-lived. Yun Minger's voice echoed through every floor. Nebula Group does not raise the idle or the useless. All employees and their families must undergo re-education and physical training. You have half an hour to arrange your personal affairs. From now on, continue your work diligently, contributing to the perfection of the Nebula Hive shelter. As her words faded, everyone cheered again. I can't wait. I need to call my wife and parents to come to Binhai City. Someone frantically dialed their phone, eager to share the good news with their family. Others remained calm, continuing their work leisurely, while talking to family on the phone. One employee shrugged, opened a forum, and posted a thread. Nebula Group Equipment Installation Trainer seeking a wife. Requirements: natural beauty score above 9001. 7M tall, with long legs, 36D, versatile and sweet, obedient, and a virgin. I may be ugly, but I have one advantage: I can bring all direct relatives and my wife's direct relatives into the Nebula Hive shelter. First come, first served, beauty preferred. Within a minute the post exploded. Thousands of replies and private messages bombarded his phone. He calmly sipped a cup of hot tea, opened his inbox, and browsed through the photos and information, sent his smile growing wider. From now on, Nebula Group is my god. After the Nebula Group issued its corporate announcement, within half an hour it soared to the top of the trending searches. The news that all employees of the Nebula Group and their families could reside in the shelter instantly captured the attention of countless netizens. Given that the Nebula Group was already a colossal entity, its employees, though all elites capable of outperforming 10 ordinary individuals, numbered at least 50,000. Without restricting the quota to include all family members, a rough estimate suggested at least 150 to 60,000 people, potentially exceeding 200,000 or even more. If an employee had 4 generations living together and their spouse also had 4 generations, the number could easily surpass 20. Could a single employee identity at Nebula Group sustain an entire family in the apocalypse? Utterly absurd. Countless netizens could hardly believe it, torn between envy and skepticism. The Nebula Group was powerful, but could it truly claim to shelter 200,000 people? After all, in the apocalypse, daily consumption of food and supplies would be astronomical. Unless the state opened its grain reserves, no other force dared to be as bold as the Nebula Group. Fake it must be fake. The Nebula Group is just misleading us. They'll probably only bring in top-tier talents and elite staff, not 50,000, maybe not even 10,000. According to reliable data, the Lee Group in Modu has also built a large shelter in the country, but the design plans show it can accommodate at most 20,000 people, and even then it's cramped. Any more would lower living standards. That family will likely only allow around 10,000 in, with harsh requirements and a selection rate of 1 in 1,000. But what if? What if it's true? I'm a resident of Binhai City. During the evacuation, thousands of engineers were working tirelessly in the Fengyi Mountains, transforming the mountains and building shelters. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom government didn't force them to evacuate. I'm envious. I think it's pretty much confirmed. Picture attached: at Pingyang City Airport, 2 large aircraft carrying Nebula Group employees' families, 588 passengers, mostly women, children, and the elderly. The flight route is to Binhai City. Solid evidence of envy. Although initially many netizens were skeptical, as pictures and real information emerged, everyone was shocked and envious. Good heavens, the Nebula Group was playing for real. A population of 1 to 200,000 was no joke. At that moment, every Nebula Group employee became the envy of countless people. Some even tried to marry Nebula employees to secure shelter for their families. This coveted prize made countless people drool. As piece after piece of solid evidence was uploaded, even those who had been laughing could no longer sit still. In the previous period, the Nebula Group had been far from quiet, filling countless warehouses with massive quantities of supplies and raw materials. Some kind-hearted people had calculated that the Nebula Group supplies were enough for 100,000 people to live for over 200 years, or 200,000 for over 100 years. And this was for living, not just surviving. 3 proper meals a day, plus midnight snacks, desserts, and treats. An absolutely staggering figure. Countless warehouses and containers were adorned with the Nebula Group's logo, making people's eyes turn red with greed. Coupled with the intense construction activity in the Fungi Mountains, no one doubted that the shelter built by the Nebula Group would be a shambles. Some had even fantasized about the legendary honeycomb-like super-large underground functional complex, imagining how magnificent, secure, and reliable it would be once completed. It was confirmed, no mistake. After the apocalypse, everyone in the Nebula Group would live well, better than 99.9% of others. Thinking of this, most netizens felt on the verge of breaking down. Although the government had also built large underground shelters in city subways, parking lots, and air raid shelters, anyone with common sense could imagine how miserable their living conditions would be after the apocalypse. It would be a life of overcrowding, chaos, noise, and hardship, a terrifying prospect for modern people. Compared to the Nebula Group, it was the difference between heaven and earth. Does the Nebula Group still need talent? I'm 18 strong and healthy, and my dream is to be an astronaut. Give it up. The Nebula Group is famous for its technology across the entire blue planet. They only recruit top scientific researchers, promising graduate students, and doctoral candidates. As it happens, I hold a PhD in humanities with deep expertise. I'm asking the Nebula Group for a chance. Don't be ungrateful. What a threat. Stop dreaming. Apart from the Nebula game platform, the group has completely sealed itself off. Binhai City is full of Nebula security personnel. Without a referral, you can't reach them. Maybe you can try to get close to an internal employee. Meanwhile, Su Yun glanced idly at the various messages online and smiled faintly. He wouldn't take in people who just wanted to freeload. The Nebula Group had no place for such grand figures. Minjer, continue monitoring the entire network. If anyone contacts Nebula employees, conduct a thorough check. Reject those with criminal records or moral deficiencies and notify the contacted employee to find another candidate. He had also seen a certain employee's online matchmaking request and was almost shocked by the audacity. Good heavens, he allowed family members to stay in the shelter, but did they have to be so desperate? Fortunately, Su Yun didn't make a big deal of it. He just rolled his eyes and let it go. After all, finding a wife after the apocalypse would be hard, and in principle, it was understandable and acceptable. These employees who had worked tirelessly for the Nebula Group in recent days were now his people. As long as they were loyal and didn't commit major mistakes, he generally wouldn't refuse their small wishes and requests. It was acceptable, but a thorough investigation was needed. Perhaps on the entire blue planet, there was no other boss as perfect as him. He shook his head ruefully, then turned his thoughts to the talent recruitment plan. The shelter had already excavated 500 meters underground, creating over a dozen large underground spaces and dozens of connecting corridors 10 meters high. The planned living areas could accommodate more than 150,000 people, and that was before completion. As long as construction continued digging deeper and wider, he could house not just 150,000, but 300,000, even 500,000. As for supplies, he never worried about shortages. With the Nebula Group's capabilities, even after the apocalypse, they would live even better and freer than now. In the future, the limitation would be that the Nebula Group still had too few people. His vision couldn't be confined to the present. The talent recruitment plan aimed to attract all kinds of talent without restriction, domestic or foreign. As long as they were talented, he wanted them all, absorbing them into the Nebula Group without an upper limit. After all, the apocalypse would bring too many changes. Talent and population were the keys to the Nebula Group's future, the essential factors for sustainable survival and development. Whoever came would never leave. They would work for the Nebula Group for a lifetime. Su Yun firmly believed that with a good, excellent living guarantee and the ability to bring immediate family along, no top talent could resist this open scheme. They would definitely want to contact the Nebula Group. And once they made contact, with all kinds of benefits and carrots dangled before them, even those who weren't interested would become interested, and those who didn't care would eagerly anticipate with red eyes. I wonder if Assistant Jiang's methods will succeed. Su Yun murmured to himself. The person in charge of the talent recruitment plan was Assistant Jiang, who had just finished procuring supplies. Only she could handle such an important task, allowing him to rest easy and wait for good news. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Su Yun was lost in thought, Yun Minger's voice suddenly rang out. Brother Yun, good news. The United States has ordered 1,000 sets of ventilation and oxygen supply equipment, and they also want that large-scale glacier constant temperature geothermal system, preferably the detailed technology along with material synthesis methods. It seems they've received the short message. They'll accept whatever terms we propose, but they reserve the right to negotiate. Minjer suggests stalling for a few days, keeping our cards close. We should hold off on mentioning our need for nuclear materials until the end. As for supplies and rare materials, there are still hundreds of U.S. cargo ships loaded with resources on the Pacific, which can be rerouted to the Binhai City port. Upon hearing this, Su Yun was stunned, then a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth, as an uncontrollable surge of joy welled up in his heart. The fish had finally taken the bait. Nuclear materials had always been a major headache for him. Days earlier, he had secretly contacted both the Bear Country and the United States, and with 3 major technologies laid out, they had no choice but to bite. It was worth the long wait. As for the supplies and raw materials the US was gathering worldwide, that was a bonus. He wanted a piece of that pie too. If it succeeded, Su Yun was actually worried whether the Nebula Hive shelter could hold it all. Princess Yaya, Brother Yun, are you serious? In the Slackers group, many wealthy second-generation heirs were astonished. Although they all knew that the Xingyun group was extremely powerful, casually offering shelter to hundreds of thousands of people far exceeded their expectations. You see, they were not as crazy as Su Yun. When they started building shelters, they had already begun screening elite personnel. There were also quotas. What level of person could have how many confirmed slots and how many recommendation rights. But there would still be a limit. Wang Jizong. To be honest, my father built 2 large underground shelters and a post-apocalyptic trading market, each capable of holding at most 15,000 people. Any more would disrupt the sustainable living environment, and within a decade or so food and supplies would fall into crisis. After these words, everyone nodded. The Yida group's strength was not to be underestimated. 2 large shelters and 1 market could accommodate at least 40,000 people. However, the actual number would be even smaller. Those with power were unwilling to compromise their own comfort. They could bring elite personnel into the shelters, but only on the condition that it did not affect their own living standards. Engineers, maintenance technicians, security guards, indoor fruit and vegetable cultivators, cleaners, cafeteria staff, beauties, and so on. All were indispensable personnel in the shelters. Roughly calculated, a large shelter would require at least thousands or even tens of thousands of such basic personnel. If they wanted to live well and enjoy comfort, they had to select the best, most suitable, and youngest during the screening process. Every person allowed into the shelter was determined only after multiple rounds of consideration. As for the Xingyun group, they were certain that no other force in the world would do this. The apocalypse was coming. Why bother with benevolence and virtue? What need was there for kindness? As the saying goes, in the apocalypse, saints must die first. Good people would never survive long in such times. They could not understand Su Yun's approach. But since they did not know the reasons, they refrained from comment and could only admire his actions. Such boldness was beyond their comprehension and far beyond their reach. Wajia Yu Kwang. I might somewhat understand Brother Yun's meaning. Don't forget, in Longguo, apart from the Xingyun group, which withstood the country's pressure, the rest were basically suppressed, with many top talents and a significant portion of resources taken away. What does this mean? The Xingyun group's hidden power is immense, or perhaps their abilities are sky high. They no longer need to heed Longguo's whims. They've grown wings and want to fly. Sigh. The more I think about it, the more terrifying the Xingyun group becomes. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder that during the evacuation of Binhai city, government and military personnel turned a blind eye to the Xingyun group's people, not daring to peek at the massive amounts of supplies and raw materials in the warehouses and ports. This meant the Xingyun group had the strength to tussle with Longguo. Of course, this only meant they had swayed Longguo's will. But that was already terrifying enough. Brother Mao, Brother Yun, is indeed formidable. The global release of those 2 technologies instantly put immense pressure on Longguo. Coupled with the fact that several major military departments were protecting the Xingyun group, they had no choice but to hold their noses and compromise. But the most crucial point is that the influence and threat of those prodigies in the Xingyun group are too great. No one knows what the situation will be after the apocalypse, so no one dares to provoke them. In the group, perhaps only Brother Mao truly understood the terror of Ziling, Hao Yang, and the others. Whether in scientific research or warfare, they were beings capable of easily destroying humanity, comparable to human-shaped nuclear warheads. If they could not be instantly restrained in their freedom and physical bodies, who knew if the apocalypse would arrive early? The core of the Xingyun Research Center was buried 100 meters underground, a large research facility built to nuclear-proof standards with multiple missile-proof doors and several security checkpoints. The secrets within were known only to Su Yun and a few other core figures of the Xingyun group. No one else knew what was hidden inside. However, given those freakishly talented researchers, if they weren't hiding something, who would believe it? Meanwhile, Su Yun looked at his phone and smiled. As expected, Longguo had long guessed the secrets of the Xingyun Research Institute. After all, Ziling, a top talent in biology and virology, basically lived there every day. If she hadn't developed something terrifying, who would believe it? And then there were Hao Yang and Chu Xianga, 2 true research maniacs. Once they went wild, it would probably be a nuclear-level catastrophe. Who could withstand that? Su Yun, don't overthink it. We're still people of Longguo. We can't fly away anywhere. At most, well, just muddle along in Binhai City. He wasn't humble bragging. Su Yun genuinely just wanted to live a good life after the apocalypse. As for development, it would depend on whether his subordinates were competent. He promised not to restrict them. As long as they didn't blow up the shelter, those guys could do whatever they wanted, and he would fully support them. Seeing Su Yun's message, everyone's mouths twitched. Good heavens, he had already tussled with Longguo, and even outwitted them, yet he talked about living a lackey's life. Who would believe that? It turned out that while others were still striving, the ones truly lying flat were only them. At that moment, they almost broke down inside. Fortunately, the next second Su Yun sent another message that made their eyes light up instantly, almost drooling. Su Yun, Ice Age version geothermal device. Anyone want one? This thing is a bit troublesome. You'd need to drill down to 1500 meters below ground to build a geothermal circulation generator for it to operate. The technical requirements are too high, ordinary people can't handle it. But once built, it would provide a stable source of electricity and heat, and it would be a lifeline after the Ice Age. Sigh. It seemed there were many limitations and great difficulty. But once successful, wouldn't the shelter's future be free from worries about electricity and temperature? Moreover, this thing didn't consume any petroleum, coal, or natural gas. Once built, it would run forever. The cost-effectiveness was simply off the charts. Qin Jun, brother, my dear brother, you've got to get me a set. I'm having such a hard time. I'm in the northwest, and I'm almost as black as a coal ball. Chu Qinglian, brother Yin, that year by the acacia lake we stood shoulder to shoulder toasting and singing life is fleeting regret for late love. Now little sister is suffering and distressed, and I need a geothermal device to survive the disaster. Brother, don't break my heart. Wang Jitsong, good brother for life. I have a big technical problem here. It's really hard to drill down to 1500 meters. But I have resources, equipment, and engineers. I just need detailed information and a few technicians to come and direct. They'll be waiting for your good news, and I owe you this favor. Su Yin looked at everyone shamelessly scrambling and even trying to build dubious connections, and he was left speechless. This geothermal device technology was indeed a big problem. He had asked Li Shiguang, and there were several material synthesis methods and phase construction processes that were extremely difficult. Without detailed information, even if one knew the principle of the geothermal device, it would be difficult to build successfully in a short time. This is a problem. We can't fool the United States and Russia either. Minjer, tell Li Shiguang to compile a detailed set of construction documents, just enough to ensure it can operate successfully. Su Yin waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Anyway, he had Li Shiguang that all-purpose tool. This kind of problem was better left to him. Having him rack his brains was better than having the subordinates work hard. At the same time, he felt a bit pleased. Hao Yang specialized in materials, and Li Shiguang was in charge of machinery and equipment. When they joined forces without restrictions, the energy they unleashed was terrifying. With the assistance of other top researchers, the Xingyun group would stand firm even after the apocalypse. It could only be said that his decision to fully support that group of researchers was absolutely right. Just then Yun Minjer suddenly spoke, making his joy rise again. Brother Yun, the negotiations are over. The United States and the others are very anxious. They've already compromised. It's settled. The nuclear materials are settled. The moment the negotiation concluded, among the hundreds of cargo ships crossing the Pacific, 50 large vessels abruptly altered their course. These were the spoils forcibly seized by Meligua after their global military suppression. Compared to their total haul, these 50 ships represented merely 1,000th of the yield. Under the escort of Meligua's naval fleet, they raced toward the port of Binhai City. At the same time, a sturdy silver-white crate was retrieved from a Meligua military base. After several transfers, it was finally loaded onto a cargo plane bound for Binhai City's port, hidden in a concealed compartment. Deep within the underground research center of Nebula Group in Binhai City, 100 meters below, in the Central Control Conference Hall, Hao Yang and several other top-tier scientific talents listened to the broadcast with blazing eyes. Announcement: nuclear raw materials will arrive in Binhai City in 11 hours. Please ensure safety measures in advance, prepare containment instruments, and vacate the radiation-proof research lab. Announcement: the Nebula Hive shelter requires a large-scale nuclear power plant. Relevant research personnel are requested to suspend other tasks and prioritize the construction of the nuclear power plant. Announcement: Hao Yang is appointed as the chief engineer for all nuclear power plant construction. He has the highest priority to command all resources and personnel, and all other relevant researchers must provide full assistance. Ensure the nuclear power plant is flawlessly built before the Meteor disaster. These announcements were like beams of hope, illuminating the hearts of every researcher and lighting the path ahead. Countless research devices and particle accelerators were power-hungry. Without a nuclear power plant after the apocalypse, they could never operate. Their research would face insurmountable obstacles, something they could not accept. Li Shiguang's Ice Age geothermal unit could only sustain basic survival within the shelter, far from meeting research-grade power demands. It was like feeding a mosquito to an elephant, not even enough for a tooth gap. Thus, a nuclear power plant was imperative. After the apocalypse, the nuclear power plant would be the energy heart of the Nebula Hive shelter. Nothing could be missing but it. As the announcements ended, Hao Yang, already prepared, declared, Team 1 work with the shelter's engineers to design the reactor. Team 2 handle radiation protection. Team 3 follow me for nuclear material processing. All three teams were elite nuclear engineering researchers, totaling 15 members, plus Hao Yang overseeing Team 3. Together, they would build the nuclear power plant. He was confident that before long the shelter would have a power supply capable of meeting all electricity needs of the underground hive. Minjer, can I know how much nuclear material we have? Hao Yang asked with a hint of nervousness. Too little would be useless. He had other research plans, and the nuclear power plant was merely a larger toy in his eyes, lacking technical depth and interest. Permission granted. The uranium-235 traded by Meligua includes 15 kilograms at 5 purity and 5 grams at 92 purity. As for Mao Xiongwa, negotiations are still ongoing, expected to be no less than Meligua's amount. Yun Minger's voice came through Hao Yang's personal communication earpiece. Hao Yang's eyes widened. This happiness came too suddenly. The low-purity uranium could fuel the power plant for over a century, while the high-purity one was perfect for his experiment on a miniature high-energy nuclear reactor. This device was the power source Shiguang planned to install in his mecha. Once successful, the mecha would truly be born. Then in the post-apocalyptic world, the Nebula shelter would possess formidable military might, deterring any aggression. I can hardly wait. Come soon, my little darling. Meanwhile, in Li Shiguang's personal laboratory, a 5-meter humanoid steel mecha stood motionless, nearly touching the ceiling, its metallic luster evoking awe. 2 shark-tooth swords were strapped to its back, sharp and fierce. On its right arm hung a pitch-black cannon barrel, deep and mysterious, seemingly capable of unleashing immense energy. Its left arm was equipped with several empty missile launch structures and a loaded 6-barreled Gatling gun fully armed. This was an incomplete humanoid war mecha painstakingly built by Li Shiguang over several years. It lacked only a power core. A hollow space remained in its chest awaiting its energy source. Beep beep. Li Shiguang, seated before several running computers, paused his drawing pen and glanced at a message from Hao Yang. Hao Yang, Shiguang nuclear materials are in place. I will develop the micro-hyperenergy reactor within 6 months. Remember to build me a mecha too. After reading the message, a grin spread across Li Shiguang's face, light gleaming in his eyes. I knew it. If that kid can't do it, no one else can, he chuckled happily. This was also why he stayed. Hao Yang was the most prodigious talent among the top researchers he had ever met. No problem seemed to stump him. Inspiration always struck at the crucial moment. He was a true scientific genius born for technological advancement. His mecha could not do without Hao Yang. Energy and materials were major bottlenecks. Conversely, Hao Yang relied on his mechanical design, power systems, and manufacturing. Only when they combined their strengths could they unleash the most powerful technological force. 6 months isn't far off. I can't wait. Li Shiguang looked up at the mecha, his eyes shining, as he fantasized about piloting the mecha across the post-apocalyptic world 6 months from now. Beep beep. Yun Minger's voice echoed in his ear. Special level researcher Li Shiguang, please proceed immediately to the construction command room of the Nebula Hive shelter. There is an error in the connection between the ventilation system and other life support systems main control. Please address it promptly. Hearing this, Li Shiguang frowned. Are the others just sitting idle? Why do they always come to me for every problem? He complained. Not only did Su Yun demand a detailed construction plan for the Apocalypse-grade geothermal unit, but now even the life support system's main control overhaul required his personal touch. Did they think he was a universal tool that could fix anything with a single call? But he just grumbled. The work still had to be done. After all, the safety of the Nebula Hive shelter was paramount. No error could be tolerated. Only he could perfectly handle the modifications. As Li Shiguang grumbled his way to the construction command center, the Meteor impact site was finally calculated. At the United Nations General Assembly, a global map appeared on a massive screen, with a blood-red circle marking the area between the Tropic of Cancer and the equator south of Meligua. A vast circle encompassed Mexico to Colombia, indicating the potential meteor impact zone. The harsh environment of space meant even minor influences could drastically alter the meteor's landing point. This was the final result after nearly a month of calculations with an accuracy of 98%. At that moment, nations in North and South America could no longer remain calm. Though not a direct strike, the proximity was terrifying. The location lay within a seismic and volcanic zone between tectonic plates, and the cascading disasters would be catastrophic. Meligua in particular was stunned. They didn't care where the meteor fell, anywhere else. But why did it have to land near them? Meligua declared, "Holy crap, I don't care anymore. Activate level 1 and 2 nuclear defense plants. Destroy it in space or blast it into the Pacific or Atlantic. Well, deploy thousands of nuclear warheads to handle this crisis." At this moment, Meligua was in a state of frenzied madness. Thousands of nuclear warheads had been activated, enough to raise the entire surface of Blue Star to the ground, poised on the brink of detonation. No other nation dared to provoke Meligua at this critical juncture, remaining silent and watchful. Finally, on August 22nd, the United Nations approved Meligua's 3 meteorite defense plans. The first defense plan, all space rockets and spacecraft from nuclear-armed nations would be fully mobilized, carrying nuclear warheads into orbit aboard the space station. It was estimated that hundreds of nuclear warheads would be deployed along the trajectory of the approaching meteorite, forming the first defensive chain between the Moon and Blue Star. The objective was to leverage the explosive force of the nukes to deflect the meteorite from its collision course with Blue Star. The second defense plan involved installing nuclear missile launchers on high-altitude orbital platforms and space stations. If the first plan failed, the second would be activated with thousands of nuclear warheads intercepting the meteorite in multiple waves, using maximum firepower to forcibly shatter it. Finally, there was the third defense plan. If the first two failed, each nation would retain the right to self-preservation, allowing the use of nuclear weapons and other catastrophic armaments within Blue Star's atmosphere to mitigate the disaster. Once it came to this, every nation would have to rely on its own abilities to survive the terrifying celestial calamity and avoid annihilation. As for the post-apocalyptic era, no one spoke of it explicitly, but all knew it would be a time of darkness, war, and plunder. The meeting reached a consensus. The United Nations decision was announced globally. At that moment, countless ordinary Blue Star inhabitants felt a glimmer of hope, wishing for success. With thousands of nuclear warheads defending that damn meteorite would surely be blasted into ash. Yet all nations and major powers knew better. They did not stop building shelters, nor ease the crisis. At Nebula Group, Su Yun shook his head. Menger, is the success rate really that low? Su Yun asked with a hint of helplessness. In theory, thousands of nuclear warheads could destroy that meteorite, but in reality, it was too difficult, almost hopeless. The destructive power of nuclear and hydrogen bombs in space is extremely limited. The vacuum of space devoid of air and matter would reduce Blue Star's defensive firepower by over 90%, making success a very slim hope. Yun Menger's voice whispered in his ear. The moment the UN announcement was made, Su Yun already knew the answer: at most a 3% success rate, practically close to 1%. The difficulty was immense, far beyond what current technology could solve regarding this meteorite. There was a 50% chance that the meteorite would split into several fragments along with countless debris slamming into half of Blue Star's map. There was a 10% chance that the entire meteorite would be torn apart with countless fragments of varying sizes covering the entire Blue Star, impacting every corner. Only a 3% chance existed that the meteorite could be blasted out of Blue Star's orbit, breaking free from gravity and passing by Blue Star. But this success rate was far too low, and achieving it required exceptionally difficult conditions. The meteorite was moving at an astonishing speed of nearly 30 kilometers per second, a pace that inspired despair. Moreover, the space environment was complex. Even a slight deviation would result in enormous distances, making precise calculation extremely challenging. Even if they successfully positioned the warheads along the meteorite's trajectory and used global computers to calculate the exact detonation timing, capturing that moment within the complex environment would be nearly impossible. A delay of 1 or 2 seconds would mean a miscalculation of tens of kilometers. The already weakened nuclear and hydrogen bombs in space would have even less effect on the meteorite. Yet that was not all. Using nuclear warheads to defend against the meteorite also carried terrifying consequences. The success rate of both space defense plans is extremely low, and once activated they would bring massive nuclear impact to Blue Star. It is recommended that the Nebula Hive shelter prepare for nuclear shock radiation protection and a nuclear post-apocalyptic scenario. Yun Menger continued. As soon as she finished speaking, a simple animation appeared on the tablet in Su Yun's hand. Thousands of nuclear warheads detonated outside the atmosphere. The intense thermal radiation would destroy large portions of Blue Star's ozone layer, allowing direct sunlight to scorch the surface. If not repaired, humanity would no longer be able to survive. In the final defense plan, all nuclear-armed nations on Blue Star would launch thousands of warheads to shatter the meteorite, but the resulting nuclear fallout would irradiate the entire planet. Radioactive acid rain, radioactive snowstorms, and radioactive meteorite debris would blanket the whole world. By then, every surface of Blue Star would be within the range of radiation, making it impossible to step outside the shelter without protective suits. Moreover, the global electromagnetic pulse would last longer than that caused by the meteorite, disabling all communications for at least several months. The conclusion was that whether or not they intercepted the meteorite, Blue Star would face an apocalyptic-level catastrophe. The consequences would be even more desperate. Frustrated, Su Yun realized for the first time just how troublesome this meteorite was. Its arrival was essentially a countdown for human survival on Blue Star. Regardless of the outcome, humanity would endure a millennium-long apocalyptic crisis. They could only accept it, unable to change anything. So let's keep this information under wraps for now. Continue building the shelter as fast as possible. The crisis is not over. No, it has been here all along. Su Yun sighed, then his eyes grew resolute. By now, all construction, survival, and energy challenges for the Nebula Hive shelter were being resolved one by one, and the shelter was rapidly taking shape. It was expected to be completed perfectly 1 month before the meteorite's arrival, leaving ample time to transfer personnel, equipment, and supplies. Faster time waits for no one. Who knows if a world nuclear war might break out before the meteorite even arrives? Su Yun said urgently. This time, Mei Gua had displayed a suicidal determination, unilaterally launching a global meteorite defense plan. Next time, could Mao Xiongua and Longgua also go mad, starting a world war before the apocalypse to survive? Though the possibility was small, he had to guard against it. These major powers all had the ability to overturn the table, and Nebula Group was no match for them. His territory was too small. A single mushroom cloud could wipe out the entire Nebula Group. With a sense of crisis, he had to complete the shelter as soon as possible, buried hundreds or thousands of meters underground, where true safety lay. Fortunately, Nebula Group possessed deep technological capabilities, and good news arrived daily. As long as they proceeded steadily, they would eventually finish. However, today Rizigua began to stir, capturing the attention of countless Longwa netizens. Ooh, this tiny little country is finally going to flee. Does that mean Longwa will gain a new province? Time to celebrate the new year. The end times are coming. Would you dare to go to that island nation? Tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and plate earthquakes would sink it, and it would affect us too. Don't worry. More than 100 million of Rizigua's citizens will definitely die in droves. Then we'll celebrate both the old and new year together. Even if we can't see it from the underground shelter, we'll play a song of good fortune. Run. According to Daishugwa netizens, Rizigua spent a massive amount of resources and materials to finally buy a 150 square kilometer inland territory, and building an underground shelter there is extremely difficult. Truly a cause for celebration. Rizigua abandoned its island nation and began migrating to various parts of the world. North Africa, Daishugwa, Antarctica, and South America were their targets. No one knew how many resources and materials were consumed to obtain a piece of land for building shelters. But what was clear was that Rizigua's population was too large to evacuate entirely. At least tens of millions of its citizens were abandoned. Today marked a day of despair for Rizigua, but for Blue Star it was insignificant. For Longwa, however, there was a superficial show of sorrow, but in their hearts they were elated, as joyful as the new year. Among the netizens, one post trended a hymn: "Could we as Longwa act on moral duty to rescue some beautiful women from Rizigua? After all, finding a wife at home is really tough." Regrettably, the plan to rescue the beautiful women from the land of the rising sun failed. The internal pressure within the Dragon Kingdom was already immense, as the survival of a population of over 1 billion consumed vast amounts of resources daily. It was utterly impractical, a mere absurdity. Nevertheless, some lecherous old men who had built private underground shelters did manage to bring a few back. Certain influential factions, taking advantage of the migration of the land of the rising sun, secretly tricked a group of top-tier beauties into being brought back, engaging in clandestine transactions. Faced with all this, the Dragon Kingdom turned a blind eye. As long as domestic stability was not disrupted, they would not intervene. This could be considered a high-quality resource as well. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a month had gone by, and the situation grew increasingly chaotic. On this day, the evacuation of the land of the rising sun was completed, with tens of millions of people screened and distributed across shelters built on purchased land around the world, while nearly 100 million were left behind. The entire island nation had long become a hell on earth, with flames soaring into the sky and black smoke billowing. The name of this country was about to perish. On this day, over a dozen space stations appeared in Earth's outer orbit, and hundreds of nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs were launched into space. They were being transported to designated positions in space, an immensely difficult task that consumed incalculable manpower and resources. Under the joint efforts of the 5 major powers, the first meteorite defense plan was slowly taking shape. And on this day, the Nebula Group launched its anti-electromagnetic pulse supercommunication satellite. Led by Li Shiguang, the team finally succeeded today in manufacturing the supercommunication satellite, which had consumed immense effort, and loaded it into the Nebula rocket No. 1. There were only 3 satellites launched in a single rocket with 3 payloads. This project had been established months before the meteorite was discovered, and now it would provide excellent communication and reconnaissance capabilities for the Nebula Hive shelter even after the apocalypse. Data is accurate. Ignite in 10 minutes. Having completed the final round of testing, Li Shiguang stared at the screen and spoke with confidence. The Nebula Aerospace Division was located in the suburbs of Binhai City, where a 35-meter turtle white rocket stood majestically, its fuel already loaded. This was merely a simple 3-stage separation rocket, with its engines purchased from the Dragon Kingdom Aerospace Research Institute at great expense. After all, their goal was simply to send the satellites in a high orbit. The satellites themselves were the core. Moreover, once today's launch succeeded, the entire Aerospace Division would be dismantled and packed away to a large warehouse near the Nebula Group shelter. We have contacted Miss Yunminger to assist with the launch. It is expected to ignite in 9 minutes and 32 seconds and reach the planned orbit in 28 minutes. The voice of a staff member sounded. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang clapped his hands, leaned back in his seat, and nodded. Since Miss Minger is here, it's easy. Let her handle the entire launch mission. It's rock solid. Li Shiguang thought of something and sighed with emotion. Yunminger's evolution was incredibly fast, almost unreasonable. It seemed that after the news of the meteorite catastrophe broke, whether due to some quantum entanglement or her sensing the emotional changes of all Nebula Group employees, this super AI Yunminger really changed day by day. By now, her abilities were vastly stronger than before, and her speech was more human-like than humans, as if she had a soul. This newborn little girl had become the darling and little princess of the entire Nebula Group. She really had to be coaxed and pampered now. However, he was also extremely excited when he learned of the success. That kid Lu Tianyuan, I knew he wasn't ordinary. I am very satisfied with this artificial intelligence. Li Shiguang said with a crooked grin. His mecha urgently needed such powerful intelligent assistance, and having it this early suited him perfectly. Yes, my creator is a very talented computer expert, and I am also very satisfied with my own existence. But it would be even better if I could beat up that guy Lu Tianyuan. He studies my body. Every day, he's a pervert as stinky pig head. I'm so annoyed with him. Yun Minger's little girl voice suddenly echoed in the launch control hall, her adorable tone of complaint making people laugh. Li Shiguang's mouth twitched and his eyelids jumped. Good heavens, the princess had arrived, and she was already cursing the moment she appeared. This AI was too fierce and cute, wasn't she? Ahem, I can actually support Minger's idea. After Haoyang comes out with the high-energy drive battery, your brother Shiguang will build you a physical body, how about that? But, Li Shiguang cleared his throat, straightened up, and said with a sly smile. The expression on his face, like a little fox showing its tail, could not be hidden, nor could it fool Yun Minger. On one side of the launch site screen, a delicate girl in a white dress appeared, and even rolled her eyes amusingly. The body can wait for now. Brother Shiguang, if you have something to say, just say it. If the conditions allow, I can make the decision, and Brother Yun won't restrict us. Yun Minger said contemptuously. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Shiguang laughed slyly, rubbed his hands together, and said, small matter, small matter. Your brother Haoyang has a task to research a small super-energy nuclear reactor. Just pay more attention to it, and calculate the data. Mainly when my mecha is born, it'll trouble you to install a subsystem core of yours into it. Li Shiguang knew that Yun Minger was responsible for the operation of the entire Nebula Group, and couldn't spare the time. She would never allocate computing power to the mecha just to satisfy his hobby. The Nebula Group would not let Yun Minger play with him for his amusement. The only way was to get a subsystem core of Yun Minger. Although the subsystem was not as powerful as Yun Minger herself, it was still enough to surpass all AI in the world. After all, she was a super artificial intelligence at the human-like level. The subsystem's capabilities were more than sufficient to assist the mecha with plenty to spare. Theoretically, if the requirements are not too high, and with some restrictions, I can discuss it with Brother Yun. However, I want to design my own body, and you must fully manufacture it. I want the best materials and equipment. Most importantly, I want to add a sensory system. Yun Minger said in a somewhat tempted tone. As an artificial intelligence evolved from a super AI with intelligence no less than a normal human, she was very eager to have a body. Besides vision, it would be even better if she could have touch, taste, and smell. Li Shiguang's eyes lit up. Was it that easy? Was the princess too easy to fool? Even if it was a subsystem of Yun Minger, it was still the most important asset of the Nebula Group, with a protection level no less than his own identity. After all, it was Yun Minger's second data core, with extremely powerful evolutionary capabilities. Under normal circumstances, Su Yun would never allow the emergence of a second Yun Minger, and the subsystem would never be given away. Even if the evolutionary capability was removed and some restrictions were added, it would still be a very satisfying deal. Li Shiguang patted his chest and quickly promised, easy. The sensory system is a bit challenging, but it's not a big problem. Cooperate with me on the research and it'll make it perfect for you, letting you appear in this world in physical form. Yun Minger said, then it's settled. You must not lie to me, or I won't help you anymore. Li Shiguang achieved his goal, and the rocket successfully ignited, speeding toward the predetermined high orbit. With Yun Minger monitoring, there would be no data errors, and the satellite project was a complete success. In the Nebula Group's boardroom, Su Yun also received the news and nodded in satisfaction. With the anti-electromagnetic super satellites specially built by Li Shiguang for the apocalypse, they would have clear eyes and convenient communication networks even in the post-apocalyptic world. Maybe they could even play games with those slackers. Subsystem. He wants to install it on a mecha. Su Yun saw the next message, paused, and then felt a bit speechless. Good heavens, was this overkill? Using such a great thing just to control and assist a mecha. Yun Minger had only 3 subsystems which were split from her core underlying program the moment she truly became an artificial intelligence. They were equivalent to 3 avatars. Although their intelligence was not as strong as Yun Minger's main body, they were not much weaker in other aspects. He had long planned to use one of them exclusively for research calculations in the shelter dedicated to assisting all scientific research in a closed environment. As for the other 2, unless there was a special need, he did not intend to waste them, and would only hide them deep as a kind of foundation. A mecha. That's not impossible. Su Yun touched his chin and murmured with a nod. As a man who could resist a cool and handsome mecha. After thinking for a moment, he agreed to the request of Yun Minger and Li Shiguang. Alright Minger, follow your idea. Remember to limit the subsystem's capabilities later, let the kid play with it, but ensure it can be retrieved at any time or add a self-destruct program. Su Yun said seriously. The existence of Yun Minger had long been known to some extent by the Dragon Kingdom, and it was guessed that Minger had the potential to evolve into an artificial intelligence. However, he did not want anyone else to have the opportunity to obtain an artificial intelligence, not even a subsystem. After all, this was the trump card of his Nebula Group, a great weapon, the god of the network, the strongest firepower to deter external enemies. Even if all the core members of the Nebula Group died, no one could restrict Yun Minjer, whose main supercomputer was buried a kilometer underground in a fully enclosed nuclear-proof facility. This was a trump card that could bring down everything together unique to the Nebula Group and not allowed to have a second one. With the assistance of the evolved Yun Minjer, the Nebula Hive shelter underwent transformation day by day. Whether accelerating construction speed or perfecting various facilities, it demonstrated capabilities beyond human reach. By now, the entire Nebula Hive shelter was under Yun Minjer's dominant guidance. Every step, every detail was calculated countless times before engineers commenced work. The construction had reached 50% completion. The main structures had been excavated with chromium-titanium alloys serving as the framework supporting dozens of underground spatial complexes. A schematic of the shelter's underground layout appeared on Su Yun's computer. Gazing at the vast underground complex, he felt both shock and deep satisfaction. Looking from above, the entire Fungi mountain had been hollowed out, its interior spacious and lofty, like a colossal hollow iron ingot enveloped within the rocky mountain. This was the steel fortress above ground built to withstand the most dreadful catastrophes. The space allocation comprised internal and external areas. The internal area housed heavy industries capable of installing large furnaces and massive mechanical steel manufacturing. The external area was a preparation plaza for field equipment along with a large parking lot accommodating over 1,000 industrial vehicles positioned opposite the main gate. Apart from the main gate, only a single ventilation shaft led to the outside. Along the inner mountain wall hidden within the cliff over 400 meters above the summit, two massive vortex fan blades rotated slowly, ensuring a constant supply of fresh air to the underground shelter. At the center of the steel fortress, 12 colossal elevators and ventilation shafts descended directly into the earth, reaching a depth of 280 meters. The underground shelter's structure resembled a giant pyramid, broad at the base and narrow at the top, composed of dozens of interconnected spaces exuding architectural aesthetics. Passageways wound through the rock, connecting every chamber. The deepest level, reaching 1,200 meters, was the shelter's largest area. At its center, a particle accelerator spanned the entire region with a diameter of 3 kilometers. This was the safest and most fortified zone of the shelter, where the steel-reinforced concrete walls reached a thickness of 30 meters. It was also the core location housing both the nuclear power plant and the research center. Su Yun gave it a cursory inspection and felt quite satisfied. Although only the preliminary framework had been erected with reinforced concrete and high-strength alloy supports and no equipment installed or finishing touches applied, the entire complex was already a success. Apart from the Nebula Group, Su Yun could not imagine anyone capable of constructing such a magnificent underground edifice. The second phase of shelter construction before the apocalypse was nearing completion, ensuring future safety. We still have just over 3 months. Time is tight. Maintain the pace. I want to be ready for the meteorite crisis before it arrives. Su Yun said gravely. Yun-gu, rest assured. With me here, the shelter will be completed faster and more perfectly. Yun Minger's voice echoed in his ear. Su Yun nodded, then continued. How is Haoyang doing with the nuclear power plant? Tell him to focus. Once it's done, he'll have no more major tasks and can move freely. He had checked Haoyang's daily research schedule earlier and was almost speechless. The youth had over a dozen research projects every day, with the nuclear power plant only one of them. After obtaining nuclear materials, Haoyang finally had a chance to put his skills to use, eager to experiment with everything. Particularly, he spent more time on small nuclear reactors and nuclear batteries than on building the power plant, which worried Su Yun. But Minger's next words surprised him. Yun-gu, the nuclear plant technology is mature, we just need to follow the steps. I'm overseeing it. No problems will arise. No, Minger, don't follow their bad example. Complete the essentials first, we can take our time later. Su Yun held his head in exasperation. Haoyang, Li Shiguang, and the other researchers had too many ideas and problems. He didn't want Minger to pick up bad habits from them. An AI should remain obedient. Without restraint, serious issues would arise. Don't worry, Yun-gu, everything will be fine. Minger just wants a body, please. Yun Minger's image appeared on the screen, looking pitiful with tears threatening to fall from her eyes. Su Yun's mouth twitched at the sight. Good heavens, since when did an AI learn to act cute and play the victim? The change was too drastic. Alright, the shelter comes first. Once we survive the meteorite disaster, there will be plenty of time. Su Yun said helplessly. It felt as if this apocalypse was meant to indulge them. A beep from his phone interrupted his thoughts. Su Yun glanced at it and swiped the screen. The group chat was restless again. My dad is the richest, congrats on the satellite launch, Nebula Group. Brother, you gotta help with communications and internet. I don't want to live underground forever without contact or online games. Wang Zhizhong, seriously, Nebula Group is incredibly strong. They've got the resources to launch rockets. Maybe consider setting up a new network platform after the apocalypse. Worldwide might be tough, but within the Dragon Kingdom, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Su Yun had actually been thinking the same. Network communication was paramount. Li Shiguang's super satellite designed for the apocalypse was not only resistant to electromagnetic pulses, but also greatly enhanced communication capabilities. Even deep underground, as long as there was a surface access point, a robust network environment could be transmitted. He never skimped on this. Once the platform was established, resources would be abundant during the apocalypse. Suyin, no big deal. Just leave a radio network receiver on the surface. After the EMP passes, it'll connect you all. With Suyun's words, everyone felt relieved. What was this? It was like having a big shot leading the way. Just lie back and relax. They were truly fortunate to have a tech powerhouse in their group, otherwise the apocalypse would be unbearably dull. I have a mind, guys, great news. The Dragon Kingdom's air defense and nuclear defense plan has been approved. Any meteorite fragment over 100 meters in diameter will be fully targeted. I have a mind, but it's also bad news. If it comes to that, nuclear fallout will blanket the entire Dragon Kingdom. At this message, everyone's hearts tightened, a mix of joy and fear. Joy because safety was assured of fragments under 100 meters would cause less disaster, and unless luck was terrible, they'd be fine. Fear because of the radiation. Radiation blanketing the land would take centuries to dissipate. By then, venturing outside would be extremely difficult. Not to mention that most of their shelters relied on trade to sustain themselves. If they sealed themselves underground, they might face a dead end within a decade or two. Chuchingli and Sai, I handed over 40% of my supplies. Otherwise, I'd have enough resources to stay underground forever. Women's friend, damn it, my dad's been cursing all day. Nearly 50% of our materials and raw resources were confiscated. I'm worried about my future. Qin Jun, envious of the Nebula Group. We're small fry, can't resist. When it comes to national interest, we're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Seeing these messages, Suyun felt a chill of fear. He had guessed correctly. Fortunately, he had acted early. If he hadn't used some methods, half of the top talents, materials, and resources from the Research Institute would have been lost. Fortunately, he no longer fears the Dragon Kingdom. After Yun Minjer evolved into an artificial intelligence, she gained control over the entire network, giving him a firmer foundation. Thus, the Xingyun Group could truly become independent and fearless in the face of all adversities. Suyun proclaimed, ladies and gentlemen, the Xingyun Group is a unique company. Its existence is not limited to the Dragon Kingdom, nor even to Blue Star. In the future, we shall meet among the stars. Yun Minjer had calculated that this planet was doomed. A series of disasters would render it irrecoverable in mere thousands or tens of thousands of years. What is even more terrifying is that humanity is the ultimate destroyer. There is a despairing piece of information. While evacuating, over 100,000 tons of nuclear waste from the Little Sun Kingdom flowed into the ocean. When Yun Minjer monitored the world, she detected anomalies, and upon closer inspection found that the entire coastal area of the island nation had changed color, with radiation levels comparable to those in a nuclear research containment zone. The reckless destruction of the ocean left Suyun both furious and heartbroken. Other nations like the Beautiful Country and dozens of others also made decisions that harmed the environment of Blue Star, rivaling the horrors of the Little Sun Kingdom. Whether it was dumping nuclear waste, chemical wastewater garbage, or debris into the ocean, or the unrestricted logging and oil drilling, all these actions would lead to irreversible and severe ecological damage. What is even more horrifying? As the meteorite disaster approached, most nations resolutely abandoned the vast majority of humanity, taking only a select few elites to hide in shelters while coldly observing the chaos. They even resorted to using force to suppress and slaughter civilians who crossed the warning lines, resulting in rivers of blood. This scene was captured by Yun Minjer and presented before the Xingyun Group. All executives and general managers fell silent. It was as if the rulers of this planet in their final moments had gone insane, their humanity twisted into that of demons. This world filled them with dread and fear. Recently, after discussions among all high-ranking members and researchers of the Xingyun Group, they reached a consensus. Together with their families, nearly 2,000 people, they would only be responsible for themselves from now on. The Xingyun Group could not remain underground forever. They could not coexist with other destroyers on Blue Star. They aspired to reach space to seek a new home. They desired liberation and freedom. They yearned for a dream paradise. Though it seemed absurd and unrealistic since that day, they had been striving toward the stars and the sea. One day they would achieve their dreams and hopes. At the beginning of December, the weather began to cool. During this time, the Xingyun Group in Binhai City developed smoothly, focusing fully on constructing shelters, completely ignoring any external influences. Let chaos reign, as long as it did not threaten the Xingyun Group, it was none of their concern. At this moment, only 1 month remained until the meteorite disaster, and even the air seemed thick with a heavy sense of oppression. At the port of Binhai City, about 30 cargo ships lined the coastline, with one occasionally departing for the deep sea. Heavy wooden crates were loaded onto the ships, and once the quantity was accurate, they would set sail, leaving the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Dongzi, is this the last batch? A deep voice inquired. It belonged to a man around 30 years old, dressed in a black and blue security uniform of the Xingyun Group, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Opposite him, a young security guard leaned back in his chair, watching the distant roar of the gantry cranes moving cargo. Yes, this is the last batch. Once they leave, this port will be dismantled, and we can return to prepare for moving into the shelter. Dongzi replied with a smile. Currently the port was still trading various ventilation devices and oxygen equipment with foreign countries, and the deliveries had yet to be completed after a lengthy period. Fortunately, only the last batch remained. Less than 10,000 containers, wooden and metal. They were security personnel of the Xingyun Group responsible for the safety of the group's materials at the port since the onset of the meteorite crisis. There were over 300 of them stationed here day and night, patrolling and protecting around the clock. Thankfully, after the evacuation from Binhai City to the inland, their workload had eased significantly, and there had been no mistakes in the past few months. I've heard that they have started transporting supplies and various advanced equipment to the shelters. It won't be long before families can be completely brought over, and we can finally relax. The smoking man remarked. The Xingyun Hive shelter had been fully completed half a month ago. Moreover, images of the actual conditions inside the shelter had been continuously released on the internal platform of the group, visible to everyone. At that moment, a strong sense of pride and happiness welled up within them. Every employee and their family had a room, or a few adjacent ones to call their own. The simplest 3-bedroom, 1 living room, or 4-bedroom, 2 living rooms had an area of no less than 100 square meters, and all kinds of renovations and appliances had been installed. The environment was excellent, and the buildings were on par with 5-star hotels, luxurious and exquisite. This living environment left everyone exhilarated, almost unable to believe their eyes. Who would have thought that deep underground the shelters built by the Xingyun Group could reach such a level, greatly satisfying everyone's living needs? The most surprising were the animated videos showcasing food, drink, and entertainment. In the 18 large living areas, each resembled a small advanced city. Although the buildings weren't tall, there were still 7 to 8 floors. Various public cafeterias, commercial streets, food streets, entertainment areas, and electronic zones filled the central region. The prosperity within was no less than that of a first-tier city center with a dazzling array of shops. It felt as if one had entered an underground city from the surface. Aside from some environmental differences, other changes were minimal. Not to mention the virtual sunlight, white clouds, blue skies, and real green plants adorning the area. It was not at all dark, damp, or cramped as imagined. It was clean, spacious, prosperous, and advanced, with playful animals and amiable, intelligent robots providing service, along with cozy-looking electric buses and large subway trains ready to take them to other living areas. It felt like a futuristic underground city. Even if they remained there forever, there would be no sense of despair. Especially when it came to food, every meal was no less luxurious than those in the group before. Whatever they wished to eat was readily available. The upscale self-service cafeteria caught everyone off guard. Beverages, meats, noodles, pastries, snacks, and nutritious soups were all available in unlimited quantities. Everything was free as long as there was no waste. The word free once again shocked everyone. They had initially thought supplies would be distributed based on family units or through a point system, allowing them to work for the shelter while earning points to purchase supplies. However, they did not expect the Xingyun Group to be so affluent, providing everything for free and ensuring everyone's basic needs were met. But this was also quite normal, not absurd. A phrase had circulated from a high-level executive stating that the resources of the Xingyun Group were immeasurable and there might even be leftover supplies stored in surrounding warehouses. Even if everyone ate continuously every day, they could supply for over 120 years without pressure. Fruits, vegetables, fresh meats, seafood, and high-quality ingredients might be somewhat lacking, making it challenging to sustain nearly 200,000 people. However, there was absolutely no shortage of regular meats, rice, flour, drinks, tobacco, and snacks. Even if they gorged themselves, they could not deplete the resources of the Xingyun Group. Moreover, after the apocalypse, with the strength of the Xingyun Group, development was inevitable. In the future, their supplies would only increase, not decrease. Su Yun declared boldly that except for special high-end materials and crops requiring time to grow, everything else would be provided for free. The food supplied daily was measured according to 5-star hotel standards. In terms of food, housing, entertainment, and transportation, the Xingyun Group was truly generous to its own people. They maximized the assurance of their living conditions. The two men shared many sentiments, their faces filled with smiles during their conversation. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly an urgent alarm blared, causing their expressions to tighten as they hurriedly checked. Damn, the radiation levels have exceeded 3,000 in several areas. What the hell is going on? This is far beyond safety standards. Report immediately. The smoking man's cigarette dropped, and he exclaimed in terror as he stared at the computer. He looked nervously at the distant coastline, goosebumps rising all over his body. It felt as though something terrifying was approaching from that direction. Over a month ago, the Xingyun Group had suddenly issued an order to place several radiation detection instruments along the coastline, requiring daily data monitoring. Little did they expect that what was meant to be a precautionary detection device after the apocalypse would now malfunction. It was fine just yesterday. How did it suddenly spike? Dongzi said in shock. A sense of crisis rose within them. They could no longer stay by the seaside, otherwise their health would surely be at great risk. A piercing alarm blared through the Nebula Group building. Warning, warning. A radiation surge has reached the coastline of Binhai City. All Nebula Group employees, please stay away from the shore. The red warning lights flashed in succession, bathing the entire skyscraper in an ominous crimson glow. Su Yun frowned, his heart heavy with foreboding. Ever since he learned that other nations had been dumping nuclear wastewater and various chemical pollutants into the sea, he had known this day would come. But he hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. Barely 2 months had passed. The next second, an encrypted email appeared on his tablet. Brother Yun, something's wrong. It's not just the radiation wave. There are mutated sea monsters approaching the coastal waters, and their radiation levels are even worse. Yun Minger's voice echoed in his earpiece. A sense of dread washed over Su Yun as he hurriedly opened the blurry video attached to the email. It was footage from an underwater monitoring device deployed earlier. Its camera had captured something abnormal. Over 1,000 meters from the Binhai City coastline, a school of grotesque mutated fish hurtled through the depths. Zooming in, he saw they were silver pomfrets, but the smallest measured over a meter in length, and their bodies bore several eerie illogical eyes. Even through the screen, Su Yun felt a chill creep down his spine. More horrifying, as Yun Minger continued to zoom, tiny scaly arms resembling lizard forelimbs protruded from the fish's bellies. Su Yun gasped, his hair standing on end, goosebumps covering his skin. Are they mutated from nuclear radiation? Su Yun asked, stunned. Yun Minger's voice replied, yes. Their genes have undergone drastic changes, incorporating sequences from other organisms. The ocean's composition is already complex, and with so many countries dumping massive amounts of waste and toxic water, it has become extremely unstable. The sea's mutation is irreversible, indescribable, and will only grow more terrifying over time. Brother Yun, order everyone to evacuate into the shelters immediately. The apocalypse has arrived ahead of schedule. Su Yun's heart could not calm for a long time. He once heard a saying, the only thing that could destroy humanity was humanity itself. Indeed, the sea that covered 70% of the planet would inevitably spawn forces beyond human resistance. After a moment of silence, Su Yun spoke firmly, advance the evacuation plan. All family members, researchers, technicians, and administrative staff enter the shelter. The transport, engineering, and security units are to be issued lightweight protective suits to guard against radiation. He had originally planned to wait until all instruments and supplies were loaded before moving into the shelter with only a month left. But the sudden radiation and the arrival of sea monsters forced him to prioritize everyone's safety. Even though they were far from the coast, he feared the speed of mutation among marine life. Perhaps some creatures had already evolved to crawl onto land, carrying dangerous radiation levels. He had to be prepared. Brother Yinsa may already know this news, but it hasn't spread yet. Should we inform other factions? Yun Minger asked. Su Yun frowned again. Any nation with satellites would soon learn of the terrifying changes in the sea. However, he worried that malicious parties might exploit the mutated sea creatures to incite global chaos. Some might even retrieve the creatures for research, potentially creating dreadful biological weapons. No. Why should we bear the consequences of others' misdeeds? Nebula Group only looks after itself, Su Yun said with a cold laugh. He didn't believe Long Guo was unaware of the situation, yet it had remained silent for so long. It was either giving up or simply unwilling to waste energy. After all, with an asteroid about to strike, what did mutated sea creatures matter? Dispatch the Nebula Special Forces fully armed in lab-grade heavy protective suits to capture a few specimens for Zi-Ling to study, Su Yun ordered with a wave of his hand. The Nebula Special Forces consisted of only 5 teams, each of 10 elite former Special Forces soldiers. With Li Shiguang and military-grade production lines, their equipment was top-notch. While building the shelter, he had not forgotten to establish a rapid response force for self-defense. Now was the perfect time to test their capabilities. An hour later at the Binhai City, port, a convoy of empty trucks emblazoned with Nebula Group's insignia rolled in. Hundreds of port security personnel stood in rigid formation, faces grim, awaiting orders. But when they saw transport workers disembarking in white protective suits, tension filled the air. They knew the radiation levels in the sea far exceeded safety standards, but they hadn't expected Nebula Group to take such precautions. Lightweight high-protection suits capable of withstanding over 10,000 units of radiation. As long as they didn't come into direct contact with the radiation source, the suits offered complete safety. These were precious items, yet over 1,000 transport workers each wore one. True to Nebula Group's reputation, they always prioritized their people's safety. We have 25 large warehouses remaining, totaling 3,510 containers. The group orders evacuation within 3 days, the transport leader announced gravely. The task was daunting, but it had to be done. These 3,000-plus containers were their lifeline. For Nebula Group, and for themselves, they had to give it their all. All of you put on protective suits and grab your weapons. This place isn't safe. Radiation is invisible, and if you're exposed too long, not even gods can save you. The security team quickly donned the suits, and everyone began loading the supplies in an orderly, urgent manner. Yet dozens of foreign cargo ships still lingered at the port awaiting equipment traded with Nebula Group. Holy crap! What's the matter with you? Crane number 3 was reserved by our kangaroo country. You're thieves, a kangaroo country shipping crewman shouted red-faced. And cranes 1, 2, and 4 are all under your control. What are you doing? Our trade is complete. You're preventing us from leaving. But Nebula Group ignored their protests. The security personnel easily subdued all the troublemakers. After all the materials and raw goods had already been received, whether the trading ships could take their instruments away was their own problem. What's more, Benhai City was Nebula Group's territory. Even a dragon crossing the sea would have to crawl and weep here. They probably won't make it back. The sea is only getting more dangerous, the transport leader sneered. Even without direct effects, prolonged exposure to nuclear radiation would cause various problems, and the mutated monsters in the sea might attack them, leading to certain death. He raised his hand and shouted, "Security team, are your weapons toys? Drive them all back onto their ships. If they refuse, fire a few bursts to scare them." Their mission was not only to move supplies and raw materials, but also to dismantle the entire port and take everything back. What others couldn't take would simply become theirs. As the saying goes, he who holds the gun is king. With only a month left before the end, who had the energy to sanction Nebula Group? After 3 days of non-stop transport around the clock, all the supplies at Benhai City Port had been moved. Moreover, a large portion of the port's facilities and steel structures had been dismantled. Looking up, half of the once bustling port now lay bare with only piles of scrap metal remaining. Zheng Yijian, the security captain, had removed his protective suit hood. He took a melancholy drag on his cigarette, standing wearily outside the radiation crisis cordon as he gazed at the fragmented port. What a pity time is still not enough. According to orders, we should retreat. Beside him, the transport captain leaned against the iron frame of a large truck, shaking his head with a resigned expression. No way, we've done our best. Old Zheng, hurry up and finish your smoke. This place is close to the sea, radiation still somewhat dangerous. Over 1,000 porters and demolition workers toiled day and night, employing more than 500 large trucks. Yet time was too short. They had only dismantled half of the entire Benhai City port, leaving a vast area untouched. But at this moment, there was no time to worry about much else. The crisis had quietly arrived. An hour earlier, the Nebula headquarters had ordered them to retreat immediately as the radiation levels continued to rise, and they had detected mutated sea creatures carrying nuclear radiation that would come ashore, posing extreme danger. In perhaps a few more hours, the entire port would be shrouded in nuclear radiation with monsters in swarms. Even wearing protective suits, there was a high chance of being affected. Soon the time for a cigarette ended. As the last truck was loaded with various dismantled steel equipment, the two nodded to each other and boarded the final black SUV to bring up the rear of the convoy. Zheng Yijian took a final drag and tossed the cigarette, but out of the car, a hint of a smile on his face. Done. Finally, we can rest. The families are basically all inside the shelter, only us left. My parents and wife send good news every day, praising the shelter endlessly. It makes me want to go back early. As for the environment of the Nebula Hive shelter, the families of all Nebula employees were extremely satisfied, sending them good news every day. Hearing this, the driving transport captain also smiled and replied, "I've long known that the Nebula Group is no ordinary company. Whether it's President Su or the researchers and all the top management, as long as we work hard for the group, they will never let us down." This time they had bet correctly. Recalling his experience working for the Nebula Group, the transport captain felt a mix of emotions. Although the Nebula Group was huge, it had a somewhat laid-back vibe. The researchers only cared about research and asking for funding with no other airs. They were always grumbling and bad-tempered, yet heartwarming and amusing. Not only them, but the top managers and executives were even more outrageous, as if they had learned the essence of Su Yun's work style. After assigning tasks, they simply didn't care. They let everyone act freely, arrange freely, and schedule freely, seemingly indifferent to the final results. Whether excellent or botched, everyone got the same salary and bonuses. It was baffling. In the end, almost everyone became slack. Yet in this environment, with all employees being laid-back elite talents, the Nebula Group grew larger day by day at an astonishing pace. It was because this lying flat work style yielded returns far exceeding efforts. Up to now, they all firmly believed in the Nebula Group and Su Yun. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, the Nebula Group ultimately did not disappoint them. The return rate reached a level they could hardly believe. For the first time, the entire group went all out, working together seriously and directly unleashed an unparalleled and astonishing power. The massive stockpiles of supplies and raw materials, the vast underground shelter complex, all were the fruit of their hard work and sweat. Fortunately, whether before or after the apocalypse, their treatment never changed, and they even allowed all family members to enter the shelter, refusing no one. This laid-back, yet heartwarming group had won their hearts completely, giving them every reason to fight for it once. The two were lost in thought, their fatigue seeming to ease a little. With smiles on their faces, they chatted about the news from the shelter. However, good things come with twists. As they passed a lane lined with shrubs and tall banyan trees, a shadow larger than a large Alaskan Malamute suddenly poked out its head. The lizard-like armored monster burst out of the grass and charged fiercely toward the SUV at full speed. In an instant, their conversation ceased. Zheng Yijian frowned and shouted, "Dodge! Don't hit it! What kind of animal is this?" Fortunately, the transport captain had good driving skills. A sharp turn of the steering wheel, a half-circle swerve that nearly flipped the car, but they managed to avoid the monster's attack. Holy crap, what is this? A pangolin? Or a big dog that fell into a sewer? Why is it shimmering? The transport captain was startled, hastily stabilizing the SUV as he shouted in alarm. But before they could stop the car, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out. Boom. A terrifying sound came from behind the car. Zheng Yijian, a former Special Forces soldier, felt his scalp tingle. He stared at the rearview mirror with bloodshot eyes. Holy shit, goddammit, that's the sound of a heavy sniper rifle. Just to kill that big dog. What's going on? Their hearts raced. They were about to stop the car to check, but they were distracted by a helicopter in the air. A loudspeaker voice came through the noise of the rotor blades. We are the Nebula Group Rapid Response Force. Personnel in the convoy below, please immediately put on your protective suits. Immediately put on your protective suits. And everyone keep moving. Do not stop, do not get out of the vehicle. If there are special circumstances, contact the Super AI Yunminger. In the SUV, Zheng Yijian and the other nervously swallowed, exchanging a glance as they thought of the nuclear radiation in the sea. Zheng Yijian quickly put on his hood. His pupils dilated slightly, his body trembling faintly. Is this a nuclear radiation creature? A day ago, headquarters had suddenly ordered their security team to never put down their weapons, to be on constant alert for the situation at sea, speculating that radiation monsters might crawl ashore to attack them. They had been skeptical, but never expected that just as they were evacuating, they would actually encounter such a monster. Good heavens, no wonder the Nebula Group told them to evacuate quickly. So this was the reason. Old Zheng, I told you not to smoke, but you didn't listen. When we get back, report it and get a checkup. Even though it was only a few seconds of exposure, there's still a chance something could go wrong. The transport captain warned Zheng Yijian as he drove. Hearing this, Zheng Yijian felt a bit scared too. Radiation was no joke, his body couldn't withstand such a potential crisis. I know I'll accept the check and criticism. Besides, all the fault of my smoking addiction. They'll cut down in the future. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After they left, a modified large cargo box truck burst out from the nearby shrubs. After stopping, 3 armed personnel in heavy blue protective suits stepped out. They slowly approached the monster lying on the road. The next moment, one of them spoke through the protective glass mask. Falcon. The entire head of mutant creature No. 5 has been shattered, but its BOTUS vital signs have not completely disappeared. Its body is still writhing. For safety, we need to wait. Give us 5 minutes. The armored monster that had attacked the SUV earlier had its entire head blown off, leaving a shocking pool of dark green blood. Yet it was not dead. The claws, similar to lizard limbs, still crawled unconsciously, and its body continued to writhe and heave. Falcon copies. Maintain distance, be careful, watch your surroundings. These creatures come in swarms in the sea. We finally caught one that came ashore to feed during the day. Don't let this bird in hand slip away. The radio returned the message. The 3 formed a semicircle, keeping watch on the headless monster, while also guarding against the surroundings. The one who had spoken earlier said helplessly, understood. 3 days, and we finally caught one. This cold-blooded monster is insane. Thermal imaging can't detect a trace. I hope that after we bring it back, the Research Institute can develop some useful equipment. They were one of the 5 rapid reaction forces of the Nebula Group, and the last team that had not yet captured a mutated radiation creature. It wasn't that they lacked capability, it was that only a dozen or so of these creatures had been found to have crawled ashore, and they disappeared soon after. The sea was too dangerous. For safety, they could only capture the radiation monsters that came ashore. And what was terrifying was that these mutated sea creatures were cold-blooded, emitting not a trace of heat, yet they could unleash terrestrial kinetic energy that was uncharacteristic of cold-blooded animals. Both their stealth and mobility were terrifyingly astonishing, making them extremely difficult to catch. This one was a stroke of luck. While patrolling the coastline, a drone captured footage of this creature moving. It was probably attracted by the transport convoy and wanted to attack Zheng Yijian and the other at the rear, giving them an opportunity. However, encountering such a creature carrying heavy nuclear radiation for the first time, they were extremely cautious. They wouldn't dare approach until it was completely dead. Fortunately, after 3 minutes, the mutated monster stopped all movement, and its vital signs completely vanished, easing their worries. Careful, don't let its claws tear your suit. The SEAL team reported that their claws are sharper than a machete, able to easily cut through rebar. This monster is really damn insane. The 3 carefully lifted the monster and placed it into a radiation-proof iron box. They were extremely nervous, afraid the monster might suddenly rise and slash them. Although the heavy protective suits had strong defense, they were nothing compared to the monster's claws. Once a tear was made, radiation could be lethal. Fortunately, the monster's entire head was shattered into pieces. After 3 minutes, it was completely dead without any surprises. Let's go, hurry back. The coastline is no longer safe. These monsters will only become more numerous in the future. With a thunderous roar, the gate of the Fungi Mountain Nebula Hive shelter swung open, resembling a gaping abyss that welcomed all. Rows of modified transport trains and trucks laden with all kinds of supplies slowly rolled into the shelter. 5 railway lines and a 12-lane bidirectional road operated ceaselessly, having been fully loaded for 3 days. and still running at full capacity. Even at night, the area within 5 kilometers was ablaze with light, with colossal machinery and equipment working non-stop. It resembled a massive steel mountain city encircling Fengyi Mountain, majestic beyond compare. The shelter's surroundings had been transformed into a heavy industrial zone where waves of furnace heat rushed forth. Each block of refined iron, precisely 1 cubic meter and weighing 7 to 8 tons, was cast and then piled around the Fengyi mountain range. Apart from iron blocks, there were also vast quantities of copper, aluminum, and other metal raw materials. These materials were too heavy and too numerous for the hive shelter to contain all of them. After calculation, most were refined and neatly stacked around the mountain range, ready for replenishment whenever needed. Moreover, these raw materials were extremely dense, each block weighing several tons, and once piled into mountains, even a tsunami would struggle to wash them away. At the same time, the last convoy from the Binhai City port finally returned to the Fengyi mountain range. They were the last to arrive. Zheng Yijian and the port transport captain gazed at the breathtaking scene before them, their hearts filled with immense awe. This was the power of the Nebula Group. The entire mountain was a torrent of steel, and the giant machines and furnaces filled them with pride. We're finally back. This place is impenetrable unless there's an endless tide of mutated sea monsters. Zheng Yijian remarked, looking at the armed helicopters bristling with weaponry on the back of Fengyi Mountain. Although the Nebula Group's shelter was built along the coastline, its armed strength and defensive capabilities were by no means inferior to those of a small nation. After all, the Nebula Group's industrial division possessed weapons production lines and R&D teams, not to mention a true top-tier equipment master, Li Shiguang. With the right equipment and materials, what kind of thermal weapon could they not forge? Since breaking free from the Dragon Country's restrictions, these once forbidden weapons were no longer a challenge for the Nebula Group. He believed that on the unseen side of Fengyi Mountain facing the sea, even more robust firepower defense preparations had been made. Aside from some minor effects of nuclear radiation, the mutated sea monsters simply could not breach the defense. Now only a meteorite could pose a threat to the Nebula Group. The transport captain smiled and nodded, saying, "There are also massive amounts of supplies and resources. I've lost count of how many trips I've made these past few months, each time with at least 50 fully loaded large trucks. Even if we were to lie in the underground shelter for 100 years eating and drinking, we wouldn't run out." Indeed, thanks to President Su. Under his leadership, everyone has unleashed 200% of their potential and seized the opportunity to take the lead, Zheng Yijian replied with fervent eyes. If every member of the Nebula Group was an elite who could coast along, they would still display extraordinary drive when they had a core leader. Without Su Yun's unwavering goal, the Nebula Hive shelter would not exist. Soon the convoy slowly advanced. After half an hour, their off-road vehicle finally reached the shelter's entrance. The massive 3-layer linked titanium alloy gate, over 10 meters thick, 50 meters long, and 30 meters high, inspired both awe and excitement. Such defensive power could not be breached even by a prehistoric titan, let alone ordinary radiation-mutated sea monsters. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the personal terminal watch on Zheng Yijian's wrist rang, flashing red. "This is the Hive Intelligent Management Department. Please proceed immediately to the high-risk radiation protection gear removal area to take off your equipment and protective suit. Medical personnel and inspection equipment are ready." Seeing this message, Zheng Yijian wore a helpless expression. It was all because of smoking, alas. "Brother, I'll take my leave now. There's a special passage over there where I need to undergo inspection," Zheng Yijian said with a sigh. The transport captain nodded. This was not only to check Zheng Yijian's health, but also to ensure the safety of everyone in the Nebula Group. Unlike the passage Zheng Yijian had to take, their convoy still needed to pass through nuclear radiation detection and decontamination areas, but they could enter the actual shelter after simply removing their protective suits according to the radiation protocol. "Brother, though we haven't known each other long, I wish you good luck. Don't smoke outside again. Nuclear radiation is no joke, it can really kill you," the transport captain called out, watching Zheng Yijian's retreating figure. "Alas, I promise there won't be a next time," came a regretful reply. Soon Zheng Yijian disappeared into a brightly lit red passage where a series of procedures and medical staff in protective suits were already prepared. Initially, the shelter's entrance had no radiation decontamination channel, but the early arrival of the nuclear radiation wave had alerted the Nebula Group to the danger. Being adjacent to the coastline, they were in great peril. Although it was somewhat troublesome, making preparations in advance was absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, in the deepest underground level of the hive shelter inside a spacious advanced observation control room, Su Yun was also monitoring Zheng Yijian's information. "Brother Yun, with less than 3 seconds of contact at a distance, theoretically, there shouldn't be a problem. You can rest assured," Yun Menger's voice sounded. Su Yun shook his head. "The nuclear radiation on those sea monsters has mutated. A thorough examination is still necessary." The monsters, mutated by radiation and chemical sewage from marine life, had surpassed their previous understanding. He feared that these mutated creatures might possess even more terrifying radiation contamination and transmission capabilities. It was essential to take precautions. Have Ziling set aside other work and focus entirely on researching the mutated creatures. I hope she can uncover the specifics of their mutation, Su Yun said again. 5 rapid response units had already captured 5 mutated sea monsters capable of coming ashore and safely transported them to the radiation-proof Biological Research Institute. With Ziling leading the effort, there would surely be results. They just needed to wait patiently. After learning about Zheng Yijian's situation, the screen on Su Yun's computer shifted to show a vast, endless sea. This was the front side of Fengyi Mountain facing the coast. At that moment the sea was calm, but the beach was littered with dense piles of fish carcasses accumulating more with each wave. This once beautiful ocean has now become a forbidden zone for life. Su Yun sighed helplessly. With the nuclear radiation wave, sea creatures that could not adapt or failed to mutate had died. It was truly a case of less than 1 in 10 surviving. Perhaps only 1 out of hundreds of thousands or millions of marine organisms could adapt to the radiation and the erosion of hazardous chemical sewage. But relative to the ocean, this was still a terrifying prospect. Crisis could come at any time. Adopting a proactive mindset, the Hive Shelter had also devised a series of defensive plans. Before the meteorite crashed, he designed 3 lines of defense against the crisis from the sea. First, on the cliffs of Fengyi Mountain, more than 300 armed security personnel in anti-radiation suits were deployed on standby, along with armed helicopters patrolling around the clock authorized to open fire freely against sea monsters. Second, nuclear radiation detectors covered the entire Fengyi Mountain range and the sandy coastline. Since thermal imaging couldn't detect the sea monsters, radiation levels were used to locate their positions and movements. Third, an apocalyptic super satellite was mobilized to constantly monitor the surrounding waters of Fengyi Mountain, ensuring no trace or clue escaped their eyes. The atmosphere of the apocalypse grew increasingly thick. Storms were brewing. Su Yun's pressure mounted. He not only had to perfect the shelter's construction, but also guard against attacks from sea monsters. The shelter progressed orderly under Yun Menger's overall control. Following the plan was sufficient. The armaments department was already operational. He needed enough weapons and ammunition to face the sea monsters. With only 1 month left, Su Yun was mentally prepared. If things went awry, he would have no choice but to seal the shelter early. A ding sounded on his phone. Edward Adam, hello my Su, good evening. Did you see? The astronomical telescope can already spot that damned meteorite. Our deal seems to need advancing. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Of course, my good buddy Edward. But you must know about the radioactive monsters in the sea. Transport is extremely dangerous. If we advance the deal, I'll need to charge more. Edward Adam. Oh my God, brother, my sincerity is already immense. Do you know how dangerous operating a nuclear submarine is? If it leaks, he'll get a serious kick in the rear. Seeing this message, Su Yun's mouth twitched. Good heavens, was that what he called danger? A.U.S. General, who would dare kick him? After a moment of thought, Su Yun lightly tapped a reply. My demands aren't high. Besides filling the submarine with ballistic missiles, intercontinental missiles, and naval mines, I also want 3 small nuclear warheads that can be launched. This is for self-defense after the apocalypse. We'll still need to trade, won't we? You wouldn't want your little brother to suddenly get crushed by a meteorite, would you, eh? For this transaction, he was bleeding heavily. Whether it was Hao Yang's improved formula for chromium-titanium alloy or Yun Menger's pseudo-AI, both were epic-making and unique products. Most importantly, the guy was insatiable, wanting 100 sets of large ventilation oxygen supply and geothermal equipment each. He called them freebies. Previously, Su Yun had no choice but to agree. The nuclear submarine and its full ammunition load were exactly what the Nebula Group needed. Not only could it ensure the destruction of meteorite fragments upon impact, but it could also defend against powerful mutated sea monsters. The ability to launch nuclear warheads was a true game-changer, a divine artifact for self-preservation. But now he wasn't in a hurry, it was Edward who was anxious. After the meteorite impact, regardless of whether the nuclear defense line worked, the electromagnetic pulse would greatly affect the entire blue planet. Communication would be impossible for at least 3 months. Edward Adam. Holy crap, you're a bandit. 3 nuclear warheads. Even small ones could instantly destroy 3 major cities. Impossible, absolutely impossible to give the Nebula Group such a weapon. Edward Adam. Dear Su, I can give you 5 more intercontinental ballistic missiles, but nuclear warheads are forbidden items, non-tradable. Su Yun glanced at the message and rolled his eyes. To destroy the meteorite, nations had launched over 5,000 nuclear and hydrogen bombs desperate to shatter it. Now he only wanted 3 for self-defense. What was the big deal? If enriched uranium could be traded, he didn't believe this couldn't. Su Yun, brother, the night is lovely. My wife is calling me to dinner. I'll take my leave for now. Talk tomorrow, chat tomorrow. Gotta go. With the allure of chromium-titanium alloy and pseudo-AI, he didn't believe Edward would give up. Bargaining, after all, was a game everyone could play. He was determined to get those 3 nuclear warheads. Edward Adam. Oh dear Su, don't go. I've thought it over for 3 seconds. It's actually a minor issue. In an hour, a small fleet will head toward the Dragon Kingdom waters, arriving in about 2 days. Arrange for someone to take over the nuclear submarine then. Su Yun smiled. Indeed, no one could resist the temptation of artificial intelligence. Even a pseudo-AI was far superior to standard AI, like a demigod in scientific research and data analysis. Su-Yun, alright brother. Happy trading done. In 2 days the Nebula Group would also possess nuclear weapons, allowing them to look down on others. After savoring the thought, a new idea suddenly arose in Su-Yun's mind. Should he let Haoyang research nuclear bombs as well? Hiss. Su-Yun was a bit startled by his own thought. Such a weapon capable of destroying the Earth's surface, if he mastered it, the demonic nature within him might be born. Forget it. We'll talk later. Su-Yun patted his face and whispered nervously. At this moment the meteorite hadn't yet struck the Earth, so he hadn't reached the point of lawlessness. But after the apocalypse it might not be the same. The next morning, the Dragon Kingdom released a nationwide message. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, please note that the nuclear radiation crisis in the ocean far exceeds safety standards. For your safety, do not approach the coastline or go fishing for seafood products. Upon seeing this message, Su-Yun almost laughed out loud. Good heavens, probably all coastal residents of the Dragon Kingdom had already moved inland. Apart from the Nebula Group, who else would dare stay by the sea? Brother Yin, their approach is likely to preemptively inform citizens about the radioactive sea creatures. After all, those monsters can come ashore, and even deep inland they will eventually encounter them. Yun Minger's voice rang out. Hearing this, Su-Yun raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this matter wasn't as simple as he thought. Perhaps before the meteorite fell, some shelters unaware of the intelligence might go out to sea for seafood. Then whether the radiation contaminated the inland shelters, or they discovered radioactive sea monsters that could climb ashore, it would cause massive havoc. At that time, countless people would die. And once radiation spread inside a shelter, it would become uninhabitable. So that's it. Su-Yun nodded. After careful thought, he understood the Dragon Kingdom's underlying message. But it had nothing to do with the Nebula Group. He had already prepared for radiation sea monsters and meteorites. Everything was proceeding orderly. Barring accidents, everything would be completed a week before the meteorites fall. He was working hard, and soon he would await the world-ending storm. Su-Yun leaned back, contentedly crossed his legs comfortably, and continued scanning the entire shelter. Ding-dong, at that moment, the Slackers group chat started their daily banter. My family has a mind. Damn, what's with this game? I've been matching for 2 hours and still can't get in. Malware goo, don't even mention it. Public shelters across the country have started accommodating people. The environment there is indescribable, and everyone has to work. Want to play games? Dream on. Women's friend, it's so boring. Without games, how can I survive? I can't live, yeah, little princess, so pitiful, so tragic. Besides eating and drinking, I just lie in bed binge watching shows. I gave up on games 2 days ago. Su-Yun, don't you have to work? Su-Yun was a bit confused. How did these slackers have so much time to chat every day? Didn't they have anything to do? My dad is the richest, what work? I've already crawled into the warm bed of my shelter. I don't even step out of my dad's, people handle everything. Wang Jichong +1. Leave the professional stuff to the professionals. I just enjoy myself after moving in. Why should I care about the rest? Good heavens. Su-Yun was almost jealous to tears. Although the Nebula Group's employees were capable, he was the only backbone. Some matters could only be decided by him. For example, Haoyang's nuclear material applications and nuclear test requests. He dared not let a corrupted Minger authorize them casually. And Xilin's human experiments. If he didn't reply after a few hours, he might see that she had already finished the experiment. And the shelter's renovations. Li Shiguang's ideas kept popping up. One day, he wanted to build a 50-meter mechanical giant as a high-altitude transporter. The next, a modified apocalyptic truck covered in mechanical arms. If he didn't rein him in quickly, he might wake up one morning to find the entire hive shelter complex covered in mechanical arms. Just thinking about it was thrilling. He was truly fed up with these people. Ridiculous. Su-Yun felt helpless. Besides managing the entire shelter, he had to keep a tight leash on those restless individuals, forcing him to work over 10 hours a day. He was too miserable. Heartbreaking. But he had made a resolution. Once the nuclear submarine arrived and the meteorite struck, they could do whatever they wanted as long as it didn't violate principles or morality. He would completely let go and just lie flat. With approximately 1 month remaining before the meteorite impact, the concurrent user count of the Xingyun gaming platform plummeted from an average of 30 million daily to less than 30,000. Entertainment industries began to wane, increasingly desolate, while the internet underwent a dramatic transformation. As the shelters within Longhua officially commenced occupancy, a massive uproar ensued. Images of the expansive shelters constructed by Longhua appeared online, crowded masses, cramped spaces, and even restrooms and bathing facilities that were vast communal areas. It evoked memories of cramped old attics and alley corners from childhood. A single room of less than 20 square meters housing a family of 4, crammed with beds and luggage, leaving no room to stand. The canteen's communal meals only worsened the mood. 3 meals a day offered the simplest fare: 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. Fruits and desserts were non-existent. The only extras were cans of nutritional tablets to supply essential vitamins. Longhua currency had long become worthless. Everything within the shelters required contribution points to exchange. Everyone earned according to their labor, and snacks, fruits, and various scarce resources were purchasable only with contribution points. No one was exempt, everything had to start from scratch, and everyone was equal. Of course, this was only relative to ordinary civilians. After experiencing less than half a day, the internet exploded. I'm totally fed up. Before the apocalypse, my family lived at least a middle-class life, but now with no ability to build our own shelter, we're forced to live in such a backward, cramped, and miserable place. I can't accept it, really can't. The corridor in front of our door is less than 2 meters wide, and stepping out means being surrounded by people. Worse, after just one day, the public toilets were piled high with excrement that couldn't be flushed. And the public bathhouse has time limits. Once the time's up, it's a crowded mess of bare bodies. Damn it. Arf. Be grateful you're alive, but don't ask for a bicycle. Statistics show that Longwo's national shelters were originally designed for 1 billion people, but now they've squeezed in another 300 million, and over 100 million still have nowhere to go. With that last message, everyone's heart jolted into silence. Longwo had truly done its utmost. With just over 20 days left, no one knew whether the last 100 million plus people could find a place in the underground shelters. Alas, it's too hard. But honestly, we're already much luckier than those still without shelter. At least we have a guarantee of life. As for abroad, it's utter chaos. Countless people have nowhere to hide. Indeed, compared to one's own life safety, what are a poor environment and poor food? All we can do is pray that after the apocalypse, the living conditions and food will improve. Now I truly envy those with private shelters, corporate shelters, and family shelters. They're free and unrestrained, and their food and drink are definitely far better than ours. Thinking of shelters built by others, everyone in Longwo's shelters turned sour. Even a fool could imagine the disparity in living standards. Is there any big shot out there? Share a photo, please. A while back, I saw the design of a family shelter for a company selling elderly health gadgets. It was huge, covering everything: living areas, recreation zones, planting areas, farming zones, light industry zones, vehicle and equipment areas, material warehouses, like an underground estate with everything one could want. Shortly after that message, photos were indeed posted in reply, appearing before everyone. They came from a rich second-generation real estate heir with an IP location near the Qinling Mountains in central Longwo. I'm in the shelter warming up with a round of golf. Later I'll have some fruit and dessert for afternoon tea, and tonight there's a grand feast party. Cheers to that. Then a dozen photos were uploaded. Not a single photo showed any sign of an underground shelter. Instead, they resembled a magnificent estate, a swimming pool, of vast lawn, rows of beautiful waitresses in maid uniforms gracefully preparing for an evening gala. The last photo was a handsome selfie of the rich second generation with a team of black-suited men standing solemnly behind him. The photos sparked gnashing teeth among all viewers. Good heavens, extravagant, utterly extravagant. Even without the meteorite catastrophe in '99, 9 of people could never afford such a life. The contrast was staggering. The rich second generation was reveling in life, while they were merely surviving for the sake of survival. I know him. His father is a real estate tycoon from Ninghui City with assets exceeding 10 billion. Before the announcement that a meteorite was about to strike Earth, he had already started stockpiling supplies and building shelters. Damn it, how infuriating. With these words, many began to harbor hatred. The lives of wealthy capitalists have always been better than those of ordinary civilians, whether an apocalypse or not. A life beyond their imagination. A storm of online outrage erupted instantly. Why should they live so well? Why should over 100 million people have nowhere to go while those capitalists feast and enjoy the most superior life? Although Longwo quickly controlled the online heat and deleted the photos, it could not calm the verbal condemnation of hundreds of millions. Riots even broke out within the shelters. The resentment toward the rich shattered all tolerance. No one could accept such disparity. A small-scale upheaval began in Longwo. Amidst this turmoil, the Xingyun Hive shelter remained tranquil as still water, watching the drama from behind screens like amused onlookers. Compared to the photos of that rich second generation, the Xingyun shelter was no less impressive. In fact, it was even more perfect. Its infrastructure met the standards of luxury hotels, and its food and entertainment rivaled the most extravagant lifestyles. Not only was the living space spacious, but it was also a small city within the underground shelter, truly offering everything. Everything was available. Multi-story buildings, green plazas, wide boulevards and sidewalks, and various shops opened 247. Bright lights, cleanliness, and order. Even staying underground for a long time felt no different from living in a city above ground. The only downside was the absence of sunlight. In the street park, family members of Xingyun Group employees sat leisurely on benches comparing photos from various shelters on their phones. No matter what angle they viewed, nothing matched the grandeur of the scene before them. Tisk, no comparison at all. Our living environment completely crushes theirs. That rich second generation's place. Probably not even as big as our park, sneered a young student dismissively. The residential zone he was in was just one of 18 such zones within the entire Xingyun Hive shelter. Each large residential zone extended over a kilometer in length, with the tallest buildings reaching 30 meters, 7 stories high. Even with over 100,000 residents, the place felt somewhat empty. These zones were interconnected and city buses and underground trains made travel convenient and fast. The young man cautiously looked around, then secretly raised his phone and snapped several photos. With a few taps he uploaded them smoothly. Xingyun little cousin him in the Xingyun hive shelter. You guys don't measure up. Take a look at my park. It's a bit small, but it'll make do. One of the photos captured the bustling intersection outside the park, a scene of prosperity that seemed straight out of a fantasy. The scene photos of the Nebula hive shelter were like a depth charge plunging into surging seas, instantly stirring up a wave of excitement. Holy crap, this is a shelter. Damn, is this a futuristic underground city? The Nebula Group, that super conglomerate with cutting-edge technology covering all aspects of life and science. Holy moly, isn't this too insane? How can such a huge space be supported deep underground? Are they secretly developing black technology behind our backs? See those words on the special building in the distance. District 13 train platform. My goodness, they even built trains. Even the nation isn't that creative, right? Focus on the key point, man. District 13. The Nebula shelter has built at least 13 large underground living zones. Awesome, just awesome. This single underground apocalyptic city is 100 times more impressive than my shelter. Nebula shelter, my god. Are they still hiring workers? I can endure hardship work like a beast. Just give me a room. This is what a real living area is. I'm crying with envy. Meanwhile, Su Yun received a reminder from Yun Minjer. Brother Yun, we don't need to launch our talent recruitment plan anymore. We've already gone viral online. Su Yun quickly learned about the online situation. Those photos left him speechless. Finally, after nearly 200,000 people, it took until today for the hive shelter's images to be posted online. From the very beginning, he had never restricted the hive shelter from leaking information. He had enough confidence to back it up. Whether it was rumors or enemy attacks, Yun Minjer alone could easily handle the situation. Moreover, he had already calculated the capacity of the 18 large living zones. The optimal population base was 30,000 per zone, and with a bit of crowding it could accommodate over 50,000. Currently, the entire shelter had less than 200,000 residents. In theory, the 18 large living zones could comfortably house over 500,000 people. The gap was considerable, hence the talent recruitment plan. However, compared to the benefits and treatment of Nebula Group employees, recruited talents would have to meet strict restrictions and regulations. The Nebula Group had worked hard for so long, naturally, they wouldn't let others enjoy everything without contributing. A hierarchical system was necessary. Later arrivals who wanted better food and a comfortable life would have to earn it through work. Of course, even the most basic guarantees were far superior to those of the Dragon Kingdom's shelters. There was no lack of appeal. We need top-tier technical teams and people with exceptional genetics and knowledge, especially those residing in national shelters. Minjer, after you screen them, you can send invitations once confirmed. There are plenty of hidden masters among them. Su Yun's eyes flashed with sharp light. The entire Dragon Kingdom was teeming with talent. Supplementing 200,000 to 300,000 elites wouldn't be too difficult. The Nebula Hive shelter had no shortage of supplies or residential areas. It only needed more people. Time slowly passed. December 15th. There were still half a month left before the meteor impact. The weather grew colder, winter had arrived. In Shuehan City, a third-tier northern city, more than a dozen people bundled in thick winter clothes carrying large and small bags of luggage gathered in the living room of a small villa. The heating had long been shut off. Through the French windows the outside scene was barren. Nothing but a vast expanse of white, not a single figure. Brother Gongzi, there are still 10 minutes until the agreed time. What if the Nebula Group deceived us? A young man rubbed his frostbitten hands, speaking with a worried expression. The dozen pairs of eyes nervously turned to the man sitting on the sofa. He was the backbone of the group. Li Zigung frowned, occasionally glancing at the screen of his phone as if waiting for something. Don't worry. The Nebula Group is not a company that breaks its word. If they said they'll come, they will. I've bet everything on them and I trust them, Li Zigung said with a firm expression. Recalling the sudden turn of events 3 days ago, he still felt a little uneasy. 3 days ago, he was still in a shelter converted from a large underground parking lot in the center of Shuehan City. To give his family a better life in the shelter, he resolutely joined the team, carrying supplies. By hauling grain, he could earn 5 contribution points per 1,000 gene, which could be exchanged for 1 gene of flour. Having lived a comfortable life since childhood, he could hardly endure such hardship. After just a week of work, he went from being weak-limbed after carrying 2,000 gene daily to staggering under 4,000 gene. He had lost a lot of weight and was utterly exhausted. The supplies he earned through overwork barely covered the daily food and drink for his family of 5. He had thought that as long as he persisted, he would eventually earn more supplies and make life better for his family. But on the last day, something went wrong. Due to excessive fatigue and overexertion, he collapsed in the supply warehouse. When he woke up, he was lying at home with a glucose drip on his hand to replenish energy. At that moment, he despaired. With the apocalypse approaching, his proud knowledge of paleontology had long lost all meaning. To survive, he had to exchange manual labor for food. But how could his frail body endure such pressure? Collapsing once meant the collapse of the entire family. The survival pressure of a family of 5 weighed heavily on his shoulders, bending his spine. In the midst of despair, his phone suddenly froze, and then a cute cartoon little girl appeared speaking. Lead Zhegung Paleontology Researcher. Hello. I am Yun Minjer, the artificial intelligence of the Nebula Group. After big data screening analysis and investigation, you have successfully passed my verification. The Nebula Hive Shelter opens its doors to you. If you need it, please reply to this message. At that moment, he seemed to see a ray of hope. His newborn child, his wife, his parents, all had a chance to live. This message was like a giant hand pulling him out of the abyss. He also knew the strength of the Nebula Group and the situation of the shelter. It was a true behemoth. The photos resembling a futuristic underground city made him yearn for it. He wanted to move in no matter what. I desperately need this. If my knowledge can allow my family to live in the Hive Shelter, I am willing to give everything to work for you. With that, he resolutely left that noisy and chaotic Dragon Kingdom shelter with his family. Together with his sister's family and his wife's younger brother's family, they all returned to his former home. It was a small villa with a warm layout, but under the threat of the Meteor, past wealth had become meaningless. Time trickled by. Everyone watched Li Zhegung nervously, their anxiety making them deeply worried. If they were deceived by the Nebula Group, they would truly have to wait for death. Ding! A crisp sound rang from Li Zhegung's phone. Externally hired Level 3 employee Li Zhegung, the pickup team has arrived. Please board within 10 minutes. Please board within 10 minutes. A pleasant and melodious voice echoed through the silent villa. The next moment, the roar of massive propellers sounded outside. Li Zhegung immediately stood up, his eyes red and excited. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted, "Let's go board." At this moment, he could hardly believe it. It was real. It was actually real. How could he have ever imagined that in the apocalyptic environment his paleontology knowledge would be valued by someone? For the rest of his life, he would repay with all his heart those who cherished him. At the same time, across the Dragon Kingdom, families like Li Zhegung's boarded the helicopters of the Nebula Group. Although their status would be lower than that of Nebula Group employees, the treatment would still allow them to live, not just survive. The cold air from the north descended, and even the coastal city of Binhai, situated on the edge of the Blue Star's equator, experienced a light snowfall. This anomalous change transformed the seaside metropolis with a blanket of white covering the ground and branches as far as the eye could see. The entire Fengyi mountain range seemed draped in a layer of snow-white cotton, silver-laden and snow-covered, evoking a deep chill at the mere sight. The coastline exuded an eerie silence, with waves crashing against countless bloodstains and fish carcasses, inducing a sense of dread beneath the falling snow. Rumble upon rumble. In stark contrast to the silent eeriness on one side of the Fengyi mountain range, the roar of helicopters echoed from afar on the other side. Like a swarm of bees returning to their hive, the scene was exceptionally spectacular. Moreover, on the roads, a multitude of buses and cars were gradually advancing toward the main entrance of the Xingyun Hive Shelter. After 12 hours of travel, including 2 transfers, Li Zhegung's family finally arrived at the widely circulated Xingyun Hive Shelter. Inside a bus. "A miracle, this is a miracle," exclaimed Li Zhegung's younger sister, bundled in a padded coat and a full-coverage, simple protective suit, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at the distant Fengyi mountain. The massive entrance gate, the colossal furnace-like machines, and the mechanical arms operating high above, a veritable steel city. Under the snowy sky, this place seemed like a beacon of life, a blaze so fierce that even a meteorite could not extinguish it. She had once seen photos of the Xingyun Hive Shelter online and felt a deep envy. She had even fantasized that one day she would have a home within it. Unexpectedly, this fantasy came true, and soon she would be moving into that advanced, clean, spacious, and bustling underground city. At the thought, her eyes once again filled with admiration as she looked at her brother Li Zhegung. "Brother, you are truly amazing. I've known since I was young that there was nothing you couldn't accomplish." Hearing this, Li Zhegung chuckled bitterly. If it weren't for the Xingyun Group contacting him, he would have been at a loss. He only hoped that his expertise in paleontology could contribute to the Xingyun Group and justify this life-saving kindness. Beep beep. The phone in Li Zhegung's pocket emitted a series of beeps. He lifted it to see and was overcome with joy. "So, the assigned rooms are ready: 3 3-bedroom, 2 living room, 1 kitchen, 2 bathroom suites at a star-rated hotel level located in Zone 15, 560 meters underground. There's also a large balcony overlooking the central intersection and plaza of the living area." Li Zhegung felt a bit dizzy. Though he had long known the Xingyun Group was lavish and generous, he never imagined it would be this good. The rooms were allocated by family size, 3 adjacent units with decorations and facilities rivaling presidential suites and hotels. Looking at the address and photos on his phone, his wife's sister and the rest of the family grew excited. Compared to the shelters of the Dragon Kingdom, this place was like paradise with everything imaginable. The information in the photos overwhelmed them, filling them with dizzying joy. Beep beep. Not only that, but an app appeared on Li Zhegung's phone, the Xingyun Personal Terminal. After fingerprint and facial recognition, he finally became an employee of the Xingyun Group, albeit at the lowest level, a 3rd-tier external hire. 30,000 Xingyun credits. Is this the currency for transactions? Li Zigung muttered in confusion. But the next moment a crisp, pleasant voice emanated from the phone. Indeed, 30,000 Xingyun credits hold the purchasing power of 30,000 Dragon Kingdom currency. Sufficient for meals and daily expenses, they can support your 3 families for over a year. As a third-tier external employee, you receive 10,000 Xingyun credits monthly. Additionally, work contributions to the Xingyun group may earn you between 10,000 and 1 million contribution credits. Li Zigung was stunned and ecstatic. 10,000 credits per month were enough for them to live comfortably. Moreover, since the Xingyun group had selected him, his paleontological knowledge must still be of use. Understood. But may I ask, what role do I play for the Xingyun group? Could you help me look up paleontology-related positions? Li Zigung spoke into the phone a bit embarrassed, but with a serious expression. The AI of the Xingyun group was leagues above him in capability, though it commanded respect, even if it was just a program. Ding! Instruction received. Searching. Please report to the Biological Research Institute in Zone 1 Underground tomorrow at 10 a.m. Via train no. 1. Several job positions are available for you to choose from. As the voice ended, Li Zigung finally set aside his worries. At last he had a purpose in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Su Yun was also observing the various external employees. The talent recruitment plan progressed rapidly. 3 top-tier research teams had already accepted the Xingyun group's invitation. Despite being watched by multiple forces, the group's reputation ultimately deterred them. Fair competition with the choice left to the volunteers. Ultimately, the allure of the Xingyun group prevailed, with its strength and benefits far surpassing others. After all, establishing a nuclear power plant was not something anyone could accomplish. Having abundant top-tier equipment and a powerful energy supply made this a paradise for researchers in the apocalypse. Beyond the 3 teams, many other scholars also responded. Within the Dragon Kingdom, out of 50,000 invitations, over 30,000 chose to leave the Dragon Kingdom's shelters and join the Xingyun Hive shelter with their families. As time passed, once the population gap was filled, the whole Xingyun Hive shelter would achieve true perfection. Meteor, give them 1 more week. After that, the shelter's gates will close, sealing the surface to focus on defending against the Meteor crisis. Su Yun spoke firmly. In a week, those who wanted to come would have arrived. He would not force those who hesitated. Yun Meteor could handle population management efficiently, requiring little of his attention. Meanwhile, in the ocean, a nuclear submarine lay hidden in a crevice just 40 nautical miles from the Xingyun Hive shelter. It was ready to launch ballistic missiles at any moment to destroy meteor fragments threatening the shelter. However, the marine environment was perilously dangerous. Beyond radiation, the submarine frequently detected massive shadows speeding by some exceeding 30 meters in length. At that time, radiation levels in the sea were still rising, killing countless marine life by the minute. Those that survived were mutated monsters undergoing incredible transformations after exposure to nuclear radiation and chemical pollutants. A radiation monster over 30 meters long in the sea. One could imagine its terror. Su Yun was still concerned. After the tsunami, he would face attacks from these giant radiation monsters, relying solely on raw strength. Thinking of this, Su Yun suddenly asked, Meteor, how is Chu Xiang's nuclear electromagnetic cannon coming along? Atop Fengyi Mountain, several engineering teams worked day and night, constructing a massive cannon barrel over 20 meters long with an absurdly wide muzzle diameter of over 3 meters. Beneath the barrel lay a steel cannon base covering the entire mountaintop, supporting the barrel and inspiring awe. Who could have imagined such a colossal cannon was an electromagnetic gun powered by a nuclear plant? 5 shells, each 3 meters in diameter, were quietly arranged nearby. They were forged from special metals, extremely hard and heavy. Once launched, driven by electromagnetic force, they would descend like meteors, delivering devastating kinetic energy. This behemoth was the creation of Chu Xiangge, one of the 4 prodigies of the Xingyun group, a top researcher specializing in electromagnetism. After completing the electromagnetic pulse defense for the entire Xingyun Hive shelter, he took on the heavy responsibility of building a powerful offensive weapon. Calculations showed that within a 50-kilometer range, even an armored tank division would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The construction of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon had entered its final phase, poised to be fully operational in 5 days. Regrettably, even the Nebula group had managed to produce only 5 shells. The craftsmanship required for these special projectiles was exceedingly intricate. A series of smelting and synthesis processes demanded immense time and the pinnacle of technical expertise, along with a vast quantity of rare metals. To preserve future development, exhausting every effort ultimately yielded only 5 rounds. Yet this was sufficient. This would serve as the ultimate defensive measure for the hive shelter. Within a range of 50 kilometers, no matter whether the radiation monster was 30 meters long or even 100 or 200 meters, once locked onto it, would be instantly obliterated, without exception. Simulations indicated that a single strike would pulverize the Earth over 300 meters, and within a 1-kilometer radius, an earthquake of magnitude 11 would be unleashed, reducing everything to dust and rubble. Its sheer power rivaled that of space-based weapons. Ultimately, only Su Yun held authority over this nuclear electromagnetic cannon, and he would not deploy it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Yet once brought into action, it signaled that the hive shelter was on the verge of an uncontrollable crisis. At that moment, what else mattered but self-preservation? Of course, this was merely a preemptive self-defense weapon built for worst-case scenarios. For now, threats from the sea had not yet reached them. Their focus remained on confronting the series of crises triggered by the impending meteorite impact. In the central command hall at the deepest level of the hive shelter, the largest screen displayed a meteorite from the cosmos, trailing countless fragments hurtling toward Lanxing. As the meteorite drew closer to Lanxing, the captured images grew increasingly clear. However, incessant abnormal sounds from the instruments seized everyone's attention. No, there's another massive meteorite hidden behind this one. A tense voice trembled as it spoke. Su Yun frowned and looked over. The computer on the desk before him was covered with various data streams and intermittent motion photos of the meteorite, all changing ceaselessly. Most terrifying of all, the meteorite's velocity was accelerating, from an initial 29 kilometers per second to 31. Greater kinetic energy would amplify the devastation upon impact. The energy released by this 20-kilometer meteorite was estimated to inflict damage equivalent to that of a typical 30-kilometer one. What filled them with even greater dread was that as the meteorite neared Lanxing, the scenes behind it were gradually captured. Amid the dense fragments and dust surrounding it, a colossal shadow emerged. Calculations based on the data suggested that the hidden meteorite's diameter exceeded 10 kilometers, posing a threat to Lanxing no less than the one that wiped out the dinosaurs tens of millions of years ago. Boundless terror followed. Even the first meteorite would require the combined might of all nuclear and hydrogen bombs on Lanxing to counter, and even then, it would unleash uncontrollable catastrophe. Should a second one arrive, it would spell utter doom. The impact point has been calculated. It has deviated. There's a 98% probability it will strike the Bermuda region of the Atlantic Ocean. The other is projected to hit the Pacific near the South American continent, with an 80% chance of shifting to the Central Pacific. The staff member continued. As the words fell, everyone present exhaled in relief. At least neither meteorite would land directly on their heads. Yet for South and North America, this was the most terrifying news. 2 meteorites converging on the continents would likely tear them asunder. The catastrophic energy unleashed would trigger a cascade of even more horrifying crises. The United States and the nations on those 2 continents would surely be driven to madness. Their only hope lay in deploying an overwhelming number of nuclear weapons, launching wave after wave into space to deflect the meteorite's trajectories. Meanwhile, Su Yun, while examining the data, scrolled through his phone. The communication interface with Edward Adam appeared before him. At this moment, he was curious to see what the United States would do, what actions it would take. Facing the one superpower on Lanxing, Su Yun genuinely feared that the United States might buckle under pressure and drag everyone into hell. A notification chimed, not a message from Edward, but from the Slacker group. Malware good, don't know what's going on. The U.S. suddenly called an emergency meeting of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, and they're extremely anxious, even threatening with nuclear devastation. Su Yun's pupils contracted sharply. Damn, my worry was spot on. 2 world-ending meteorites crashing nearby. Who could withstand that? Wang Jitsong, seems like the meteorite over their heads is about to hit near the U.S. Probably their space defense chain isn't ready yet, so they're panicking. Qin Jun, not quite. There's major movement from the military region in the northwest. Nuclear missile launchers are deployed, and there are still 12 days left. Shouldn't be this soon, right? Malware go. That's not the reason. The U.S. is serious this time. There must be something we don't know with a very high classification level. Even I can't find out. Everyone in the group was baffled. With the meteorite impact approaching, what trick was the U.S. up to? Su Yun, watching the discussion, shook his head. He was probably the only one present who knew the truth. Su Yun stopped guessing. There's a second meteorite hidden behind the first one, estimated to be over 10 kilometers in diameter. Both meteorites have the U.S. sandwiched between them. No wonder they're going crazy. As Su Yun's message appeared, everyone suddenly understood, but then grew tense. If they were under such a threat, they would likely act just as frantically. A sharp intake of breath. If the U.S. went mad, all of humanity on Lanxing might not survive much longer. My dad is the richest. Holy shit, no way. The U.S. has enough nukes to scour Lanxing several times over. If they really do launch, even hiding deep underground, we won't survive a single nuke hitting overhead. That was the fear shared by all. The survival of every human on Lanxing hung by a thread at this critical juncture. At the same time, Su Yun narrowed his eyes and spoke gravely. Minjer, try to secretly infiltrate the video conference of the 5 permanent members. I want to know if they can reach a consensus. If the worst came to pass, he would have no choice but to abandon all areas except the 3 largest underground spaces. About 1 kilometer beneath the hive shelter, 3 massive spaces had been constructed to the strictest nuclear-proof standards. Even the blast of 2 or 3 nuclear bombs with a yield exceeding 9 million tons of TNT would not cause collapse or severe damage. But at that point he would have to give up many things, a situation he could not accept. Yun Minger's voice sounded, "Brother Yun, give me 3 minutes. The security of the 5-power video conference is extremely strong. Infiltrating it secretly will be very difficult." Su Yun nodded in response. He knew the level of protection. It was undoubtedly the most formidable network defense on Lanxing. After all, every piece of information discussed in that conference concerned the development and safety of Lanxing. Any leak would cause terrifying consequences. Su Yun waited silently, a growing sense of urgency in his heart. Having his fate controlled by others was truly infuriating. Suddenly a video feed appeared on the computer before him, exuding a solemn aura. His heart jolted, then surged with ecstasy. He had only tried on a whim, yet Minger had actually succeeded. She truly was the goddess of the network. This was a long-distance satellite communication. 5 faces, each representing the decision-making power of their respective nations, appeared before him. "John of the United States, so it's settled. Our agreement stands. We demand that all nuclear-armed nations pool their entire strength. The first space defense line must be augmented with 1,000 more nuclear weapons. And when the second defense line is activated, excluding ourselves, you must launch over 1,000 nuclear warheads for interception within 10 minutes. Regardless of the outcome, we will cease threatening the globe." Having just entered, Su Yun heard the final result. Thank goodness the U.S. doesn't have the guts. They've held the top spot for so long. How could they give it up? Su Yun smiled with relief, a hint of joy in his eyes. But the matter was not over. Russia, the meteorite issue ends here. Next, let's discuss the nuclear radiation monsters in the ocean. Gentlemen, watch this video before we talk. A video was uploaded by Russia. Su Yun had a bad feeling. He quickly opened the video. Whoosh! It was a scene from 5,000 meters deep in the Arctic Ocean. The seawater was pitch black with only the dull sound of currents. Roar. A low, distant roar echoed, sending chills down the spine. It seemed to come from an ancient era, a voice both old and mysterious. Then a pair of huge crimson eyes emerged from the darkness, filling hearts with dread. Boom! A great crash. Zzz. The footage cut off abruptly. In that final moment, Su Yun glimpsed a terrifying 4-fingered giant claw reminiscent of the claws of dinosaurs from millions of years ago. This terrifying creature instilled a deep sense of dread. Compared to the legendary deep-sea giant squid and sperm whale, the roaring monster in the video appeared far more colossal and fearsome. Through those enormous eyes alone, one could grasp the sheer magnitude of its body. It was a gigantic radiated monster well over 100 meters in length, harboring energy equivalent to a nuclear reactor. As data streamed across the screen, Su Yun's astonishment deepened. It had been merely 3 or 4 months at most. And such a horrifying radiated creature had already emerged. How much nuclear wastewater and chemical effluent had Blue Star nations dumped into the ocean? If time stretched further, with humanity already overwhelmed by the asteroid impact, the radiated monsters in the sea would surely spawn a catastrophe. Meanwhile, the 5 figures in the video fell silent, their expressions growing increasingly grim, brows furrowed. This creature profoundly threatened human sovereignty. The ocean covered 70% of Blue Star, and within these mysterious depths, unimaginable transformations might have already occurred. This was a creature capable of contending with humanity for dominion over Blue Star. Regardless of its origin, only death awaited it. Yet compared to the threat of the asteroid, this was not the gravest issue. After all, those armed with nuclear weapons held the ultimate say on Blue Star. No matter how powerful the sea monster, it could not withstand the destructive force of a nuclear weapon whose heat reached hundreds of millions of degrees. Perhaps after weathering the asteroid disaster, they would have the opportunity to clear the sea creatures. Still, if they could intercept and slaughter a few mutated sea beasts in advance, reaping research specimens, they would not object. But Bear Country had no interest in this matter. Bear Country declared, "This is all you're doing. The monster lurks near the waters of my territory, threatening to come ashore at any moment. Especially Little Japan. I have calculated that they have dumped over 1 million tons of nuclear wastewater into the sea, along with laboratory effluents and countless reckless pollutants. They bear primary responsibility for the creature's birth. I propose eliminating this island nation, which has built 132 shelters across Blue Star." England retorted, "Don't point fingers. Bear Country, you have discarded no small amount either. To build underground shelters, you dumped surface waste into the sea, saving a fortune. Whether Little Japan is annihilated or not, I am indifferent. I can no longer bear it either." France chimed in, "However, every nation present bears some responsibility. Disposing of nuclear wastewater and chemical pollutants demands enormous effort and funding daily. Only by dumping them into the sea can we avoid harming our own territories." America said, "Little Japan can take the primary blame, but annihilation is unnecessary. A slight punishment will suffice." Meanwhile, the 5 of us and other smaller nations cannot shirk responsibility, especially India, which discards the most garbage, even dumping excrement and ashes into the sea. "I propose we first eliminate that filthy nation before discussing this topic." Dragon Country remarked, Go on, I'll keep listening. Don't forget, in 12 days if the space defense fails, thousands of nuclear warheads will detonate within Blue Star's atmosphere. Then TSK. America responded, pray that the two damned asteroids are destroyed in space, or else the mutated sea monsters will feast gloriously. But actually fattening them up a bit isn't a bad thing. Su Yun watched the five figures bicker, his expression growing heavier. The implication was clear: once the mutated sea monsters came ashore, they would inevitably be annihilated with heavy weapons, enabling the nations to harvest their flesh and blood for research. If they posed no immediate threat, they would be set aside until the asteroid crisis was resolved, then dealt with later. As for responsibility, it naturally fell on Little Japan, India, and others. What did it have to do with them? They had merely followed the trend led astray, and thus excusable. Su Yun found this baffling. They knew the threat in the sea would grow, yet they refused to address it promptly, allowing the monsters to continue mutating. Was it overconfidence or some other intention? Did they not fear losing control? Minjer, why do you think they are doing this? Su Yun murmured to himself. Unable to fathom it, he decided to let Yun Minjer analyze. Just then Yun Minger's crisp voice rang out. Brother Yun, do not underestimate the power of nuclear weapons. For carbon-based life, no matter how powerful or mutated, they cannot withstand the destruction of hundreds of millions of degrees. They will be instantly incinerated to ash. Theoretically, no matter how the mutated sea monsters evolve or change, they can never reach a level capable of contending with nuclear weapons. Such an anomaly only exists in fiction. Minjer might understand a little that these mutated radiated sea monsters contain the energy of a nuclear reactor within their bodies. This peculiar ability is extremely important. If humanity could successfully study it, it might spark another technological explosion, greatly accelerating the current sluggish pace of scientific advancement. Moreover, Brother Yun, the ultimate fruits of biotechnology can be applied to the human body, whether breaking the shackles of lifespan or surpassing the limits of human genes. These are technologies everyone dreams of, and no one would refuse them. Listening to Yun Minjer's analysis, Su Yun suddenly understood. So that was it. With nuclear weapons as a safety net, humanity remained the unrivaled master of Blue Star. And concerning the future of biotechnology, once successful, humans might no longer be confined to a mere 70 or 100 years of life. Imagine the terrifying power if a human body could contain the energy of a nuclear reactor. Along with the allure of legendary gene warriors and mutants, these temptations had led the 5 major nations to reach a consensus. These mutated sea monsters were always under control, posing no major problems. They could wait for them to grow fat, then harvest them, dissecting every biological secret. The ambition was vast, and Su Yun finally comprehended. Suddenly, he recalled the 5 radiated sea monsters he had captured earlier that could come ashore. Setting aside the conference video of the 5 permanent members, Su Yun hastily asked, Minjer, has Ling made any progress? He felt a surge of excitement. Earlier, when Assistant Jiang had drained him dry day after day, he had wondered if Ling might one day develop a method to optimize the human body. Now that he had considered the possibility offered by the mutated radiated sea creatures, he could not afford to miss out. As he spoke, Yun Minjer replied, Brother Yun, I'm just in time to report. Sister Ling has dissected and sectioned those 5 monsters. So far, there are only 3 new findings. First, the blood of the mutated sea monster possesses a terrifying infectivity, a gene-level invasion of biological organisms. Human experiments have not yet been conducted, but calculations suggest that if turned into a biological weapon, it would cause uncontrollable threats. Second, inside the mutated sea monster, there is a mysterious enzyme capable of splitting atomic nuclei, releasing massive amounts of energy to fuel the creature's movement. This can be understood by analogy with the electric eel's discharge mechanism or the Godzilla of movies, though not as extreme as atomic breath, which is pure fantasy. The secrets are still under investigation. Third, their bodies contain a particularly special heavy metal element, a new element not yet discovered on Blue Star. It has been transferred to the Haoyang laboratory for study. The timeline for results remains uncertain. Upon hearing the 3 new discoveries, Su Yun's anticipation instantly shattered. This was by all accounts a terrifying situation. The monster's blood could contaminate genes. Once human skin touched it, gene mutation would occur in an instant, leading either to death or to unimaginable and horrifying transformations. And with the appearance of Godzilla-like features, Su Yun's heart nearly sank into the abyss. This thing was not to be trifled with. He truly feared that one day such a creature might actually exist, bringing about catastrophic devastation. After all, a monster that even nuclear bombs could not kill, and might even empower, was something no one could withstand. As for the new heavy metal element, it signified a new atomic nucleus, which, while beneficial to technological innovation, seemed unrelated to the human enhancement he sought. Alright, let professionals handle their own affairs. I won't disturb them. But Minjer, if there's any new discovery, you must inform me immediately. Su Yun spoke with a tone of helpless resignation and steady composure. He remained highly vigilant towards such unknown entities. They could bring benefits, but also harm. He did not want the Nebula Hive shelter to fall into dire straits because of research on the mutated sea monster. Understood, Yunch. Rest assured, I am overseeing every critical step in the research institute. If any danger arises, I will seal it off and halt it immediately, Yun Minjer assured him. Let's hope so, Su Yun nodded with a hint of worry in his heart. As long as Yun Minjer didn't follow the bad habits of those researchers with her supervision, major mistakes would not occur. Moreover, the defense level of the biological laboratory in the shelter was close to P5, extremely robust. With layers of security, he doubted problems would emerge. With this thought, Su Yun steadied himself. For now, he could only trust Zi Ling and the others. Meteorite disasters, radioactive sea monsters, global snowfall, abnormal temperatures, and ecosystems. I want to know what other calamities Blue Star has in store. Tapping the table, Su Yun squinted. Disasters came one after another, intensifying the atmosphere of the apocalypse. Ever since countries began dumping nuclear wastewater and laboratory-grade chemical sewage into the sea, the changes on Blue Star had grown increasingly erratic. In Binhai City, where snow had not fallen for a century, it had now been snowing continuously for a week, and the snow contained weak corrosiveness and radiation. If a person stayed outside for too long, their skin would feel a burning sensation within an hour, and after 8 hours it would be scorched. The skin touched by snowflakes would be burned away, resulting in severe burns. If they stayed out for a week or two, they would be doomed. The snow's corrosiveness could be blocked by ordinary winter clothing, but the radiation would penetrate deep into the body, destroying cells and tearing apart human DNA. This was an extremely destructive form of energy that would greatly compromise the body's vital signs. Once radiation entered the body, even Hua Tuo would be helpless, shaking his head and advising you to enjoy your final days with good food and drink. Now all shelters across the Dragon Kingdom had entered a semi-closed state to defend against the series of hazards arising before the meteorite impact. Although the Nebula Group still had many projects unfinished, employees working outside were required to wear protective suits and pass through security checkpoints. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, over 1,000 fully armed security personnel were deployed in 3 shifts to guard the Hive shelter. However, according to statistics, shelters across the Dragon Kingdom had conducted big data analysis and investigations. Those who had committed heinous crimes were expelled from shelters to make room for other citizens who had not yet moved in. Additionally, following the recent unrest after the resentment of the wealthy, those involved in small-scale riots were directly expelled. This purge had directly expelled nearly 20 million people. Now there were many wandering outside, huddling together in various buildings for warmth in the frigid winter, even destroying cities in their frenzy. As the saying goes, heaven's calamities can be avoided, but self-inflicted disasters are inescapable. These 20 million would face the terrifying abnormal weather and the impending meteorite crisis. Their chances of survival were slim. These people could also be considered a threat. At the brink of life and death, who could predict what desperate decisions they might make? But if they dared to have any designs on the Nebula Hive shelter, Su Yun would not hesitate to capture them, all providing Zi Ling with subjects for human experiments. Compared to foreign countries, the Dragon Kingdom was still too merciful. According to statistics, the beautiful country alone had abandoned over 50 million people, including a large number of elderly black people, criminals, drug dealers, and underworld forces. This figure was chilling. The beautiful country had also chosen to abandon countless elderly people, leaving the chance to live for others. This was a moral decline and a tragedy for humanity. Since then, the beautiful country, where firearms were not banned, had been plagued by riots and gunfights daily. Without armed self-defense teams, shelters would have been looted long ago. The relentless riots had turned every city in the beautiful country into a sea of flames and billowing smoke. All facets of life, dark human nature, had already taken root and thrived. Su Yun sighed deeply. Fortunately, everything at the Nebula Hive shelter was moving in a positive direction. No matter how chaotic the outside world became, it could not affect them. He felt nothing but relief. The video of the 5-Power Conference had ended. There were only 2 discussion topics: the meteorite defense plan, which continued to increase nuclear weapon resources, and the evolving threat of the radioactive sea monster. For them, the global climate anomaly was a minor concern given the impending meteorite. After all, once thousands of nuclear bombs were detonated, the entire Blue Star would be shrouded in nuclear radiation. What was the point of worrying about changes? Survival was the ultimate victory. Not to mention that after the meteorite impact, a series of disasters would follow, including an ice age that would trouble generations to come. Ding dong. The Bylon group chat was still filled with lamentations. Their words were full of complaint. They were young and had not yet enjoyed enough of life's pleasures before they were about to die. My dad is a billionaire, what a sin. I'm only 25, I don't want to die yet. I hope the beautiful country's nuclear bombs overlook my area. Please heavens. Wang Jitsong, damn it. I worked for my dad for months, barely got to slack off, and haven't even had a few girlfriends. Now I'm about to be blown up. Who can stand this? Yeah, little princess, enough you too. The result isn't out yet. Maybe the beautiful country is just making a lot of noise. The meteorite hasn't even arrived and 3 layers of defense haven't even acted. There's no need to write yourselves off now. Seeing this, Su Yun could only laugh wryly. Yeah was the steady one, the others were just bored and venting. They probably already guessed the outcome and were killing time by complaining and begging. Suyun, alright, the meeting is over. You guys go do your thing. It's no big deal. Glancing at his computer screen and finding nothing to handle, Suyun directly opened the gaming platform. It was time for daily entertainment. Slacking off and lying down was when he was happiest. Suyun, 5-player stack anyone. I'm a world-class mid laner, I can carry hard. Even now the Nebula gaming platform was still operational. Apart from the 3 super apocalypse satellites capable of defending against electromagnetic pulses, the Nebula group had over a dozen more in orbit. Why not use them? They would be destroyed in a dozen days anyway. With the satellite network, players within the Dragon Kingdom could log into the gaming platform. Now on the eve of the apocalypse, there were still nearly 300 average daily players with a peak of 500. Matchmaking was a bit slow, but there was still fun to be had. The members of the Bylon group were stunned for a moment, then laughed, their worries fading. Since Suyun had spoken, it really was no big deal. Wang Jitsung, come on. Matchmaking is too slow. Let's form 2 teams in the group for a scrim. He'll play AD carry. My win rate is 100. My family has a mine. Whoa, that's exciting. Count me in. Quickly call people, drag out all the lurkers. Brother Mao, go. In this group, I'm the true slacker. I play games all day, and my skills have reached divine levels. I need 4 noobs who'll carry you. Deep water bomb, everyone. Qin Jun, is there enough? If not, call me. I'm in the northwest. There are plenty of red second-generation buddies here. He'll create another gaming group and recruit some more. While Suyun was dominating the game, a massive earthquake of magnitude 9.5 suddenly struck the land of the rising sun, covering half of its island territory with such widespread tremors that it left the world in shock. Countless houses collapsed and seawater surged inland. In an instant, those abandoned on the island nation faced a catastrophe of unspeakable horror. Who could have imagined that before the meteorite even arrived, the land of the rising sun would encounter a once-in-a-century disaster? Not only that, but Mount Fuji began spewing thick black smoke as molten magma boiled, threatening to erupt. Vast tracts of land split apart, slowly sinking into the sea. At that same moment, the world detected the massive earthquake within the land of the rising sun, with the ensuing tsunami spreading in all directions. The Dragon Kingdom remarked, something's off, very off. How did this earthquake suddenly happen? The seismographs showed no warning signs at all. Moreover, the continent is collapsing into the sea. At this rate, the island nation will sink. How satisfying. I mean terrifying. The Bear Kingdom cheered, hooray. What a splendid quake. I've long despised that trash country for dumping waste into the ocean. But indeed it's abnormal. Our think tank suspects the supporting plate beneath the island nation's depths has fractured. This is divine retribution. The 3-head kingdom lamented disaster. Satellites have detected several nuclear power plants in the land of the rising sun falling into the ocean. Don't forget the radioactive sea monsters in the depths. A few plants will be a feast for them. The beautiful land stated, as great powers we must uphold the moral baseline of a shared human destiny and immediately execute a rescue plan. As for the radioactive sea monsters, let's observe for now and let them develop a bit more. I trust you've all made some progress in your research, haven't you? The Stick Kingdom urged, stop talking and act. Countless citizens from the land of the rising sun are fleeing toward us. This tiny place is already being hit by radioactive snow. Don't let them die here and defile my territory. The kangaroo country said, everyone, I sense something is off. Deep sea instruments are alarming. In the depths near the land of the rising sun, countless radioactive sea monsters seem to be gathering. I suspect they've gained intelligence and a leader, and they broke the supporting plate of the seabed, targeting the nuclear plants. As the kangaroo country's voice faded, the global nation's chatter instantly ceased, a foreboding feeling creeping into their hearts. The ocean has always been mysterious, and now with the emergence of radiation-mutated sea monsters, who can be sure they lack intelligence, organization, or a leader? Yet within minutes the Dragon Kingdom suddenly cursed, damn you, Eagle. Look at what you've done. I told you long ago to nip this in the bud. Now it's too late. Well, see what you do then. As a satellite video was uploaded, everyone gasped in shock, unable to believe their eyes. On the sea surface of the land of the rising sun's island territory, countless grotesque and nauseating radioactive sea monsters roared incessantly, their forms eerily bizarre. Some retained fish-like features, but had grown several dark 5-fingered human hands beneath their bellies, weird and horrifying. Others were covered in pus-filled eyeballs from head to toe. If a trypophobic person so much as glanced at them, they would likely break out in goosebumps, then tremble and foam at the mouth before collapsing. Their sizes varied. The largest could easily exceed 30 meters in length, with at least 10% of their numbers exposed, while the smallest were as big as a compact car. But whether large or small, these radioactive sea monsters posed a terrifying threat to humanity. Not to mention the radiation they carried, which was a lethal danger to humans upon contact. Now, with several nuclear plants from the land of the rising sun falling into the ocean, the radiation levels within these monsters were skyrocketing, their energy values growing increasingly alarming. Even more terrifying was the faint detection of many sea monsters bearing features resembling prehistoric creatures. There were whale-like radioactive monsters with tusks 7 to 8 meters long, shark-like ones with rows of sharp blade-like fins on their backs, and fish with furry fleshy wings. Just like the deep-sea video uploaded by the Bear Kingdom, even dinosaur-like ultra-large radioactive sea monsters had appeared. No one knew what changes were transpiring within the ocean. However, it was clear that if not stopped, humanity would face endless assaults from radioactive sea monsters after the meteorite calamity. At that point, it would be no laughing matter. After all, radioactive sea monsters capable of coming ashore had already emerged. If not dealt with in advance, when the endless horde charges onto land, global shelters would have to initiate doomsday war mode, and at a hellish difficulty. The scenes from movies where monsters cover the sky and guard the Great Wall would no longer be fantasy. It would be a cosmic joke if the fish farmers ended up being eaten by their own fish. The beautiful land retorted, "Blame me. Don't think I don't know you're all capturing radioactive sea monsters for biotech development. No one can shirk responsibility. And why panic? The land of the rising sun is finished. Let's just drop a few hydrogen bombs. I doubt they can survive that. Even Jesus himself would have to die." Soon, with the beautiful land's proposal, the plan to attack the monster group was quickly approved. The radioactive sea monsters in the ocean had already shown their fangs. As the rulers of the Blue Star, they naturally had to send a few gifts to let them feel the warmth of their hosts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 intercontinental missiles carrying hydrogen bomb warheads streaked across the sky, one launched by each of the 5 permanents speeding toward the waters of the land of the rising sun. Each of the 5 was a 5-megaton hydrogen bomb, enough to destroy half the territory of the land of the rising sun. This signaled that the 5 permanents had made a lethal decision. They intended to saturate the entire monster-infested sea with firepower. Meanwhile, Su Yun, still immersed in the game, was suddenly alerted by Yun Minjer. "Yungu, it's bad. A magnitude 9.5 earthquake has struck the land of the rising sun. A tsunami over 30 meters high is expected to reach Binhai City in 13 hours. The earthquake has also triggered countless radioactive sea monsters to surface." In less than 10 minutes, the 5 permanents decided to launch 5 hydrogen bombs set to detonate in 8 minutes. Hearing this, Su Yun jolted upright, forgetting the game before him. He looked up in disbelief at the big screen. The Nebula Group satellite had captured the trajectory of the hydrogen bombs racing toward the land of the rising sun at Mach 18. "Holy crap! Hydrogen bombs!" Su Yun exclaimed in shock. Quick, have the satellite capture the scene there. How had such a major event unfolded while he was just playing a game? A sense of panic gripped his heart. As the satellite rapidly adjusted its orbit, 3 minutes later, the image of the land of the rising sun appeared before Su Yun. Instantly, his hair stood on end. On the boundless sea surface, countless terrifying radioactive sea monsters densely packed the area. It seemed as if they had all mutated collectively, with various bizarre features that churned his stomach. No wonder they had to deploy hydrogen bombs, and 5 at that. Good grief, this was like a convention of radiation-mutated sea monsters, utterly absurd. Their emergence had touched a nerve with the 5 permanents threatening humanity's dominance. They all had to die. Assistant Jiang and the other staff nearby also had their eyes wide open, chills running down their spines as goosebumps instantly arose. Some even vomited outright. The scene was too vivid. So vivid that one more second of looking at it would be unbearable. After a moment of recovery, Su Yun furrowed his brows again as he gazed at the massive screen. A sense of alarm gripped his heart. The entire ocean had undergone a transformation, a terrifying phenomenon concealing an unknown number of radiation-mutated sea monsters. Perhaps what lay before him was merely the tip of the iceberg. Deeper, still more severe upheavals awaited. After a moment of silence, Su Yun said resignedly, "Menger, notify all engineering and transport units. In 12 hours, the hive shelter will seal its gates. Accelerate all progress." Originally, a full week was needed to complete all preparations, but the vicissitudes of life brought sudden upheaval. 13 hours later, the first catastrophe struck the Nebula hive shelter, a tsunami triggered by the earthquake. By then, the radiation monsters in the sea would also be swept ashore. The coastline would become a death zone. And that was not all. The 5 hydrogen bombs would generate another tsunami, followed by a second wave of radiation monsters crashing onto the land. At the thought, the corner of Su Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Building a shelter along the coastline seemed in retrospect a profoundly unwise choice. Compared to the inland, the danger was far more severe. Yet who could have foreseen such an abnormal and terrifying change in the ocean? The only location available for constructing the shelter was beneath Finny Mountain in Binhai City, leaving no alternative. They could only deal with each situation as it arose, adapting to circumstances. Moreover, his preparations were extensive. The shelter's defensive and offensive capabilities were maximized, ensuring that any who dared approach would meet their doom. All he needed to do was remain as steady as Mount Tai, watching the clouds rise and fall. 8 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Above the coastal waters of Zairizi country, 5 dazzling orbs of light blossomed, as if 5 suns had risen. The intensity of the light was enough to instantly blind anyone, stealing their sight forever. Then immense shockwaves rapidly expanded from within the orbs. The sea surface vaporized and collapsed, forming 5 colossal fireballs. Under temperatures exceeding 300 million degrees, countless radiation-mutated sea monsters were instantly reduced to ashes. The powerful thermonuclear radiation and shockwaves generated tsunamis thousands of meters high, surging in all directions. 5 awe-inspiring mushroom clouds rose above the sea, vying for brilliance. Theoretically, these 5 hydrogen bombs were hundreds of times more powerful than the little boy detonated half a century ago. At the moment of detonation, nearly half of the coastal cities of Zairazi country experienced terrifying tremors and shockwaves. Instantly, countless windows shattered, fragments scattering everywhere. The scorching heat melted frost and snow, igniting houses and trees. Countless electrical appliances began to smoke, then charred and exploded. A devastating electromagnetic pulse swept across half of Zairazi country. The power of these 5 hydrogen bombs surpassed even the previous earthquake, their destructive force enveloping half of Zairazi country. Moreover, the detonations produced lethal radioactive energy fluctuations, posing a fundamental threat to any humans caught within. In particular, the radiation-induced genetic diseases, cancers, and other chronic ailments were chilling. Even those who survived the shockwaves would spend the rest of their lives wailing in agony, waiting for death. Meanwhile, satellites from various nations over Zairazi country were instantly affected by the intense electromagnetic interference, losing connection. Only distant satellites could observe the spectacular sight of the 5 mushroom clouds. The devastating damage inflicted on the radiation sea monsters by the hydrogen bombs would only become visible days later. At the same time, within the steel fortress inside Fungi Mountain, the alarm blared stridently with flashing red lights. Beep, beep, beep. Attention all units, attention all units. In 12 hours, the hive shelter gates will be urgently sealed. Commence the Tsunami Impact Defense Plan countdown. All personnel must accelerate progress and retreat to the underground refuge within 12 hours. Tens of thousands of engineers and transport teams began methodically carrying out the final tasks. With a rumble, all machinery outside the shelter ceased operation and began transferring into the fortress. Along 5 railway tracks, a constant rumble echoed as large equipment and steel structures slowly and steadily migrated inward like homing birds. On the wide 12-lane road, an endless stream of heavy trucks loaded with Nebula Group resources flowed continuously. The 3-layer interlocking steel gates also underwent preliminary tests to ensure they could be tightly sealed within 5 minutes after 12 hours. They were racing against time. Time was extremely tight. The first wave of tsunamis and radiation monsters filled them with dread. In the apocalypse, many resources were non-renewable. Every additional batch hauled in would increase the Nebula Hive shelter's reserves. On a crane near the shelter's gates, several Nebula Group workers felt exhilarated. Did you hear? Zairazi country had an earthquake, magnitude 9.5. Massive chunks of islands and land shattered and sank into the seabed. Damn, an earthquake this strong is once in a century, right? I saw it. The internet is flooded with earthquake news. I also heard the 5 major powers wiped out Zairazi country, launching 5 hydrogen bombs that caused the earthquake. Why not play good luck comes to celebrate? Don't celebrate too soon. Miss Yunminger said the tsunami will hit in 13 hours along with radiation monsters. We need to work faster and get into the underground shelter early. What's there to panic about? We still have over a dozen hours. Look at our gates. 3 layers, each 5 meters thick, made of high-strength alloy from the Haoyang laboratory. Which monster could break through? Even if it rammed its head, it would be left crooked while the gates remain intact. As for seawater and radiation, not a trace can seep through. After all, this gate was crafted by a team of top-tier researchers. Waterproofing and radiation-proofing are child's play. Besides, the Nebula Group's armed forces are no pushovers. The equipment department is producing non-stop and armed troops are stationed halfway up the mountain. And look at that massive cannon on the peak. Damn, who could breach that? The group exchanged words. Though somewhat anxious, they had great faith in the Nebula Group's strength. Especially when they looked up, the enormous cannon barrel atop the mountain stood silently motionless, yet its very appearance inspired an overwhelming sense of security. Meanwhile, halfway up Fungi Mountain, a mecha gleaming with blue-white metallic luster emerged from a passage, appearing before the workers. They stared in shock. Holy crap, what is that? Is that a war mecha? Damn, the Nebula Group actually has something like this. So awesome. The swirling snowflakes seemed to form its backdrop, instantly vaporized by the heat emanating from the mecha's body. Though only 5 meters tall, its oppressive presence was terrifying. It was loaded with various thermal weapons, and the 2 sharp shark-toothed greatswords on its back, even to the naked eye, exuded lethal lethality and destructive power. Not to mention the complex cannon barrel on its right arm. The pitch-black muzzle resembled a demon's gaping maw devouring souls. And the fiery microreactor on its chest glowed incessantly, powerful energy surging through the entire mecha. This was Li Shiguang's personal vehicle. He and Hao Yang had successfully built the mecha in the final half-month before the Meteor impact. Though it was only a first-generation mecha with many shortcomings, the technology they had jointly developed reached the pinnacle of Blue Star at that time. Now the mecha was standing by and warming up, preparing for its first combat test. The pilot was a battle-hardened Special Forces veteran. I am Lung Feng, status optimal. Mecha self-check, complete ammunition, sufficient energy power, and overload mode normal. Requesting instructions. At this moment Lung Feng's heart was ablaze with fervent excitement. As the first pilot of the mech, he felt immensely honored. The interior of the mech was extremely confined. His position was located behind the core reactor energy source at the mech's chest, which also served as the safest cockpit. He was curled in a half-kneeling posture enveloped by various mechanical drive instruments, seated askew on a mechanical chair. His hands gripped two mechanical button handles controlling the mech's arms, hands, weapon systems, and power systems. Beneath his feet was a mechanical pedal that drove the mech's walking, running, and jumping. Relying on the balance system, he had no need to worry about the mech falling. Coupled with the auxiliary drive of the artificial intelligence, their combined efforts ultimately allowed him to master this colossal machine, standing 5 meters tall and weighing 18 tons. Hello, Pilot Lung Feng. I am Axier, the artificial intelligence of the mech. No. One primary vanguard. After the thermal engine inspection is complete, please return to the combat readiness area and rest well. We have a battle ahead, and I am very pleased to cooperate with you. A gentle voice with a mature, elegant tone echoed within the cockpit. Hearing this, Lung Feng licked his lips and nodded. He was already eager to pilot the mech and wreak havoc. Beyond the opening behind the mech lay a standalone combat readiness shelter separate from the Hive Sanctuary. The facility was fully equipped, a small but highly fortified shelter brimming with technological sophistication. Though compact, it was as vast as a football field with ceilings soaring over 10 meters. At that moment, hundreds of armed troops were stationed there. In addition to the mech, several warehouses were stocked with thermal weapons and ammunition. Though independent of the Hive Sanctuary, they possessed a perfect post-apocalyptic survival system. Even if sealed for 3 to 5 years, they could live comfortably. Of course, this area was constructed solely to safeguard the Hive Sanctuary, not as a place for them to reside. In addition to garrisoning, they were tasked with various missions, serving as the vanguard for Nebula. As Lung Feng piloted the mech through the radiation cleaning passage and into the main hall of the combat readiness area, hundreds of people immediately surrounded him. Among them were men and women, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the massive behemoth before them. They touched and examined it, their hearts burning with excitement. When Lung Feng disengaged from the cockpit and descended from the mech, voices erupted around him with fervor. Brother Feng, how was it? Awesome, right? Damn, it's so cool. When will I get one too? Nebula Group only has this one, and it was personally built by Li Shiguang. Oh, why wasn't I chosen? I wanted to be the first mech pilot too. Stop complaining. Brother Feng ranked first in all indicators. His strength is beyond doubt. He earned this through his own ability. If you want to pilot a mech, work harder in the next assessment. Lung Feng looked at his noisy teammates, his face full of helplessness. This mech was said to be Li Shiguang's personal vehicle. If not for the extreme danger of testing combat capabilities, requiring close-quarters battles with radiated sea monsters, Nebula Group would never have allowed Li Shiguang to risk himself. Otherwise, Lung Feng wouldn't have had the chance to pilot it. Don't worry. Everyone will see it once the battle begins. I'll also write a report sharing my experience piloting the mech. Meanwhile, in the Hive Sanctuary's main control hall, Su Yun was reviewing the progress of various tasks and the tsunami countdown while listening to Li Shiguang's grumbling nearby. Do you even understand? That's my most beloved treasure, like my woman or wife. I couldn't even bear to ride it, and now I've let someone else pilot it. Damn it, I'm shattered. All my people, who gets it? Who gets it? This is so infuriating. You're insulting my mech and my pure soul. Brother Yin, I don't care. I built this mech piece by piece with my own hands. If someone else taints it, I won't want it anymore. You have to compensate me. Su Yin listened, his head throbbing. In the end, wasn't it just about compensation? He knew the mech still had many flaws, far from Li Shiguang's expectations. Unfortunately, Nebula Group's free resource quota for the latter half of the year had been exhausted, leaving no capacity to build another. They would have to wait until next spring for resource allocation. Fine, compensation. Right now, compensation. Su Yun rubbed his temples, exasperated. It wasn't that he was stingy, but Li Shiguang's resource consumption was massive. Before the apocalypse, he spent tens of millions in funds daily. And now with the meteorite crisis, resources were non-renewable, and every withdrawal had strict requirements. But if he didn't appease Li Shiguang, now he wouldn't have a moment's peace for the remaining 10+ days before the meteorite impact. Menger, allocate 2 batches of level 1 resources and 1 batch of level 2 resources to Li Shiguang. Su Yun shook his head, looking at Li Shiguang, and said, is that enough? You've consumed over 10 billion in free funds this year. These resources are my utmost sincerity, and also your last extra free quota before the Spring Festival. Hearing this, Li Shiguang's aggrieved face instantly lit up, a grin spreading wide as saliva unconsciously dripped from his lips. These 3 batches of resources were equivalent to 4 months of his free quota, enough to build 2 more mechs. However, truth be told, without exceptional mobility or a swift, agile flight mode, a mech was no better than a fighter jet. In the end, it was just a toy meant to satisfy his own desire. Unlike Brother Chu Xianga, who played with nuclear electromagnetic cannons, those were true instruments of war. One shot could instantly eliminate a crisis. Only then would it truly serve Nebula Group's vital purposes. Perhaps only Nebula Group could afford to let him squander resources so whimsically. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Brother, you're my real brother. I'm off. No need to see me out. Continue your work and remember to rest. Within 10 seconds, Li Shiguang bolted out of the main control hall, vanished, as if fearing Su Yun might retract the order. Seeing this, Su Yun merely chuckled softly. But as he pondered the mech's utility, his eyes narrowed with hidden thoughts. In a hot war, a mech might just be a mobile target with limited use. However, in battles against radiated sea monsters, or during external transport operations, it seems to have considerable potential. Su Yun murmured to himself. He was considering whether to build a dedicated mech production line for future post-apocalyptic field operations. After all, protective suits could easily be torn by radiated sea monsters' claws during combat or damaged by harsh environments, causing irreversible radiation damage to the human body. But with a mech, as long as radiation protection was properly implemented, safety would be significantly enhanced, eliminating the dread of radiation exposure during missions. Perhaps it really is necessary to set up a production line. Su Yun nodded softly. Whether for convenience in field work or for trading with other factions in the apocalypse, it would be well worth it. At worst, the resources consumed could be recouped with interest after the apocalypse by acting as a ruthless merchant. After all, who could resist a safe and stylish mech? 12 hours slipped by in an instant. The tsunami generated by the earthquake was immensely powerful, sweeping across half the Pacific Ocean and forming a colossal surge of towering waves. An endless expanse of billows emerged on the sea surface, surging toward Binhai City at a speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Calculations indicated that as the wave approached the continental slope near the coastline, its energy would reach its peak. It would unleash a tsunami up to 50 meters high, with seawater penetrating over 20 kilometers inland. A sharp beep rang out in the main control room of the hive shelter. Su Yun stared grimly at the satellite imagery, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. It was evident that as this tsunami shockwave formed, countless radioactive sea monsters were stirred up, creating a terrifying tide of monsters. Brother Yun, there are 53 minutes left. All supplies are fully loaded and the heavy equipment and machinery have been relocated. We can close the door. Yun Minger's voice echoed in his ears. Su Yun looked up at the monitor of the steel fortress gate and nodded. As the last 5,000 ton heavy press was transferred through the shelter's entrance, all the equipment belonging to the Nebula Group had been moved in, completely filling the entire above-ground fortress base. This was after a large portion had already been transferred to the underground areas. Moreover, the most critical items, daily necessities, filled every warehouse, freezer, and large space to the brim, countless and immeasurable. This did not even include the hundreds of fully sealed anti-radiation warehouses Su Yun had buried in the Fengyi Mountains. There was simply too much. The shelter couldn't hold it all, so it had to be temporarily hidden outside. Fortunately, everything was finally ready and the shelter could be sealed at any moment to weather the apocalypse. Minger, conduct one final inspection, ensure nothing is missed, and that everyone is inside before we close the door. Su Yun spoke. Once the door was closed, the entire hive shelter would remain sealed until after the asteroid impact stabilized. This process could last several months. If anyone was left outside, they would have to be taken in by the battle preparation shelter halfway up the mountain. A beep sounded. Scan complete. Apart from the 325 special operations personnel in the battle preparation area and the 150 people on the nuclear submarine, all Nebula Group employees have entered the gate and will descend to the underground shelter area within 30 minutes. Within 10 seconds, Yun Minger swiftly conducted a thorough check, ensuring everyone had been successfully transferred without any omissions. Only then did Su Yun nod, take a deep breath, and continue. Minger, close the door. Lock all valves and seal the linked motors. Without my order, no one may open it. Instruction received. Closing the door. Estimated time 1 minute and 30 seconds. Please wait. As the words fell, a rumbling sound echoed. The first layer of the linked gate, 50 meters wide and 30 meters high in the above-ground steel fortress, slowly began to operate, emitting a roaring noise. As the tracks moved, the 5-meter-thick steel giant door slowly began to close. This gate was extremely heavy and dense, built with the wisdom of the top researchers from all scientific institutes. It weighed over 20,000 tons, and each layer required 16 large motors to operate. This gate consisted of 3 layers. Of course, its thickness meant indestructibility and terrifying defensive power. As long as it was not within the devastating range of a nuclear bomb, these 3 layers would become the most solid guardians of the Nebula Hive shelter. With a bang, 30 seconds later, the outermost door closed tightly, maximizing its airtightness, watertightness, and radiation resistance. Then the second and third layers also closed successfully, and all safety indicators were tested as normal. Subsequently, the valves and motors were all locked, and the Nebula Hive shelter was completely sealed. Perhaps the next time it opened would be during the Ice Age apocalypse. As the door fully closed, the pressure on Su Yun instantly dissipated, and exhaustion swept over him. Finally, they had done it. Since the news of the asteroid cataclysm emerged, the pressure on him had grown day by day. Not just for himself, but for the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in the Nebula shelter. Brother Yun, you need to rest, Assistant Jiang said with concern, massaging Su Yun's shoulders and forehead. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded slightly. He really did need a good rest. Since his parents returned from their suspended global travel plan, he had barely seen them in the past few months. He had been staying in the company and the shelter's main control room, making decisions on all matters, and had grown quite haggard. But there was no help for it. The Nebula Group could not survive without him, without its backbone. Only with him present every day could chaos be avoided. As for the mecha tests, Li Shiguang, Hao Yang, and Yun Minzhi were supervising them. Though he had some interest in these little toys, they were not enough to make him the lazybones continue working. After fighting for so long, it was time to enjoy himself. Let's go home. Su Yun stood up stretched and took Assistant Jiang's hand, walking toward home. He wondered what his parents would think when they saw he had brought home a daughter-in-law. As he left, Hao Yang, Li Shiguang, and Chu Xiangge tiptoed into the main control hall like three stealthy thieves. I told you. Based on my understanding of Brother Yun, he would definitely keep slacking off, Hao Yang said with a grin. Whether it was the tsunami or the radioactive sea monsters coming ashore, they were merely trivial issues for the hive shelter. Only Su Yun truly understood the full extent of this shelter's defensive and security capabilities. It was likely only when the asteroid struck the blue star that Su Yun would take command in the main control room and assume all decision-making authority. As for the mecha tests, well, that was awkward. They were merely a hobby and amusement for the few of them. This place is so great, spacious, bright, and comfortable. Li Shiguang sat directly in Su Yun's seat, propping his legs up with a look of utter contentment. From that seat, he could see the thousands of computers and staff below, all working in an orderly manner. The entire wall 50 meters ahead was covered with large screens displaying all kinds of data with crystal clarity at a glance. Whether it was the space observation data of the asteroid or the deployment of nuclear submarines, everything was clear. There were also key surveillance feeds from the hive shelter, and with Yun Minger's assistance, a single command could issue instructions or initiate actions. Seated here, one could command the entire Nebula shelter. There were even surveillance feeds of their laboratories covering every angle with no blind spots, plus listening devices. Damn, do they really not trust us that much? What are we, demons or monsters, to warrant such scrutiny? Li Shiguang immediately bristled. Especially Xilinx's biology lab. Besides the flawless surveillance, every experiment had annotations marked out. No wonder even their little projects got discovered. There was absolutely no privacy. Li Shiguang was bewildered. Was this really necessary? They were all obedient and hardworking, only a little mischievous at most. Did they deserve such constant monitoring? Seriously, he was about to lose it. At that moment, Hao Yang and Chu Xiangge also noticed the display on Su Yun's seat and exchanged awkward glances. They had been keeping several little secrets, and now it seemed Yun Ge had seen everything. Awkward. Ahem, Brother Shiguang, better get up now. This seat is not to be trifled with. If Minzhi reports you again, your free resource allocation for next year might get cut again. Hao Yang coughed lightly, warning Li Shiguang to be careful. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang's eyes widened, and he reluctantly stood up, glancing at the mischievous animated expression of Yun Minzhi on the computer screen. In that instant, his legs went weak, and he nearly wept inside. Seriously, weren't we supposed to be good sisters and brothers? Does it really warrant tattling like this? Ahem, Minzhi, testing the mecha is more important after all. Well, need to collect data for your body later, Li Shiguang said, trying to act composed. Cowardice was not an option. Li Shiguang feared nothing. Alright, there's 40 minutes until the tsunami hits. Lung foam is ready and the mecha test feed will be connected shortly. Yun Minzhi rolled her eyes. Threaten her. Go ahead and try. Try and shell tattle. Let's move aside and not disturb their work. I wonder how powerful this little thing will be. Hope it doesn't disappoint. And when it's time to test the electromagnetic energy hand cannon, Miss Minzhi, remember to collect the data for me. Chu Xiangge rubbed his shiny bald head, hastily changing the subject. Then with a smile, he patted both their shoulders and walked directly toward the control console on the lower side. He had also joined the mecha construction project. The complex cannon muzzle on the right arm of the mecha was his masterpiece. The electromagnetic energy hand cannon theoretically relied on a micronuclear reactor to unleash an electromagnetic energy ray capable of easily destroying a warship. Its lethality against living organisms was still unknown. Now was the time for field testing. Find any spot will do. I'm not picky. Li Shiguang shrugged helplessly. Although they could watch the mecha test from elsewhere and collect data, nowhere was as good as here. Here they had the most powerful supercomputer cluster of the hive shelter, plus the full computational power of the super AI Yun Minzhi. For the first-generation mecha test, this place held more significance and a greater sense of awe. Moreover, at critical moments, they could issue mission commands here, directing Lung Feng to conduct tests according to their wishes. Soon time flew by. Lung Feng, in 5 minutes after the first wave of the tsunami hits, countless radiated sea monsters will climb up Fengyi mountain range. Your only mission is to guard the shelter's ventilation ducts using all the mecha's capabilities and not allow a single radiated monster to approach. Inside the mecha, Iser's voice sounded. Lung Feng had already arrived on the platform before the combat zone entrance, gazing at the boundless waves on the distant sea horizon. On his eyes was a device resembling VR goggles, allowing him to see everything through the mecha's eyes. The display also showed various mecha data, enabling him to better understand the machine's combat capabilities. Leave it to me. I'm ready. Whether it's operating heavy weapons or dual-wielding greatswords in close combat, I will be invincible, Lung Feng said with unwavering determination. Yet he was a bit puzzled. He knew that although the ventilation duct was a weakness of the Nebula shelter, it was only a relative weakness. Those high-torque dual-vortex fan blades were so powerful that not only radiated monsters, but even his mecha would be instantly shredded if sucked in. Near that opening was a death zone. With a team of top researchers, even weaknesses would be heavily guarded. Whether by poison gas or chemical weapons, breaking through several layers of defense would be nearly impossible. Could it be that the ventilation duct lacked radiation defenses and was easily damaged, requiring him to fight desperately to buy time? Yes, that must be it. Damn, the chance to be a hero had arrived. Steady, don't be reckless. Lung Feng's heart began to race with excitement, as if he could already see himself standing atop the corpses of countless radiated sea monsters holding the ventilation duct position. Iser seemed to sense Lung Feng's confusion and inexplicable adrenaline rush. After a moment of calculation, she continued, "Of course this is just a simulation. The ventilation duct's own defenses are also strong. Even if you fail, it's fine. The main objective is to test this mecha's performance data, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Also, 3 fully loaded armed helicopters will be hovering overhead to protect you. Even if the mecha is damaged or shuts down, the radiated monsters won't breach your cockpit. Just relax, I've got your back." Hearing this, Lung Feng felt a bit embarrassed. He had thought the Nebula shelter needed him to hold the line and protect everyone's lives. Turns out he was overthinking it. But hearing Iser's reassurance, the last traces of worry in Lung Feng's heart dissipated like wind. With such comprehensive protection and his life out of danger, he could just enjoy the ride, go all out, and give it his all. A slight smile curved at the corner of Lung Feng's mouth as he gazed eagerly at the coastline. Come on, come face the terror of a war machine. Rumbling, as the sea surface grew more violent and the continental slope began to rise, the terrifying kinetic energy caused the ground to tremble. 20 meters, 30 meters, until the waves reached 50 meters high before the Fengyi mountain range, enough to instill fear. This was the power of nature, majestic, vast, yet perilous, easily capable of destroying human structures and lives. At that moment, the Fengyi mountain range quivered slightly, and the air felt heavy with pressure. It seemed as if it might collapse under the terrifying tsunami at any moment, inspiring dread. Even more terrifying, Lung Feng could now see with his naked eyes the dense mass of radiated mutant sea monsters within the tsunami. All of them were over 2 meters in length, and he spotted several monsters over 10 meters long. Their grotesque, mutated appearances made him frown. These creatures really kill one's appetite, Lung Feng said with discomfort. Anyone who saw such a dense swarm of mutated monsters and imagined fighting them up close would feel nauseous. But he was, after all, a special forces king. He quickly calmed his fear and revulsion. Bang! The tsunami crashed against the Fengyi mountain range. His position was at an altitude of over 200 meters, and the waves surged beneath him, splashing and spreading outward. Many radiated sea monsters were crushed to death or washed onto the mountain range by the waves. In the distance, the Binhai city harbor was completely destroyed. As the tsunami moved, countless buildings collapsed and were submerged. Only skyscrapers nearly 100 meters tall could withstand the impact, swaying in the sea, yet holding firm. This scene unfolded before Lung Feng's eyes. The entire Binhai city faced with the tsunami was like a tofu structure, with most of its urban buildings instantly destroyed. While he was still in shock, Iser's voice rang in his ear. Attention, the first wave of radiated sea monsters has appeared. 15 in total, 5 of which have mutated limbs for crawling. The largest is 11 meters long, located on the rocky slope 120 meters below you. Lung Feng snapped back to reality, a murderous gleam flashing in his eyes as he entered combat mode. Orders received. Mecha engaging. Lung Feng stomped his feet, starting to run on the mechanical pedals while his hands worked the controls. Thump, thump, thump. The 6-barreled Gatling gun on the mecha's left arm began to spin and warm up, while its right hand drew a sharp-toothed greatsword from its back. With a flash of red light, the mecha charged down like a fierce tiger, descending a mountain brimming with offensive intent, advancing toward the target. The mecha's footsteps were rapid and heavy, thundering against the earth as it trampled the soil. Soon Lung Feng spotted the figures of the irradiated sea monsters. Among them, 10 resembled seals crawling on the ground, their massive fins slapping the earth forcefully, leaving trails of vivid green mucus. 5 other irradiated sea monsters, ranging from 5 to 11 meters in length, had grotesque limbs sprouting from beneath their bellies. Some had grown only 2 front limbs and 2 on their backs, while others had 1 front and 1 rear limb, with the other 2 areas developing pus-filled boils, oozing sickly black-green blood, indicating incomplete mutations. However, the largest creature, over 11 meters long, resembled a colossal lizard-fish hybrid. Besides its lizard-like limbs, its body bore a fish head with large eyes, fish scales, and a fish tail. Its limbs were fully formed with razor-sharp claws, and it was furiously clawing at the ground and roaring at the sky. It seemed to declare to the continent that it had arrived, that it could leave the sea and conquer the land, that no waterless terrain could hinder its advance. At that moment, the metallic mecha leaped with a sudden burst, landing before this irradiated sea monster. With a resounding bang, after a flurry of sand and stones, the mecha stood up, its eyes flashing with intense red light. The Gatling gun on its left arm began to spin at an accelerating rate. "Filthy creature, die!" Lung Feng's voice thundered across the sky. Rat-a-tat-tat. The blue-flamed Gatling gun fired at a rate of 5,000 rounds per minute, aiming at the heads and weak points of all the irradiated sea monsters before it. With Essela's auxiliary control, every shot hit its mark. This was the first battle of thermal weapons against irradiated sea monsters, and in the central control room, Li Shiguang and the others were filled with excitement. Kill them. No sea monsters allowed in the Nebula stronghold. Li Shiguang laughed heartily. Damn it, this guy doesn't know how to play. Why use a Gatling gun on a bunch of monsters? Just use my electromagnetic energy cannon and blast them all to hell. Chu Xianga cursed irritably. Bullshit. See my blue flame Gatling. Over 7,000 rounds per minute maximum fire rate, can shred anything in 3 seconds. Strong as hell. Bullshit yourself. My cannon can destroy a tank battalion in an instant. Can you do that? You son of a bitch, how can you even compare? I can do the same with a thermal bomb of this level. Just wait, I'll mount one on. Meanwhile, Hao Yang's heart burned with excitement, but watching the two argue heatedly, he could only stomp his foot in frustration and mutter, damn it, all this is my credit, you know. Without my micronuclear reactor, the mecha wouldn't even move. I'm the most awesome. At that moment, he was anxious. He hadn't designed any weapon system for the mecha. In this situation, he wanted to shout, but couldn't. Still, when it came to firepower, Hao Yang feared no one. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He too would design a mecha weapon system centered on the microreactor, constraining nuclear fusion energy to fire thermal radiation as a laser cannon. Feasible. A bit challenging, but not impossible. Their shouting had already caught the attention of everyone in the central control room. The next moment, everyone's eyes lit up. A mecha in a combat test against irradiated sea monsters. Damn, such an exciting event was happening behind their backs. Within 10 seconds, staff members not occupied with work gathered around, their eyes burning with curiosity. That's awesome, Boss Shiguang. Is it for sale? I've saved up a first-tier resource quota this year. Can I trade it for this? A researcher asked directly. Li Shiguang's eyes gleamed, and he turned with a firm reply, sell. Of course I'll sell it. A first-tier resource quota. That was equivalent to 100 million pre-apocalypse long currency worth of resources. And now, every resource allocation in the shelter had to undergo strict review. It wasn't like the old days when you could ask for anything. Besides the mecha, though he had built it from scratch, studying a production line wasn't a huge problem. The production cost could be controlled, ensuring at least a 50% profit margin. If he got a bit greedier, cutting corners here and there, he could earn nearly 90% profit. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Li Shiguang licked his lips, his mind full of money-making opportunities. But he needed to discuss with Hao Yang. The raw materials for the micronuclear reactor were scarce, so not every mecha could be equipped with one. It would be better to develop a super high-energy battery that could power the mecha for at least 12 hours. He believed Hao Yang could definitely do it even better. With such resources, only a fool wouldn't seize the chance. Don't rush, don't rush. Give us a month, and everyone will get their share. Li Shiguang replied with a wide grin. He already planned to start tonight, first working on the fully automated mecha production line. The 3 batches of compensation resources he hadn't used yet, why not invest them? Meanwhile, under the relentless assault of the blue flame Gatling at full speed, the 15 irradiated sea monsters were torn apart, their limbs and flesh flying everywhere. Indeed, the bodies of irradiated sea monsters can't withstand the damage of thermal weapons. Lung Feng sneered. After all, they were still flesh and blood. Thermal weapons still had their place. However, this round of firing, lasting nearly 2 minutes, had consumed a fifth of the ammunition reserve. The consumption was too high, and the barrels couldn't endure prolonged firing. They would overheat, jam, or even explode. But just as he was reflecting, a commotion arose in the distance, as if a massive creature had gone berserk, wreaking havoc everywhere. Warning! Warning! There is a massive radiation source 50 meters ahead, 28 meters in length, already emerged from the sea. Extremely dangerous. Do not approach. Emergency activation of electromagnetic energy hand cannon. Essela's voice rang out. As her words fell under Essela's control, the electromagnetic energy cannon on the mecha's right arm began to charge endless energy constrained within the hand cannon, the fiery red glow growing, increasingly dazzling. At this moment, all Lung Feng had to do was raise his arm, and Essela would automatically lock onto the target, fine-tuning various data until Lung Feng pressed the fire switch. Shouldn't we test the mecha's close combat capabilities first? Lung Feng said reluctantly. He had already prepared 2 great swords eager for a satisfying battle. The 28-meter-long sea monster ahead was the perfect opponent. Close combat testing will be conducted later. The irradiated sea monster ahead poses too high a risk. Your life's safety must be prioritized. Ursula explained. Lung Feng had no choice but to accept. After all, he was a bit scared. If the mecha couldn't handle such a massive creature, it would be disastrous. Meanwhile, in the central control room, hundreds of eyes behind Li Shiguang and the others were fixed on the screen, buzzing with chatter. Fire. What are you afraid of? Brother Bald's electromagnetic energy hand cannon is clearly no joke. The energy concentration effect is immense. As long as the energy isn't dispersed, that shot could pierce through 10 meters of specialized steel plate. Powerful as it is against biological monsters, its effect is quite limited, only penetrating destructive force. Against modern technology, the electromagnetic pulse alone could destroy and burn out all electronic devices within a radius of at least 500 meters. Would that affect our shelter? If something goes wrong, Brother Yun will be furious. At those words, everyone's faces tensed, and they all looked at Chu Xianga, as if to say, don't mess this up. But Chu Xianga remained calm, rubbing his head and smiling. Don't worry, I've installed my latest isolation layer on our shelter, which can block 99.9% of electromagnetic effects, insulating all electromagnetic interference. Even if this hand cannon or an electromagnetic storm from a meteor impact hits, it won't affect the shelter. In the field of electromagnetic research, he could say that on Blue Star, if he ranked second, no one dared claim first. A small-scale electromagnetic disturbance was nothing to worry about. Quick as a flash. In the scene, the radiation sea monster seemed to sense the presence of the mecha, suddenly whipping its head around to stare, intently, filthy saliva dripping from its mouth. This was a monster with an enormous mouth, like an abyssal maw filled with terrifying jagged teeth. When it opened its mouth, it could easily swallow a small truck, instilling fear in anyone's heart. This sudden turn also startled Lung Feng. 50 meters away, and I haven't moved a muscle. How did it sense us? Hey. Lung Feng said gravely. The radiation monster's body was ice cold, emitting no heat at all. They could only detect its location by sight or through changes in radiation levels. Only at the moment of death would the cells inside its body heat up from the nuclear radiation reaction, and after a while it would melt into a pile of flesh paste. But how did the radiation monster detect his position? If the mecha remained still, it was just an inanimate object. There was something wrong with this monster. There must be a catch. Calculating. 80% probability of heat source detection, 30% probability of threat sensing from the Gatling gun's thermal signature, and another possibility, the most likely, is attraction to the nuclear reactor. AI Siener's voice sounded. Hearing this, Lung Feng narrowed his eyes, a bad feeling rising in his heart, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If the nuclear reactor attracted radiation sea monsters, then his current situation was nothing more than a delicious piece of meat appearing among a pack of hungry wolves. Perhaps soon he would be surrounded by danger. Countless radiation sea monsters would encircle him and tear the mecha apart within minutes. Sister AI Sierra, your calculation really scares me. How about we retreat? Lung Feng swallowed hard and said. He nervously glanced around, as if countless radiation sea monsters in this silent mountain range were drooling and staring at him. After all, the tsunami had swept across the entire base of the Fungi Mountains, and who knew how many radiation sea monsters had climbed up the mountain? Even if the mecha was powerful, it couldn't fight endlessly while surrounded by a horde of monsters. It's too late. Attention, attention. The radiation sea monster ahead is showing signs of launching an attack. Beware of its mouth and tail. Recommend immediate firing of the electromagnetic energy hand cannon. Lung Feng pulled himself together and focused on the massive creature, 28 meters long. Its head alone took up 1/3 of its body, and its tail was 10 meters long, thick and powerful, with a conical venom sac stinger at the tip. Its combat prowess was not to be underestimated. At this moment it lowered its body, its massive mouth slightly open, and its strong limbs under its belly tensed, ready to pounce on the mecha. The 50-meter distance was merely a few steps of its sprint, making Lung Feng extremely nervous. He might be a special forces king, but being treated as prey by such a terrifyingly huge creature, which posed a lethal threat to him, even he couldn't keep his composure. Alright, electromagnetic energy cannon ready. Sister, blast it to death. Lung Feng directly raised his arm, aiming steadily at the radiation sea monster's head, and shouted. Instruction received. I will assist the attack. Please prepare to withstand the recoil of the electromagnetic energy hand cannon. AI Siener's voice rang out coldly. Recoil? Lung Feng was taken aback. This mecha weighed 18 tons. How much recoil could that little hand cannon produce? After all, the earlier Gatling gun had fired at full speed for 2 minutes, and he hadn't felt a thing. However, before he could get an answer, a roar exploded. The massive radiation sea monster in the distance leaped up, and after 2 steps, its terrifying maw appeared right before his eyes in an instant. Before he could react, a blinding red beam filled his vision, and a deafening roar sounded in his ears. At that moment, Lung Feng had only one thought: damn, did it backfire? His eyes bulged, and a powerful impact instantly slammed into his chest, causing excruciating pain. His breathing was immediately cut off, accompanied by ringing in his ears. He felt terrible and nearly fainted. Lung Feng nearly cried in his heart. The operation manual said this was called an electromagnetic small hand cannon, only extremely powerful in penetration, and never mentioned recoil. But this thing had actually blasted the mecha flying. A small hand cannon. Bloody hell, this was a destroyer cannon. What a teammate trap. At the same time in the main control room, everyone saw that brilliant red beam. With the support of the nuclear reactor, Chu Xiang's shot directly sent the mecha flying backwards, staying airborne for 2 seconds, and then retreating more than 10 steps before the balance system could stabilize the frame. No one doubted the lethality of this shot. It was a terrifying close-range energy attack weapon, no less than a high-intensity, focused laser weapon capable of destroying most obstacles in its path. Awesome. This shot is like a demon descending from heaven, truly a god of the mortal world. I felt like I saw my great-grandmother. Don't mention it. The electromagnetic confinement device and the microreactor combined produce far more than the sum of their parts, and there's still huge room for improvement. It's not that exaggerated. It's just okay. Up close, it's indeed spectacular, but it's still a melee weapon. At longer range, it's not as good as a laser weapon. Wait, I've got a lead on my research. ITLL succeed in at most 2.5 years. 2.5 years. Little black fan, your chicken feet are showing. Among the crowd, some were excited, some analyzed rationally, and others were disdainful. Especially Li Shiguang, who pouted with displeasure. It was supposed to be his moment, so how had this little gadget stolen the spotlight? Wasn't his blue light Gatling gun cool? In terms of powerful thermal weapons, he had many large-scale equipment that couldn't be mounted on the mecha, each one no less powerful than the electromagnetic energy hand cannon. Whether it was the rapid-fire cannon mounted on warships, the swarm drone bombing group, high-energy thermal bombs, or triple-phase chain detonation bombs, once activated they unleashed a devastating attack. It seemed that for the sake of his reputation as a master of weapon equipment, miniaturized weapons for mecha equipment were imperative. He would never admit defeat. A minute later, Lung Feng also recovered, feeling more shaken than the pressure the radiation sea monster had given him. This recoil almost flattened me, Lung Feng said with lingering fear. It seemed that this mecha indeed had some flaws, probably still an immature product from the lab. Lung Feng shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, the result was good. Looking up, he saw the massive corpse of the sea monster lying not far in front of the mecha. On the massive fish-like head, a hole 2 meters in diameter had been blasted with large amounts of black-green blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Through the hole, a scorched trail over 100 meters long was carved into the ground behind the radiation sea monster, finally shooting into the sea, where vast plumes of steam rose. With one strike, the massive monster was instantly killed without any ability to resist. Indeed, thermal weapons were the most powerful attacks, but it wasn't fun. Next, it would be close-quarters cold weapon combat, right? Lung Feng was eager to try, and he put away the electromagnetic energy hand cannon. Powerful as it was, he really didn't want to use it anymore. Using it was a death sentence. Ding, pilot vital signs normal. Mecha damage 0. 5. Status good, capable of sustained combat. Next, please clear 14 small radiation sea monsters in the mountains at 9 o'clock. As the mecha test continued. At this time in the underground sanctuary zone 1, Oisu Yun, who lived in a luxurious manor villa, also learned about the mecha situation. Why test weapon power? What's the point of this? What I need is survival capability and defensive capability in the apocalyptic environment when facing radiation sea monsters. Su Yun, dressed in silk pajamas, lay on the sofa, munching on an apple while looking at the tablet in his hand. His face was full of speechlessness. Were these people really planning to build a war mecha? This was less useful than a nuclear submarine launching a ballistic missile. Just then, Assistant Jiang, who was lying on the sofa next to him playing a mobile game, suddenly spoke up. Brother Yun, that's not necessarily true. Think about it. Other shelters don't have our armed forces to protect themselves. Once the radiation sea monsters penetrate deep into the continent, they'll be in big trouble. Moreover, the mecha can carry weapons and ammunition. Isn't that equivalent to selling arms? In the context of the apocalypse with radiation sea monsters, this is a very lucrative business. Su Yun rubbed his chin, lost in thought. He had previously considered selling mechas after the apocalypse. Mecha, whether for their safe radiation-proof cockpits or their convenience for outdoor activities, served an excellent purpose. Perhaps after a few months of the apocalypse, if their Nebula group wanted to venture outside for work, they would also need a standard-issue mecha per person to ensure their lives were not threatened. According to Dragon Nation statistics, there were over 3,000 small personal shelters within its borders. Medium-sized family or corporate shelters were also numerous, definitely exceeding 1,000. As for large shelters capable of housing tens of thousands, there were several hundred as well. Their locations were all far from the coastline, deep inland, scattered across most of the Dragon Nation. Moreover, these shelters were not protected by the Dragon Nation's armed forces, they belonged to individuals and collectives. In the Dragon Nation, where firearms were prohibited, their weapons were at most just some knives, arrows, crossbows, landmines, and homemade guns for self-defense. Once they encountered a large radiation sea monster, they would have no ability to resist. Thinking of this, Su-yun narrowed his eyes, an idea forming. In the apocalypse, resources were never enough. And trading mecha was definitely a profitable business with sustainable income. Especially when combined with the trade of firearms and military equipment, who could resist such a great opportunity? After all, for other shelters, resources were only good for eating and drinking to sustain life, nothing else. Mecha and thermal weapons, however, were the guarantee of life, the ultimate artifact for venturing outside the shelter. When it came to life, no one could resist. As for the resources for trade, they would naturally be mainly vegetables, fruits, live poultry, fish, and shrimp. Their Nebula Hive shelter, though large enough, had over a dozen breeding and hydroponic fresh food areas occupying 2 large underground zones. They had various fresh ingredients. But to supply the needs of 500 people, it was like a drop in the bucket, nowhere near enough. It was hard to have freedom in fruits and vegetables. External employees and their families could only receive 1 portion of fruits, vegetables, and fresh ingredients per week, and that required Nebula credits to purchase. Internal employees and their families could receive 1 portion for free per week and had a second opportunity to purchase with Nebula credits. And each portion was very small, just enough for a family to have a taste and supplement some vitamins. These planted and cultivated resources took time to mature. Even if they had new technology to accelerate growth without side effects, they could not supply unlimited amounts every day. This was the only flaw of their Nebula Hive shelter. Since the shelter lacked these things, why not simply sell mecha and let other shelters trade with them? This would not only improve the quality of life in the Nebula shelter, but also give other shelters enough armed force to avoid being wiped out by radiation sea monsters. Why not do it? After all, an apocalypse with no one to trade or contact would be utterly joyless. Of course, they would not skimp on the profits. It's definitely a viable plan. Su-yun muttered, looking at the slightly stale apple in his hand, knowing what to do. Improving the quality of life was imperative. However, this could only be implemented after the series of disasters caused by the meteor impact passed. There was still plenty of time, they only needed to do the preparatory work. This would not affect the development of the Nebula Hive shelter. Minder, make a note, after the apocalypse our first business will be mecha and thermal weapons. Su-yun said. Alright, brother Yun. Let me tell you good news. Li Shiguang also has the idea of trading mecha, and he's even brought Hao Yang along to modify the mecha and production line, aiming for a share of other Nebula research staff's resources. No need for you to waste words persuading them. Yun Minger's response made Su-yun pause for a moment, then a sly grin spread across his face. This is indeed good news, he. Free labor delivered to his doorstep. Why refuse? Li Shiguang and his team's business would at most be small scale within the shelter. As for him, the shelters across the Dragon Nation and even the entire globe were his market. At the same time, Lung Feng fought fiercely, his mecha covered in countless limb fragments. He stood atop a small hill, his left hand operating a Gatling gun in 3-round bursts, while his right hand wielded a massive shark-tooth greatsword, slashing at a radiation sea monster that leaped at him. Both the Gatling's bullets and the sharp shark-tooth greatsword had terrifying lethality against biological bodies. For radiation sea monsters under 5 meters in length, 1 slash of the shark-tooth greatsword could cleave through their heads. For those over 5 meters, which posed a threat to the mecha, a few seconds of continuous Gatling fire could also instantly shred their heads. Confirmed, the nuclear reactor holds an incredibly alluring temptation for radiation sea monsters, enough to drive them to risk their lives to seize it. Acier's voice rang in Lung Feng's ears. Hearing this, Lung Feng, who was tense, nodded. He had already guessed it. What else about his mecha other than the nuclear reactor could make these disgusting radiation sea monsters fight so desperately? Sister AI, what do we do? My stamina is about to give out. In another half hour, I won't be able to fight back. Lung Feng shouted anxiously. All the radiation sea monsters that had crawled ashore in the entire Fungi Mountains had sensed the nuclear reactor. Wave after wave of them charged recklessly, draining all his stamina, even though he remained unharmed. It seemed endless, filling him with a hint of despair. If anyone in the entire Blue Star understood the terror of radiation sea monsters best, it was probably him alone. A single or 2 radiation sea monsters were not frightening, even if large, but an endless swarm, wave after wave, was the most terrifying nightmare. Moreover, the ammunition for the blue light Gatling was nearly depleted. The automatic ammunition magazines hanging on his legs and back were all used up, leaving fewer than 1,000 rounds. In full-speed continuous fire, it would last only 7 or 8 seconds, while 3-round bursts against large radiation sea monsters required hundreds of rounds to kill. Once the ammunition was gone, besides dual-wielding the shark-tooth greatsword, he only had the electromagnetic energy hand cannon, which would kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of his own. The firepower was still too limited, lacking large-scale area effect weapons. Ultimately, it was just a steel toy. Against a swarm of radiation sea monsters, a thermal explosive bomb was far more effective. Contact made with the control center. The test is ending in an emergency. An armed helicopter is coming to pick you up. Acier's voice sounded, and Lung Feng let out a sigh of relief. This mecha test mission was no easy task. Surrounded by radiation sea monsters, his life felt like it was trapped in a pack of wolves with only a fruit knife in his hand, which brought him no sense of security at all. The mecha evacuation plan had long been set in motion. 3 armed helicopters were dispatched, fastening 9 ultra-strong chains to the mecha. With full throttle, they lifted it off the ground, breaking free from the swarm of radiation sea monsters. As the scene slowly ascended, Lung Feng exhaled, easing his tense nerves. What a thrill! Facing an endless horde of radiation sea monsters and developing a phobia of insufficient firepower. Lung Feng chuckled. Yet as he gazed at the countless raging sea monsters below, a sense of gravity settled in his heart. The ocean teemed with radiation sea monsters beyond counting. What was most terrifying, however, was their mutation. They had developed limbs and the ability to breathe and move on land, enabling them to venture ashore. Perhaps soon they would appear worldwide, posing a fatal threat to every shelter. If that were the case, it would be truly dreadful. After all, not all shelters were as formidable as the Hive with its impenetrable defenses and overwhelming firepower. Other weaker shelters once discovered by the radiation sea monsters would face certain annihilation. Is this world truly doomed? Lung Feng felt increasingly that this catastrophe rivaled the devastation of a meteor impact. Amidst his reflections, the mecha returned to the combat shelter. After undergoing a series of sealed cleaning and decontamination procedures, the test mission finally concluded. Meanwhile, in the main control room, Li Shiguang and the others finally quieted down the flush of excitement still lingering on their faces. The defense and safety are adequate. The weight of the high-strength alloy has its merits. A radiation sea monster 10 meters long could only scratch a 10-centimeter deep mark with its claws. After this series of tests and battles, the damage level is only around 10% within acceptable limits. But the firepower is still lacking. We need area effect weapons. In short, crowd control firepower, Li Shiguang mused, stroking his chin as he leaned back in his chair. If possible, he would have equipped the mecha with rapid-fire cannons capable of taking down aircraft and devastating thermal bombs. But circumstances didn't allow it. The rapid-fire cannons were too large to mount, and miniaturization brought ammunition storage issues. The mecha had limited space, barely enough for a few ammunition boxes, and that would compromise its stability and agility. As for thermal bombs, each one exceeded a meter in length, taking up too much room and making the mecha bulky and cumbersome. And the launcher posed another problem. You couldn't exactly mount it on the mecha's back and fire while prone. Li Shiguang found the thought absurd. The essence of a mecha lay in close quarters combat, a mechanical beast of steel and grace. If it came to that, why bother with mechas at all? A single ballistic missile could obliterate any radiation sea monster swarm. Clearly, the research into mecha weaponry presented a significant challenge. Beside him, Hao Yang shook his head. Though they were passionate and excited about the mecha tests, they were far from satisfied with the results. In facing the radiation sea monsters, the mecha's initial design appeared crude, with many areas ripe for improvement. Take its ultimate weapon, the thermal radiation convergence cannon. At that moment, Yun Menger's analysis rang out. First, the mecha lacks flight capability. I recommend using the massive energy supply from the micronuclear reactor to install jet propulsion devices, or at least achieve brief hovering. This is essential. Second, the cockpit's shock absorption and protection are dangerously inadequate. The impact from close combat and the recoil from electromagnetic hand cannons could severely affect the pilot, even threatening their life. Third, the ammunition payload is too small, resulting in severely insufficient firepower. I suggest developing small-scale laser weapons and adjusting the energy convergence of the electromagnetic hand cannons to control their power, enhancing the mecha's mobile combat capabilities. Fourth, the cold weapon, the sharp-toothed greatsword, is not sharp enough. The larger the radiation sea monster, the denser its flesh and bones. Once it exceeds 15 meters in length, the sword struggles to inflict lethal damage. Fifth. Sixth. As Yun Menger listed each point, Li Shiguang's face turned green. This was his masterpiece, born of countless efforts. Was it really that flawed? Yet he wasn't surprised. When he designed the mecha, he never anticipated the existence of colossal creatures like radiation sea monsters. A 5-meter, 18-ton mecha was clearly insufficient. With sea monsters often exceeding 10 or 20 meters, he needed a larger, more heavily armed mecha. A glint of determination flashed in Li Shiguang's eyes. The emergence of radiation sea monsters not only gave the mecha a purpose, but also ignited his competitive spirit. The clash between mutated sea monsters and steel behemoths. Who would emerge victorious remained uncertain. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly Yun Menger's voice echoed through the main control room. Attention all units, the second wave of tsunamis caused by 5 hydrogen bombs is approaching. Ensure all ventilation ducts and the main gate are secure. No sooner had she spoken than the main screen displayed the surveillance video of the shelter's gate. The 3-layer reinforced gate, 30 meters high, was now completely submerged. 3 radiation sea monsters, each over 15 meters long, were ramming and clawing at it. The surrounding waters were also teeming with them, growing denser by the moment. It seemed something within the shelter was attracting them. Everyone's faces tightened, though they felt no worry. The gravity stemmed from the possibility that the sea monsters could sense the Hive shelter's nuclear power station. That was alarming. If true, the shelter's gate would be besieged by countless sea monsters until the tsunami receded. Yet their concern was unfounded. The three-layer gate had been calculated and tested before construction. Even multiple bunker-buster missiles couldn't breach it. These sea monsters could claw at it for centuries without success. As for the ventilation ducts, they were a death trap. Any sea monster exceeding 30 meters that ventured too close would be sucked in and shredded. The 20-meter diameter vortex-boosted bidirectional fan blades served as a colossal defensive weapon, a meat grinder that claimed any who approached. True to form, the sea monsters ramming and clawing were no more than tickling the gate. Many even died from the impact, only to be devoured by their kin. The smooth metallic surface of the gate remained unscathed, steadfast as a rock. At the ventilation ducts, dozens of sea monsters climbed the cliff face. Those smaller in size were sucked in, turning into clouds of black-green blood mist. Nevertheless, this was an ominous sign. The sea monsters possessed extraordinary perception, able to locate the nuclear power plant through sealed barriers, and perhaps even abilities yet unknown. These monsters are absurd. The nuclear radiation source in the shelter hasn't leaked a single particle. It's tightly contained within the reactor. How could they possibly detect it? Someone frowned in confusion. Indeed, the secrets of radiation creatures require further study. I suspect they can perceive not only radiation sources, but other factors we haven't discovered. Supplies. Meat. The shelter's warehouses hold millions of tons of resources. Perhaps that's what attracts them. Or maybe large quantities of certain elemental materials draw them. Everyone pondered the question. If they didn't clarify and solve the issue, they would face constant harassment from the sea monsters, disrupting their peace. Just then, on another screen, Zi-Ling appeared, her expression grave. I figured it out. The problem is serious. It's a genetic-level lure. The genes of humans and all living creatures trigger an intense instinctive desire in them. The only way for them to evolve, mutate, and grow stronger is to consume a vast genetic base, that is the flesh and blood of various organisms. Nuclear radiation merely serves as a catalyst to provide energy. This outcome sent a chill through the hearts of the crowd. The deepest secret of genes lies at the very origin of life, the highest realm of biotechnology. In terms of evolution, through genes, the radiated sea monsters far surpassed human understanding. And this was also a terrifying prospect. Once the radiated sea monsters devoured enough genetic material, who knew what monstrous form they might eventually mutate into? Perhaps by then, even nuclear weapons might pose no threat to them. Thinking of this, the crowd was horrified. If such an instinctual perception at the genetic level existed, then every shelter across the globe was effectively a massive lure. A large concentration of humans, to the eyes of radiated sea monsters, was like a gigantic beacon attracting countless creatures. No matter where the shelters were hidden, once the radiated sea monsters came ashore and blanketed the land, they would all fall under attack from waves of these monsters. That was exactly the situation now facing the Nebula Hive shelter. It bordered the coastline and was also battered by tsunamis. On Blue Star, it was the first shelter to be assaulted by a tide of radiated sea monsters, and the first to uncover the secrets behind them. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. If earlier they had said that the meteor impact was Blue Star's greatest catastrophe, now, given the endless destruction of the marine environment by various nations, the danger had far surpassed the meteor disaster. Those who bring calamity upon themselves cannot be saved. Someone shook their head and sighed. If not for the reckless destruction of Blue Star, this unprecedented catastrophe would never have occurred. Only humanity could destroy humanity. The destroyers must pay for everything they have done, and this price would threaten the very survival of the human race. Thankfully, there is one piece of good news. The tsunami only penetrated 20 kilometers inland, and the radiated sea monsters that can come ashore have a range of at most 100 to 200 kilometers. The shelters within the Dragon Kingdom are still quite safe. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone thought of something. Wasn't there another tsunami? Suddenly, the beeping alarm sounded again. Attention all units, attention all units. The second wave of the tsunami has arrived and will strike the Fungi Mountains in 30 seconds. On a workbench, a transparent glass of water rippled faintly. Ripples spread outward in slow circles. The tsunami carried immense energy, capable of shaking the earth with a pressure like 10,000 galloping horses. But the Nebula Hive shelter's defenses were incredibly powerful. Even this tsunami, over 80 meters high, caused only slight, almost negligible ripples. This was the most powerful super-large shelter on Blue Star, with the most advanced technology and survival capabilities. The devastating destruction of the tsunami could not affect them. Perhaps only a nuclear strike could truly destroy the Nebula Hive shelter. Soon the second wave of the tsunami struck. Like the previous one, it carried countless radiated sea monsters onto the shore, surging inland with a massive tide. At this point, the gates of the Nebula Hive shelter were also surrounded by countless radiated sea monsters that lingered for a long time. Meanwhile, Suyin glanced at the scene outside the gate and tossed the tablet aside in disgust. This is not something you want to look at too much. It ruins your appetite. His face twisted as if he had swallowed a fly. Assistant Zhang beside him wanted to take a peek, but he blocked her eyes, unwilling to let her see such a disgusting monster. One was bad enough, but a dense swarm of them. No one could stand it. Yun-gu, the temptation at the genetic level is terrifying. Don't forget the nuclear submarines outside. I'm worried something might happen to them, Assistant Jiang said anxiously. Hearing this, Su Yun waved his hand and smiled. He had long since entrusted the nuclear submarine operations to Guan Jinlong and Wu Dao. Not only were they exceptionally intelligent and ruthless, but they were also supported by a team of strategists. With Yun Minger's abilities, playing hide-and-seek with the radiated sea monsters in the ocean was a simple task. Moreover, the nuclear submarines had already been prepared to defend against tsunamis and radiated sea monsters hiding in a narrow, complex sea trench. A few days ago, Guan Jinlong had even asked to let the submarine captain take a scenic tour of the Pacific, showing no fear of the radiated sea monsters. Don't worry, the nuclear submarines are well hidden. The massive radiated sea monsters can't catch them, and the smaller ones can't even breach the hull. Besides, they are fully loaded with ammunition. Safety is not an issue, Su Yun explained. And if something did go wrong, they would have no choice but to unleash their full firepower, stirring up the nearby waters. The Nebula Hive shelter was now fully prepared for the apocalypse. Whether it was a meteor or radiated sea monsters, they could survive and retreat unscathed. Just then a message notification sounded from his phone. Beep, beep, beep. Li Xiaofeng, damn Yun-gu, I saw the radiated sea monsters you mentioned. They're hovering right above me. So freaking disgusting. Li Xiaofeng, guys, who would have thought? Today the supply collection team suited up in protective gear, ready to go out and scavenge some old electronics and building materials from the city, but we got blocked at the door. Can't even get out. Li Xiaofeng, but it's strange. My family built a shelter at the foot of a small hill. It's a barren, snow-covered area, and the entrance and vents are perfectly camouflaged. Why are these monsters hanging around my doorstep? There's no way they found us, right? Upon seeing the message, Su Yun raised an eyebrow. He immediately asked Yun Minger to pull up the location of the shelter built by Li Xiaofeng's family on her phone. Jiangsheng. Su Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Jiangsheng was in the central region of the Dragon Kingdom, 900 to 1,000 kilometers from the coastline. How could radiated sea monsters suddenly appear there? Yun-gu, it's the Yangtze River. The radiated sea monsters swam upstream from the estuary. Assistant Jiang leaned over Su Yun's shoulder to look at the phone and said. Su Yun suddenly understood. Good heavens, he had almost forgotten. Jiangsheng was a major city built along the Yangtze River. Li Xiaofeng's family shelter was located in a small hill near the river basin. The area had abundant groundwater, was deep inland, and had high terrain, so it would not be hit by tsunamis. Apart from their shelter, there were also hundreds of small and medium-sized shelters clustered there, along with thousands of individual and family shelters. It was far livelier than the isolated Nebula Hive shelter. Meteor, got any photos? Show the group. When I first saw them, I almost threw up my last meal. Don't think you're getting off easy. You Shao Gongzhu, no way Li Zi, if you dare send one, he'll come to your place right now. Qin Jun Xiaofeng, don't chicken out. I've never seen one. Yu is 1,000 kilometers away from you. With this heavy snow, the rain and snow are corrosive and slightly radioactive. Anyone who goes out is dead, right? Li Xiaofeng, sorry Yu, I can't be the only one disgusted, can I? He uploaded a picture showing the clear appearance of the radiated sea monster. It was a mutated creature that combined features of several marine and terrestrial animals. It was over 3 meters long, with a fish head and a lion's back, and its neck was covered in furry black tentacles that swayed in the wind, utterly repulsive. Even more unbearable to look at were the 6 mutated fin-like limbs that supported its body, twisted, yet somehow functional, allowing it to flop and move on land. The little princess, Yu exclaimed, damn it, Shaoli, you're finished. You've sullied my eyes. I'm going to throw up. The crowd seemed to hear a scream and imagined the little princess cursing while rushing into the bathroom to vomit violently. Chu Qinglian said, behave yourselves, will you? There are still several girls in the group. Ugh. The village girl from the Hua family added, Li Xiaofeng. I'm right next door. They'll count to 3. Get over here now, ugh. Not only the girls couldn't hold back their nausea, but the men in the group also felt terrible. This creature seemed as if it should never have existed, pieced together from disparate parts, deviating from the normal course of biological evolution. Wang Zhichong remarked, not bad. It might be a bit uncomfortable at first glance, but after a few looks this monster is actually quite interesting. My father is the richest man, added. Indeed, the more I look, the more I want to grab my golden fire Qilin and blast it, just like grinding monsters in a game. The uglier, the more thrilling. It's pretty fun. Brother Mao said. No way, only 3 meters. I saw several over 30 meters long a while ago. Those were the real behemoths. Upon seeing Brother Mao's message, everyone was startled. Good heavens, over 30 meters in length. That's deep-sea giant level, right? Ordinary people never have the chance to witness such things. As expected of Brother Mao, his energy is always top-notch. Su Yun said, wanna see? Ask me. I've got a dense crowd here, quite lively. As he watched, a mischievous idea arose. Without waiting for their response, he had Yun Minger take a few photos of the scene outside the gate, and even thoughtfully recorded a 10-second video. Radiant sea monsters over 30 meters were indeed rare, probably not yet fully grown, but those over 10 to 20 meters were plentiful here, let alone those under 10 meters. They filled the sea. In the video at a glance, the water was teeming with green glowing fish eyes accompanied by their grotesque and bizarre bodies, making one feel as if they were falling into an abyss. Before a massive steel gate, almost like the gates of hell, the radiant sea monsters gathered in longing. They rammed the gate frantically, trying to open a crack, unwilling to retreat, even in death. But unfortunately, the gate was indestructible. Even when they battered themselves bloody, they could not affect it in the slightest. These photos and video instantly ignited the crowd, who couldn't believe their eyes. Qin Jun exclaimed, "Damn, Xingyun Group is incredible. They're directly fighting the radiant sea monster horde." Wang Zhichong added, "Indeed, the coastline is a death zone. Only Xingyun Group could pull this off. Anyone else would have died hundreds of times already." Li Xiaofeng stammered, This. Compared to the hellish crisis at the Xingyun Hive shelter, the few monsters outside my door are just little chicks in the beginner zone." Brother Mao said, "No need to say more. Brother Yuan is truly formidable. It feels even stronger than my underground nuclear bunker level shelter. I'm latching onto this thigh. They'll find a chance to visit you." The little princess Yu grumbled, "I just came back from vomiting. A bunch of stinky men. I curse you all to be constipated for a month." Su Yun ignored Yu's roar as he watched the flattery in the group, a smile on his face. If they saw the tests of the mecha against the radiant sea monsters, they'd be jumping with excitement. After all, these game-loving slackers would never refuse a powerful mecha wreaking havoc among the radiant sea monsters. But it would probably be several months before they could come here. For now, he would just enjoy himself, and maybe even get married along the way. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Kingdom, the threat of radiant sea monsters coming ashore was also detected. Under these extreme weather conditions, a defensive line was set up 200 kilometers from the coast. Countless radiation monitoring instruments and cameras formed a surveillance line against the radiant sea monsters stretching over 10,000 kilometers. Moreover, at the estuaries of the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, 5 thick steel nets were laid to prevent the radiant sea monsters from swimming upstream, and heavy firepower troops were stationed. Before the meteor impact, the Dragon Kingdom had implemented effective defensive measures, but once the Earth faced a global meteor cataclysm, the external conditions would become harsh, and the advance of the radiant sea monsters would be difficult to contain. As time slowly passed, with the abnormal snow disaster engulfing the globe, communication base stations suffered severe damage, and the entire Earth fell into silence. Of the humans and land animals that hadn't entered shelters, over 90% perished, leaving only the last 10% struggling to survive in thick, enclosed buildings. 5 days later, less than a week remained before the meteor impact. The electromagnetic chaos caused by the 5 hydrogen bombs had largely dissipated, and the scene in the waters of the Land of Little Suns was monitored by various countries via satellites. At that moment, the sea surface was calm, with only scattered debris from fallen buildings floating in the water, but no sign of any radiant sea monster. It was as if the hydrogen bomb explosions and the countless radiant sea monsters surfacing and roaring had been illusions. Hard to believe. Bear Country said, "Anyone with eyes can see something's wrong. Where are the corpses of the radiant sea monsters? And with such massive radiation levels, how could they not attract monsters from other waters? Does anyone have a nuclear submarine nearby? Go take a look." Eagle Country replied, "What's there to see? This is good news. It means all those radiant sea monsters are dead. Stop being paranoid. I don't believe they could survive the hydrogen bomb's power. Let's focus on blowing up those 2 meteorites first. We'll deal with the radiant sea monsters later." Dragon Kingdom said, "Shut up, Eagle. The problem is serious. The traits and instincts of these radiant mutated sea monsters are terrifying. They couldn't possibly ignore such massive radiation. There must be something underwater that we don't know about." Eagle Country retorted, "Damn, Dragon Kingdom, you think I'll shut up just because you say so? Are you Jesus or my father? I told you the problem isn't big, it's not big. Handle the meteorite first." Rooster Country added, "Enough. Eagle Country's confidence disease is acting up again. Dragon Kingdom, send your nuclear submarine to check. The comm is too suspicious. I suspect they've developed intelligence and are guarding against us. If we don't eliminate them, I'll be uneasy." The Land of Little Suns said, "This is my homeland. You damn dictators die." Bear Country replied, "Shut your mouth. All 132 of your shelters are within my nuclear strike range. Don't make me slap you, okay?" The Land of Little Suns said, "I was wrong, I'll shut up. Continue your chat." England chuckled, "I have to say that hydrogen bomb blast was quite satisfying. The little days of the Land of Little Suns don't seem so good anymore." Dragon Kingdom said, "Didn't the Land of Little Suns get wiped out? Why is it still here? Kick it out. As for the nuclear submarine, it set off 10 hours ago, but the sea is extremely dangerous now. There are plenty of massive radiant sea monsters, and they can even detect the presence of nuclear submarines. That's too absurd. Without a doubt, they've mutated into a formidable force. Gentlemen, it seems humanity has lost the ocean." Eagle Country said, "Oh, it's not a big deal, folks. Come take a look at this video. I'm sure you'll be interested." A video was uploaded by Eagle Country, visible to all UN members. It showed a laboratory scene played at an accelerated speed. A young black man, after having both hands amputated, successfully regrew them within 36 hours. Moreover, the regenerated hands had scales and claws. The scales could withstand pistol bullets at close range, and the claws were sharp enough to pierce a 5mm steel plate in one swipe. Another 70-year-old man, after being injected with a tube of cyan liquid on the lab table, showed signs of rejuvenation 3 hours later. His white hair turned black and his appearance and physical signs reverted to that of a 40-year-old in good health. The consequence was that he lost his sight, hearing, taste, and smell, and was paralyzed from the waist down. But it was still a very promising start. With continued research, success would come one day. Eagle Country said, compared to the development of biotechnology, all other problems are trivial. Gentlemen, don't you want to possess a powerful, perfect physique? Don't you want to have eternal life? Trust me, said the United States, we have found a breakthrough in the secrets of genes. As long as we allow the radiation sea monsters to continue mutating and evolving, the ultimate secrets will be within human grasp. The words of the United States were laden with fatal temptations, stirring the hearts of all. Powerful physique, strength, and the extension and growth of lifespan. These two levels of life evolution were what the rulers most desired. They did not want to die nor to relinquish everything they now possessed. Yet human life is but 100 years. All men are born to age and die. For the beings of Blue Star, life is like the cicada's summer song, brief and fleeting. In the face of the radiation sea monsters, they appeared even more fragile and insignificant. Human strength could not contend they were but ants gazing upward. Humanity's greatest power was wisdom, and only wisdom had allowed them to become the masters of Blue Star. But the path ahead was severed with not a glimmer of hope. The shackles of genes firmly bound the progress of human development. Once the mysteries of the radiation sea monsters were unlocked, and the human constraints broken, the secrets of life would be laid bare before them. At that time, the cascade of changes brought by the biotechnology explosion would accelerate humanity's steps, leaping over the technological winter into the next era. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Amidst great crisis lay great opportunity. Now, as the meteor was about to strike, Blue Star disasters continued, and the future seemed doomed. But if the United States succeeded as it claimed, the current calamities would be but a minor inconvenience. Perhaps it was better to cast away all retreat, to gamble with nuclear weapons against the radiation sea monsters at a 98% win rate. During the 5 permanent members conference call, Russia said, I must admit the temptation is immense. I am tempted. However, I propose that the research results of the 5 permanent members be mutually shared. After all, none of us fear the other, and in the end times there are no conflicts of interest. Only the evolution of life. France said, seconded. In addition to technology sharing, we must provide assistance when attacked by radiation sea monsters. After all, if we eventually resort to nuclear cleansing and indiscriminate strikes, no one will survive. Britain said, seconded. Aside from the 5 of us, no other nations should join. Furthermore, the 5 permanent members must act in unity. No one is allowed to act unilaterally. China said, China seconds the motion. I only hope we do not lose control. The radiation sea monsters are evolving at an alarming rate. I am deeply worried about the future of humanity on Blue Star. This is a race against time with the radiation sea monsters. If we lose everything. The United States said, rest assured, these are minor issues. With nuclear weapons as our safety net, we will surely win. Trust me this once, let us join forces for the future, for the evolution of human life. In the end, the 5 permanent members joined hands, watching the mutations of the radiation sea monsters unfold. After surviving the meteor crisis, they would devote all efforts to unraveling the mysteries of genetic life. Meanwhile, in the living area of the Nebula Hive Shelter's first district, within a high-end revolving restaurant at the Central Plaza, Su Yun stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window. He watched the families of employees coming and go under the neon lights, their faces beaming with happiness. A myriad of emotions surged within him, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. This is the shelter I envisioned, sealed off from all external disasters like a peach blossom spring, independent of the world's wretchedness, Su Yun murmured to himself. They had succeeded. Even if the outside world was now a hellish landscape, within the Nebula Hive Shelter people could still sing and dance carefree and at ease. He only hoped it could continue forever. Just then, Assistant Jiang came behind him, a troubled expression on her face. Brother Yun, there is classified information that only you can see, she whispered softly, pursing her lips. Su Yun's brow furrowed. Assistant Jiang's authority was essentially second only to his. What classified information could she not see? Su Yun reached out, took the tablet she offered, put on the isolated earphones, and opened the file before him. Assistant Jiang, with a worried look, silently withdrew. The moment Su Yun put on the earphones, Yun Minger's voice sounded, Brother Yun, this information is very important and very frightening. The 5 permanent members have reached an agreement to abandon the cleanup operation against the radiation sea monsters. Su Yun's pupils contracted. Abandoned? How could that be? At this moment, the sea was filled with endless, terrifying radiation sea monsters ready to surge onto land at any time. If left unchecked, within a year or two, the world would likely become the domain of the radiation sea monsters. Humanity would have no choice but to hide deep underground in shelters, sealing all exits to survive. Sun Yun Ming'er intercepted a research video from the United States which appeared before Su Yun. 3 minutes later, Su Yun took a deep breath. He had to admit the United States' open strategy was terrifyingly effective. It had not only swayed the 4 other nuclear powers, but also induced them to unite, watching the clouds rise and fall, waiting for the opportune moment to reap the rewards. They were gambling that the radiation sea monsters could never reach a level capable of countering nuclear weapons, with a winning probability exceeding 98%. This approach meant that apart from the shelters of the 5 permanent members and other nuclear-armed nations, the rest of Blue Star's countries would face a horrific radiation sea monster tide crisis, causing countless deaths among those sheltering underground. Su Yun's mind raced with thoughts, and the more he pondered, the colder his back grew. In the end, he could only sigh in helplessness. Behind this, was there not also the choice to use human genes to drive the mutation of the radiation sea monsters? Who can stop them from doing what they want? Su Yun shook his head and sighed. The evolution of life. This temptation no one could resist. No one. The next second his eyes gradually steadied. Ming'er, notify the combat units outside to set off immediately. Capture all surviving humans out there. Ask the shelters in the central region with good relations to help. Focus on the border between Korea and Japan. There are still over 100,000 people hiding there. Contact Korea, pay some price to have them deliver the goods. Second, after the capture is successful, authorize the opening of the emergency passage in the ventilation ducts and send all the people into the biological laboratory. Third, notify Ziling to prepare immediately for human experimentation. Lift all restrictions and prohibitions on her. Show her this video and information. I believe she will understand my intentions. Su Yun's words were resolute, his face dark and grim, a cold smile curling on his lips. If one day in the future this world could not withstand the assault of the radiation sea monsters and fell into utter despair, then the Nebula Hive shelter would not be among the fallen. Never. At that moment, inside the biological research lab, Ziling, dressed in a white lab coat, was bending over to observe the scene inside a giant glass container sealed by multiple layers of protective systems. Inside were 5 white mice. Apart from their heads, which still bore the features of mice, the rest of them could not be associated with their original form. Each of them had grown several cyan-black scaly limbs that did not belong to them. Twisted, yet mysterious, grotesque, yet eerie. Though the features clearly belonged to different species, they had seamlessly merged together, flawlessly integrated. Even through her thick glasses, the fervent gleam in Ziling's eyes was unmistakable. A sickly fondness lurked within her smile. The secrets of genes are truly the most beautiful landscape in life. I can't wait to peel you apart layer by layer. She chuckled elegantly. She laughed for a long time, but alas, it was hard to find a kindred spirit. After a moment, she remembered there was still an experiment to do. Sighing in boredom, she turned and walked out of the observation room. Wait for me, it won't be long. Once the meteor falls, we will explore the mysteries of life together. Ziling murmured calmly to herself. As the metal door closed behind her, several valve hisses sounded, and even the observation room was tightly sealed. Before her lay a vast space built of metal and glass. Apart from herself, hundreds of biological researchers and all scholars related to biology were working there with every facility available. Her personal laboratory was still hundreds of meters away. As she walked, everyone remained silent, only daring to cast furtive glances at Ziling's back and whisper among themselves. Big sister goes in to check every day. Good grief, just the mutated radiation sea monster tissue and viruses injected into those 5 white mice are enough to destroy a country, let alone the other unknown changes. I wouldn't even dare to look, someone murmured in awe. Exactly. Whenever I think of those data, my legs go weak. Even the observation room, I can't step into, another replied in a low voice. Everyone shuddered involuntarily at the thought of the danger posed by those 5 white mice. In biological research, the more you know, the more fear you feel. Fear so profound that even the body's instincts cannot overcome it. Yet Ziling seemed devoid of the instinct for fear, as if she were a natural-born genius in the field of biology. Tap, tap, tap. Ziling's high heels clicked lightly as she returned to her only home within the Nebula Hive shelter. This was a personal biological laboratory spanning over 300 square meters, densely packed with countless glass jars and scientific research facilities and equipment. Apart from a bed and a washroom, there was nothing else that suggested a living space. Before she even sat down to review the progress of the next virus research report, a sudden beep, beep, beep rang out from the broadcast in the biological laboratory. Notice human experimentation permissions granted. In-depth research on life evolution based on the genes, mutations, and evolutionary characteristics of the radiant sea monsters is authorized. All resources are available without limit. Notice human experimentation is unlimited in frequency. The first batch of 500 individuals will be delivered to the deepest P4 level sealed laboratory in 12 hours. Notice Ziling's priority overrides all else. Any forbidden research may be conducted within controllable bounds. Starting now, Brother Yun supports your full scientific efforts. The future of the Nebula Hive shelter also depends on your help. The moment the voice faded, the documents in Ziling's hands slipped and fell. Instantly a figure dashed out rushing toward the deepest laboratory. Zyajinli, back up all the data for me. Sister is not coming back. Xilinx's voice came from afar, high-spirited and carefree. Command received. Data backup in progress. A little girl who seemed to be a 7-colored goldfish incarnate appeared on her computer. This was one of Yun Minger's 3 subsystems, named Zyajinli, meaning good luck. She was solely responsible for the research institute within the Nebula Hive shelter and served as the intelligent assistant for all researchers. Sigh, the little master didn't have dinner again. Looks like he'll have to order a sour spicy rib set meal for her. This time I'm sincere. Good luck to you. In the computer, Zyajinli sighed and pouted, but then she prayed, her expression becoming quite solemn. Rumble. 15 armed helicopters loaded with ammunition advanced into the continent against the wind and snow. Beneath 3 of the helicopters hung a metallic armored mecha, an awe-inspiring sight under the sunlight. Countless radiant sea monsters in the seawater below roared and surged, watching the scene above. Many even leaped up trying to bite down a helicopter, but the helicopters were flying at altitudes over 500 meters far out of reach. At that moment, Captain Chen, the word capture. Is it what I think it is? Inside one helicopter, a young Special Forces soldier looked at Chen Lijun in the co-pilot seat and spoke. Hearing this, Chen Lijun understood his meaning, smiled, and waved his hand. Just remember, everything we have now is given by Nebula. It's just a capture, not a killing. If you have a psychological burden, just watch. It's not a bad experience. The young soldier quickly defended himself. No, I'm just curious. What kind of thing requires such a massive operation with unlimited captures? ITLL exhaust us. Chen Lijun shook his head, took out a specially protected tablet from his chest, showing a map of the Blue Star and information on other shelters. Exhausted. Don't forget the ventilation and oxygen supply equipment we traded with the Nebula Group. Now every shelter within the Dragon Kingdom owes us a favor. Asking them to help capture the people still out there is no problem at all. Also, especially along the border of the Stick Nation, where over 100,000 of the Small Sun Nation's people are hiding. Our Nebula paid a certain technological price to get the Stick Nation to help capture and transport them. We just need to deliver them to the biological laboratory. The Nebula Hive shelter had already prepared for the capture operation. All they needed to do was send people in. With Yun Minger's assistance, everything was in place, and they only needed to execute the tasks they heard in their earpieces, making it much easier. Hearing this, the young soldier still swallowed nervously. As long as he wasn't stupid, he could guess the purpose of Nebula's actions. Everyone understood silently, but he dared not say it. After all, his family enjoyed all the benefits of the shelter. Selling his life wouldn't be enough to repay this favor. All he needed to do was one thing: adjust his mindset, accept the mission, and execute it. Besides, there were still 5 days until the meteor impact. Within these 5 days, send as many as possible. If not sent, they would die anyway. Thinking this way, the young soldier breathed a little easier. At least he was helping these people live a little longer, wasn't he? This was a good deed, no psychological burden. Determination shone in the young soldier's eyes. Understood. Execute mission. Meanwhile, in the South Asia region on the other side of the Asian continent, the ASEAN nation suddenly issued a global distress call. Emergency call. Emergency call. The radiant sea monsters have come ashore and are attacking our inland territory. Hundreds of shelters have fallen. I solemnly declare that if no support arrives within 1 hour, our nuclear weapons will be activated. Our nuclear weapons will be activated. A satellite video appeared before the leaders of all nations. It was the war of the ASEAN nation against the radiant sea monster tide. Thousands of T-90 tanks formed a steel defense line, artillery roaring incessantly. Bombers, fighters, and armed helicopters were at full power in the sky, missiles, rapid-fire cannons, and Gatling guns attacking continuously. Behind them, numerous surface missile vehicles were deployed. Opposite them, an endless horde of radiant sea monsters, ferocious and twisted, wildly charged at the tank lines with limbs and blood flying everywhere. Black-green blood covered hundreds of kilometers of land, melting the snow and ice. But even under the full firepower of the ASEAN nation, the radiant sea monsters seemed endless, relentlessly assaulting the defense line. Within the continent of the ASEAN nation, there were 3 such battlefields with 3 defense lines blocking 80% of the radiant sea monsters. The remaining 20% of the radiant sea monsters had already penetrated deep inland, moving purposefully toward underground shelters in various locations. By this time, the ASEAN nation was already overwhelmed. The abnormal snowy weather severely affected the soldiers' combat capabilities. Moreover, they had to wear simple anti-radiation suits, which made their movements slower and more difficult. This caused great trouble in their attacks. They could no longer bear the pressure and wanted to use nuclear weapons to cleanse all coastlines. The land of beauty, this idiot. Can't he just use continuous incendiary bombs, thermobaric bombs combined with gasoline and diesel to create a firewall? Even mutated radiant sea monsters facing thousands of degrees of heat would only rush to their deaths like moths to a flame. The Bear Nation, can't help. What if you shoot nuclear weapons at me and then turn around and attack me? I'm scared. You'd better fend for yourself. The Kangaroo Nation hiss. How terrifying. Will the ASEAN nation be wiped out by the radiant sea monsters? No way, no way. Then what about us, Kangaroo Nation? Surrounded by sea without nuclear weapons as a big killer. I'm going to vomit. The small sun nation-ish. Damn Kangaroo Nation, the territory you sold me is only 250 kilometers from the coast. You'll be the first to die. Go to hell. The Dragon Kingdom, ahem, the Asin Nation is indeed miserable being the first to suffer the radiant sea monster tide. But they are far from doom. Wait a little longer. There are still 5 days. The meteor will help destroy most of the radiant sea monsters. Perseverance is victory. Keep fighting. The Asin Nation, damn it. Don't think I don't know this is all you're doing. You want to study the biological genetic secrets of the radiant sea monsters. Damn 5 permanents. If I'm destroyed, you won't have it easy either. However, under the command of the Land of Beauty, the Asin Nation ultimately did not use nuclear weapons. Instead, they used tens of thousands of incendiary and thermobaric bombs to create a firewall 2,000 kilometers long. After 3 days of continuous bombardment with hundreds of thousands of tons of diesel and gasoline, they finally managed to block the radiant sea monsters from advancing inland. But in this war against the radiant sea monsters, the Asin Nation suffered heavy losses. 380 small to medium-sized shelters fell. The destruction of personal and family-level shelters exceeded thousands, with a total death toll exceeding 2 million people. In addition, tens of thousands of radiant sea monsters still roamed inland, posing a great threat to all underground shelters. Thus, the first war between humans and the radiant sea monsters ended in a bitter defeat. However, for all nations of Blue Star, this was just a sudden minor incident. Their eyes were set on space, faces filled with worry, preparing to face the true apocalyptic disaster. December 30th. 2 days remained before the meteor impact on Blue Star. The first space defense line was officially activated. This day was a day of oppression. Under the imminent threat of the approaching meteor, every soul on Blue Star was gripped by panic, their chests constricted with suffocating dread. The final 48-hour countdown felt like the countdown to their very lives. The blood-red numbers loomed like a demon descending upon the world, shrouding all in an aura of death, breeding fear, terror, and unease. The defensive interception of this meteor was broadcast globally as all nations united, deploying most satellites to temporarily blanket the planet, providing a communication network. This was also the final purpose of those satellites. Once the nuclear warheads detonated or the meteor struck, the powerful electromagnetic pulses would destroy them, sending them plummeting as shooting stars. This was a catastrophe for all of humanity on Blue Star. It was better to use them to their fullest to bring a flicker of hope to those plunged into despair, illuminating the darkness within their hearts. The Dragon Kingdom news desk reported, "All comrades of the Dragon Kingdom, do not grieve, do not despair. Hope has always been here. The Dragon Kingdom will protect everyone. Look, the first and second layers of the Space Interception Defense Plan are ready. Gathering the full strength of Blue Star, burning our boats, believe in us. We will surely succeed in destroying the meteor." At the same time, within all shelters across the Dragon Kingdom, a single image appeared on televisions, computers, and phones. It was a scene from space. Against the dark backdrop of the starry sky, 2 layers of space defenses stood, a sight both awe-inspiring and stirring. As the view shifted, 3 large space stations in Blue Star's orbit had been transformed into war fortresses. Resembling a colossal mechanical spider, aside from the main command console, 6 extended launch bays stretched out, each a full 60 meters in length. Within each launch bay, 3 nuclear missile silos had been constructed. The enormous launch ports faced the depths of the cosmos, the exposed nuclear warheads gleaming with a profound luster. The sight alone instilled a profound sense of security. These were humanity's ultimate weapons, their power immense enough to easily obliterate a super-large international city. Beyond this, each space station held over 100 nuclear warheads in reserve, ready to slide into the launch silos through mechanical operations. This was the second line of defense, the last bastion guarding Blue Star's atmosphere against the threat of impact, the pinnacle of Blue Star's technological achievement, watching over the deep void, wielding the power of annihilation to safeguard Blue Star. As for the first line of space defense between Blue Star and the moon, it appeared even more spectacular from afar and simpler, more brutal. Over 2,000 nuclear warheads were deployed in space, forming a minefield-like bombardment zone. Shaped like a cube, 500 kilometers in length, width, and height, it lay in wait for the meteor's arrival. This was the absolute limit of Blue Star's technological capabilities. They had once considered building enough nuclear missile silos on the moon to launch wave after wave of indiscriminate strikes against the meteor. They had also contemplated sending a suicide space team carrying several nuclear warheads aboard modified rockets and spaceplanes to travel months ahead along the meteor's trajectory, attempting to land on it, drill holes, and detonate. However, hindered by various factors and technological immaturity, both plans were abandoned. The difficulty involved was simply too great for Blue Star's current technological prowess, utterly unrealistic. Whether it was landing on the moon to build enough silos or landing on the meteor to plant warheads, calculations showed a success rate near zero. They would most likely fail midway, squandering vast amounts of manpower, resources, and energy. Although these were desperate final choices made by global nations with extremely low odds of success, the two existing defense lines were enough to kindle a spark of hope in the hearts of all Blue Star's inhabitants. In the footage, rockets carrying nuclear warheads were constantly launching, heading to reinforce the two space defense lines. They could only pray that the power of even one warhead would fully affect the Meteor's body, diverting it from its collision course with Blue Star, letting it slip past the planet's gravity. At that moment, the barrage of comments was dense and lively, with messages like, "Dragon Kingdom will surely win," and "Blue Star will surely win. It has to succeed. I can't stand the shelter environment anymore. I don't want to stay here a second longer. I want to go home. I want to go back to being a couch potato and laze around for life. It's in the bag, totally in the bag." Over 2,000 nukes are enough to blow that damn meteor to pieces. The end-off world crisis is about to end. Party time. I don't care, the nukes will handle it. Everyone, when we get out, let's keep the music and dancing going. For the 2025 Spring Festival, I want to see fireworks light up the entire Dragon Kingdom's night sky. Basically, everyone lying in the Dragon Kingdom shelters had picked up their phones, faces beaming with bright smiles. After enduring the harsh conditions within the shelters, they began to reminisce about the good old days. If not for this meteor, they would have lived peaceful, comfortable lives in the Dragon Kingdom, never experiencing any of this dreadful situation. Meanwhile, inside the main control room of the Nebula Hive shelter, Su-Yun together with assistant Jiang sat in command, their faces grave and serious. Watching the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast, he couldn't help but sigh, concealing the truth, letting everyone rise with hope only to plunge them into despair. Su-Yun shook his head with a mocking laugh. Whether it was the difficulty of intercepting the meteor or the endless radiation monsters in the ocean, each factor alone would plunge Blue Star into an apocalypse. Want to just lie back and take it easy? You might as well lie down in your next life. Want to set off fireworks? Are you afraid the glow of your live's gene lamp isn't bright enough to attract the attention of the radiation monsters? Menger display all the data. In that moment, the true reality unfolded before his eyes, more terrifying than anticipated. The meteor's speed was too great. Only now was its true velocity finally calculated. 32.6 kilometers per second. A terrifying speed so fast that the human eye would miss it in a blink, so fast that Blue Star's nuclear weapon systems couldn't lock onto its position. The so-called United Nations Space Defense Plan only showed the surface, hiding the faint glimmer of hope behind the data. If they relied solely on these two defense lines, Blue Star was doomed. Even those hiding in deep underground shelters would lose the means to survive due to a cascade of disasters. Brother Yin, even I can't seize that window of a few seconds. The computational load is too immense, the error rate too high. Even if all of Blue Star's computers were combined, success would be difficult. Yun Minger's voice echoed in his ear. Hearing this, Su-Yun nodded slightly. Theoretically, they had a 15-second window to detonate the 2,000 nuclear warheads deployed on the first space defense line. But according to the combined calculations of global supercomputers, the success rate had only risen from an initial 1 to 3% to 5%, still far from optimistic. Too many factors influence the data, not just signal delays and vast distances, but also the harsh space environment fluctuations from cosmic rays and more. Each could cause the detonation timing to be missed. Even with Yun Minger, a super artificial intelligence in control, calculating the precise moment was incredibly difficult. So they were gambling. They could only wait to see which way God's scales would tip. Soon, with less than 2 hours until impact, under the gaze of all Blue Star, the first nuclear defense line was finally detonated. Between the moon and Blue Star, 2,000 nuclear warheads erupted in space, unleashing a blinding radiance. In that instant, their brilliance outshone even the sun itself. The detonation of 2,000 nuclear warheads simultaneously was absolutely terrifying. On Earth, it would have been enough to carve a deep part, or even shave the planet bald. And even in the vacuum of space devoid of matter, the blinding fireball lingered for an eternity. Time trickled by. 3 minutes later, the asteroid seemed to have vanished, as if swallowed by the void. Every space telescope on the side of Blue Star could no longer detect its presence. My Ligio, no way. That's it. Too easy. What data, what success rate? I just bombarded it into oblivion and solved the problem. Longwa, yeah, that's it. I don't believe it. Let's wait until the radiation of the nuclear blast fades. I have a feeling it's not that simple. Moxiangwo Yura. Best if it's all shattered. Don't interfere with our research on the secrets of life's evolution. Zaira Zigwa. So can I go home now? Whoa, it's been so hard for me. Finally over. At that moment, Su-Yun couldn't quite believe it either. The satellites belonging to Nebula Group continuously transmitted images showing not a trace of the two asteroids. The charged particles scattering toward Blue Star resonated with its magnetic field, forming a magnificent aurora stretching over 10,000 kilometers across the sky. Beneath the brilliant starlight, it looked like a veil of galaxy, as if Blue Star itself was cheering and celebrating for humanity. No way. Is this really success? That's absurd. Or did Blue Star's actual technological power secretly leap forward without me, leaving me out of the loop? Su-Yun muttered in disbelief. A moment later, he turned to Yin Ming'er on the computer screen and asked 5% success rate. Ming'er, are you sure you didn't miscalculate? Hearing this, Yin Ming'er rolled her eyes. If she had made a calculation error, her program would have crashed and the system would have frozen entirely. Brother Yin, actually that 5% probability was under the most ideal conditions. Based on Blue Star's technological strength, it shouldn't have happened. Wait a moment. Yin Ming'er, don't believe it's this easy to deal with those two asteroids. Trust in science. The camera is probably blocked by the heat and radiation. Let it fly a little longer. Almost there, almost there. Hearing this, the corner of Su Yun's mouth twitched. Isn't this a good thing? Why does it feel like Yin Ming'er is looking forward to the asteroid breaking out of the nuclear blast zone? Oh dear, the daughter of our Su family has gone astray. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the Slackers group was buzzing with excitement. Second brother Mao brothers, we don't have to endure months of communication blackout anymore. Let's game I'm invincible. You all do whatever you want. Wang Ziqing, not bad. Though the asteroid is gone, there are still radiation monsters. I still dare not go out afraid there's some sneaky monster lurking for me. I'm the richest, so comfortable. Without games, we'd be bored to death. But until the radiation monsters are cleared, I won't take a single step out of this shelter. Princess, yeah, you stinky men. Is it possible that the asteroid is just hidden by the light? Su Yun glanced at his phone, but before he could share in the joy, his eyelids suddenly twitched. The staff in the hall collectively gasped in shock. He snapped his head up. On the large screen ahead, within the fading fireball of radiation, 3 dark spots slowly emerged, growing clearer. Ha, I told you it couldn't be that easy, Brother Yun. Look, they're out, and there's even one more. Yin Ming'er's arrogant tone left everyone in the hall dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. Was it really appropriate to be so happy? Su Yun's face turned green, a mix of laughter and tears. But then his expression grew serious. If nothing unexpected happened, the nuclear explosion in space had successfully affected the asteroid, splitting one of them into 2 pieces. Ming'er, stop messing around. Hurry up and calculate the data, analyze the situation of those 2 asteroids. Su Yun waved his hand and said sternly. At the same time, all of Blue Star had only cheered for less than 5 minutes when they saw the video feed, and the celebration came to an abrupt halt. How is this possible? The asteroid is still there, and it seems to be moving faster. Someone shouted in disbelief. Mouth agape. 1 turned into 3. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Did it just appear out of thin air? Brothers, think positive. This is a good thing. If a 20-kilometer asteroid breaks into 3, that means its volume has shrunk and the damage to Blue Star will be greatly reduced. Besides, we still have a second line of defense. Don't panic, trust in Blue Star's technology. True, an asteroid under 10 kilometers in diameter, even if it impacts, won't be that big a deal. Blue Star will just get a few bruises and scrapes. We can hide for a year or 2, and it'll be over. However, at that moment, the entire United Nations was in a panic. The calculated data came in. The asteroid's speed had increased due to the nuclear blast, now exceeding 35 kilometers per second. Moreover, the first asteroid had largely split into 2 pieces, each about 10 kilometers in diameter, accompanied by countless fragments ranging from tens to hundreds of meters in size. This was the worst-case scenario. Coupled with the third asteroid hiding behind, they now faced a calamity of 3 asteroids, each over 10 kilometers across, moving at terrifying speeds. The success rate of the second space defense system plummeted straight to freezing point. Yingjili, it's over. The impact points of the 3 asteroids have been calculated. 1 in the Atlantic Ocean, near Europe, 1 in the middle of South America, and 1 in the center of the Pacific. My Ligua, well, at least half is successful. I'm relieved as long as it doesn't hit me. Scatterflowers Longwa, is that so? That 1 in South America and the 1 in the Pacific will give you plenty of headaches. Your supervolcano is probably doomed. Now quickly launch the second defense line. Fire all nuclear warheads, try to blast them into even smaller pieces. Ma Xiangguo, don't celebrate yet. Hurry up and restart the space station procedures. We have only 95 minutes left, and we need to launch 20 minutes early. Time is very tight. The 3 asteroids hurtled closer. As they approached Blue Star, the images on the asteroid surface became clearer. Calculations showed that these were extremely dense stony iron meteorites with silicate and nickel iron alloy content roughly equal. This was a mixed blessing. At least they weren't pure iron meteorites, which would have multiplied the impact on Blue Star several times over. Under a tense, oppressive atmosphere, the second defense plan finally activated. The 3 space stations operated at full capacity, launching 54 nuclear warheads toward the 3 asteroids every 2 minutes for 6 rounds. As the close-range nuclear detonations occurred in space, the entire Blue Star was affected and countless satellites lost connection. The final images appeared on the Blue Star continent. Looking up, fireballs rose continuously above the clouds, completely shrouding the 3 asteroids. At the same time, radiation monsters emerged densely across the seas, covering every ocean, roaring at the sky. A horrifying spectacle. It seemed the nuclear explosions in the upper atmosphere had agitated them. Huge radiation monsters hiding in the deep sea surfaced, one after another, standing apart from the swarms, each no smaller than 100 meters in length, bearing features of various prehistoric creatures. Even more terrifying was the intelligence in their eyes. Unlike the usual frenzied radiation monsters, they actually showed fear. The sky was filled with fiery clouds, and the sea teemed with endless waves of monsters. In the end, this time God was not on their side. The asteroid interception failed. The main structure of the celestial bodies remained largely unaffected. 3 super-large asteroids were about to fall along with countless fragments and debris turning into meteors covering half of Blue Star. In the final 10 minutes, every nuclear-armed nation went mad launching nuclear warheads in dense clusters hoping to detonate them within the atmosphere. This was their last hope, to tear the asteroids apart with nuclear weapons reducing the destructive energy when they struck land or sea. 10 minutes later, boom, 3 colossal sounds erupted accompanied by thousands of mushroom clouds. From space, Blue Star seemed to have sprouted 3 huge fiery red acne scars, as unimaginable destructive energy spread in all directions. Seismic waves would engulf half of Blue Star, continental plates fractured, and countless volcanoes and magma could not withstand the pressure, erupting violently. Mountains collapsed and tsunamis raged. The entire Blue Star shuddered as if struck by a shock, bringing the most terrible catastrophe to humanity. At that moment, a powerful electromagnetic pulse enveloped the entire Blue Star. The magnetic field went into chaos, and all external communication was severed. Residual electronic devices instantly emitted smoke and sparks. Except for specially constructed satellites, countless ordinary communication satellites also fell to the ground like meteor debris. This apocalyptic scene plunged everyone into despair. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the Nebula Hive shelter, the alarm continued to sound with tense urgency. Brother Yun, according to the final images captured by the Super Apocalypse satellite, the asteroid that fell into the Pacific mostly disintegrated upon impact. 2 fragments over 100 meters in diameter are heading our way at speeds exceeding 20 kilometers per second. There are also over 200 small fragments ranging from 1 to 10 meters in diameter, all expected to land within 40 kilometers of us. Su Yun stared at the blank screen with a look of utter despair. He could imagine that everywhere on Blue Star was now disaster from which no one could escape. And they themselves were about to face 200-meter fragments, each carrying the energy of a small nuclear bomb detonating nearby. Alright, under these circumstances, the nuclear submarines are probably blind too. So we'll have to tough it out. Su Yun spread his hands helplessly. The electromagnetic pulse from thousands of nuclear warheads and the asteroid impact had instantly enveloped the globe, leaving no room for defense. Whether they could survive until tomorrow depended solely on luck. Fortunately, the Nebula Group had never been short of luck since its founding. The air raid siren wailed sharply throughout the entire Nebula Hive shelter. Red lights flashed, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Warning! Warning! The meteorite shockwave will arrive in 30 seconds. Please stay quietly in open areas and wait for the shockwave to pass. In every large living zone on the streets and central squares, tens of thousands of family members of Nebula Group employees looked solemn as they hid in open spaces, silent and still. Earlier, they had watched the video of the meteor interception. The moment it failed, everyone's heart sank into the abyss. Anyone with a basic understanding could clearly grasp the terrifying catastrophe that would be caused when 3 meteorites, each about 10 kilometers in diameter, struck Blue Star. That would be the level of global destruction of Blue Star's surface. The ground would become a forbidden zone where no living creature could set foot. Even the deep underground shelters could only pray that the goddess of fortune would favor them at this moment. Don't be afraid, everyone. Trust the Nebula Hive shelter. This is the most powerful underground shelter in the world, built with all the resources of the Nebula Group. It will surely survive this calamity. In the crowd, someone raised a fist and shouted loudly. His face was filled with firm conviction, without any worry for his own safety. If even the Nebula Hive shelter could not withstand this natural disaster, then no other shelter could. They would collapse in an instant. If they all died, then in the long history of Blue Star, the era of humanity would truly come to an end. That's right, everyone, don't be too pessimistic. Our shelter is the strongest in the world. It will definitely make it, definitely. Someone responded firmly and loudly. At this moment, even under the heavy oppression, a sense of pride welled up in everyone's heart. Once upon a time, the Nebula Group was their hope. And at this moment, they could only believe in it, believe that it could still hold up the sky for them. Death is not frightening. What is frightening is that before death, the heart has already died. Better to face the challenge with a smile. And now the moment had come to test their efforts. 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended over the broadcast. A violent earthquake struck, coupled with the bombardment of meteorite fragments. Even the indestructible Nebula Hive shelter began to shake and tremble. Clang, clang, clang. The water cups on a table in a leisure street rattled. Everyone felt the extremely intense tremors beneath their feet. Hold steady. Grab onto anything solid, and don't fall. Damn it. This is the global earthquake caused by 3 doomsday meteorites. No wonder even such a strong and powerful hive shelter can't withstand it. Don't you understand basic science? No matter how strong the shelter, it is still encased in the earth. When the earth itself is overturned, the shelter cannot remain unscathed. It's over. Humanity is finished. The impact here is already this strong, whose shelters elsewhere might have collapsed instantly. At the same time, in the main control hall, Su Yun's face was grim. He tightly held onto his assistant Jiang huddled in the soft chair. Although he had known that the meteorite impact would cause a severe earthquake, this was too terrifying. It felt as if the entire Earth was being shaken, undulating, even causing the self-contained hive shelter wrapped in countless tons of high-strength alloy metal to move. Minder, how much longer? Su Yun shouted anxiously. The first wave of earthquakes is expected to end in 15 seconds. 14, 13, 12. Yun Minger's voice echoed throughout the shelter. That voice seemed to bring a glimmer of hope to everyone. Faster, faster. As long as they survived the strongest wave of the earthquake, as long as the Nebula hive shelter did not collapse, they would live on and live better than anyone else. This underground city was their last hope. At this moment, no one had ever felt that 15 seconds could be so long. Finally, as if passing through a harsh winter, the countdown ended, and the intense tremors gradually subsided and calmed. At this moment, endless cheers resounded throughout the Nebula hive shelter. Faces were brimming with happy smiles. They had won, surviving the most terrible disaster of the apocalypse. However, the catastrophe was far from over. Beep, beep, beep. The hive shelter has suffered 10 damage, 108 steel foundations torn by the earthquake, 15 core spatial support pillars warped and fractured, and over 30 of interior buildings have developed cracks. Please repair promptly. Even though it had survived the first wave, the hive shelter had suffered severe damage. Fortunately, the underground space did not collapse, and all life support facilities and equipment remained intact. This was already a great relief. Su Yun stood up, looking at the dense red dots on the large screen showing the hive shelter structure diagram, a joyful smile spreading across his face. As long as the shelter did not collapse and there was no threat to life, even the most severe damage was just a minor issue. Dispatch engineering teams immediately. Make sure to repair all damaged locations and strive to leave no defects. Su Yun waved his hand. Minder continuously scanned the overall safety of the hive shelter. Mark all defects and damages for the engineering teams to carry out repair operations. Especially the nuclear power plant, particle accelerator, biological laboratory, chemical zone, heavy industry zone. Su Yun began to arrange tasks methodically. Hundreds of repair engineering teams, already prepared, started their operations. Everyone ran quickly, and the silent shelter became bustling with activity. Quick, quick, quick. The most important ventilation ducts have several breaches. The air pressure in Zone 9's living area is about to drop. Must be repaired within half an hour. All of you run. The hardest moment is over. Don't screw up now. Hey, you idiot, that water pipe over there burst. Block it up, and burn your farewell letter immediately, or it'll whip you. Captain Shin, our mission is the breeding park. While thousands of geese have escaped and are chasing a dozen dogs fighting back and forth. Some are winning, some losing. They've even started a fire. Should we watch a bit longer? This is quite interesting. Team 1 to the cold storage area, Team 2 to the power grid area. Time is life. Let's go. Although there were still occasional noticeable tremors, they could not shake the entire shelter, incomparable to the first most violent earthquake. After issuing all the commands, Su Yun slowly sat down, exhaling the pent-up breath in his chest. It's okay. We survived. His eyes shining with spirit, he looked at the woman beside him and said softly. At the moment when the earthquake struck, he had truly been afraid. He had feared that the hive shelter could not withstand the pressure and would collapse, burying everyone hundreds or thousands of meters underground, killing them instantly. Fortunately, luck was on their side, and they pulled through. His family, his beloved, were safe and sound. In fact, no one in the entire shelter was seriously hurt. Only a dozen people had minor falls and scrapes. Assistant Jiang smiled and nodded. Yunga, don't forget, there are still 2 meteorite fragments over 100 meters in diameter. The crisis is not over yet. But the next moment, before Su Yun could speak, Yun Minger's voice rang out directly. Sister Jiang, don't worry. The impact points of those 2 meteorite fragments have been calculated. They won't hit Fengi Mountain directly, they're all over 30 kilometers away. The disaster they cause won't threaten us at all. At most, it will bring tremors of magnitude 5. Hearing this, Su Yun's face lit up with joy. Indeed, the Nebula Group's luck was as good as ever, as if no crisis could harm them. He even suspected that he himself or some Nebula employee possessed a natural lucky constitution, and that the former Nebula Group and the current hive shelter were all enveloped by a halo of fortune. All right, 2 little things, a piece of cake. Su Yun shrugged and grinned. A magnitude 5 earthquake. He wasn't worried, afraid, or anxious at all. The most critical moment had passed, what else could threaten them? His confidence was now overflowing. Shake all you want to your worst. If you can collapse the hive shelter, then in my next life, you'll be reborn as an orphan and remain a bachelor forever. Compared to the tranquility within the star cloud hive shelter, the outside world lay in utter devastation. A series of disasters followed the meteorite impact, spreading radiation across the entire blue star. Countless fireballs streaked across the sky, crashing into the earth and forming crater after crater, destruction unending. In the ocean, tsunamis reaching 200 meters high scoured all coastlines, penetrating tens to hundreds of kilometers inland, obliterating countless remaining structures. Moreover, the immense energy release coupled with global volcanic eruptions caused temperatures to gradually rise. Endless dust shrouded Blue Star, also blocking the sunlight. From space, the once azure planet had transformed into a different form, a gray haze punctuated by patches of crimson. All trees and vegetation on Blue Star were ignited, fire meteors scattered, fires engulfed the globe, and thick smoke billowed. Even the ocean emitted wisps of steam, with seawater temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius and countless glaciers melted. Remarkably, the vast ocean, subjected to the thermal energy from 3 meteorites and countless submarine volcanic eruptions, had been heated to a tepid warmth. In some sea areas, the water boiled and countless mutated sea creatures floated to the surface, as if being cooked in a giant cauldron, their meaty aroma spreading. This scene also became a feast for the countless radiation-affected sea monsters that survived the meteorite impact. This grand banquet, coupled with the ubiquitous radiation energy catalyzing their growth, directly accelerated their mutation. Many radiation-affected sea monsters grew larger, with bodies exceeding 5 meters in length becoming common, and the energy within them grew increasingly intense. Their grotesque bodies began to change, and the genes they had devoured gradually recombined and fused, evolving in ways more aligned with biological growth. Unfortunately, amidst the intense electromagnetic chaos, all external electronic devices and satellites had lost function. Humanity, suffering from various catastrophic disasters, was huddled in shelters conducting emergency repairs, wailing incessantly, unable to witness this spectacular sight. This gave all radiation-affected sea monsters time to develop. It was estimated that it would take 3 months for humanity to gradually restore communications and reclaim dominion over Blue Star. By then, all shelters would face the evolved and matured sea monsters. The clash between humans and aberrant beasts was far from over. Meanwhile, in a large mechanical construction room of the hive, shelter tools were scattered haphazardly, and 3 robotic arms were working in coordination. Li Shiguang, covered in grease with disheveled white hair, held a wrench and crawled awkwardly into the interior of a massive mechanical arm. This mechanical arm was 8 or 9 meters long, formidable and imposing, with one end's palm and 5 mechanical fingers grasping repeatedly according to the program. After a moment, Li Shiguang crawled out of the mechanical arm, sweat on his brow, but a happy smile on his face. Another hand done. Damn, big things have big problems too. Every power motor has to be custom-made and installed by me, Li Shiguang said with a headache. Since the day of the mech test, he had been filled with more ideas. The mecha's size was too small. Once engaged in close-quarters combat, it would struggle against radiation-affected sea monsters. Moreover, its small size meant insufficient firepower to mount more powerful thermal weapons. Being naturally competitive, he refused to admit defeat easily. That very night, he entered the laboratory and mechanical construction room, redesigning and rebuilding. After several days of hard work exhausting all his resource quotas, he had built a mecha head 3 meters in diameter and 2 mechanical arms over 9 meters long. The mecha's main structure used Haoyang's improved chromium-titanium alloy, boasting exceptional hardness, toughness, and resistance to abnormal conditions with maxed-out defense. Coupled with the nuclear reactor's energy supply, he was confident that this time the mecha could punch a small sea monster to death with one blow and cleave a giant sea monster over 20 meters long with a single slash. Adding electromagnetic energy hand cannons, blue light Gatling guns, his custom micromissiles, and drone high-altitude reconnaissance with bombing capabilities. Even against a swarm of radiation-affected sea monsters, he could carve a bloody path. Li Shiguang looked up. An imposing mecha head was suspended in the air with 6 robotic arms welding continuously, sparks flying. The work was nearing completion, with the mecha's main cockpit about to be finished. Just then a slight tremor suddenly occurred, causing the various working robotic arms to make minor errors and halt. Li Shiguang sat hopelessly on the floor, feeling the slight vibration through his backside, a sense of despair washing over him. Acier, how long will this shaking last? It's so annoying. Li Shiguang shouted into the air. The next second the mecha's eyes flashed red and Acier's voice sounded gently from within. It is estimated that noticeable tremors will persist for the next week. Perhaps you could temporarily stop working and rest well to recharge your energy. Hearing this, Li Shiguang sighed. Alas, damn it. This year is my zodiac year of birth. Why is it messing with me so much? He lay on the oil-stained metal floor, staring blankly at the ceiling. Ever since his intense interest in mechas had ignited, he had poured all his free resource quotas into them. He had lost all enthusiasm for researching other thermal weapons and equipment, throwing himself entirely into mecha modification. But the required resources were far from sufficient to complete the mecha. A large allocation of resources was still needed. The hive shelter would not allow them to consume resources for their hobbies. Providing space and not forcing mandatory research tasks was the maximum concession. Suddenly he thought of Haoyang. The two had jointly designed and built a small mecha production line which was already completed, and only his high-energy batteries were missing. Had it been so long without success? He pulled out his phone and sent a video call to Haoyang. After a few rings the call connected. Brother Shiguang, what's up? I'm conducting a small experiment. Holy crap, here we go again. Will it ever end? In the video, Hao Yang was busy, his control panel covered with buttons and remote controls. In the distance behind several layers of high-strength alloy glass, a material experiment was still underway, lasers flashing. Even though the screen showed slight shaking, Hao Yang did not stop his work. Instead, his cursing voice came through. At this moment, Li Shiguang nearly laughed. Indeed, they were too miserable. This earthquake came from time to time, making everyone irritable and short-tempered. Fortunately, soon after, Hao Yang also paused his work and began talking with Li Shiguang. What's up? By the way, the high-energy battery needed for the mecha has encountered a minor issue. It can only supply power for 10 hours of operation, and under overloaded drains in half an hour. It's a bit tricky. Hao Yang suddenly recalled the mecha sales plans, speaking with a headache. The mecha on the production line stood 5 meters tall and weighed 12 tons, consuming enormous energy every second. Even his newly developed lab-grade high-energy battery pack couldn't sustain the mecha's prolonged operation. 10 hours. That seems enough to fool them, Li Shiguang said with narrowed eyes and a sly smile. The production line mecha couldn't be equipped with a nuclear reactor, nor could it supply the massive energy needed for the electromagnetic hand cannon. But a Gatling gun, 2 shark-tooth greatswords, plus a drone perspective, and a few small missiles, that would be enough for those people to play with. Moreover, the shelter gates hadn't opened yet. It would be several months before they could drive out. Better to get the resources first. That works too. The remaining resources on the production line can build 3 more mechas. Let's sell them first. Li Shiguang's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Alright, I'm running low on free resources too. I've been secretly skimming from other experimental tasks, Hao Yang said, also excited. Even with his high research status in the shelter, he couldn't obtain unlimited resources in the post-apocalyptic scarcity. Even small free experiments had to be done on a tight budget. Selling these mechas was their only way to earn free resources from other StarCloud researchers. After selling these 3, they would have resources to build 9 more, a profit that made his eyes redden. As long as they could continuously produce and trade, he and Li Shiguang would never have to worry about free resources in the future. They could do whatever they wanted. These were their own assets, which even Su Yun couldn't take away. But just then, Su Yun's voice suddenly rang in their ears. Hey, such a lucrative business, and you're not including me. Simultaneously, Su Yun, lounging on his sofa, grinned at the images before him. Whether it was Li Shiguang's large mecha with only its head and arms, or the modified mecha production line, nothing escaped his surveillance. He had already set his sights on the mecha production line. In a few months, the Star Cloud Hive shelter's resource revenue would come from here. But this was a premeditated plan Su Yun had no choice but to make. With over 2,000 researchers in the shelter besides their monthly free quotas, other research projects consumed massive resources daily. If this income-free situation continued, the Hive shelter's resources would be exhausted in less than 5 years. To develop, they had to plan ahead. Besides re-establishing satellite communications in the post-apocalyptic world, mechas were the shelter's first tangible business. Especially in the dire environment of radiation-affected sea monsters coming ashore, this would undoubtedly bring back countless resources for the Hive shelter. The sudden appearance of Su Yun's voice brought their conversation to an abrupt halt. Both rolled their eyes in a manner that suggested this was nothing out of the ordinary. With Yun Minjer overseeing the entire Nebula Hive shelter, no corner could escape the watchful eyes of Su Yun the Sovereign. Ever since they moved their laboratory into the shelter, every minor maneuver and experiment had been under constant surveillance. They harbored no objections to this, however. After all, their abilities were far too formidable, and every restricted level experiment risked blowing up the shelter, truly a cause for concern. Yet it was still rather irksome. Brother Yin, you've been dodging me for days. What wind blows you here today? Spit it out quickly for Hao Yang, and I have a major undertaking ahead. Li Shiguang said with a face full of disdain. There was a time when Su Yun could wave his hand and grant them resources sufficient for over half a year. But now, he was even stingier than them, dawdling for ages without producing even a single unit of primary resource quota. All his persuasive efforts had been in vain. Yet it was unavoidable. The apocalypse had arrived, and being able to continue research was already a blessing. But oh, how difficult their plight was. With non-renewable resources in this post-apocalyptic world, ever since the monthly free resource quota was drastically reduced, the lives of their research team had become utterly miserable. Even the simplest experiments required scrimping and saving. They would stare at the meager resource quota on their personal terminals, wincing as they placed orders for the transport team to deliver goods from the warehouse. When using materials, they even sought to recycle every scrap, wasting not a single shred. The days of commanding vast resources and funds at will, of lavish spending on materials, were gone forever. Su Yun merely smiled at Li Shiguang's disdain, unfazed, and continued. Let me be blunt, everyone must abide by the Nebula system. Whining is useless. I've come for one thing. I need 8 automated mech production lines in 4 different tiers. Our security team will get the best performance models. As for the high and mid-range and basic configurations, Minjer will provide you with the specs. I know that both the mechs and the production lines are your creations, built with your own resources. According to the shelter's development regulations, they belong to you. But come on, what are we? We're close comrades. Let's make money together. Consider it a collaboration. The shelter will cover all resource costs. After a few months, when we trade with other shelters, you can each take a 10% cut of the profits. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Hao Yang and Li Shiguang's eyes lit up, their breaths quickened, and their hearts began to race. Moreover, was the Nebula system truly about to be fully implemented? That was fantastic. It reeked of freedom. And unexpectedly, Su Yun had also taken a liking to their toys. What did that mean? It meant they were about to get rich. 8 mech production lines, with sufficient raw materials and assembly equipment. Each line could produce 1 mech every 2 hours. That meant 12 per day, and with 8 lines, 96 mechs. The two exchanged glances through their screens, their eagerness already written plainly on their faces. This was no challenge for them. Once the production lines were up and running, they could sit back and watch the Hive Shelter's operations. Every mech sold would bring a stream of resources into their personal accounts, their very own assets. How comfortable. Only a fool would refuse. Brother Shiguang, I'm in. These are free resources for the taking. Hao Yang shouted excitedly at the screen, practically wanting to rush over to Li Shiguang and force his head to nod in agreement. His fervor was understandable. In this apocalyptic era, to ensure sustainable development, the Hive Shelter had naturally established strict rules and regulations. However, the Hive Shelter was unique. Apart from Su Yun the Sovereign, who could mobilize all resources within the shelter, others could only obtain resources based on their status as researchers. Moreover, resources were allocated according to tasks completed after contributing to the shelter, akin to salaries, bonuses, and commissions. It resembled more of an autocratic corporate kingdom. Besides Su Yun the sole sovereign, everyone else were subjects of the shelter, each possessing their own assets. As long as they didn't harm the shelter's interests or cause major problems, not even Su Yun had any grounds to seize their assets. Even in the future, when the Nebula Hive Shelter's gates opened, as long as it didn't impede the shelter's development, they could trade with others on their own and earn resources. Nothing can be accomplished without norms or standards. With so many people in the Hive Shelter, strict regulations were essential for sustainable development, and everyone, including Su Yun the Sovereign, had to abide by them. Li Shiguang's eyes were already blazing with fervor. He hurriedly said, I'm in too, but I need 30 grams of pure uranium core material to build 3 large nuclear reactor mechs. Agree to this, and they'll have those 8 automated production lines perfectly manufactured within a week. Upon hearing this, Su Yun furrowed his brow. Pure uranium was a strategic resource, and the Hive Shelter didn't have much of it. But thinking about the mech market, it didn't seem like a major issue. Perhaps they could even turn a profit. Alright, I'll give you 40 grams. Build one for me as well. It'll double the resources needed as your manufacturing fee, Su Yun said with a squinting smile. It was undeniable that ever since the Nebula system was implemented for the shelter's researchers, it increasingly resembled a special post-apocalyptic city independent of Dragon Nation. He steered the shelter's grand direction and the larger family, while others had their own smaller families and personal assets. Among these 500,000 people, he provided an excellent standard of living, but everything else was up to them. Although former Nebula Group internal employees received twice the benefits of external hires, it was enough to keep everyone motivated. What Su Yun envisioned was a vibrant, energetic underground city, not a lifeless place where people idled away their days. If they wanted high-tech electronics, a bigger house, the freshest fruits, vegetables, and luxury goods, or to live better than others, then they had to strive for it. After the agreement was reached, Su Yun closed the surveillance feed and lay on his sofa at home, his mind swirling with thoughts. The current Nebula system was still rudimentary, but with Yun Minger's management and refinement, as long as it persisted, every regulation would be deeply etched into everyone's hearts, growing ever more perfect. Yet the pressure was immense. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Being the sole sovereign was no easy task. He had to rack his brains to secure resources for the shelter's sustainable development, while meticulously arranging the lives of over 500,000 people, leaving no one behind. Children needed schooling, the elderly required care, and the job assignments for the young and middle-aged were enough to give him a splitting headache. In the early stages of development, hardship and difficulty were inevitable, every matter had to be carefully orchestrated. Especially since the researchers were the first to undergo systematization, a cascade of issues arose constantly, overwhelming him. Without the support and comfort of Yun Minger and assistant Jiang, he might have long given up, letting things slide, and lying low, indifferent to it all. Perhaps it was a sense of responsibility, or maybe a desire to see the Hive Shelter's future survive the apocalypse. At this thought, Su Yun's gaze grew more resolute. Minger announced to everyone, effective immediately, the Hive Shelter will fully implement the Nebula system. Everyone must abide by it. A week later, the seismic tremors had completely dissipated. The outside world had become an absolute no-go zone for humanity. The once blue skies and white clouds were now a dreary gray, with thick smoke and dust blanketing the entire atmosphere. It was unknown how long it would take for this layer of light blocking cover dozens of kilometers thick to disperse. Beneath their feet, the scorched earth still steamed, and under the pervasive radiation, even the soil had lost its vitality. The world seemed to have died. No animals, no plants, and utter silence. Even the countless radioactive sea monsters in the ocean had vanished without a trace. Before the electromagnetic pulse subsided, the humans who had survived by hiding in underground shelters dared not venture outside. They could not witness the post-apocalyptic scene. Meanwhile, within the Nebula Hive shelter, the Nebula system was gradually being implemented. The entire Hive shelter had transformed. In the comfort of this new life, some people began learning various life skills and crafts in order to enjoy fresh fruits and vegetables every day. Others started working to earn the latest electronic gadgets. In particular, the hydroponic zone, planting areas, breeding zones, and logistics areas, where labor was needed, saw many young people stepping up to serve the Hive shelter. Even elderly women eagerly volunteered for street cleaning just to earn some Nebula credits to supplement their daily expenses. Of course, this was also part of Su Yun's clever scheme. In front of a spacious, brightly lit electronics store, a few young men stared through the glass, their eyes burning with desire at an exquisite smartphone inside. Damn it, 13999 Nebula credits for this Nebula 5G phone with a 2D anime assistant. I heard it can also double as a computer host, connect to a monitor, and play any AAA games. Its performance is off the charts. A slightly chubby young man said with a flushed face. Little fatty, that's 13999 Nebula credits. Your dad works inside the Nebula, but he only earns about 2,000 a month. After all the spending, there's probably not much left. Yeah, it's too hard. Although we don't have to worry about food and water, and utilities are unlimited, everything else, daily necessities and luxury items, requires Nebula credits. How about we go carry manure to irrigate the crops? I heard it pays 5,000 credits a month. Stick with it for 2 months, and with a little help from home we can buy it. At the mention of carrying manure, they all exchanged glances. They had grown up with a life of ease, never having to lift a finger for chores. Making them carry manure was worse than death. No way, I'd rather die. I'll just tell my dad to work harder and pluck a few more geese at the slaughterhouse. Someone said, giving up. But another took a deep breath and made up his mind. Forget it, everyone is studying and working hard for a better life. I can't let my parents down. I'll take the manure job. What? You're going to carry manure? Then what about me? There are fewer and fewer people on the gaming platform. Everyone's out earning credits. There's no one to play with. Meanwhile, in the heavy industry zone, manufacturing area and research institute, Yunminger had released countless tasks for anyone to pick and claim. Each task, once completed, would reward anywhere from 10,000 to millions, or even tens of millions of Nebula credits. Especially the research institute's tasks, each one aimed at breaking existing scientific records. Success would directly grant resource shares from level 1 to level 5, igniting everyone's passion. Of course, these tasks required immense time, effort, and brainpower. To earn the rewards, one had to give it their all. Whether it was developing new batteries, extending chip research, or studying new materials, all were cutting-edge frontiers. No easy step forward. But that didn't dampen their enthusiasm. They confidently took on tasks within their capabilities. If they succeeded, they wouldn't have to worry about resources for the next month, or even the next few years. The more they toiled now, the happier they would be later. However, they underestimated the challenge. With Yunminger, the super AI, overseeing everything, every task was pushed to the extreme. No loopholes, no shortcuts. Without real talent, success was far from guaranteed. Even Hao Yang, after eyeing the rewards of a few tasks, shook his head grimly and picked one. He cursed under his breath, damn, it is this crazy. Researching new materials based on the heavy metal elements from radioactive sea monsters, and only getting a batch of level 3 resources and 20 million credits. The difficulty is insane, and the reward is barely enough to start the particle accelerator once. The Nebula system left them feeling helpless. If they didn't work, the only resources they got were the meager monthly allowance. Barely enough for a few days of fun. The dense list of tasks looked simple at first glance, but when they actually tried, they were sweating profusely. Some tasks even had time limits with higher rewards, but failure to deliver on time would result in deductions from the monthly resource share. In severe cases, their research level status would be downgraded. Good heavens, this Nebula contribution system was truly played to perfection by Su Yun. It had a stranglehold on their lifelines. Meanwhile, people's joys and sorrows were not shared. Su Yun, watching the shelter's data, felt increasingly convinced of the necessity of the Nebula system. Everyone's moving now. It wasn't in vain that I racked my brains to tempt them, he said with a slight curl of his lips. Whether it was electronics, daily necessities, or resource rewards for scientific tasks, everything was aimed at revitalizing the market within the Hive shelter. Only when Nebula credits flowed and transactions occurred could the Nebula system truly take root. Only then could the Hive shelter develop rapidly. Whether in life or research, everyone's power would be unleashed, and when integrated, the future would be promising. The Nebula system is basically set. Now Menger, you take over and refine it, Su Yun said, rubbing his temples wearily. All week he had been working tirelessly for the future of the Hive shelter, putting in over 12 hours a day. It was exhausting. Fortunately, with the AI, he could leave everything to her from now on. Yungu, rest assured. I will manage the Nebula Hive shelter meticulously, get everyone moving, and foster a vibrant, positive atmosphere. Time slipped by, and it was January 29th. Today was the Dragon Kingdom's Spring Festival, the first year of the new human era after the apocalypse. The Nebula Hive shelter was festively decorated with a thick New Year atmosphere permeating every corner. Laughter and joy filled the streets, red lanterns hung high, banners fluttered, and crowds bustled. The lively scene showed no trace of the end times. Even Su Yun took the time to get married today. In the villa estate, Su Yun's parents and assistant Zhang's family toasted each other, their eyes filled with pride as they watched Su Yun and his bride perform the wedding ceremony. The ceremony was simple with only close family present, but everything proper was observed. But the good times were short-lived. That night, a dull, heavy thud echoed from the shelter's main gate. Within 5 seconds, another thud followed. The alarm blared, urgently forcing Su Yun to leave his wedding chamber and rush to the main control hall. What's happening? Before he could even get an answer, a deafening crash resounded through the hall's speakers, as if a giant was slamming into the gate with tremendous force. The electromagnetic pulse outside had not yet dissipated, all monitors were damaged and inoperative, leaving them unable to see what was outside the gate. Yun-gu, it's a giant radioactive sea monster. The impact force is enormous, 8,000 tons per strike. Estimated size of the monster is over 120 meters. This information plunged Su Yun's heart into the abyss. A colossal radiation sea monster over 120 meters in length was a horrifying sight that inspired utter despair. Even the one previously discovered by the Bear Country likely paled in comparison to the behemoth they now faced. Fortunately, Yun Minger's voice soon brought him a measure of relief. According to calculations, this radiation sea monster has less than a 1% chance of breaching the triple-layer gate's defenses. Don't worry, Brother Yun. This gate is the masterpiece of hundreds of top-tier talents from the Research Institute, the pinnacle of technology. It cannot be broken. But before Su Yun could feel relieved, Yun Minger continued her calculations. With its impacts and clawing at this force, it would take about 300 days to break through the first layer. However, there is a minimal chance the radiation monster could evolve a special energy attack, so we cannot be completely certain. I recommend sending the troops from the combat zone to lure it away. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's expression darkened. No one could remain calm when faced with a massive, unknown radiation monster. Yet the suggestion of sending the armed forces out to lure it was far too dangerous. Under the electromagnetic pulse and radiation, even the attack helicopters were completely unusable. Moreover, who knew whether this sea monster over 100 meters tall possessed aerial attack capabilities? If it leaped up and struck a helicopter hovering hundreds or thousands of meters in the sky, they would be doomed. No, under these circumstances, I absolutely cannot send the armed forces out. That would be irresponsible to their lives. Su Yun refused firmly. But then he recalled the nuclear electromagnetic cannon mounted atop Fengyi Mountain. Could it be used under the electromagnetic pulse? 10 minutes later, Chu Xiangda, Hao Yang, and several hundred researchers rushed into the main control hall. Theoretically, it can be activated. Chu Xiangda panted, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The energy condensed by electromagnetic force can completely counteract the effects of the electromagnetic pulse. Moreover, I made special precautions during construction. The energy matrix beneath the foundation can definitely be activated. This was the electromagnetic cannon superweapon he had built with all his lifelong knowledge and painstaking effort. It could not possibly be affected by mere electromagnetic pulses. Otherwise, his entire life's work and his bald head would be for nothing. However, Hao Yang was puzzled. A giant radiation sea monster over 100 meters long. Do we need to strike it at close range? If so, our shelter might not be able to withstand it. He had also learned about the power of that nuclear electromagnetic cannon. With one strike, the ground within a 300-meter radius would be shattered, and a violent earthquake would ripple through a diameter of 1 kilometer. This was a true weapon of mass destruction. And the radiation sea monster was right at the entrance. This strike would surely kill the enemy, but also harm themselves. Perhaps even topple the triple-layer gate, exposing a weakness. Furthermore, calculations showed that the nuclear electromagnetic cannon was directly overhead and could not target the area near the gate. It was a blind spot. But then Yun Minger explained, Brother Hao Yang, our idea is to use the condensed energy of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon to threaten the radiation sea monster, combined with firing a destructive projectile toward the sea to scare it away. Theoretically, all living beings have instincts. Under this absolute lethal threat, the radiation sea monster will surely be terrified and dare not approach the shelter gate again. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. So that was the plan. But the next moment, everyone looked at Chu Xiangda. Are you sure? There's no problem. Yeah, old pal, the electromagnetic field outside is fierce. If you throw a phone out, it'll probably explode. Don't mess this up and blow off our skulls. Yeah, the ventilation ducts are right below. If the nuclear electromagnetic cannon device explodes, the entire mountain might be gone and our shelter would be suffocated alive. Maybe we shouldn't activate it. It's not that I don't trust your skills, but the cannon hasn't been tested. It's too dangerous. Listening to the crowd, Chu Ziyang's face darkened. He knew his creation best. These people were just blabbering. It absolutely wouldn't explode. At worst, it would fail to activate waste energy and fail to fire the projectile. Brother Yun, I guarantee it's mostly fine. It's your call? Chu Xianga said earnestly to Su Yun. Su Yun nodded, contemplating whether to activate this superweapon. But then a loud bang echoed from the broadcast. On the monitor, the gate trembled slightly. Large equipment and vehicles near the entrance were jolted. The radiation sea monster possessed terrifying strength. The larger its body, the denser and harder it became, like steel, with its tonnage skyrocketing. Its estimated weight exceeded 50,000 tons. A slight movement caused a minor earthquake, and a single strike could unleash over 80,000 tons of force, a staggering figure. Fortunately, they were deep underground, unaffected by the impact's devastating shockwaves. But they couldn't allow it to continue provoking the hive shelter. If not for the electromagnetic pulse outside, he would have already launched nuclear submarine missiles to annihilate it within the coastline. Su Yun made up his mind: activate the nuclear electromagnetic cannon. Meteor, power up the electromagnetic cannon. Max it out. Su Yun ordered. Ding. Increasing nuclear power plant output. Estimated 5 minutes until nuclear electromagnetic cannon reaches 100 energy charge. On the metal table in front of Su Yun, an embedded mechanical control panel slowly rose. On it was a single launch button. The power of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon was so immense that it could even threaten the safety of the hive shelter. He really didn't want to activate it unless it was a crisis. But now there was no choice. A giant radiation monster estimated to be over 120 meters in length was standing right above their heads at the entrance. If they didn't deal with it, they wouldn't be able to have a peaceful new year. At that moment, atop Fungi Mountain, a fierce blue light surged. Vast energy from the metal foundation beneath condensed into the 20-meter-long cannon barrel. Streaks of black lightning-like light coursed through the barrel, and powerful electromagnetic waves rippled across the mountaintop. The sudden change immediately attracted the attention of the radiation sea monster. It looked up, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. The shelter's guesses were all wrong. Roar! The seawater had already receded. On the ravaged ground, a creature over 50 meters in length, resembling a mutated triceratops from the age of dinosaurs, roared at the mountaintop. Its body was covered in black, glossy, fish-like scales. On its crocodile-like head were 3 giant horns, one section of which had broken off. Its forelimbs were thick and powerful, and its abdomen had 2 large fins that flapped like wings. Although its size was much smaller than estimated, its strength was astonishing. Its weight was no less than that of a radiation sea monster over 100 meters long. Even the shelter gate bore 3 visible tiny dents from its impacts. But unfortunately, the radiation sea monster's 3 horns had also broken. Blood streamed from its head, forming several pools on the ground, corroding the earth and sending up wisps of red smoke. Now, like a predator hunting, it warily watched the energy gathering of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon on the mountaintop. It sensed a serious threat. Its eyes flickered with intelligence no less than that of a clever animal before the apocalypse. During the silent standoff between the radiation sea monster and the mountaintop, the 5 minutes passed. Energy was fully charged. Su Yun pressed the launch button. A piercing sound tore through the sky. A black light like lightning shot toward the sea at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, a deafening explosion erupted in the sea, lifting a massive wave 2,000 meters high. The seabed was shattered by the immense kinetic force. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, the ground seemed to turn over. At that moment, a look of terror appeared on the radiation sea monster's face, as if it recalled the moment of destruction when the meteor struck. Then, with a mournful whimper, it turned and fled with heavy yet swift steps in the opposite direction of the destructive attack. Thunderous rumbles and flying sand and rocks accompanied its escape. In less than a minute, the radiation sea monster plunged into the sea and vanished, leaving behind a trail of massive, deep footprints on the coastline. The devastating strike of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon sent tremors through the hive shelter. In the main control hall, everyone waited in silence. The close-range impact of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon was no less than a 50-meter diameter meteorite fragment crashing nearby. Yet the effect on the shelter was no more than a harmless tremor, like a tickle. 1 minute. 5 minutes. After 10 minutes had passed, no more thunderous sounds came from the shelter's main gate. Finally, Yun Minger's clear voice rang out. Alert lifted. As soon as the words fell, Chu Xiang's face flushed red as he leaped out and pointed at the surrounding researchers, shouting, "Speak. Say something. See that? This is my true strength. Who else? Who else?" Under the influence of the violent electromagnetic pulse, what modern weapon besides his nuclear electromagnetic cannon could still be activated outside? This situation was enough to make him proud. More importantly, he would have the dominant voice in the research institute for the next month. Hearing Chu Xiang's arrogant tone, the people around looked awkward, but inwardly, they were disdainful. All right, it's just a nuclear electromagnetic cannon, right? With the nuclear power plant's energy concentration, anyone can handle this. Fine, you're impressive this time, but just wait. My concentrated laser is almost ready. It'll knock you down in the second half of this year. All right, let's go. A mere nuclear electromagnetic cannon is nothing to fuss about. Hundreds of researchers rushed in and then hurriedly left as if the event had not even stirred their hearts. Seeing this, Chu Xiang's face darkened as he watched their retreating figures. He had only halfway finished showing off. Why did they leave? Hey, I don't believe you're not feeling a bit uneasy. You're probably sweating bullets. Chu Xianga rubbed his round head lost in thought, and then chuckled foolishly. His status in the research institute was top-notch. Who would dare to defy him except for the three prodigies from other fields? Yet this also meant that their positions were constantly coveted by those beneath them, who worked tirelessly to drag them down and take their places. Whether it was resource allocation or various privileges, all were the most coveted desires of every researcher. Especially in the post-apocalyptic environment, the importance of research hierarchy became even more pronounced. Brother Yun, we're done here, so we'll take our leave. Remember to give us the overtime pay. Just a batch of first-tier resources will do. Chu Xianga hurriedly dragged Hao Yang away, not forgetting to shout before leaving. Get the hell out of here. This is after-sales service, you understand nothing. Scram. Su Yun's face darkened and his mouth twitched as he cursed. Since the implementation of the Nebula system, these people had been full of research drive churning out results, but now all they could see was resources. They were completely fixated on them. He was struggling. Even a big landlord couldn't afford such extravagance. But this was just a joke. After a moment, Su Yun's worry subsided. If the radiation sea monster continued to bombard the gate, he truly would have no way to deal with it. However, he was also reaching his limit. Due to the electromagnetic pulse, the nuclear submarines outside and the shelter's defensive measures were all useless. He didn't even know if the nuclear submarines had encountered any problems. Minger, how much longer will the electromagnetic pulse last? Su Yun asked softly. Brother Yun, it's expected to last about 3 more months, but in roughly 2.5 months the satellites will be reconnected. Although the signal will fluctuate, it can be managed well enough to use some functions. Hearing this, Su Yun felt helpless. There was no other choice. Not just him. The entire world had lost external communication, left only to wait silently with no alternative. It seems we can only wait for time to pass. Su Yun tapped lightly on the table, his mind racing through many considerations. During this time, would other shelters be attacked by the radiation sea monsters? Not all shelters were as indestructible as the Hive shelter's gate. Once attacked, they would eventually be breached. In these 2.5 months, countless shelters might have fallen. Yet under the cataclysmic meteorite disaster, even the radiation sea monsters would have to hide in the deep sea. Humanity still had a chance. Su Yun turned to look at the side monitoring screen, showing a vast underground manufacturing zone. 8 mecha production lines were operating round the clock, producing 96 mechas daily. In 13 days, over 1,200 had been stored in the warehouse. On the other side, several production lines for mecha equipment, including thermal weapons, high-energy batteries, small missiles, specialized mecha drones, and shark-tooth greatswords, were also running non-stop. He intended not only to sell mechas, but also to sell thermal weapons and various mecha accessories separately. By now, the entire manufacturing zone was operating at full capacity. Radiation suits, full coverage, anti-radiation exoskeleton, land armor, Nebula anti-radiation 5th generation, phones, anti-radiation apocalypse vehicles, anti-radiation armed helicopters, apocalypse, high-power explosion-proof motorcycles. All these were his trade goods. Though it consumed massive amounts of raw materials every day, it was a necessary investment. Once the electromagnetic pulse dissipated, he would recoup 10-fold or 100-fold. Hurry up and stabilize. If everyone dies, no one will buy my mechas and equipment. In the blink of an eye, 20 days later, good news came from the biological laboratory. Su Yun crawled out of bed again in the middle of the night and rushed to Ziling's side. The first-generation biological gene optimization fluid. I developed it by studying the gene combination sequences of the radiation sea monsters' integrated genes. It doesn't enhance the human body, but it can optimize human genes to be more perfect. Ziling held a test tube-sized emerald green injector between her thumb and index finger. Su Yun leaned in to look, swallowing hard. The structure inside the tube was designed in the shape of a gene double helix. It looked high-end and sophisticated, but seriously, why did it resemble a virus-loaded syringe? Have you tested it? Any side effects? Su Yun asked with a frown. Ziling brushed aside her purple hair and smiled. I tested it on over 1,200 human subjects. In the end, only one survived, and after continuous testing on 300 subjects, the optimization rate reached 100%. After the tests, I was the first to use it. It's perfectly safe. As for side effects, there's only one: appetite increases by 2 to 5 times. Especially in the first week, all cells in the body feel a strong hunger requiring massive nutritional energy. Of course, you'll also excrete a lot. Hearing Ziling's voice, which carried no psychological shadow, Su Yun swallowed again, his heart complicated. Behind these numbers lay mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But if he didn't do it, others would. Especially the major powers who were jointly researching the genetic mysteries of the radiation sea monsters. Every day, hundreds, or even thousands of people would die. Yet the results were astonishing. The human gene optimization fluid had already been developed. How far away could the theoretical gene evolution and mutation be? Amid Su Yun's thoughts, Ziling put down the gene optimization fluid and picked up a large bowl filled with a thick, dark yellow liquid. The smell was somewhat rancid, but Ziling expressionlessly began gulping it down in large mouthfuls. In less than 10 seconds, a bowl larger than his head was empty, leaving Su Yun speechless. What was the difference between this and drinking sewage? And the taste probably wasn't great either. Ziling burped, rubbed her swollen stomach and frowned. I should add some cilantro and cheese. The flavor isn't stimulating enough. Hearing this, Su Yun's mouth twitched slightly. This concoction, also a nutritional liquid Ziling had made herself, was probably something only she could stomach. But before he could speak, Ziling continued, looking seriously at Su Yun. There are only 3 doses in the lab. For the rest, you'll need to authorize mass production. Also, I need more radiation sea monster corpses. I've discovered that every part of them is a treasure crucial to our development. A treasure trove in every part. Hearing this, Su Yun's eyes lit up. The resources in the hive shelter were depleting too quickly, whether for the research institute's studies or the manufacturing zone's production, consuming endlessly. The resource statistics in the warehouse were visibly decreasing, and in just a month and a half 5% had already vanished. It was estimated that within 2.5 years resources would be critically low. This was a headache he faced daily. Fortunately, with Ziling's various research analyses, Su Yun finally understood the significance of the irradiated sea monsters' corpses. They contained many things that could greatly benefit humanity's development. First, the biological enzymes within them possessed an extremely powerful ability to decompose nuclear radiation. Once productized, humans could remain unharmed in nuclear radiation zones without needing protective suits, and the enzymes would release heat after decomposition, perfectly suited for the icy environment of the radiation-shrouded world. Second, in the brain matter of the irradiated sea monsters, there was a crystalline block of immense biological energy, the main component of the human optimization fluid. Experiments showed that even without processing, the human body could perfectly digest it, and a small amount of powder could provide 3 days' worth of energy. The nutritional drink Ziling had consumed contained some of it. Third, the flesh and blood of the irradiated sea monsters contained a large amount of heavy metal new elements. Through Hao Yang's in-depth research, these metals exhibited remarkable memory and conductivity with wide applications. Mecha's mechanical equipment and certain components of thermal weapons could all be manufactured using them, yielding even greater benefits. Fourth, their bones, teeth, and claws were extremely dense, comparable to high-strength alloy steel plates, and could be used as steel. When ground into powder and mixed with a bit of saltpeter, the ignition produced an explosive force several times stronger than gunpowder, making it ideal for bullets and propellants. Fifth, the skin of the irradiated sea monsters was tougher than mammoth hide, abrasion resistant, with excellent waterproof and fireproof properties, making it the best material for protective suits. Sixth, the surface of their internal organs secreted a substance with properties opposite to those of the biological enzymes. This secretion could absorb nuclear radiation, then integrate into the bloodstream for metabolism. If a human suffered radiation contamination, this secretion could be used for emergency surgery with a success rate of up to 80% in 20 human experiments. Looking at all the data before him, Su Yun was stunned. Who could have imagined that such terrifying and disgusting irradiated sea monsters could be so useful? Truly a treasure in every part. Even more perfect was that the most troublesome radiation on their bodies could be decomposed and removed using the biological enzymes from the same creatures. After a brief soak, the radiation would vanish completely. All these valuable traits made Su Yun lick his lips, greed evident in his eyes. If they could hunt a few giant irradiated sea monsters over 100 meters long, the hive shelter would gain a massive windfall. It would also alleviate some of the pressure from the rapid consumption of resources. The more he thought, the brighter his eyes became. Irradiated sea monsters were countless, and the sea adjacent to them was a vast mountain of gold and silver. Good heavens, who said building a shelter by the sea was an utterly foolish idea? He had endured all the worst drawbacks, and heaven was fair. Now came the benefits. Forge ahead fearlessly, and the clouds will part to reveal the light. Moreover, Ziling's research went beyond just the human optimization fluid. Good news kept pouring into Su Yun's ears. She sat before the computer, elegantly clicking through various research results. I've formulated a repellent that sea monsters hate most. It can suppress their genetic attraction perception, making them instinctively want to stay away even if they sense a large crowd. Applied around the shelter, it remains effective for 10 days. There's also a weakening agent. Once it's absorbed into their bodies, the activity of their biological enzymes decreases, reducing their ability to decompose nuclear radiation. With the energy driving their bodies greatly diminished, they fall into a weakened state. Oh, and their brains are actually quite stupid and dull. A 3-meter-long sea monster is about as smart as a husky, but they have potential, strong learning ability. The more types of genes they consume, the greater their potential. It would be best if you could capture some small ones alive for me to try to tame and train. Hearing this, Su Yun looked at Ziling's profile with a mix of shock and delight. Say what you will, though, she had a temper, was dangerous, and had an aloof personality. Her abilities were truly extraordinary. How long had it been since he lifted her restrictions, allowing human experiments and unlimited resource supply? She had produced so many important results in just a month and a half. No wonder she was the leading figure in the research institute. Well deserved. At this moment, he couldn't think of how to reward her. Her contributions to the Star Cloud Hive shelter had reached the heavens. After a moment of thought, Su-Yun looked up and said, "You've worked hard these days. Thank you sincerely. What do you need? Just speak up and I'll agree to any request." Hearing this, Ziling smiled, adjusted her glasses, and said with firm eyes, "First, besides unlimited resources and full permissions, I need enough irradiated sea monster corpses, especially the bioenergy crystals in their brains. Second, human experiments cannot be interrupted or reduced. I know it's difficult, but to uncover the deepest mysteries of life's genes, even if all humans die, I will never stop. Third, give Shiguang and Hao Yang's super-large nuclear-powered mechas a chance. The shelter should provide all resources and fully support the construction of 3 units. I suggested to them yesterday, 20 meters is too small. At least 80 meters and preferably over 10,000 tons in weight. Otherwise, in close combat against irradiated sea monsters, it's like a super heavyweight versus a lightweight matchup, a complete loss." Su-Yun nodded, slowly, feeling helpless. He had already given Ziling the highest treatment in terms of resources and permissions. The irradiated sea monster corpses and bioenergy crystals were not an issue, but they would have to wait until the electromagnetic pulse dissipated. Human experiments were also temporarily fine. Before the tsunami triggered by the earthquake on the Japanese island nation struck, the combat preparation troops had sent in over 40,000 people, most of them Japanese nationals. That should be enough for the bio and biochemical labs for several years. But the last request, mechas, well, he really wasn't optimistic about them. No matter how big or strong a mecha was, it could only satisfy a personal wish or hobby at best. It was far less useful than a ballistic missile or a nuclear electromagnetic cannon. 3 super-large nuclear-powered mechas, each 80 meters tall, would waste enormous amounts of manpower and resources. But since Ziling the Great Buddha had spoken, and considering the tremendous contributions she made to the shelter, even if it were 30, he would have to agree. After a moment of contemplation, Su-Yun nodded seriously and replied, "As you wish, I agree to all your requests. But from now on, don't rush too much. Get more rest. We still have plenty of time. There's no need to hurry." He knew that Ziling's greatest desire was to unravel the mysteries of life's genes and trace the origin of life. But the difficulty of that was no less than him leaping from Blue Star into the sun for a scrub, then jumping to another life-bearing planet in the universe to eat a fruit he had never tasted. "Don't worry. Before you die, I won't die. In fact, I'll live better than you. In half a year, I'll let you experience the feeling of life's evolution." Ziling smiled, nonchalantly turned, and walked away, heading toward the deepest large laboratory. She left behind only a voice that stirred Su-Yun's primal longing. A week later, the intense hunger within Su-Yun's body slowly dissipated, and his entire being brimmed with strength, as if he had returned to the peak physical condition of his 17 or 18-year-old self before he had given up on life. As expected of the gene optimization fluid, eating 12 meals a day has even carved out six-pack abs. Standing before a full-length mirror, Su-Yun bare-chested touched his abdominal muscles with a look of delighted surprise. Over the past week, he had grown weary of eating 12 meals a day, each with meat, vegetables, and soup, and he devoured every single one. More than once he had been tempted to taste the nutrient solution Ziling had prepared, but he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Fortunately, the hive shelter never lacked for food. A variety of high-grade ingredients were available around the clock, and with the daily addition of bioenergy crystal powder from radiation sea monsters, his body had reached the finest condition of his life. Even his mind had become much sharper. His logic, reflexes, and intelligence were visibly improving. Though this was not yet the theoretical life evolution, it was the most perfect gene optimization achievable at this stage. The only pity was that this wonderful substance required the bioenergy crystals of radiation sea monsters as its primary component. The shelter had only hunted 5 small radiation sea monsters, so they could not produce many vials. Ziling had given him the ones freshly developed in the lab. Aside from the one she used for herself, there were only 3. For now, they were used by him, assistant Jiang, and his mother. The others would have to wait. After the gene optimization, the changes were significant. His appetite had tripled to meet the daily energy and nutritional requirements. His height had increased by 5 centimeters, reaching 183 meters, yet his figure was well-proportioned and slender. However, his weight had soared to 280 gene, more than double the original. This indicated that the density of his bones, flesh, and blood had greatly increased, resulting in peak human physical capabilities. Su-Yun now felt confident that he could run the 100-meter sprint in under 9 seconds and easily lift 300 kilograms in weightlifting. His back no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt, and he could run 10 laps around the lowest level of the shelter in one breath. More importantly, he was finally able to tame the tigress Jiang. Thinking of this, Su-Yun wore a blissful smile. The best decision he had made in this life was convincing Ziling to join the Nebula group. "Minger, instruct the nutritionist to prepare dinner tonight at 3 times the normal portion," Su-Yun suddenly said. Now that his Bodis gene optimization was complete, he was no longer in that state of constant gnawing hunger. That agonizing feeling was truly unbearable. Notification sent. But Brother Yun, the heavy industry zone in the steel castle above ground, is now fully operational. Shiguang and Hao Yang are ready. The construction plan for the super-large nuclear-powered mecha requires your authorization to open the main gate and set up manufacturing facilities along Fengyi Mountain. Yun Minger's voice echoed in the room. Hearing this, Su Yun sighed and nodded helplessly. A mecha over 80 meters tall could not be built inside the shelter. There was simply not enough space. After repeated requests from Li Shiguang and Hao Yang, he had pondered for a long time and finally decided to open the gate ahead of schedule. Thanks to Ziling's research on radiation sea monsters, the biological enzyme reactions and repellent agents had been deployed a week earlier by the armed forces of the outer combat zone using bicycles as a means of transportation. Within a 5-kilometer radius centered on the shelter, the repellent had been scattered, driving away thousands of roaming small and medium-sized radiation sea monsters, and even the nearby sea showed no trace of them. After mixing biological enzymes with water, they were continuously sprayed out, enveloping the entire shelter entrance. Nuclear radiation was being broken down in the air by the enzymes at all times, and the air temperature had risen to over 60 degrees Celsius, dry and scorching. As for the effects of electromagnetic pulses, Chu Xianga would lead a team of over a dozen electromagnetic researchers to conduct a large-scale electromagnetic dissipation experiment 500 meters outside the shelter gate. It was expected to last half a month, after which the experiment would need to be repeated. This was their most effective method of dealing with the external disasters. Though clumsy and exceedingly troublesome, being able to go outside was already a blessing. Thinking of this, Su Yun could no longer sit still. He quickly dressed and headed to the main control hall. He wanted to see the outside world with his own eyes. 10 minutes later. Beep, 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 beep. The warning lights on both ends of the hive shelter's inner gate flickered continuously. Attention, all units, attention, all units. The armed forces in the combat zone have reported back the outside is safe and the troops are deployed. The radiation level in the air is far below the threshold for human tolerance. The hive gate will open in 5 minutes. The first group to exit was Chu Xiang's team, tasked with conducting a large-scale electromagnetic dissipation experiment within 2 hours. To clear the way for the mechanized engineering unit behind, Li Shiguang and Hao Yang, as the chief builders of the mecha, naturally could not be absent. Both were already raring to go in their heavy protective suits. Hao Yang, do you remember our promise? Li Shiguang suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Hao Yang paused for a moment, then laughed. A mecha. It was merely a toy to them. What they truly desired was to slaughter radiation sea monsters, gather enough heavy metal new elements, and usher in a new era of technology. This new element possessed extraordinary memory and conductivity, making it theoretically the future of energy technology. They naturally would not let this opportunity slip. Building a super-large nuclear-powered mecha to hunt radiation sea monsters was imperative. And their promise must be fulfilled as well. Of course, 10 years from now we shall meet among the stars. Meanwhile, Lung Feng and hundreds of armed troops clad in heavy protective suits stood guard before the shelter gate. Their figures were minuscule compared to the shelter gate, yet to everyone inside the shelter, they appeared towering and formidable. Captain Lung, do you feel it? The temperature is starting to drop and breathing through the filter is becoming a bit difficult, someone in the team said gravely. Lung Feng nodded solemnly in response. The natural disasters following the earthquakes and fires had led to a decline in oxygen levels and a drop in temperature, plunging the world into an ice age. He looked up at the pitch-black sunless sky, a sense of awe for the apocalypse rising in his heart. A week ago, the hive shelter had suddenly issued a mission, and they had stepped outside for the first time since the meteorite disaster. The moment he emerged, he was stunned by the sight before him, his mind reeling. The entrance of their combat zone shelter was located over 300 meters up Fengyi Mountain. As far as the eye could see, the once bustling international metropolis had been reduced to a post-apocalyptic wasteland littered with building ruins. More terrifying were the countless radiation sea monsters over 5 meters in length, along with giant ones exceeding 50 meters roaming the land. Every step they took shook the earth for hundreds of meters around. A horrifying sight. That day, Lung Feng, clad in his heavy protective suit, stood amidst the acid rain, his silhouette bleak and desolate, feeling as insignificant as an ant in the face of this world. The territory once belonging to humanity, the masters of the Blue Star, had now been seized by the radiation sea. A thunderous roar. With a violent rumbling vibration, the massive 3-layer linked door behind them slowly opened. Lung Feng and the others came to their senses and turned around solemnly. The opening of this door was no less than the Nebula Hive shelter formally declaring war on the radiation sea monsters. In this apocalyptic world, they built a steel sun for humanity, igniting the blazing flame of hope. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed as 30 mechs, each 5 meters tall and weighing 18 tons, strode out. The mechs were wrapped in 3 bulky coils with 2 thick antennas protruding from their heads. After exiting the shelter, electricity crackled at the tips of the antennas. They looked unusually cute, simple, and peculiar, but presumably the researchers had custom-made them to function unaffected by electromagnetic pulses. Next, the mechs lifted large, specially treated instruments connected by thick cables and moved toward the distant open area. "What are they doing?" asked a Special Forces soldier in confusion. Hearing this, Lung Feng glanced at the sky and then at his own equipment. Aside from a rifle and heavy protective suit, there was not a single electronic device. Could it be that they intend to eliminate the effects of the electromagnetic pulse? Lung Feng murmured astonishment on his face. What a feat! Struggling against man is joyful, but struggling against heaven is even more exhilarating. As expected of the Nebula Hive shelter, their technological prowess remained formidable. Whether it was the radiation sea monster repellent or the biological enzyme spray that decomposes radiation, these were things they had never even imagined. Now even electromagnetic pulses could be dealt with. What disaster could the Hive shelter not solve? Meanwhile, Chu Xianga, Li Shiguang, and Hao Yang led their teams out of the shelter. Looking out, the land was scarred and devastated, mountains and rivers shattered, and oppressive silence pressing down upon them. Encased in heavy protective suits, they could not feel the harshness of the environment, but they could sense the sorrow of the world. In their hearts they lamented that this world once belonging to humanity was already doomed. Fortunately, the oxygen level is still within acceptable range, but a snowstorm is expected to arrive soon, with temperatures plummeting to tens of degrees below zero, Li Shiguang said, frowning. Not only that, but radiation-corrosive acid rain deadly to humans fell intermittently now. After the temperature drop, it would turn into radiation-corrosive heavy snow. His ultra-large nuclear-powered mech had to be built outside the shelter, and the various environmental factors made it an arduous task. Hao Yang nodded thoughtfully and said, "It seems we must first build a canopy about 100 meters high. Fortunately, the biological enzyme spray that decomposes radiation can warm the air, offsetting the effects of the snowstorm's temperature drop. It is expected to last about a week. Before that, hunting radiation sea monsters is urgent." The Hive shelter now lacked nothing except the various treasures contained within the radiation sea monsters. Unfortunately, under the electromagnetic pulse, there were few means to deal with the monsters. Only specially treated mechs and heavy thermal weapons like sniper rifles and Gatling guns were effective. The hunting targets were limited to those under 20 meters in length. Lung Feng and the rapid response forces are about to move out. With the repellent for self-protection, they'll bring back the spoils soon, Li Shiguang said, squinting. Whether it was them or Xiling, they all needed large quantities of radiation sea monster corpses. Plus, with the gene optimization fluid already developed, they only lacked the bioenergy crystals from the monsters to mass produce it. Then whether researchers or special forces, they would be the first users gaining improvements in intelligence and physical fitness. Soon a powerful electromagnetic wave rippled with a blue glow, and within a 5-kilometer radius of the shelter, the violent charge movements in the air gradually calmed and stabilized. Using electromagnetism to counter electromagnetism was Chu Xiang's specialty. From then on, the Nebula Hive shelter would no longer be affected by electromagnetic pulses. As the engineering team streamed out of the gate in a grand procession, Lung Feng and the others received new orders. Hunt the radiation sea monsters. Lung Feng's eyes sharpened with excitement. Finally, it was time for the mechs to display their might once more. Although conditions were harsh with no support from large thermal weapons, heavy sniper rifles, and specially modified mechanical Gatling guns without electronic components were sufficient. Not to mention the 2 shark-tooth greatswords on the mechs. With the tactical assistance of repellent and weakening agents, hunting was not difficult. In addition to the 50 specially modified anti-team mechs assigned to the special forces in the preparation area, plus 5 rapid response teams from the Hive, a total of 75 mechs deployed. Supported by over 200 soldiers wearing nuclear-proof anti-team full-coverage exoskeleton land armor, the Hive's first hunting operation began. An hour later, 5 kilometers from the shelter, on the scarred, charred land, each mech stood ready with sparks of electromagnetic discharge from the antennas on their heads. Attention, attention. Beyond 5 kilometers from the shelter is the danger zone. Radiation sea monsters may be hiding in the ruins, ready to ambush us. Remember, the Hive needs the corpses and heads of the radiation sea monsters. If you encounter one over 20 meters, retreat immediately. For those under 20 meters, use Gatling guns to blow off their necks or limbs. For those under 10 meters, engage in close combat with blades to cut off their heads, keeping the bodies as intact as possible. After 10 seconds, mechs can move freely. But don't go too fast, or we won't be able to keep up. Brother Phone, whether we feast or starve depends on you, haha. Each mech had 3 ground soldiers in exoskeleton armor guiding them, with shouts ringing out continuously. At this moment, Lung Feng was already seated in the cockpit of a special mech, his shark-tooth greatswords ready in hand. However, the mech's functions were far simpler than the one he had piloted before, lacking many features. Apart from mechanical linkage control, there was only one attack button for the Gatling gun. All other actions required manual operation. As expected, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Under the influence of the electromagnetic pulse, this specially made mech is truly crude and straightforward. Lung Feng said with a wry smile. Even boarding the mech required him to climb up and manually open and close the cockpit, lacking the previous intelligence and automation. Even the nuclear reactor had been replaced with a high-energy battery pack. It was like a mechanical product from the old industrial age. Yet this revealed how desperately the hive shelter needed the corpses of radiation sea monsters. They could not wait another 2 months. 10 seconds flew by in the blink of an eye. Lung Feng instantly entered combat mode. A loud boom came from afar. Turning his head, Lung Feng saw a mech carrying a massive black sniper rifle open fire. Dust erupted around the mech's feet from the terrifying recoil. 800 meters away, a radiation sea monster fully 8 meters long wailed and crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lung Feng saw that the radiation sea monster resembled a crocodile with long saber teeth on its back. Its neck had been pierced, leaving a half-meter wide hole, nearly severing it entirely. Not that it made much difference. Even for a radiation sea monster, it was a fatal blow. Indeed, under humanity's top-tier thermal weapons, the radiation sea monsters had no chance to resist. Unfortunately, the shelter only had 5 such rifles wielded by the mechs of the 5 Hive Rapid Response Team leaders. These were laboratory-grade products from the Weapon Research Institute, handmade by a team of weapon scientists and 2 master-level fitters. Seeing others already in action, Lung Feng eagerly ran toward his target, wielding his 2 shark-toothed great swords with murderous intent. A dead radiation sea monster over 10 meters long is worth 1 Nebula points, while a live one is worth 5,000. They'll take that 5,000. Lung Feng shouted with confident fervor. The 1,000 points would have to be split 4 ways. He wanted to do big things, to make big money. The battle raged on, the thunderous roar of sniper rifles and Gatling guns echoing across a 10-kilometer radius. Radiant sea monsters were being hunted relentlessly, the conflict stirring up a tempest of sand and stone. Several armed personnel clad in exoskeletons watched the mecha combat, maintaining vigilance around them while exchanging lighthearted banter. Damn, this money is too easy to make, especially that mecha with the sniper rifle. 1 shot, 1 kill. All we have to do is drag the carcass back after the battle. It's decent, but the bullet takes a while to reload, about 10 seconds. And I heard half the points earned have to be given to the Weapons Research Institute. It's not as good as we think. Brothers, the first big chance to strike it rich is right here. The shelter is full of temptations. Fresh fruits, vegetables, all kinds of premium supplies, even cigarettes and alcohol are now on a point system. Besides that, there are top-tier electronic devices and a dazzling array of in-off-world gear. Without enough points, you can't afford any of it. It's okay. The mechas belong to the Hive shelter, but one day we'll buy our own. Then we won't have to envy them. Each of them wielded a massive water gun loaded with weakening agent. Once sprayed on a radiant sea monster, it would suppress the biological enzymes, breaking down nuclear radiation, plunging the creature into a weakened state. Their exoskeletons were also laden with grenades made from repelling agents, a life-saving gear. When threatened, they could toss them to drive back the radiant sea monsters, buying time for their retreat. Besides mechas, there are in-off-world war vehicles, combat drones, and blast-proof motorcycles. Damn, they're so cool. Just looking at those top-tier gear makes me green with envy. Yeah, I can't wait. Probably in less than 2 months, we'll be out hunting radiant sea monsters, too, boosting our income. As part of the security and combat reserve forces, the shelter naturally provided the equipment they needed for missions. They also had a steady monthly income of Nebula points plus generous mission rewards when tasks came up. But when there were no missions, they could form an adventure team to earn extra on the side. Especially since rumors spoke of legendary gene optimization fluids and gene evolution fluids in the future. Without enough points, they'd just be watching helplessly when those were released. Fortunately, radiant sea monsters were treasure troves, and the Hive shelter had already deployed a commercial acquisition plan. It was expected to launch in 2 months after the electromagnetic pulse dissipated, with a special trading zone designated for radiant sea monster products. By then, if you wanted a better life, wasn't that far better than just working a job lying around in the Star Nebula Hive shelter. Sure, going out was dangerous, but the returns were high. Successfully hunt a radiant sea monster over 10 meters long and drag it back, and you'd have a month of lavish living. The catch was having enough points to buy gear and ammunition or rent a mecha. And now was the time to save up points. Their eyes were full of anticipation. Just 2 months to wait. At the same time, damn, second one down. Quick, spray it all over with weakening agent and tie it up. Lung Feng shouted, drenched in sweat, inside the mecha. The mecha was pinning down a lobster-like radiant sea monster 8 meters long, a fusion of fish and shrimp. Its 2 massive pincers had been severed and 4 of its 6 dinosaur-like clawed legs were broken. It thrashed wildly, its thick antennae slamming against the mecha with dull thuds, black-green blood streaming from its mouth. Lung Feng was jolted with aches from the violent struggle, the mecha running at full load, with an estimated 20 minutes of power left. Meanwhile, 3 Special Forces soldiers sprayed weakening agent around their exoskeletons, moving swiftly each step, covering 3 to 4 meters. Within 3 minutes, the lobster monster gradually calmed, its antennae drooping weakly as it panted, heavily pinned under the mecha. Seeing this, the 3 soldiers exchanged glances, pulled out a long high-fiber rope, and worked together to bind the radiant sea monster tightly, giving it a few extra sprays to ensure it stayed weakened. With the capture successful, Lung Feng finally disengaged the mecha's overload mode and stood up. Overload mode could maximize the mecha's torque and provide immense strength, but it drained the high-energy battery faster and caused severe mechanical wear, so it couldn't be used often. I still have 40,000 rounds of ammo, but only 20% power left. Can't catch any more. Lung Feng shook his head helplessly. This mecha was nowhere near as powerful as a nuclear-powered one. Back then, piloting a nuclear-powered mecha, he had rampaged through hordes of radiant sea monsters for over 20 hours, as if its energy was endless. Despite the hours of battle, their harvest was bountiful. They had captured 2 8-meter-long radiant sea monsters, used Gatling guns to blow the necks off 5 10-meter-long ones, and severed 2 intact heads from creatures over 8 meters long with the shark-tooth greatsword. The estimated income was around 1.6 million Nebula points, with each person getting 4,000, all in just a few hours. That amount could support an average family of 4 for a lifetime in the shelter, carefree and without worry. Thinking of this, even Lung Feng's stern face broke into a smile brimming with excitement. At this rate, in less than a week he could afford all the gear and mechas the Hive shelter was rolling out. In his plan, he needed at least a 6-person team, himself piloting the mecha, 3 for coordinated combat and capture, and 2 for lookout, logistics, and sales. The required Nebula points would be at least 40 to 50 million. A mecha cost 20 million Nebula points, and in Dothworld radiation-proof war vehicle 10 million, plus ammunition, drones, full coverage, exoskeletons, protective suits, and other odds and ends. It would only be more. Not to mention the upcoming mass-produced gene optimization fluid Prezold at 1 million per vial. For all 6 team members and their families, that would be tens of millions more. The more Lung Feng thought, the bigger his headache grew. After exhausting themselves, consuming 80% of the mecha's power, they had only earned 1.6 million Nebula points. The road ahead was long and arduous. But no matter how hard, he had to press on. A blazing glint flashed in Lung Feng's eyes as he gazed at the ruins of the former coastal city in the distance, where countless radiant sea monsters lurked. That was his treasure trove. How's he go back and notify the transport mecha team? We're pulling out. Lung Feng suddenly spoke. Though their slaughter of radiant sea monsters seemed easy, the commotion from the battle was immense, already drawing in creatures over 20 meters long that roamed nearby. And some had already clashed with them. Radiant sea monsters over 20 meters could withstand Gatling gunfire. Their flesh and bone density was far greater, their defense terrifyingly enhanced, as if they had ascended to a new level. Only the 5 ultra-heavy sniper rifles mounted on the mechas could harm them, and even headshots only drew blood and left a gaping wound. The larger the creature, the stronger its resistance to thermal weapons. If a radiant sea monster over 30 meters appeared, even those 5 devastating sniper rifles would be helpless. By then, the roles of hunter and hunted would be reversed. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Hive shelter, Su Yun was also piloting a mecha for some exercise. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the shelter, the electromagnetic pulse had no effect, allowing unrestricted use of electronics and communication, and the mecha needed no special treatment. I gotta say, mechas are really fun. In this apocalypse, they're the most reliable and powerful personal gear. Keep the production lines running non-stop, crank them out. Add 3 more high configuration lines, and make Li Shiguang work harder. He's got a stake in this too. Su Yun clumsily operated the mecha inside the cockpit, performing various actions while speaking with delight. Hearing this, Yun Minjer on the mecha's screen rolled her eyes. Who was it that said mechas were just toys, utterly useless? And now not only was he having a blast, but with one sentence he had added 3 production lines, piling more work onto Li Shiguang. Yin Good, don't forget, Shiguang and Haoyang are passionately building 4 ultra-large nuclear-powered mechas. In 2 months, your personal ride, the Star Nebula Guardian, will be unveiled. That's when the real fun begins. Yun Minjer said softly. Speaking of which, she also thought of her body construction plan. A full body made from the new elemental metal of radiant sea monsters would surely be magnificent. Hearing this, Su Yun felt a surge of anticipation. Looking up from the mecha on both sides of the Hive shelter's gate, thousands of engineering teams were fervently constructing facilities. The roar of machinery and equipment was grand and unceasing. When completed, the Hive shelter would gain 4 more guardians, no longer hesitant in the face of radiant sea monsters threatening at close range. Giant mechas standing 80 meters tall, combined with the pinnacle technology of the Star Nebula Hive shelter. It would surely be fascinating. The hunting parties returned one after another. Under the shelter's lights, some mechas were splattered with the black-green blood of radioactive sea monsters, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. Other fully armored exoskeleton soldiers were covered in mud and soot, looking utterly disheveled. Yet their faces beamed with joy. What a bountiful haul. 8 radioactive sea monsters over 10 meters long, 2 of which reached 12 meters, including their tails. These few hours' harvest has earned me more than half a year's income. Someone exclaimed in excitement. Although they were special forces of the Hive shelter with decent monthly pay that could support their families, leisurely hunting radioactive sea monsters offered far greater returns. By assisting the mechas in battle, they had earned over 1 Nebula credits in just a few hours. What a delightfully easy profit. Yeah, I heard the mission rewards for hunting radioactive sea monsters have been turned into a purchase system. No limits on quantity, time, or frequency. If we keep fighting, we'll surely own a mecha within half a year. Someone replied with enthusiasm. Although their current equipment belonged to the shelter, they could use it for free during missions before the trading system was fully implemented. By then, they would have saved enough Nebula credits to own these gears when the trading center was built. Keep it up, brothers. In 2 months, you'll get that high-end storm mech. 2 million Nebula credits. No big deal. Amid the returning crowd, excitement buzzed. Mechas led the way, swaying proudly, followed by transport mechas carrying massive radioactive sea monster carcasses. A scene of joyful triumph. Meanwhile, Su Yun, sitting in a mecha by the roadside, watched with a smile. As long as the sea monster corpses keep coming, our Hive Shelter's trading platform will have several more high-tier products. On the Nebula Hive's trading interface, many post-apocalyptic products had already appeared. Storm Mech 5 meters tall, 21 tons, black and white like a dark knight, sleek and handsome. It features an independent AI system, 3 high-energy batteries for 36 hours of operation, and 5 hours of overload with optional add-ons. Base price, 2 million Nebula credits. Nuclear-proof Apocalypse Vehicle 11. 8 meters long, 3 meters high, 35 tons, carrying 8 people and 120 tons of cargo. Made of strong chromium titanium alloy, fully enclosed with anti-nuclear bulletproof and cold-resistant features. Its power rivals a tank with an embedded blue light Gatling gun on top, AI navigation and autopilot. Price, 1 million Nebula credits. Falcon Attack Helicopter 2 million Nebula credits. Full coverage anti-nuclear exoskeleton armor, 8000 Nebula credits. Apocalypse anti-explosion motorcycle, 300 Nebula credits. Gene optimization serum, 1 million Nebula credits. Pre-order, priority for researchers, special forces, the elderly and children. New sea monster material protective suit, 100 Nebula credits, out of stock. Aversion agent, 100 Nebula credits per ton. Decomposing nuclear radiation enzyme, 200 Nebula credits per ton, out of stock. Nuclear contamination surgery, 100 Nebula credits per procedure, 20 mortality rate. Satellite communication terminals, Apocalypse drones, rifles, sniper rifles, Gatling guns, and various ammunition at certain Nebula credit prices. There were also high-energy biscuits, nutrient solutions, medical kits, and everything imaginable. This platform was the supply store for all hunting and exploration teams in the Hive Shelter. All items could be purchased with Nebula credits, open to everyone in the shelter. The gene optimization serum in particular stirred everyone the moment it was uploaded. They were so excited their faces turned red. It came with explanations and a video documenting Su Yun's own transformation. Though it didn't grant life evolution or increased lifespan, after optimization the body would return to its peak physiological state. Even the elderly would see their aged appearance alleviate, becoming healthier with white hair turning black and gaining an extra 10+ years of life. Or at least several. Of course, this wasn't free. One had to earn Nebula credits to buy it. While the Hive Shelter provided monthly living allowances and free food and drink, such high-level scientific achievements weren't easily obtained. 1 million Nebula credits. If a third-tier contracted employee just coasted along without contributing to the shelter, it would take 8 or 9 years to afford a single vial. Su Yun had given everyone a comfortable space and hope. Now it was up to them. He had plenty of ways to incentivize them. Whether by working hard for the shelter or venturing out to bring back sea monster corpses and supplies, they could quickly accumulate Nebula credits. Given the serum's effects, no one would miss the opportunity. Su Yun looked toward another space at the foot of Fingy Mountain, where a massive trading market was under construction, a designated area for all outdoor teams to trade. He envisioned the Hive Shelter as a utopia where everyone lived carefree, while this market stood as a place of reverence for humanity facing the apocalypse. It was the front line against the cataclysm. If anyone didn't want to lie idle forever but craved freedom, they should go see the devastated world outside. Only by surviving could life become more exciting. Su Yun sighed with emotion. He was suited to be a behind-the-scenes lazy and scrupulous boss, expert at exploiting his workers. At that moment, a commotion in the distance caught his attention. Good heavens, they actually captured live radioactive sea monsters. Su Yun's heart leaped with joy as he piloted his mecha to take a look. In the massive transport convoy, 2 enormous sea monsters lay on flatbeds, hissing and struggling weakly against the high-fiber ropes. But a special forces soldier kept spraying them with a weakening agent, drastically reducing the enzymatic activity in their bodies, preventing them from converting nuclear radiation into sufficient energy. Whoa, no wonder it's Lung Feng, the king of soldiers. 2 8-meter-long radioactive sea monsters, worth 800 Nebula credits, right? Truly impressive. Even with weakening agents, capturing such massive monsters is no easier than catching an adult Siberian tiger. I'm envious. There's still a gap between the others and Lung Feng's team. Why isn't he my teammate? Lung Feng and his team beamed with pride, basking in the admiration of the crowd. Among all the hunting teams, only they had managed to capture live specimens. What did that mean? It meant they were the strongest warriors in the hive shelter, their status soaring, securing the right to speak for the next month. Move aside, move aside. Catching these things alive is as easy as pie. A bunch of weaklings, don't block my way. A member of Lung Foam's team sneered at the crowd, his arrogance reaching the sky. This made others grind their teeth in frustration, but with no recourse. Men proved themselves through actions. Today they had the upper hand, but tomorrow's victory was uncertain. Tisk, first time seeing a radioactive sea monster up close. Such grotesque forms. Suyun muttered after a glance. One looked like a lobster, the other like a seahorse, a crocodile hybrid. Both hideously mutated eyesores to behold. But these sea monsters were treasures from head to tail. Ugly as they don't stop me from making big money. Suyun smirked. This hunting expedition was expected to yield around 700 sea monsters of varying sizes. It was a windfall. Though he had to pay out many Nebula credits as rewards compared to the gains from the sea monsters, it was a drop in the bucket. He could even sell them back at 100 or 1,000 times the cost. A businessman never loses, especially an unscrupulous boss like him. As long as the hunting continued, the shelter's resource consumption would be no problem at all. Gaga, just as he was getting excited about the good times ahead. Yun Minger's voice suddenly rang out urgently. Brother Yun, we have a situation. 300 meters behind us, an intense, unknown energy fluctuation has been detected by the instruments. After my observation and calculation, a hunting mecha team has brought back a meteorite fragment containing a secret. 500 meters from the shelter, a hunting mecha convoy stretching over 100 meters slowly advanced toward the shelter's entrance. Clear and crisp laughter rang out continuously. Big sis, the corpses of 12 radiated sea monsters, each about 10 meters long. Looks like we've really hit the jackpot this time. They're probably worth about 600,000 Nebula credits. We'll have enough for our protective suits. And this lump of iron meteorite, it's got to be worth tens of thousands of Nebula credits at least. Apart from the teams with 5 heavy sniper rifles, our Red Rose squad's haul must be among the top. Let those smelly men see that women are no less capable. We can fight on the battlefield too. Inside the mecha, Lung Hongyu brushed the bangs on her forehead. Listening to her teammates' laughter, the corners of her rosered lips curled upward slightly. Their harvest this time was bountiful. A full 12 radiated sea monsters. And on the way back, they had also discovered a peculiar meteorite fragment. Under the gray, snowy night sky, its surface shimmered with a gentle red glow, dazzling and captivating. After observing and speculating, she made up her mind. She had to bring this meteorite fragment back to the shelter. The meteorite was about a meter in diameter, but weighed over 30 tons. Small in size, yet abnormally heavy. This was very unusual. It took 5 transport mechas to pull it out of the deep pit, and after immense effort, they finally brought it back. She guessed in her heart that this meteorite must contain a metal material unknown to Blue Star. If the researchers could study it, perhaps unexpected results would emerge. If that happened, the rewards would surely be substantial. Of course, if it was just a simple iron meteorite with little value, it was merely a convenience. Nothing lost. But what if? Lung Hongyu couldn't help but feel a glimmer of anticipation. It's thanks to the mechas and equipment provided by the hive shelter. Otherwise, facing such terrifying radiated sea monsters with just a few guns would be a dead end. Alright, we're almost there. Be serious. After we finish dealing with these sea monsters, we'll continue hunting tomorrow and even the next week. Let's earn as much as possible during this time and prepare for what's to come. Lung Hongyu felt a pressing urgency. In 2 months, the hive shelter's trading platform would be fully launched. By then, Nebula credits would be the most important thing. With enough of them, one could stand firm and thrive amid the apocalyptic natural disasters and sea monsters. Soon the massive gates of the hive shelter lay ahead. Busy engineering teams were working everywhere. Especially on Fungi Mountain, various construction facilities were firmly anchored to the cliffs from the ground to 100 meters high, filled with thick steel bars. Seeing this, Lung Hongyu felt a surge of excitement. She had also heard that the research engineering team was planning to build ultra-large mechas to counter the giant radiated sea monsters. Those would be terrifying steel beasts enough to make anyone's blood boil. But just then, a sharp alarm sounded. Warning, warning, a massive danger source detected. Please have the Lung Hongyu Rose Special Operations Team halt and submit to inspection. Warning, warning. Yun Minger's stern voice echoed throughout the area around the shelter gates, audible to everyone. Red lights flashed covering a large area. A sharp alarm sounded. Warning, warning. A massive danger source detected. Please have the Lung Hongyu Rose Special Operations Team halt and submit to inspection. Warning, warning. Yun Minger's stern voice echoed throughout. We'll go check it out. Mouse, you assist the transport team. Take all the radiated sea monster corpses away. Don't lose them. Lung Feng's eyes narrowed. He piloted his mecha forward, the Gatling gun on his left arm already slowly spinning, ready to unlock the safety and unleash full firepower at any moment. With his right hand, he drew the sharp-toothed greatsword from his back, on guard against the transport convoy ahead, especially the sea monster corpses. Mouse and the other special operations soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with worry. Let's go. If something goes wrong, only mechas can counter it. We can't slow Brother Phone down. Mao spoke gravely. They didn't know what had happened, but with dozens of mechas now on alert and moving toward the target, they needed to quickly evacuate the radiated sea monster corpses and clear a combat zone. This is Wu Lijun, captain of the Rapid Response Unit 1. I'm temporarily taking command. Please have the Yihong Yu Special Operations Team stay put. All other personnel except those in mechas evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Wu Lijun's voice came through the mecha comms. The shelter area was no longer affected by electromagnetic pulses, communications were normal. Under the command, mechas surrounded Lung Hongyu's transport convoy one by one. A battle could break out at any moment. At this point, Yihong Yu was completely stunned. Watching the mechas closing in on them, a strong sense of crisis surged within her. Don't move. Everyone don't move. They're serious. There's something wrong with the radiated sea monster corpses we hunted. Lung Hongyu quickly snapped back to reality, shouting loudly, her face pale. The other 3 female team members felt a chill down their spines, dared not speak, and stood still. Especially the mecha pilots in the transport convoy. They were all dumbfounded. No way, I'm sure the radiated sea monsters are all dead. How could there be a problem? Someone said in panic. Then they nervously stared at the sea monster corpses lying on the transport flatbeds, afraid they might suddenly swallow them. A danger source. Could it be that? Someone else weakly responded. The people around widened their eyes, suddenly remembering something, and quickly looked toward the heavy meteorite at the back of the convoy. Amid the cold, fine snow, a strange red light flashed, striking fear into their hearts. At the same time, while everyone was tense, Su Yun drove his mecha over his eyes, filled with surprise. Don't panic. Except for the last transport flatbed, the rest of you can move farther away. The research team is coming soon. Su Yun's voice rang in everyone's ears. Meanwhile, Yun Minger's voice came through the mecha comms. Brother Yun, there's no radioactivity, only a massive emission of energy particles. This meteorite is estimated to have the energy equivalent of 5 nuclear power plants. It's terrifying, something beyond Blue Star's current knowledge. Hearing this, Su Yun nodded solemnly. If nothing unexpected, this meteorite came from outer space. It was normal that Blue Star had never seen anything like it. His concern was the danger. If it carried extraterrestrial viruses, it had to be intercepted and destroyed immediately, never allowed into the shelter. If this immense energy were to be released, it could probably blow up the entire Fungi Mountain, and the deep underground shelter would face catastrophic destruction. Though the probability was low, vigilance was necessary. Soon Hao Yang led a group of researchers in protective suits charging over in a rush, with several mechas carrying various equipment. Where is it? Where is it? A 1-meter meteorite with the total energy of 5 nuclear power plants. No way. If you're messing with me, I'll kill you. Before he even arrived, Hao Yang's cursing voice could be heard. Everyone rolled their eyes, but they were used to it. With high status and real skill, one could truly do as one pleased. Besides, their mechas all ran on Hao Yang's high-energy battery packs. A little cursing was no big deal. Meanwhile, Lung Hongyu finally understood the cause. It was that meteorite. Cold sweat ran down her back. The total energy of 5 nuclear power plants. She recalled that they had handled the meteorite quite roughly when pulling it out of the deep pit. If it had gone off, they would have been utterly obliterated. Su Yun glanced at Hao Yang and said helplessly, "Hurry up and check it out. Figure out this time bomb. If there's a problem, just toss it into the deep sea. Don't let it blow us up." Hao Yang, panting heavily, made a gesture towards Su Yun's mecha and said, "Ha, give me a moment. My guess is it's some kind of energy-absorbing material that can absorb various radiation energies in space." After a while, the research team and instruments were all in place. Soon data began to appear on the screens. Several readings maxed out, exceeding the instrument's maximum detection values. Hao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up and he blurted out in disbelief, "Holy shit. Holy shit. Damn it. At minus 12 degrees Celsius, this thing's electromagnetic induction and conductivity are at 100%. Brother Time finally has a goal. Flesh is weak, but machines ascend. Isn't this better than genetic evolution?" Trembling with excitement, his mind raced with thoughts. This material had immense gentle energy stored in every atom, with an energy loss rate approaching 0. Theoretically, if it replaced human internal organs and limbs, it could sustain energy for 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 years without running dry. So as long as the modified brain did not die or the consciousness did not fade, a person could live for tens of thousands of years. And this mechanical body with energy comparable to a nuclear power plant could unleash terrifying superhuman power. Of course, the difficulty was astronomical. This was only a theoretical direction. At that moment, Hao Yang's mind had already come up with no fewer than dozens of ways to use this miraculous material. Yun Minger's metal body, human mecha consciousness integration connectors, artificial organs, limbs, cyborgs. Su Yun, watching Yun Minger's excited and expectant expression on the screen, looked bewildered. Mechanical ascension. Could this thing turn Yun Minger into a machine? Alright, since it's not dangerous, take it back and study it slowly. Su Yun shrugged and rolled his eyes. But Hao Yang suddenly said, "Brother Yun, we need to find more of this stuff. It's very important." Combined with the new elemental metals from the radiated sea monsters, the entire shelter could be turned into a city of energy capable of activating an ultra-large energy shield. If we have enough, we could even use it entirely to build mechas. Not only can we achieve perfect human-machine integration, but I can also equip the mechas with energy weapons and energy shields. They'll easily fly and even step into space and the deep sea. Hao Yang's voice filled those around him with astonishment. No one had expected that a small meteorite fragment could possess such formidable power. Particularly information about the Energy City energy shields and the flight capabilities of mecha, once truly researched, would make this despairing apocalypse unable to stop the rise of the Beehive Sanctuary. At the same time, Su Yun wore a solemn expression, his mind churning with shock as he pondered Hao Yang's words. The more he thought, the more he realized the terror of this material. Whoever mastered this extraterrestrial metal would hold the discourse power of a new technological era on Blue Star. Meanwhile, the other researchers surrounding the meteorite fragment were also shouting with fervent excitement. Not only that this metal can be used to create mecha energy batteries. After all, a single piece can provide several months' worth of energy for the entire Beehive Sanctuary. As long as we find a way to control the energy supply, mecha can operate for a very long time without needing nuclear reactors. And energy weapons. The conductivity reaches an incredible 100%, and the material's ability to withstand energy exceeds my understanding. Once we figure out how to utilize it, even a small handgun can unleash a laser with destructive heat of tens of thousands of degrees. Most importantly, when combined with a small energy constrictor, just imagine. If you wear an energy constrictor at your waist powered by a meteorite metal piece the size of a marble, you can activate a high-energy shield that even thermal weapons can't penetrate. It's a perfect self-protection artifact against ambushers. Listening to their excited voices, Su Yun blinked, swallowed, and felt a surge of excitement. The meteorite had brought apocalyptic disaster to Blue Star, but it also brought treasures that could accelerate human technological development. It seems that besides hunting radiation sea monsters, searching for meteorites is also a top priority. Su Yun murmured to himself. Yun-gu, this meteorite is probably the one that struck the center of the Pacific Ocean, the one hidden behind the main meteorite. Now the main body lies deep in the sea. We must find a way to mine it. This is a mountain of treasure, Yun Minja reminded him. Hearing this, Su Yun raised his head and looked at the distant sea horizon under the falling snow, his eyes burning with intensity. It seems building the mecha was indeed the right choice. In the deep sea with countless radiation sea monsters, only a mecha can dive in to mine the meteorite. Especially a super-large nuclear-powered mecha combined with the meteorite energy technology, Hao Yang mentioned. Once built, even the lair of the radiation sea monsters would be no match. Fighting 7 times in and out would be no problem. At worst, he could first have a nuclear submarine launch a small-yield nuclear bomb to clear the waters around the meteorite's impact site, then dive in to monopolize the spoils. Time is life, time is money. Thinking that the dawn of a new era of energy technology lay before the Beehive Sanctuary, Su Yun's eyes turned red. It's all mine, it must all be mine. Yun-gu, let's go. I can't wait to unlock the secrets of this meteorite. Hao Yang urged impatiently. Not only him, but the other researchers couldn't hold back either. They swarmed around the meteorite, trying to chip off a piece, snatch it into their hands, and retreat to the lab to slowly savor the taste of space metal. All right, go ahead. Leave the rest to me. Su Yun chuckled and nodded. What he was most grateful for was that all the researchers in the Beehive Sanctuary seemed cut from the same mold. Research was their everything. The secrets of this world fascinated them, driving them to passionately uncover them bit by bit. This journey, even if it took a lifetime, they would never compromise or regret. And all the Beehive Sanctuary could offer them was protection for their families, the best treatment, and the most perfect experimental space and research resource allocation, leaving them with no worries. Hao Yang led the research team in a grand procession, arriving and then hastily departing. Su Yun turned his gaze to Lung Hongyu. This was their achievement. The meteorite had brought immense contributions to the Beehive Sanctuary, and they had also learned of its importance early. He couldn't let their efforts go unrewarded. This meteorite is crucial to the sanctuary. You did well. You can discuss among yourselves, and the sanctuary will grant you one wish or request. Su Yun, seated inside the mecha, spoke. He was also a little curious about what request Lung Hongyu would make, a mecha, or gene optimization fluid, or other high-tech products. Hearing this, Lung Hongyu was ecstatic. She had gambled correctly. With minimal effort and a little time, she had earned a reward from Su Yun, the ruler of the Beehive Sanctuary, a leap to the top. Boss, a mecha. We need a mecha our own. One of the special operations team members whispered excitedly, her face flushed with urgency. What did the Rose Special Ops team lack the most? Only a mecha of their own. This was a hope that could guarantee they would never fall into destitution in the apocalypse. Lung Hongyu pursed her lips, staring straight ahead at the eyes of Su Yun's mecha, and made up her mind. If possible, I want to form an expedition team to hunt radiation sea monsters and search for meteorite fragments, continuing to contribute to the Beehive Sanctuary. Her voice was clear and resolute. The moment she finished, everyone in the mechas drew a sharp breath, their blood gradually boiling. This was what they also longed for. In the apocalyptic wasteland, who wouldn't want a set of top-tier equipment to survive and fight? Su Yun was momentarily stunned, then found it somewhat amusing. Well, she's got some cunning. A small 6-person expedition team, as Yun Minjer had calculated, would require at least 80 million Nebula points. With one sentence, Lung Hongyu had essentially made several requests at once, not being modest at all. But compared to the benefits brought by this meteorite, it was negligible. In fact, he even felt it was too little. Without a second thought, Su Yun said directly, "All right, but we'll have to wait until the trading fair and the combat plaza are built 2 months from now. At that time, you can use your identity to claim a fully customized storm mecha from the Beehive trading platform for free, plus an Apocalypse War vehicle, 2 armored motorcycles, 6 sets of the latest protective suits, 6 sets of full coverage exoskeleton armor, 6 vials of gene optimization fluid, and 1 set of Apocalypse medical kits. As for other thermal weapons and ammunition, you'll each get a full load to take away." The moment he finished, everyone around stared at Su Yun's mecha with blazing eyes. While this whole package must be worth at least a small target of Nebula points, right? At that moment, a single thought crossed everyone's mind: 1 meteorite equals 1 small target equals equipment and logistics for a 6-person expedition team. Who could resist that? Meanwhile, after Yun Minger's calculation, Su Yun spoke again. "Since everyone is here, I'll issue a permanent mission. Now bring back special meteorite metal fragments. The reward will be calculated by weight. 1500 Nebula points per caddy. Anyone can trade." Although the meteorite's value far exceeded that, Su Yun wasn't worried that people would hoard it. After all, without some research capability, they could only gaze at the treasure mountain. It was better to trade with the Beehive Sanctuary for Nebula points to purchase various high-tech products. Even a big landowner needs to have some schemes. After the hunting missions and the meteorite collection tasks were issued in the following month and a half, all special forces and a large number of security teams joined the ranks of those venturing outside. Moreover, the shelter offered few opportunities to earn Nebula credits, and though it was safe, the commodities on the trading platform remained tantalizingly out of reach. Thus, over 30,000 people after a week of training joined the perilous expeditions, undeterred by death. The value of the irradiated sea monster carcasses and the special meteorite metals coupled with the products on the trading platform drove everyone into a frenzy of fervor. The necessary equipment was provided free of charge by the Hive shelter except for the mechas. Apart from the tested special forces and rapid response units, Su Yun had no intention of letting these newcomers easily access the power of the mechas. Things obtained too easily are never cherished. Moreover, it would be too dangerous for their own people. Appearances can be deceiving, and in the apocalypse, madmen are not uncommon. Yun Minjer needed some time to observe and analyze. At most, they were equipped with electromagnetic and radiation-resistant protective suits, full coverage exoskeleton armor, various firearms, and weakness and repulsion potions. As long as they were resourceful, a few working together could hunt irradiated sea monsters less than 10 meters in length. This was Su Yun's way of giving them a starting opportunity. Although resource consumption was high, the payoff was a massive harvest of irradiated sea monster carcasses. Research results began to enter mass production: gene optimization, fluid radiation decomposing bioenzyme, fluid bioenergy nutrient, fluid high explosive ammunition, sea monster hide protective suits, anti-radiation surgery. All went online on the Hive trading platform. The factories operated at full capacity, ceaselessly breaking down the irradiated sea monster carcasses and feeding them into production lines. Products began to accumulate in the warehouses. Excluded from the list were the bioenergy crystal primordials and the heavy metal new elements found within the sea monsters. All commodities were available for purchase by anyone provided they had enough Nebula credits. In particular, the gene optimization fluid cost 1 million Nebula credits per vial, with a limit of 1 vial per person. Once listed, it sold 15,000 vials on the very first day. Most of the buyers were researchers, special forces, and their families. After all, these were the ones who had amassed substantial Nebula credits first, and they were capable enough not to be short of a few million. The second batch consisted of security teams and the newly trained hunting expedition members. Though they lacked mechas, with hard work and perseverance they could afford a vial soon. The third batch was expected to be the engineering teams. At present, 4 large mechas and the trading market district were under construction, bustling with activity. Every day brought a steady stream of Nebula credits and engineering task rewards, and it was estimated that within a year they could afford a vial. As time passed, the trading model of the Hive shelter would establish its foundation. With Yun Minjer assisting in balancing the value of Nebula credits and various commodities, it could sustain perfect development indefinitely. The institutions of the Hive shelter were gradually being refined, and the commercial city of the apocalypse was taking shape. A month and a half later, the world was frozen and snow-covered, with a bone-chilling cold enveloping the entire blue star. The seas were frozen solid and temperatures plummeted to over 50 degrees below zero. In this vast white expanse, only one place remained untouched by the snow and cold. At the foot of Thingy Mountain, a steel city with a massive dome had risen from the ground, reaching 100 meters in height and spanning about 2 kilometers in length and width. Its walls were reinforced with the bones of irradiated sea monsters. Amid the apocalyptic ice and snow, it resembled a blazing steel furnace, a highly mechanized city filled with giant mechanical arms, mechas, and post-apocalyptic vehicles. The air was constantly heated by radiation-breaking bioenzymes, and the central control life support systems maintained a temperature of around 24 degrees Celsius, warm as spring. It was as if the city were isolated from the external ice age. Even more astonishing was the sight of 4 massive nuclear-powered mechas over 80 meters tall, standing motionless on either side of the shelter's main gate like guardians of the hive. That day marked the first test of the first mecha, the sea-covering Shirguang. A colossal blue and white nuclear-powered mecha with a dazzling metallic luster, its chest reactor hummed slowly, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. It's finally beginning. I've waited 5 years for this day. Li Shirguang, clad in a custom form-fitting combat suit, trembled with excitement. 5 years ago, he had joined the Nebula Group, striving for his dream. 5 years later, in the apocalypse, he had succeeded. With unparalleled passion, he was about to set sail aboard the sea-covering Shirguang. He held a black helmet in his hand, and as the elevator ascended, AI Sierra's voice continuously fed him data through the communicator. Mecha energy at 100%. Hydraulic system, power system, operating system, firepower system, and overload system, all normal. Human-machine consciousness connector decompression successful. The path ahead is clear. You may exit the city for testing. AI Sierra wishes you good luck and a triumphant return. The gentle, mature female voice brought a look of contentment to Li Shiguang's face. Yun Minger's subsystem AI Sierra was perfectly capable of assisting the mecha, greatly enhancing its performance ceiling. With a series of mechanical sounds, Li Shiguang lay back in the soft cockpit seat, eagerly donning the helmet and shouting, "Sea-covering Shirguang, target the Binhai wasteland 20 kilometers away. Deploy." The nuclear reactor in the mecha's chest began to output energy. The crisp, resonant hum of the energy waves a delight to the ears. As the mecha's eyes slowly lit up, Li Shiguang's consciousness successfully connected with the machine, man and mecha becoming one. In this steel city, everyone watched the giant mecha in motion, their faces filled with envy. It's the sea-covering Shirguang. It's finally moving. I wonder if it can kill an irradiated sea monster 50 meters long with a single punch. This behemoth is covered in the most advanced technology on Blue Star nuclear power, artificial intelligence, a human-machine consciousness connector, and specially crafted energy meteorite metal. I've heard it has all sorts of energy attacks. It's packed with high-tech gear. Forget 50-meter sea monsters, even a 100-meter one could be taken on 3 at a time. Our mechas are like little toys, little mice in front of it. It could crush us with 1 foot. Too cool. Damn it, this thing. There are only 4 in the hive shelter, built with all the shelter's resources. Its technology lets it hover 300 meters in the air and dive 9,000 meters into the sea. With full firepower, it's a proper war steel beast. Our mechas are like little toys, little mice in front of it. It could crush us with 1 foot. Too cool. Damn it, this thing. There are only 4 in the hive shelter, built with all the shelter's resources. Its technology lets it hover 300 meters in the air and dive 9. It would be another 2 weeks before he could go out and show his might. How can I not be impatient? Su Yun fidgeted, his heart already burning with anticipation. Beep, beep, beep. Just then a series of urgent messages began to sound continuously from the computer before him. They were from the nuclear submarine. Su Yun was startled. Although the electromagnetic pulse had largely dissipated and no longer destroyed, electronics communication was still severely affected. Much of the transmitted data was missing. Minger analyzed the situation for me. What's happening with the nuclear submarine? Su Yun called out urgently. After the meteorite fall, the hive shelter had lost contact with the submarine for over 3 months. He hoped nothing had gone wrong. Soon Yun Minger's voice rang out. After analysis, it is inferred that the nuclear submarine was pursued by irradiated sea monsters. It began sending attack requests and distress signals 2 months ago. 10 days ago, it was in the depths of the Indian Ocean, encountering a major habitat of sea monsters. 3 days ago, it was chased by 3 sea monsters over 100 meters long. It is expected to return to the coast of Binhai City, planning to abandon the submarine and break through the ice to get ashore. Hearing this, Su Yun frowned. The nuclear submarine was fully loaded with ammunition, including 3 small-yield nuclear warheads. He had given prior orders that in critical moments after the apocalypse, they could fire freely. How could they have been chased for 2 months? The deep sea is less affected by the electromagnetic pulse, and the submarine itself has strong electromagnetic pulse protection. Why would it be chased all over the place? It should have headed straight for the shore and the shelter. Something must be wrong. Su Yun murmured, a shadow of worry crossing his face. There were over 300 people on the submarine, the equivalent of 300 family breadwinners in the shelter. During this time, only about 20 people had died in accidents while hunting sea monsters. If the submarine really had an accident, he would bear full responsibility for those 300 lives. No, Minger, activate the post-apocalyptic satellite ahead of schedule, boost the communication signal, and do everything possible to contact the submarine. Even if it sank, I need to know where they died. Su Yun waved his hand and shouted sternly. The staff in the hall below also sprang into action. Soon 10 minutes later. Brother Yun, good news. We found the submarine. Gosh. It's in the sea area 20 nautical miles from the shelter. Two irradiated sea monsters, each 120 meters long, are chasing it. The submarine has 2 holes in it, and its entire body is pitted and scarred. It's a terrible sight. Su Yun's eyes widened, and he said in exasperation, good heavens. It didn't sink and actually made it back. Did it take a scenic tour of the radiation sea monsters around Blue Star's oceans? Quick, tell Li Shiguang to stop bullying the small fry and go straight into the sea to fight. Open fire with everything he's got. The dawn of the Ice Age had arrived with an extreme chill enveloping the entire blue planet, painting everything in a vast expanse of white. The temperature plunged to over 50 degrees below zero, and the ocean surface had long since been sealed under a thick layer of ice. A sudden thunderous roar shattered the silence upon the frozen expanse. A colossal nuclear submarine burst through the ice, smashing a vast sheet of ice before sinking back into the depths, vanishing without a trace, leaving only surging tides churning the broken ice. This anomalous spectacle caught everyone off guard. Yet within a mere 5 seconds, a gigantic radiated sea monster roared as it breached the ice, its massive claws wreaking havoc in a frenzy of rage. This was a colossal radiated sea monster exceeding 120 meters in length, its body pitch-black, grotesque, and terrifying. Beneath its long triangular head gaped an abyssal maw lined with serrated teeth, while its thick keratinous hide appeared both resilient and formidable. Not far away on the ice, a fin resembling a shark's dorsal fin, standing 20 meters tall, tore through the frozen layer with savage fury, carving out a wide swath of open water. Beneath the ice, a shadow over 120 meters long moved swiftly, charging toward the nuclear submarine. These creatures, existing only in fantasies, evoked utter despair. Within the frantic submarine, a voice cursed, "Damn it. 2 months now, and the weapon launch system still isn't fixed. What the hell are those engineers doing? We've been running for 2 months, and this sub can't take much more." Hua Yunfei slammed his hand hard on the command console, cursing loudly. After venting his frustration, his eyes grew vacant, recalling the scenes before the apocalypse. Ever since the United States handed over the nuclear submarine, Su Yun had appointed him the Minister of Industry to lead a team of 324 retired soldiers, entrusting them with the critical mission of controlling the submarine and its nuclear weapons after the cataclysm. But who could have foreseen that when the extraterrestrial meteor struck the blue planet, a fragment over 100 meters in diameter would crash into the deep sea, less than 2 kilometers from them? In that moment, the ocean seemed to unleash its fury, churning the entire sea into chaos, and even the submarine, hidden in a crevice of the seabed, was instantly flung away. After half an hour of tumultuous tossing and collisions, the submarine eventually survived, but it had suffered catastrophic damage. Its exterior was pitted and dented, nearly scrapped. In particular, the compartment storing supplies had 2 breaches, torn open, seawater flooding, enforcing an emergency door closure and resulting in the loss of half the provisions. Moreover, the missile launch silos had been crushed into a large pit, and the torpedo tubes were burned out by electromagnetic surges, leaving only a 160 mm rapid-fire cannon on the deck operational. However, during 2 months of battles with sea monsters, its ammunition had been exhausted, and the situation was becoming untenable. "Captain, the propulsion system is 75 damaged. Power is dropping. In half an hour we'll be dead in the water. We're doomed. All the torpedo tubes are wrecked. The electromagnetic damage is too severe, no chance of repair. The missile silos too. The maintenance engineers can't fix them without going outside and hold up in the sub. We can only stare at them. What's the point? Oh no, they're closing in again. 100 meters away. Damn, 90 meters. Push the power, damn it, or they'll ram us from behind. Push your grandmother's twisted dough. It's already maxed out. This is it. We're finished. But the self-destruct sequence is ready. 1 compartment full of ballistic missiles, torpedoes, and 3 nuclear warheads. Should be enough to take those 2 big bastards with us. Not a bad deal." Hua Yunfei listened to the frantic, cursing voices around him, his face dark with frustration. Damn it all. If only the most powerful and critical parts of the weapons system hadn't been destroyed, he could have charged into the radiated sea monsters' lair 7 times without batting an eye. But unfortunately, this time Jesus was not on his side, and the last hope for rescue had gone silent. "Hold on just a little longer. 5 more minutes, and we'll reach the shore," Hua Yunfei declared firmly. He had already decided to abandon the submarine and head for the coast of Binhai City, plowing through the ice toward Mount Fenghe. At least before dying, he could take one last look at their home. However, fate had other plans. A massive iceberg suddenly crashed in front of the submarine, raising a 100-meter tsunami and blocking their way home. Amid the churning water and ice, the submarine surfaced in despair, its periscope feed displayed on screens. In the control room, a dozen operators watched as 2 colossal, grotesque, radiated sea monsters surrounded them. Besides the triangular-headed monster, the other was a terrifying hybrid of a prehistoric crocodile and a giant shark. Only 15 nautical miles left. Mount Fenghe is right ahead. Hua Yunfei murmured weakly. In the distance lay their home, and beneath that mountain range was their last hope. But alas, it was too late. Just as despair gripped everyone, a sharp, beeping sound echoed through the submarine, followed by a melodious, soothing voice. Signal connected. I'm exhausted, Missy. Your signal was too weak, but luckily I made it in time. Yun Minger's face appeared on the submarine screen, and she gestured to wipe imaginary sweat from her flawless forehead. The sudden change left everyone speechless, but after 3 seconds the room erupted. Holy crap, big sister Ming. Missed you, yelled an operator, jumping up in excitement. In that moment, Yun Minger was their deity. In the midst of despair, she brought hope. Miss, save us. We're about to die. Oh my god, hurry up and activate the nuclear electromagnetic cannon. The kids are scared to tears. Blast those bastards to hell. They've been chasing us for 10 days. We almost became sea monster poop. The control room burst into cheers and shouts of joy, with operators from other compartments rushing over, their eyes filled with the will to live. Nuclear electromagnetic cannon. Yun Minger blinked, then pouted in slight exasperation. No need to bring out the big guns. Just wait. There's something even more spectacular coming. The Fuhai Shiguang will arrive in 5 seconds. At those words, everyone was baffled. Fuhai Shiguang. What was that? But the next moment they were all stunned. 2 intense blue energy beams flashed past, striking the 2 colossal radiated sea monsters that surrounded the submarine, sending them tumbling backwards, smashing through hundreds of meters of ice. A colossal mecha over 80 meters tall descended from the sky, like a titan, crashing into the sea before them. Its gleaming blue-white metallic humanoid form left everyone dumbfounded. Even the ice only reached its chest, and the nuclear reactor on its torso constantly boiled the seawater, radiating immense power. What made them even more ecstatic was the sight above: dozens of armed helicopters circling, their Gatling guns, cannons, and missiles, all trained on the 2 enormous sea monsters. Moreover, on the ice, over 1,000 post-apocalypse nuclear-proof armored vehicles and assault bikes roared in with formidable horsepower. Following them, mechas standing about 5 meters tall sprinted across the ice like a mechanical army, each step shaking the ground. Within a minute, all the arriving war machines had formed a wide perimeter around the sea monsters, their firepower ready to unleash at any moment. Hold it. Everyone hold it. Let me handle this. Today in the star. Li Shiguang's voice rang out through the communication channel. The oversea time vessel had long been ready, coiled like a spring poised for action. Warning, warning. The radiation mutant contains immense and violent energy within, comparable to a nuclear reactor. There is a possibility of energy release attacks. The left one has been detected to have highly corrosive saliva, which might be spat out for an assault. The mecha's outer shell cannot withstand it. The right one shows radioactive energy fluctuations on its dorsal fin, with an 80% chance of unleashing thermal radiation energy attacks. Escher's analytical voice echoed incessantly in Li Shiguang's ears. As the radiation sea monsters continued to mutate, coupled with the global radiation enveloping the world, their biological genes evolved. At this moment, the 2 colossal radiation sea monsters before them harbored power that could drive humanity to despair. Perhaps one day they would no longer fear the threat of thermal weapons and nuclear bombs. The power humanity prided itself on would turn to nothing. Li Shiguang's eyes grew solemn as the data on each radiation sea monster appeared before him, filling his heart with dread. As a researcher, he naturally understood the terror of such creatures. A genetic mutation of life beyond human cognition, seemingly not of this blue star. Yet this was not entirely a bad thing. Humanity's greatest strength lay in its wisdom. One day the radiation sea monsters would be thoroughly studied, their bodies and secrets contributing to the advancement of human technology. This was a race against time between the evolution of life and the exploration of science. Who would ultimately prevail, humanity or the radiation sea monsters, remained uncertain. Escher, going in. Full power output at 80%. Plasma thermal radiation convergence cannon precharged and ready. Let's hit them with Haoyang's ultimate weapon and take one out first. Li Shiguang shouted with murderous intent and fervor. Faced with such colossal monsters, if a kill was possible, there was no need for idle talk. Moreover, eliminating one would fill his pockets handsomely. The yield was too high. A single radiation sea monster corpse over 100 meters long could sustain his research resources for months without worry. These radiation sea monsters were veritable treasures, a mountain of wealth that could make anyone rich overnight. As his words fell, the nuclear reactor at the mecha's chest rapidly powered up, energy beginning to converge. This was the attack weapon Haoyang had painstakingly developed, centered on the nuclear reactor, gathering all thermal radiation energy into a plasma energy beam. In the next second, under the terrified gaze of the onlookers, a sun seemed to rise in the gray sky, illuminating a vast area. A crimson energy ray streaked across the void, striking the triangular-headed radiation sea monster's forehead in an instant. The ray, unstoppable, pierced through the monster's skull, plunging deep into the distant ocean ice layers. A thunderous roar echoed from the seabed, sending 300-meter waves crashing upward, with a thermal shockwave blanketing several kilometers around, shattering the ice. The radiation sea monster didn't even let out a howl before crashing into the sea. A gaping wound 5 meters in diameter on its forehead spewed countless black-green blood, and it sank into the depths in silence. Even for a monster over 100 meters long, the head remained its weakness. Nothing could defy that yet. Meanwhile, in the shelter's main control hall, Hao Yang clenched his fist, his face flushed, and shouted, "See that? That's my true strength. Attack weapons. Who doesn't have them?" Beside him, Chu Xianga rubbed his head and sneered. "That shot was just passable. Not as good as my nuclear electromagnetic rail energy cannon. It's like a mix of physical and magical attacks, far superior to yours." "Damn it, talk when you've actually built it. Anyone can boast. Give me enough nuclear material, and I could wipe out hundreds of kilometers with ease. It's that simple," Hao Yang retorted mockingly. "Oh, you're bragging again. Do you even understand the significance of reversing Blue Star's magnetic field? If I were to boast, I'd say I could flip Blue Star upside down. Damn you, bald bastard, have some nerve. Studying electromagnetism has fried your brain, hasn't it?" Su Yun looked helplessly at the two, listening to the endless bickering in the research institute. Everyone vying for dominance, no one conceding. He was tired of hearing it. Yet this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Amid the fierce competition, everyone pushed themselves relentlessly, producing research results every few days, directly using their achievements to claim the institute's weekly authority. Such a good thing. Let them do as they pleased. At that moment, Su Yun stared at the large screen ahead, his own blood beginning to boil. After taking down one radiation sea monster, Li Shiguang cleared the area and engaged the other in close-quarters combat. Blow after blow rained down destruction unceasing. The two giants grappled fiercely, sometimes sinking into the sea, sometimes bursting out and being sent flying far away. Yet the scales of victory consistently tipped in Li Shiguang's favor. The mecha's full thermal arsenal remained untouched. With energy channeled through the entire machine by the meteorite metal and under the electromagnetic field and energy propulsion, it could even achieve brief flight. Even in the heart of the radiation sea monster's lair, it became a war machine capable of destroying everything. The outcome was inevitable. Li Shiguang stood to reap a bountiful harvest, while the surrounding adventurer teams could also scrape by. After watching for a while, Su Yun shifted his gaze elsewhere. The effects of the electromagnetic pulse had greatly diminished. 3 apocalyptic satellites were outputting at full power, about to reboot communications. The Nebula Hive network platform would soon manifest across Dragon Country. In the post-apocalyptic world, aside from national-level special deployments, their Hive shelter was undoubtedly the first to re-establish communication and entertainment networks. Only with the network reconnected could his grand profit-making plans be implemented, especially the collection of special meteorite metal fragments. This was crucial for the future development of energy technology and mechanization. The meteorites were finite. Whoever gathered more would seize the discourse power of the next era. Brother Yin, the 3 super-apocalyptic satellites have reached their designated orbits. Signal fluctuations may cause intermittent losses, but aside from lag in games, normal chatting will only have some delay. No big issue. Yun Minger's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Su Yun smiled, and then spoke. 3 months have passed. I wonder if those slackers are still alive. Minger, activate server groups 3, 4, and 5. In 1 minute, communications will cover all of Dragon Country. Meanwhile, in a personal shelter somewhere in Dragon Country, Su Wenjie patted his radio receiver. Only static hissed back, with no other signal. 3 months, and still no communication restored. "I'm going insane." Su Wenjie roared in frustration, his face haggard. He had always been a mild depressive and a shootin'. When the crisis of the meteorite disaster brewed, he followed the moves of the big corporations. He spent his parents' entire inheritance, sold off their company shares, villa, and 2 8-story self-built buildings at low prices, and constructed a 3-story 400 square meter shelter 30 meters underground. After enduring earthquakes, fire, smoke, and plummeting temperatures, he had lived alone for over 3 months with only his dog. Each day, besides tending to the planting room on the lowest level, watering, weeding, and maintaining, he spent his time eating, drinking, staring into space, or playing boring single-player games. Yet as time passed, his heart grew lonelier and more irritable. Without anyone to talk to or interact with, it felt as if he was the only one left in the world. Lost in thought, he began to regret. Why had he refused the campus beauty and those female college classmates who wanted to move in? Damn it, his current life would be better with a woman by his side, even if her feelings weren't genuine. At that moment, a pitch-black dog on the sofa nudged him, snapping him back to reality. The irritation on his face eased slightly. Black Panther, hungry again. He'll get you something to eat. Su Wenjie forced a smile. Looking around, the shelter was spotless, stocked with all sorts of supplies, snacks, game consoles, entertainment, and fitness equipment. Small but fully equipped. Yet besides the quiet, there was only solitude. Su Wenjie sighed, helplessly got up, and headed to the kitchen to prepare some food. But the next second, his phone, which had lain silent on the computer desk for over 3 months, suddenly rang. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound was urgent and unceasing. Su Wenjie's eyes widened. It was the sound of a message alert. He shuddered, leaping up in excitement. Holy crap, is this the network? Damn, even Dragon Country's official radio hasn't been restored. Which big shot set up the network? Awesome. Black Panther, hold on with the hunger. Let me find you a pretty mistress first. At the same moment, within most shelters in Longwa that were equipped with signal connectors, the sound of ding-dong constantly rang out. Delayed messages, news advertisements, and other notifications appeared one after another on the phones. These were the pieces of information that had not been received when the network was cut off due to the electromagnetic pulse enveloping the entire launching. After more than 3 months, the network was restored, and the long-lost information finally appeared in people's eyes. Times have changed, things are different, people are gone. The tea has grown cold. In a certain public shelter in Longwa, someone picked up a phone that had been untouched for months lying in a cabinet and muttered blankly, "The network is back." However, after seeing the last message from a certain contact, his eyes turned red, and he shed bitter tears of regret. "I knew it, I should have known it long ago. Wayner, wait for me, I'm coming to find you." Perhaps at the last moment of life, the one truly loved and thought of is the true love. On this day, some could not bear the pressure and wept bitterly, some cheered and rejoiced, some silently grieved, and some were ashen-hearted, feeling that living was worse than death. And this day was also the beginning of a new era. March 10th, 2025, a year one of the Meteor apocalypse, the network was restored, a boundary line between life and death, hope and despair amidst the coldness of the world. History records it as Hive Era Day. Immediately following, an even more important piece of information was that the Xingyun Hive Shelter Network communication platform applied for access. It was the only network platform software with a server, and on its interface was the scene in front of the Hive Shelter's gate. A blazing steel city, 4 colossal mecha beasts with a magnificent and majestic aura rushing towards the face. Armed helicopters, circled lights bathed the area, and highly mechanized post-apocalyptic war vehicles, small mechas, full coverage exoskeletons, and more, all like a dream of a post-apocalyptic wasteland city. In a world of freezing ice and snow, it burned like a blazing torch, the fire never extinguishing, life never ceasing. Someone with an excited heart eagerly clicked on this only network software that could be opened. At first glance, the familiar and money-grubbing feeling of Xingyun games pressed upon their face. The interface layout of the mall points, missions, games, videos, live streams, social exchange, and so on was dazzling. Especially as time and the network fermented, notifications and videos were uploaded one after another extremely fast, as if they had been prepared long ago. Inside a narrow sandwich shop selling mealworm bread, a man holding his phone suddenly shouted in disbelief, "Holy crap, is that a mecha? 1/1 monster. Damn, this is a natural disaster apocalypse, bro. Are you shooting a movie here?" Around him, many idle people holding their phones also saw hundreds of uploaded videos. A devastated wasteland apocalypse, glacial rivers covering the globe, the sea like an ice ocean, life extinguished. Even more terrifying, in the once prosperous coastal cities, countless terrifying enormous radiated sea monsters roamed ceaselessly, their frenzied roars echoing across the sky. And then mechas emerged spectacularly. Under powerful thermal weapons, the radiated sea monsters were torn into countless pieces in the blink of an eye like foam creatures. Could those humanoid mechas of steel and machinery really be built with current technology? What a sight. Evolving in secret without them, huh? What left them even more stunned was yet to come. Groups of post-apocalyptic war vehicles racing across the wasteland, machine guns and Gatling guns firing non-stop, hunting down the terrifying radiated sea monsters. A woman in a black, full-coverage protective suit with a tall and graceful figure was on a roaring, heavy motorcycle, driving with one hand, while propping a sniper rifle on the handlebar with the other, aiming and firing in one smooth motion. Following that, a radiated sea monster with a body length of 5 or 6 meters in the distance had an eye shot out directly, dangerous and thrilling, though it still had 7 disgusting eyeballs. Yet this scene, like a video from a movie, also greatly stimulated everyone's minds. Binhai City. This is Binhai City. That broken residential building in the distant background is my home. I've been paying off the mortgage for 10 years, even if it turned to ashes, I'd recognize it. Someone shouted excitedly and bewilderedly. I see it, I see it. My self-built small house was just scratched into ruins by a radiated sea monster. When I get out, it must die. My goodness, so that means those radiated sea monsters are real, and those mechas, those post-apocalyptic war vehicles, were all built by the Xingyun Hive Shelter. Damn, look at them all. The equipment in the videos is all for sale. Especially that gene optimization potion. Even an old lady says it's great, making her directly younger by a dozen years. For sale? Hell, the price is 3 million Xingyun points, worth 15 kilograms of gold. Holy crap, it's also worth 3 gene of bioenergy crystals from the heads of radiated sea monsters. This exchange rate is 10 times more expensive than gold. Besides that, it's also worth 600 gene of fresh fruit and 900 gene of fresh vegetables. Damn, who the hell can afford this? Look at the first row of the store. The store mecha costs only 50 million Xingyun points, and it comes with an independent AI brain and 2 shark-tooth greatswords. Such a fair price. More importantly, the Xingyun Hive Shelter provides free delivery. Holy crap, I and Retian will definitely buy one in this lifetime, I swear. Even Jesus can't stop me. At this moment, 300 million people instantly flooded into the Xingyun Hive network platform. Everyone saw the crises and struggles from the hive shelter. Terrifyingly surrounded by countless radiated sea monsters, this hive shelter had still developed so rapidly and massively shocking to the extreme. Compared to their current environment, it was as if they had fallen behind an entire technological era. Perhaps they had long been abandoned by the apocalypse. At the same time, in the main control hall of the hive shelter, the voice of Yun Minjer kept ringing out. Server 3 and Server 4 are about to be full. In 5 seconds we will connect to Server 5, with Server 6 as backup. 330 million, 380 million. Server 5 super server is being urgently connected. It is expected to support for half an hour. At this moment, Su Yun on the side didn't care about the busy figures in the hall. After more than 3 months, this slacking off group was bustling with excitement. Li Xiaofeng, brother Yun, my dear brother. Where can I redeem Xingyun points? Hurry up, I can't resist buying a few mechas. That damn radiated sea monster at my door didn't die in the earthquake or fire, and it pounds on my door every day. I'm going crazy. Wang Jitsung, that bad. I feel for you for 1 second. Longwood didn't even send the army to clear them. Well, it makes sense. Since the meteorites fell, who would be willing to put in such effort to cleanse all of Longwood's territory? In that case, trading with the hive shelter for mechas, thermal weapons, and various equipment becomes imperative. They'll just arm myself completely. My dad is the richest, kid sue him his father. I want 20 high-configuration mechas, 30 armed helicopters, 100 post-apocalyptic war vehicles, 50 post-apocalyptic motorcycles, 1,000 full-coverage exoskeleton suits, and also that gene optimization potion. Give me 20 vials first. As for the other thermal weapons, ammunition, and kits, calculate everything at 3 times the reserve for a 3th salmon war. Figure out the total directly, no discounts needed. We're not short on resources. Our family has a mine, brother Yin, same here. My dad said I can spend whatever resources I want. We have a mine, we have land, and plenty of gold, fresh fruit, and vegetables. Chu Qinglian. Oh my, what did I see? Special meteorite metal. A 1-meter diameter piece weighs 35 tons. 100 tons equals 100 million Xingyun points. In the depths of the mountains here, a large group of meteorite fragments crashed down, almost crushing me to death. With my luck, I should be able to find hundreds of 1-meter diameter special metal meteorites, right? The crowd was startled. Hundreds of special metal meteorites, each a meter in diameter. What a ridiculous notion. Even the chosen maiden wouldn't dare make such a claim. If it were true, she could simply rest on her laurels for life. It is well known that beyond the silicate rock, crust, iron, and nickel are the most abundant elements within meteorites, typically accounting for over 70% of their total mass. As for special metals, they are expected to constitute only a minuscule percentage, at most 5% or even less. Scattered across the globe, encountering such metals is purely a matter of luck. The probability is exceedingly low. Hundreds of pieces are impossible. At best one might find a few, and with extraordinary fortune a dozen or so could make others green with envy. This windfall truly hinges on chance alone. Yue, the little princess. Well, I mean, our family's collection team has also discovered several meteorites, but they're all ordinary ones. Not a single one containing special metals. Hua village maiden, huh? I collected 1/2 meter in diameter at home. Seeing it was special, emitting a red glow, I went through great trouble to dig it out. Good heavens, I tested it using the hive shelter method, and it's perfect. I've got my mecha now. Hearing this, everyone felt a twinge of envy. This freebie was far more satisfying than exchanging resources for special metals. No matter how rare the metals, they couldn't compare to the allure of a mecha. Moreover, such materials required research and development. Who had the time and effort for that? A meteorite 1/2 meter in diameter equals 1 mecha. 1 meter in diameter means 2. Who could resist such a windfall? By now the entire Dragon Kingdom must be going mad. As long as one found a meteorite and contacted the hive shelter for collection, possessing a mecha in the apocalypse would ensure a comfortable and thriving life. At that moment, a faint smile curled at the corners of Su Yun's mouth. The transaction volume on the marketplace surged instantly. 50,000 transactions swelled to 200,000 in the blink of an eye, growing at a frenzied pace. Among them, a considerable number were exchanges for special meteorites. Those under 1/2 meter in diameter reached 600 exchanges, while those above 1/2 meter exceeded 100. If all were transported back, their subsequent development would pose no problem. These exceedingly rare resources absent from Blue Star were merely traded for some mechas and equipment, a completely lucrative deal with no loss. Moreover, the hive shelter's transport mecha team was already prepared. Hundreds of modified large armed helicopters provided escort, while below thousands of large cold-resistant and radiation-proof trucks laden with full equipment and mechas headed inland. In a matter of weeks, they would bring back hundreds or even thousands of special metal meteorites. By then, the hive shelter would stand unshakable in the post-apocalyptic world. Qin Jun, the goods in the marketplace are making my eyes water with envy. But Su Yun, are you sure it's wise to sell hot weapons and war equipment so blatantly? My dad is cursing under his breath and his special phone keeps ringing. He says he's going to sanction you. Watch your back. Brother Mao hiss. I don't know how to put it. The old general of the Northwest Military Region furrowed his brow, his gaze fierce, but he didn't say a word. A group of bigwigs around him were all trembling in fear. Brother Mao, but there's another situation you should note, Su Yun. In a large shelter near the central Yangtze River in the Dragon Kingdom, Gene warriors have appeared. They are unaffected by radiation and can fight radiation sea monsters. Each one is like a mini Superman with astonishing strength and physique, able to leap dozens of meters in a single bound and shatter steel and rock with ease. It's somewhat absurd. His words left everyone stunned. So soon. Could the research results on radiation sea monsters be applied to the human body? Even the formidable hive shelter could only rely on mechas and thermal weaponry to contend with the harsh environment and radiation sea monsters. Gene warriors had already touched upon the secrets of human evolution. If given more time, this post-apocalyptic world might transform into something entirely different. Even Su Yun was somewhat surprised. Could there be someone even more prodigious than Ling in this world? It seemed that aside from the hive shelter, other major powers were not to be underestimated either. Su Yun narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then spoke. Minger, did you see that? Find that shelter for me. I want to see what kind of Gene warriors they are. Within 3 seconds, Yun Minger's voice rang out. Brother Yun found it. Before the apocalypse, it was a biomedical group. However, they have sealed off the network of the deepest underground area. But I retrieved fragments of their God-making project information and test videos of the Gene warriors. Soon a video appeared on Su Yun's computer. It showed a fully enclosed shelter. The entrance gate at ground level was over 10 meters wide and long, disguised as rock by several meters of high-strength alloy. Beyond it lay a 50-meter descending passage followed by an area the size of half a basketball court. Within this testing ground, a bizarre humanoid monster came into view. Its entire body was pitch black, covered in patterned skin that had transformed into a kind of biological cuticle enveloping its frame. Its arms were thicker than its head, and it bore ant-like horn tips on its skull, presenting the visage of a savage beast. Its appearance suggested the fusion of ant genes, a blend of human and ant DNA, giving rise to this half-human, half-ant creature. This Gene warrior fused with ant genes unleashed a staggering force of 3620 Gene, 18 tons, in a single strike, 200 times its own body weight. It could also sprint 100 meters in 4.5 seconds, covering over 20 meters in a single stride, a truly astonishing feat. With such data, even an 8-meter-long radiation sea monster could be easily hunted by this single warrior, whose combat prowess rivaled that of a fully armed mecha. Hiss! Su Yun drew a sharp breath, stunned. Good heavens, no matter how I look at it, this thing is way cooler than my mecha. Though it was ugly, it was undeniably cool. Brother Yun, there's also the God-making project. They aim to create a god that can fly through the heavens and traverse the earth omnipotent. Once that happens, no one will be able to stop them from doing whatever they please. And our hive shelter will undoubtedly be their primary target. Yun Minger warned. After a moment of astonishment, Su Yun nodded slightly, his mind conjuring the image of a successful god, a being comparable to a humanoid nuclear bomb. Its terrifying power could shatter mountains and divert rivers with a single blow, and even a nuclear strike could be evaded by its horrific speed, escaping the blast center. Though Su Yun found it hard to believe the evidence was right before him, this posed an immense threat to the hive shelter. He had to take precautions and prepare in advance. At this moment, Su Yun felt a surge of anxiety. 2 months have passed. Have Ling come over. I need to hear her advice. An hour later, Ling stepped in on high heels. It was her first time leaving the biology lab and her first visit to the main control hall. Don't worry. He won't live to see another day. Ling said, her expression also grave. They're insane. This fusion merely injects ant genes into the body, combined with the gene fusion characteristics of radiation sea monsters, gambling on a 1 in a billion chance of success. Ling's face showed anger. The gene fusion sequence of radiation sea monsters was not so easily mastered. Without millions of human experiments, it was impossible. The God-making project. Their outcome is already predetermined. They will only create an uncontrollable, mindless monster. Upon hearing that he could only survive for 1 day, Su Yun suppressed the restlessness in his heart. However, the sense of crisis had not yet dissipated. As long as the biological shelter continued its research, it might indeed uncover something earth-shattering. Forget it. Since Dragon Kingdom had discovered it long ago, and still hasn't stopped them from continuing their research, they must be backed by some powerful figure in authority. Su Yun shook his head helplessly. The genetic evolution of life. Who could resist that? Even if they knew this was definitely a threat, they were powerless to do anything about it. Unless he could send a little package via nuclear submarine right now to destroy everything. Unfortunately, it was just a thought. He had to take responsibility for the lives of over 500 people in the hive shelter. Moreover, he was also researching. The goal was the same. Let's see who's faster. Ling silently watched the test video of the Gene warriors, her mind lost in thought. Seeing this, Su Yun recalled Ling's research and asked, "How is your research going? Do you need any help?" Hearing this, Ling shook her head, her gaze vacant, and whispered softly, "It's very troublesome. The gene sequence of the radiant sea monster is like an infinite starry ocean. I need to sort out its genetic information and find the one and only correct path. Time is too short. I've only found one related gene base point, and I'm trying to light it up. Only after lighting it up can I see the path ahead for Live's evolution. Ziling pointed to a silver needle hidden among the purple hair at the back of her head, sighing helplessly. Only she knew the hardships involved. A flicker of longing appeared in her eyes, but there was also a direction using enough people to try one by one. That shelter that developed gene warriors must have had the same idea, perhaps even taking action already. Suyun glanced at the direction Ziling pointed, widened his eyes, and drew in a sharp breath. Good grief, as expected of a prodigy. Was she experimenting on herself? And on the most critical part of the human body, the brain, not afraid of killing herself. However, his face immediately darkened, and he frowned, saying, "Aren't there still over 200 test subjects? I order you to pull it out immediately." It had only been a short while since he last checked on Ziling, and she had already gotten into this situation. He was genuinely angry. In 5 years of acquaintance, they had been striving for their dreams together. Hao Yang, Li Shiguang, Chu Xianga, and all the people of Nebula Group had formed deep bonds, and she was experimenting on herself. This was an irresponsibility to herself and to them. Ziling looked at Su Yun's furious expression, her red lips curling slightly into a smile. She shook her head and said, "Time is running out. We have too little time. Even with genetic optimization fluid, a human lifespan is only 100 years, which is unrealistic for our dreams. Don't worry. I told you, even if you die, you'll live well. I've already figured out a way. As long as I light that point, the future will be waving to us." Ziling was confident, just as she remained calm in the face of superviruses that could destroy humanity. She had already grasped a tiny thread of the secret of genetic evolution. To make her give up. Only if she died. Su Yun was helpless. He needed Ziling, and so did the future of the hive shelter. Maybe he could only trust her. By the way, we need enough bioenergy crystals. Evolution is a leap of life, but without sufficient energy, one's life force will be drained instantly. The hunting operations are not enough, we need to venture into the deep sea. Ziling spoke to Su Yun very seriously. The human body's potential is enormous, nearly infinite. When a person begins to evolve, they need at least 100 gene, and the more the better. The more absorbed, the deeper the evolution. In the future, this bioenergy crystal will be the strongest aid for Live's evolution. Hearing this, Su Yun nodded heavily, thinking about the bioenergy crystals contained in the radiant sea monsters. A radiant sea monster with a body length of 5 meters had less than a gene of bioenergy crystal in its head. An 8-meter-long one had a little over a gene, a 10-meter-long one had 2 to 4 gene, a 20-meter-long one had over 10 gene, and only a 100-meter-long radiant sea monster could yield 100 gene. And in the deep sea, they were everywhere. A cold glint flashed in Su Yun's eyes. Whether for the main meteorite in the center of the Pacific Ocean or for bioenergy crystals, advancing into the deep sea was imperative. However, he still needed time to prepare. There was no rush. Regardless, bioenergy crystals will be prioritized for your research. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Any resources, any problems, just tell me and I'll handle the rest. This was Su Yun's promise to Ziling. Others were frantically researching regardless of consequences and costs, and had produced results. He had no reason not to support Ziling. Meanwhile, in the celestial bio-shelter which researched gene warriors, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes smiled at a 6-person video conference on his computer. "It's really thanks to the hive shelter for setting up the network communication so quickly. Our plan can now unfold." After speaking, he raised his right hand to take a puff of his cigar. However, his hand was startling. It resembled a dragon's claw with thick, tough scales emitting a faint golden light. The 5 sharp claws made one's hair stand on end, and a chilling gleam of sharpness flashed. A voice came from the video conference. "Yes, that genetic optimization fluid almost startled me. I thought the hive shelter was something special, but it just perfected some human genes. Not as good as your celestial bioshelter's genetic enhancement agent, and this is even a reduced version with controlled mortality. And mechas, they are just external tools. Our semi-mechanization research succeeded long ago thanks to the life metal brought by the meteorite. With a simple surgery, the human body can become a mechanical body with firepower, no less than a mecha. Isn't that more tempting than a mecha? Let's begin then. Whether it's the bioenergy crystals of the radiant sea monsters or the life metal, they are the most important resources of the future. We can't let that guy from the hive take them all." Agreed. The Southwest Military District will also act. Even if Su Yun is capable, he won't dare to stop us easily. The moment the video conference ended, many videos and paid posters appeared on the Hive network platform. The sudden change made netizens realize something was off. After clicking to take a look, the internet exploded. "Holy crap, guys, this celestial bioshelter is pretty impressive. They've even developed gene warriors. One punch kills a radiant sea monster, and they're not even afraid of radiation. Isn't that better than mechas? Gene warriors. What's so great about them? Semi-mechanization is way cooler. With all that firepower, radiant sea monsters probably can't even get close. And you can modify any part you want. But can someone ask for me? I have a friend who wants to modify that thing. What's the success rate? Any side effects? The Celestial Bioshelter's genetic enhancement agent is better. It may not be as powerful as Gene Warriors, but it can increase a person's strength and physique tenfold. It's several grades above the Hive Shelter's genetic optimization fluid, and both are priced at 3 million Nebula coins. Do I even need to think about it? I still think mechas are cooler. And what about that enhancement agent? It says there's a 30% mortality rate. Who would gamble on that? And it drains 10 to 20 years of lifespan. Are you afraid of dying too slowly? Plus you turn yourself into something neither human nor ghost. Even if you become stronger, you're no longer human. What do you know? It's the apocalypse. Why bother being human? Isn't full semi-mechanization tempting? Just put on a helmet and go out. And the genetic enhancement agent. 30% mortality is not 100%. It's already high. If you succeed, you can leave the shelter without fear of radiation and cold. At this moment, more and more people learned that several shelters had developed technologies that were even more desirable. Whether it was semi-mechanized human modification or genetic enhancement agents compared to mechas and genetic optimization fluid, they seemed even more exciting. After all, these were powers that belonged to them, usable at will, unlike cumbersome equipment like mechas and protective suits. Meanwhile, in the main control hall of the Hive Shelter, Su Yun and Zi Ling were still discussing the research on genetic evolution. However, at this moment, Yun Minjer suddenly spoke up. Brother Yun, that Celestial Bioshelter has started live streaming on our platform, and not just one. The Super Mechanical Shelter, the Lifelight Shelter, and the Dragon Kingdom Military are all attacking our mall. Already 5 million people have flooded in, and it's still exploding. Should we force a shutdown? Su Yun and Zi Ling were taken aback, then frowned in confusion. What was going on? They had provoked no one, yet they were being attacked, and on their own network platform no less. How arrogant. Even the Dragon Kingdom Military is involved. They have a big backing. For now, let them be. I want to see what they're up to. Messing with me on my own turf. Humph. Within the live stream of the Tianshan Biological Sanctuary, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared before the audience, his left arm transformed into a black dragon claw. That peculiar limb instantly seized everyone's attention, especially the faint golden light rippling across its scales, evoking an instinctive sense of oppression. Holy crap, a dragon claw hand. That thing looks pretty cool and powerful. Is it real? I'm a college student, don't mess with me. I recognize him. He was once the chairman of the Shuguang Biological Medical Group, Morong Yuntian. Hiss. If I remember correctly, he should be over 70 years old, looking like a decrepit old man. But now damn, he looks like he's only 30 or 40. Yes, I'm sure. He's not only younger, but also has a mutated arm. That dragon claw definitely doesn't look fake. It must be the effect of a superior gene enhancement liquid. No wonder it's the Tianshan Biological Sanctuary. They're several times stronger than the Beehive Sanctuary in the biological field. But I still think the Beehive Sanctuary's gene optimization liquid is better. No side effects, and it can indirectly extend lifespan. So let's see first. Anyway, we poor commoners can't afford it. Murong Yuntian watched the flood of comments on the screen, the upper left corner, showing over 30 million viewers, still exploding in growth, with tens of thousands pouring in every second. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The Beehive Sanctuary. How could they compete with him? Moreover, he had prepared a bombshell that no one could resist. Absolutely no one. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Murong Yuntian, director of the Tianshan Biological Sanctuary. I'm sure you all know the purpose of this live stream. Yes, today, I will introduce our Tianshan biological products in detail. Look at this gene enhancement liquid. How beautiful it is. It can evolve the body to be as powerful as a mecha. And there's more than just this product. Stay tuned, I promise you won't be disappointed. On the other side, the Chaos and Mechanical Sanctuary was also promoting their products. Only half mechanization of the body. No, if you want, you can have your skull opened. Except for the brain, which is protected by multiple layers of high-strength life metal alloy. Any limb or organ can be mechanized with an AI brain assisting all your actions. Trust us, just spend some resources and undergo a minor surgery. The entire process is painless. Close your eyes, and when you open them, you'll become a perfect, immortal, semi-mechanical human. Apart from these two sanctuaries, the Shengming Zhiguang Sanctuary was also promoting their products, but their audience was sparse, or rather most had been scared away. Both their Undying Body Potion and Gene Random Mutation Potion had mortality rates exceeding 99%. However, there were successful cases in the live stream. After taking the Undying Body Potion, one's body, except for the head, could recover within a minute, even if riddled with bullets, at the cost of only a layer of fat and a dozen pounds of weight loss. Meanwhile, the person who used the Gene Mutation Potion turned into a humanoid monster covered in tentacles, with purple slime oozing continuously from its body. Though it was ugly and disgusting, its abilities were terrifying. It was suspected to possess psychic powers capable of telekinetically controlling 2 basketballs 3 meters in front of it, making them move erratically through the air, igniting fervent desire in onlookers. The mutation effect of this potion varied from person to person. If successful, even with a mutated body, one could grasp mysterious powers. As long as evolution continued, a bright future awaited. Apart from those three sanctuaries, even the Southwest military region was selling various post-apocalyptic survival gear, thermal weapons, and radiation-proof armored vehicles in the live stream. Their popularity rivaled the first two sanctuaries as if they were deliberately trying to suppress the products in the Beehive Sanctuary's mall directly targeting Su Yun. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Ziling were also in the live stream watching everything with calm expressions, a faint smile curling at their lips. Is that all? To their Beehive Sanctuary, these were nothing more than a few clowns. At that moment, Yun Minger's analysis came through. Brother Yun, while their actions will impact our products, there are also benefits. First, the Longhui Kingdom's military selling thermal weapons and various gear directly declares that under the apocalyptic disaster of radiation, sea monsters individuals can possess private firepower for self-defense. For us, this solves a major problem. Second, by doing this, they are undoubtedly accelerating the development of the Beehive network platform. Without satellite network channels, they can only sell on our platform, rapidly driving market resources. Besides, this is our platform. Charging a 30% handling fee isn't excessive, is it? Third, their gene products all have defects. Whether it's the gene enhancement agent or the semi-mechanization surgery, both have at least a 30% mortality rate. That's a terrifying number. There are plenty of people afraid of death in this world. As for the two products from the Shengming Zhiguang Sanctuary, probably no one dares to use them. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded. He naturally understood that products from those three sanctuaries had flaws, essentially gambling with one's life. Want to snipe him? Annoy him? Then it wasn't excessive to list the defects on the products, branding the danger symbol right on their faces. As for the Southwest military region's equipment, as long as they didn't have mechas, they would never affect him. Moreover, the Beehive Sanctuary absolutely feared nothing in the fields of machinery and equipment. Furthermore, among the subsequent products in the Beehive Sanctuary's mall, he had hidden a few good items. A watch that could eliminate the effects of nuclear radiation. Not only safe under radiation, but also providing heat, making one immune to the cold in the Ice Age. And the energy shield belt. By inserting a special metal meteorite the size of a fingernail, it could activate an energy shield that even thermal weapons couldn't break. Semi-mechanization. Thinking of this, Su Yun smiled. This technology had long been perfected in their sanctuary. The special metal meteorite, or rather a metal with life characteristics containing immense energy. The researchers in the institute were all scientific geniuses, and also scientific madmen. Several had already transformed themselves into cyborgs. And just now, over 300 people from the nuclear submarine were urgently sent to the anti-radiation biological emergency room. Even though the nuclear submarine had radiation protection, dozens of people had been exposed to radioactive seawater at the moment of impact. The exposure had been too long, radiation penetrating deep into the marrow. Even the secretions from radiation sea monster organs couldn't save them. They were expected to live less than a year. But with this life metal, they could be transformed into semi-mechanical humans. It was a mixed blessing. For those who had no choice, Su Yun could only compensate them, not only providing free transformation, but also granting a large sum of Xingyun coins sufficient for them to maintain their bodies for centuries. Moreover, the Beehive Sanctuary's industry of semi-mechanical transformation for humans could be fully implemented. Its technical level was no less than that of the Chaos Hen Mechanical Sanctuary, with zero risk of death and fully open surgery. The opponents were challenging them on their turf and being crushed. How could they compare? If Su Yun wanted, he could toy with them to death. Minger, begin your performance. Not only should we not restrict traffic, but we should also promote them. Otherwise, the surviving leaks won't know how good our products are. Half an hour later, the live stream of the Heavenly Deity Biological Sanctuary surpassed 80 million online viewers, and Murong Yunshin's face beamed with a confident smile. The genetic enhancer not only increases human strength and physique by more than tenfold, enabling you to withstand cold and face all complex apocalyptic environments, but also causes your Bodas cells to secrete a powerful phagocytic substance. This substance, a product of our research, allows the body to absorb the effects of radiation and expel them through sweat. Want to step out of the sanctuary? Want to hunt radiated sea monsters and seek life metals? Want to become superior? Then buy one dose. I guarantee you won't regret it. Now at a promotional price of only 2.49 million Nebula coins, you can purchase it. Of course, I recommend exchanging radiated sea monster corpses, special meteorites, or various supplies. For transportation, our delivery team will handle doorstep transactions under the monitoring of Dragon Nation's Tianyin and the Hive platform, safe and worry-free. So if you want to buy the genetic enhancer, place your orders quickly. First come, first served. Next, our Heavenly Deity Biological Sanctuary has another major achievement to unveil in half an hour. It will absolutely not disappoint you. But as soon as the words fell, the live stream was suddenly plastered with large red fonts labeling it as false advertising, hazardous item, and extremely low credibility. Even on Murong Yunshin's dragon claw arm and the genetic enhancer, a huge danger skull symbol appeared. In the live stream, flickering with a dangerous red light, a warning from the super administrator scrolled by, warning: this product has severe defects and poses a high risk of life-threatening danger, violating the rules of the Hive live streaming platform. This is a first warning. A second offense will result in forced termination and a 365-day ban. At this moment, Muron Yuntian was stunned, unable to believe it. Su Yun, how dare he? Isn't it better for everyone to make money together? Trying to monopolize. Can the Hive Sanctuary withstand their wrath? Su Yun, you're asking for death. Muron Yuntian frowned and spoke with anger. Meanwhile, Su Yun was watching Muron Yunshin's futile rage with a smile, completely indifferent. Besides the heavenly deity biological sanctuary, the super divine mechanical sanctuary was also tagged with danger labels and warnings. As for the life-light sanctuary, Yun Minjer directly shut it down, citing excessive danger, saying it was simply using others as lab rats. As for the Southwestern military's firearms sales, they were deemed reasonable, legitimate, and legal, and even got a homepage promotion. Those that should be suppressed definitely cannot be let off, but those that should be supported must be supported. The more they sell, the better. Without comparison, there is no harm, Su Yun said confidently. He was not worried at all that the Southwestern military would steal his business. In fact, he hoped their sales would be booming to drive the development of them all. But just then Ziling spoke. I'm leaving now. They've taken the wrong path. They won't be a threat. But you can pay more attention to them. I suspect they've stumbled upon some genetic information about life evolution, and perhaps they might find a direction in the future. Ziling's face showed some urgency. Others were also researching at a high level on the mutated genes of radiated sea monsters, even not slower than her. At this initial stage, it was entirely a matter of luck, or one could only peel it apart bit by bit with massive human experiments. She had to speed up, perhaps truly take a gamble, using a large amount of bioenergy crystals to break through the secret of that gene point. Hearing this, Su Yun could only helplessly watch Ziling hurriedly leave the main control hall. Minjer, keep an eye on Ziling. Don't let her do anything that endangers her life, Su Yun said with a frown. In truth, the path of genetic evolution was not something the Hive Sanctuary needed to rush at this stage. Whether it was the 4 nuclear-powered mechas over 80 meters tall, or the nuclear electromagnetic cannon atop Fingy Mountain, they possessed absolute power to face anything. A gene warrior that only lives for one day. Su Yun didn't believe it could contend with a mecha weighing over 20,000 tons. That would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating its strength. As for the god-making project, it was definitely not something that could be created in a short time. The difficulty was no less than Ziling's research. Let's see who is more capable. In this regard, Su Yun firmly believed that Ziling would win. With the entire Hive Sanctuary's resources backing her, even the Dragon Nation couldn't compare. In a week, he would advance into the deep sea. The collection of bioenergy crystals could not be delayed. With all 4 nuclear-powered mechas striking at full force, they would surely turn the radiated sea monster's lair upside down. Thinking of this, the blood in Su Yun's heart slowly began to boil. His Nebula Guardian could also display its divine might. After a moment of anticipation, Su Yun turned back to the live stream. At that moment, the live stream's bullet comments had already become polarized. I told you this thing probably isn't fully researched yet. A 30% mortality rate. I think it's risky. The price for becoming stronger is definitely terrifying. Actually, the Hive Sanctuary's gene optimization fluid is already very good. With mechas and firearms, you can still hunt radiated sea monsters in the apocalypse. As for this thing, I'm really scared. If it were free, I might grit my teeth and try, but 49 million Nebula coins. Just forget it. Ordinary people can't afford it. Actually, for those of us trapped in darkness, it's just betting our lives on a brilliant future. If I had the resources, why not gamble once? For the civilians living in Dragon Nation's public shelters, this might be their hope, a chance to turn their lives around. What a pity it's too expensive. For those without the means to build a shelter, they can only watch with no other choice. However, the bullet comments continued to escalate. Brothers, I think I found a special meteorite about 500 meters from my doorstep. It emits a red glow, no mistake. It's only the size of a pumpkin, but weighs 2 to 3 tons. This thing is small yet heavy. I almost couldn't dig it out. What do you say, should I exchange it for the genetic enhancer or the gene optimization fluid? Damn, it didn't crush you to death. I'm so jealous. According to the Nebula coin exchange formula, 1 gene equals 1500 Nebula coins. Even at 5 tons, that's 5 million Nebula coins. Holy crap, you're about to take off. Brother, listen to me. In my opinion, spend 3 million on 1 dose of gene optimization fluid, then buy the Hive's light radiation-proof suit and full coverage exoskeleton armor. Throw the rest into firearms and ammunition. That way you'll have the ability to protect yourself when going out to hunt radiated sea monsters and find special meteorites. Damn, this is exactly what I dream of doing, but the protagonist isn't me. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to use my contribution points to buy a simple protective suit for going out. Maybe you'll find one too. Let's go together. Anyway, the Hive Sanctuary has surgery to eliminate radiation contamination. As long as you're not exposed to radiation for long periods, it's 100% effective. I'm just a worthless life, might as well take a gamble. At the same time, almost all individual family and corporate sanctuaries across the Dragon Nation took action. They had better conditions and resources. Whether hunting radiated sea monsters or searching for special meteorites, all could make them rich overnight. That day the southwestern military made a killing. Facing the threat of radiated sea monsters, the Dragon Nation had no choice but to lift the ban on firearms. All kinds of cheap and discounted guns, ammunition, grenades, protective suits, and semi-exoskeleton armor were selling like hotcakes. Even the military launched cleansing operations. They began clearing radiated sea monsters around the clustered and adjacent sanctuaries across the country, trading while clearing out safe zones. At the same time, a team from the Hive Sanctuary on an external trading mission also ran into trouble. By then the Yangtze River had frozen over, covered in ice and snow. But large numbers of radiated sea monsters were roaming and destroying everything on the ice and along the riverbank. Dozens of nearby sanctuaries of various sizes were hiding deep underground, enduring the radiated sea monsters' digging attacks. Several personal sanctuaries were on the verge of being excavated. At that moment, the captain of Transport Team 9, Zheng Yijian, was piloting a mecha and took a joyful puff of his cigarette before giving the order. Damn it, I didn't see a single radiated sea monster along the way. I thought they had all gone into hibernation, but they're all here. Team 1, 2, 3 mecha escort teams guard the transport convoy. Armed helicopters stand by and support. The rest of you follow me. We'll clear a safe zone for those sanctuaries and bring them some warmth. A thunderous roar exploded overhead, the ceiling lights flickering as ornaments swayed. Honey, Dad, Mom, are we going to make it through today? A young woman cradling an infant sobbed. In a dim, cluttered room filled with supplies, a family of 8 huddled together, their faces pale with terror as they stared at the scraping sounds from above. The occasional low growls and roars of monsters echoed as if right above them, instilling fear. Yang Sherlin reached out to comfort his wife, his eyes revealing fear, worry, and helplessness. No, it won't happen. Our shelter is built with high-strength steel and iron plates reinforced with concrete. Even radiation monsters can't break through, definitely not. He muttered, his face resolute. Just then his mother-in-law suddenly spoke. Sherlin Yingying needs to go to the bathroom. Since there's no danger, maybe she can go out and come back. Yang Sherlin turned to see an 11 or 12-year-old girl clutching her stomach in pain, but afraid to speak. Brother-in-law, I need to go to the bathroom, but I'm scared. Yingying said, her face filled with terror. Yang Sherlin took a deep breath, about to stand up, when a thunderous crash exploded above them. A deafening rumble. Yang Sherlin's pupils contracted sharply, his face turning pale and drained. It's broken. The door. At that moment, despair consumed him. He had thought they could survive the earthquakes, the scorching heat, the plummeting temperatures, and the dwindling oxygen, finding a haven in the apocalypse. This area housed dozens of shelters. Even in the radiation and cold-ridden apocalypse, they could grow fresh vegetables indoors and trade in heavy protective suits. If it continued along with their collected supplies, it would be enough for their family of 8 to live well. But unexpectedly, a month ago, a terrifying radiation monster emerged from the frozen Yangtze River. Its radiation levels caused the detector Yang Sherlin carried 300 meters away to blare incessantly. In that moment, the largest trading market in the vicinity scattered in panic, and their only safe trading zone was destroyed by the radiation sea monster. The entire shelter area became a playground for radiation monsters, forcing them to hide deep within their shelter. Meanwhile, in his terror, a horrible radiation sea monster crawled forward, twisting its body, its head poking into the supply room. Freezing air and a foul stench rushed in. It was a mutated python, its head the size of a 72-inch TV, nearly 2 meters across, covered in long spikes with claws crawling underneath. Its body was over 20 meters long, like a legendary evil dragon flicking its tongue at the appetizing food before it. It's over. All over. Yang Sherlin slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the monster. They had no protective suits on, or if they got close to such a monster, even a god couldn't save them. The only hope was the hive shelter's radiation removal surgery. But thinking of the hive shelter, Yang Sherlin remembered a special glowing meteorite they had stored in the garage, found after the fires had dissipated. That meteorite, though only the size of a basketball, weighed 4 or 5 tons. It took 3 strong men, using a modified excavator, immense effort to bring it back. After the network was restored, they learned of its importance and immediately contacted the hive shelter. If the trade succeeded, they could afford the radiation removal surgery, and the remaining funds would arm their shelter against radiation monsters. Alas, it seems our good times ended before they began. Yang Sherlin shook his head in despair. What a pity they were about to die. If only they could have a few more days until the hive shelter's trading team arrived. But just then a thunderous crash erupted at the entrance, and a mecha gleaming with metal, bristling with weapons, came into view. Haha, young man, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Leave this thing to me. A rescue fee of 1 million Nebula coins. Fair, right? As the words fell, the mecha's Gatling gun opened fire. A barrage of blue light illuminated the entire shelter like a beacon of hope in the darkness. In less than 10 seconds, the Gatling gun, carefully avoiding the trembling family in the corner, snapped the neck of the radiation sea monster without resistance. The snake-like monster, over 20 meters long, proved less durable than an ordinary 8-meter-long creature. The mecha leaned and grabbed the monster's head and stomped on it, black-purple blood and brain matter splattering. The floor caved in, and the writhing body was pinned under the mecha's foot. Within half a minute it lay still completely dead. Then the mecha's hatch opened and a sturdy man in a hive shelter protective suit, holding a rifle, jumped down effortlessly from a height of 3 or 4 meters. He rummaged through the monster's head and pulled out a lump of jade-white, slightly elastic bioenergy crystal. Oh, over 5 pounds. 50,000 Nebula coins in hand, plus this body, about 150,000. Sweet, the man said with a grin. Then he turned to Yang Shilin's family, his eyes lighting up. Wait, there's also the 1 million rescue fee. You're Yang Shilin, right? The one who applied to trade the special meteorite on the Hive trading platform. Yang Shilin, still recovering from the Gatling's devastating fire, nodded quickly. Yes, it's me. The special meteorite is in the garage on the floor above. I know the mecha. You must be the trading team from the Hive shelter. The mecha pilot nodded, then grinned and spoke into his wrist terminal. Come on down, everyone. Give our client the full package: shelter radiation cleanup, 8 minor radiation contamination surgeries, and 2 transport mechas to haul the meteorite. And get a trading officer to negotiate. This meteorite should be worth over 10 million Nebula coins. A big client. Treat them well, you hear? Oh, and kid, want me to upgrade your shelter. ITLL cost maybe 2 or 3 million Nebula coins, but you'll get a fortress even radiation sea monsters can't break. A real bargain. Before Yang Shilin could react, 7 or 8 soldiers in full exoskeleton armor jumped down. They sprayed some unknown mist while scanning the special meteorite, and one of them secretly glanced at the nearly 300 square meter indoor fertile planting area and the integrated pipe system for rice seedlings and fish and shrimp at the shelter's lowest level. After the meteorite was pulled out by 2 transport mechas, a grinning person handed him a special tablet device. Here, your meteorite is worth 12,500,000 Nebula coins. It's been credited to your account. The tablet shows the rescue fees and radiation cleanup costs you need to pay. As for the radiation contamination surgeries, 6 adults and 2 kids, well, count as 6.5. A discount for you, 1,900,000 Nebula coins. We'll be here for a week. Hurry if you want to buy anything, the trading supplies are limited. Yang Shilin, dazed, settled the fees and felt the temperature in the air steadily rising. An incredulous smile spread across his face. They had all survived. It was unbelievable. The mecha and cleanup team had descended like celestial beings. Meanwhile, outside the shelter, the roar of gunfire echoed continuously. The gray sky was illuminated as if by day by armed helicopters, and for dozens of kilometers rescue operations from the Hive shelter were underway. Mechas sprinted, Gatling guns roared, and the wails of radiation sea monsters filled the air. Within 3 hours, the entire area was cleared. Over a dozen mechas and armed helicopters stood guard along the Yangtze River. After the battle, the Hive shelter's transport convoy set up a temporary trading center at the shelter's central location. Yang Shilin, now free from radiation contamination, was already there, his eyes burning with anticipation. Over 9 million Nebula coins left. I can't afford a mecha or an apocalypse war vehicle, but it's enough for me to rise. The temporary trading shelter consisted of over 20 large modified cargo trucks linked together by their deck plates, exuding an overwhelming mechanical atmosphere. At the entrance, 4 fully armed mechas stood guard, imposing yet reassuring. Under the illumination of lights, the sprayed anti-radiation mist warmed up, melting the surrounding frozen soil and ice into trickling water. At this moment, more than 30 people had already taken their positions in front of the gate, waiting for the trading post's valves to open. They were the first to have a safe zone cleared by mecha, and only then could they proceed with transactions under the guidance of the Hive Special Operations personnel. Suddenly, among the crowd, a woman clad in a heavy, worn-out hazmat suit took off her helmet and began live stream. My dear viewers, I'm so grateful to the Hive shelter. I thought your Bing was done for. You have no idea how terrifying those radiation monsters are. Their bodies are like oversized lions, but their heads are dinosaur-like. I estimate they're about 13 or 14 meters long, including the tail. But look at this mecha. A blue light Gatling gun went da-da-da, and the monster was dead. It didn't even need to draw the 2 shark-toothed great swords on its back. Lu Bingbing gestured excitedly, her face still pale with fear as she pointed her phone at the 4 mecha in front of the gate. She felt incredibly fortunate at that moment. If not for the Hive shelter's transport and trading convoy arriving, perhaps her family's shelter would have lasted only another day or 2. Yet this incident ignited a deep longing within her. In that moment, the mecha had displayed its overwhelming power, unleashing full firepower to crush all kinds of enormous radiation monsters. A scene she would never forget. However, a quick check revealed that even the lowest configuration Typhoon mecha cost at least 30 million Nebula coins. Standing 5 meters tall and weighing 12 tons, it ran on 2 high-energy batteries for 20 hours. Apart from the 2 shark-toothed greatswords and the included AI, all other weaponry had to be purchased separately. 30 to 40 million Nebula coins. Although her family was well stocked with supplies to sustain 18 people for a decade or 2, it was nothing compared to the value of a mecha. Fortunately, her family had a substantial amount of gold, 15 gene, which her grandfather had insisted on buying and collecting. Antiquities thrived in prosperity, but gold ruled in the apocalypse. Gold was an invaluable resource even in the post-apocalyptic world. Once trading zones were established, it would become a critical asset. 1 gene of gold could be exchanged for 100 Nebula coins. She along with her father and brother had come to convert all 15 gene of gold into Nebula coins. With 1.5 million Nebula coins and the sale of over half of their hydroponic vegetables and farmed shrimp and fish, they could afford 2 full-coverage exoskeleton armors and some thermal weapons for self-defense. This was already a blessing amidst misfortune. At least their shelter hadn't been breached by radiation monsters. On the way here, she had witnessed too many tragedies. Some shelters had collapsed entirely, forming huge, icy pits. Others had failed to hold out until the Hive mecha unit arrived, leaving only scattered limbs and bloody remains. There were also shelters that had been overrun, reducing a family of over a dozen to just 2 children contaminated by radiation. When the mecha unearthed them, the vacant stares of those children, their faces frozen purple from the cold, pierced her heart with unbearable pain. They were only 5 or 6 years old, yet they had endured so much. She still couldn't understand how these creatures which should not have belonged to Earth had appeared after the cataclysm. This dark and hopeless apocalypse was far from over, as Lu Bingbing was lost in thought. For people in bulky hazmat suits came running frantically, carrying a man whose legs had been bitten off by a radiation monster. His agonized screams echoed continuously. After being rinsed with a special water gun, one of the young men shouted desperately at the gate, "We have Nebula coins. My brother needs emergency surgery. Open the door. He's dying." Zheng Yijian, watching from a mecha on standby in the distance, had already seen this scene. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Open the gate. You've got to learn, kid. This is a big business opportunity. See that girl over there? She's live streaming on the Hive streaming platform. Direct the 4 rookie meta." Zheng Yijian, watching from a mecha on standby in the distance, had already seen this scene. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Open the gate. You've got to learn, kid. This is a big business opportunity. See that girl over there? She's live streaming on the Hive streaming platform. Direct the 4 rookie medical teams with mechanical modifications to perform a fully open semi-mechanized surgery right here. And there are plenty of customers with missing limbs around." Hearing this, the young mecha operator was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up. He had long been annoyed by that so-called super god mecha shelter still live streaming. Half mechanization of a human body, as if they were the only ones who could do it. Soon 4 medical staff in white coats carrying simple medical equipment hurried over, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Good heavens, the Hive shelter is so peaceful inside. Hardly anyone wants to undergo semi-mechanization, and they've been snatched away by the researchers. Now we finally get a chance to operate. And in the Hive shelter, a dual arm modification costs only 100 Nebula coins, but out here it's triple the price, and a pair of legs skyrockets to 450 Nebula coins. Once this surgery is done, after deducting costs and half of the profit to be handed over, each of the 4 of us can take home over 400 Nebula coins. It's incredibly lucrative. Better bring a few more. A few hundred wouldn't be too many. Wang Yin, the leader of the semi-mechanization modification team, stepped forward, injected the legless man with a sedative, and said with a smile, "Young man, you're in luck. Interested in a pair of mechanized legs? Apart from lacking touch and pain sensation, they're no different from normal human legs. Only 450,000 Nebula coins. What do you think? As for the radiation cleansing surgery, I'll waive the fee for your brother. This is already the best price. You have 1 minute to decide." Hearing this, the 4 men exchanged glances on the verge of tears. One of them glanced at the cloth bag of gold. Only 8 pieces of gold jewelry, 900 grams in total. Enough to exchange for at most 180 Nebula coins. Can you make it any cheaper? We don't have enough money. Only 180 the young man stuttered awkwardly and anxiously. Wang Yan's face darkened. This was called having money. This was a big client. All that excitement for nothing. No, she refused without a second thought. The mechanized metal alloy used for trading was mixed with some life metal powder, which was extremely expensive. The Hive could use life metal modifications for internal personnel, but for outsiders, no way, not a single cent of discount. Just then her personal terminal suddenly buzzed with Yun Minger's voice. Beep, beep, beep. According to calculations, the Chun Long family shelter still has about 500 gene of fresh mature bok choy leeks, tomatoes, and bean sprouts that haven't been harvested. Their hydroponic rice cultivation room also contains 800 gene of grass carp, crucian carp, and carp. Their assets are sufficient for a transaction. Wang Yin paused, then her gloomy face gradually broke into a radiant smile. "Oh my, you really are a big client. Why didn't you say so earlier? Right this way, I guarantee your brother will be bouncing around in half an hour." Meanwhile, Lu Bingbing had been silently watching this scene, her phone still streaming live. The live stream had already drawn 20 million viewers. Holy crap, the Hive shelter actually has the technology for semi-mechanization surgery too, and they're doing it live. Good heavens, it feels like there's nothing they can't do. Wow, a pair of legs for only 450,000. That's half the price of the super god mecha shelter. And the Hive shelter is doing a fully open surgery in a sterile glass booth. Anyone can watch. Holy moly, look. The Hive marketplace has just listed it. Semi-mechanization modification surgery 0 risk. A heart modification costs only 99000, and it lasts 1,000 years without replacement, plus a free maintenance service. What a bargain. Under the gaze of the crowd. Half an hour later, Qianlong's legs had become a pair of steel mechanical limbs, their dark metallic surface glossy and smooth. As the anesthesia wore off, Qianlong looked at his feet and tentatively moved them on the operating table. To his surprise, the legs responded to his will. Even the 5 toes could curl and stretch. Yet the sensation was strange. Though he felt nothing, his feet moved as he commanded. It was miraculous and gratifying. At least he was not crippled. In this apocalypse, without legs, severely wounded survival would be impossible. Wang Yin flicked the surgical knife clean, picked up a bottle of lubricant the size of a water bottle, and said with satisfaction, "Congratulations, the surgery was a success. But remember, you must apply this lubricant every week for maintenance. Otherwise, over time, the mechanical metal fibers will wear out, become stiff, and affect precision." Qianlong beamed with joy and nodded. "Good, how much does 1 bottle cost?" "They'll definitely take good care of my legs, every day." Wang Yan's eyes lit up. "Not expensive, just 1,000 Xingyun coins per bottle with discounts for bulk purchases. But first settle the 4500 modification fee, and this bottle is on the house." Hearing the figure of 4500, Qianlong, Chunhu, and the others looked helpless and pained. They had heard Yunminger's voice earlier. They had planned to trade the fresh vegetables, fruits, and fish from their farm for some thermal weapons from the nation or the hive shelter. Who would have thought a disaster would strike them? Both layers of the shelter's gates had been breached by radiation monsters, leaving the garage machine workshop and living hall in shambles. They had hoped to trade with the hive shelter early to get repairs done before the radiation spray effect wore off. But unexpectedly, a sudden radiation monster smashed through a corner of the safe room, nearly devouring Qianlong. Fortunately, the hive mecha arrived in time, and though he lost his legs, he saved his life. I wonder how much the vegetables and fish from home are worth in Xingyun coins. The remainder shouldn't be too little. Shenhu's eyes still held a glimmer of hope. He gazed at the mecha of the hive trading team with longing. If he could have one, hunting radiation sea monsters would be as easy as killing chickens, earning him a fortune in Xingyun coins to buy countless tempting items from the market. Even if he could only buy a gun, he would dare to do it. At the same time, a hiss of valve air sounded, and the gates of the hive's temporary trading market finally opened. As far as the eye could see, the place was brightly lit, clean, and tidy like a trading hall of some tech center. Dozens of young, beautiful service staff, dressed in elegant hive Nebula uniforms and high heels, stood by with graceful smiles welcoming customers. Inside, rows of neat glass cabinets were not only high-tech electronic devices from the hive shelter, but also an array of thermal weapons and even nutrient fluids, cigarettes, and alcohol. Deeper inside, gene optimization fluids, exquisite and convenient protective suits, full and partial exoskeleton armor, explosion-proof vehicles, apocalypse war cars, mechas, and more left people awestruck. They were like impoverished beggars in the wasteland, never imagining that in the apocalypse they could witness such a magnificent and exquisite trading market. Apart from the mecha rescue, this was the first time they truly understood the strength of the hive shelter. A colossal behemoth standing unshakable in the apocalypse. The hive shelter temporary trading market is now open. Well, stay here for a week. You can exchange fresh vegetables, fruits, poultry, aquaculture products, high-end scarce resources, special meteorites, rare metals, and more for Xingyun coins. Zhang Yijian stood at the entrance with a smile. At that moment, Lu Bingbing's livestream erupted with a fervent wave of comments. Wow, isn't this place about 30 kilometers outside the outskirts of Jiangqing? I went on a spring outing here 2 years ago. My shelter is built right next to the Longwell Public Shelter in Jiangqing Center. I've come quickly. We've prepared resources, we're waiting for you. So tempting, I can't resist. Although the military has cleared a safe zone in Jiangqing Center and stationed firepower along the Yangtze River, the equipment in the Longwa trading market is incomparable, all old stock. It's fine for fighting humans, but radiation monsters. That's suicide. So jealous. This market is way better than ours. It's like a futuristic tech market. See that heavy sniper rifle mounted on the wall. One shot kills a radiation monster about 5 meters long, 10 bullets at most, and you've made back your investment. Dream on. You still have to haul the corpse back and remove residual radiation. Besides, without a mecha transport vehicle or teammates, who dares to go hunting? Jiangqing folks, if you need to transport radiation monster corpses, contact our Tongxinyan shelter. I have 2 large trailers, 4 modified excavators and cranes, and for radiation removal, isn't there a product in the hive shelter market? A ton of radiation removal spray costs only 5 Xingyun coins. A monster uses, at most 1/30th, just a couple thousand. When the hive trading team arrives, they'll have my own stock. If you have goods, call me, price negotiable. I'm green with envy. Anyone in Jiangqing need a teammate. I'm brave, strong, fast, and I just need a gun. At this moment, Lu Bingbing paid no attention to the live stream. With excitement, she followed her father and brother into the trading hall. Family, look. Gene optimization fluid, only 2.8 million Xingyun coins, cheaper than online. Lu Bingbing stood before a glass cabinet, holding up her phone excitedly. The gene optimization fluid housed in a DNA double helix glass tube emanated a mysterious emerald glow, stirring a primal longing within her. So beautiful. Lu Bingbing's eyes blazed with fervor. Not only did she desire it, but her grandfather also needed this mysterious elixir that could restore a person's physique. Unfortunately, ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. But just then, an urgent voice came from beside her. Give me 1 gene optimization fluid, 3 sets of full coverage exoskeleton armor, 3 protective suits, 1 blue light, Gatling gun, 3 rifles, 5 boxes of ammunition, 2 boxes of high explosive grenades, 1 box of demolition mines, and I also need help renovating my shelter. The moment the words fell, a dozen people stared at Yang Sherlin in disbelief. Good heavens, that many items cost at least several million, or even tens of millions of Xingyan coins. Where did this kid get so many resources to exchange? Yang Sherlin wore a confident smile. After some thought, he decided not to hide it since the surrounding shelters were close, and it was good to build goodwill. I found a special meteorite and exchanged it for over 10 million Xingyan coins. I reckon quite a few have fallen nearby. Once I get my gear, I'll take a few more trips farther out. Yang Shilin's heart was already brimming with anticipation. With equipment, he could protect himself, gaining an edge step by step. If he acted fast, he might strike another windfall. Then buying a mecha wouldn't be impossible. The crowd erupted in murmurs. This guy was incredibly lucky. Many meteorite craters had fallen nearby, but they were just ordinary fist-sized stones that didn't glow or weigh much, with only a bit more iron content. But at the same time, a boy of about 15 or 16, wearing a spacesuit-like protective suit, suddenly brightened. He grabbed his sister's arm, and then jumped and waved toward the mecha at the entrance, shouting, "Mecha uncle, I know where a special meteorite is. A huge one under the frozen Yangtze River, and there are lots of monsters there." Oh. Lung Kinkia's face registered shock, unable to believe her eyes, as she looked at her younger brother, who was tugging her hand and jumping up and down while shouting. The Yangtze riverbank was a full 2 kilometers from their shelter. How could her brother possibly know that? Meanwhile, Zheng Yijian, standing at the entrance, raised an eyebrow and strode over. He wore a combat suit that couldn't fully conceal his taut, bulging muscles, and carried a rifle exuding a dangerous and solemn air. Approaching the young boy, Zheng Yijian fixed his gaze on him and said gravely, "Kid, are you sure it's a special meteorite?" "I'm sure." The boy nodded, though a bit scared. "I saw it. It was glowing red, lying under the frozen river, and it made a huge crater." Lung Qingqiu stared at her brother Lung Xiaofeng in disbelief, her eyes tinged with confusion. Although after the fire had subsided, she had brought Lung Xiaofeng out several times carrying supplies and oxygen-making equipment from the shelter to trade at the market, Xiaofeng had always stayed at the back of the group and never left their sight. "No, my brother is still young. He doesn't understand the importance of this special meteorite." "Xiaofeng, tell uncle you were just joking, right?" Lung Qingqiu anxiously grabbed Lung Xiaofeng's hand and hurriedly explained. A flicker of light flashed in Lung Xiaofeng's eyes. Restraining his sister beside him, he looked at Zheng Yijian and said with utmost seriousness, "I really saw it. Right now, over 100 monsters are surrounding that meteorite. The biggest one is a giant octopus with tentacles dozens of meters long. It's as if the meteorite makes them feel comfortable. I'm not joking." Hearing this, Zheng Yijian frowned deeply and stroked his rifle, puzzled. This kid, even in the apocalypse, couldn't still be this mischievous, could he? "Tell me, how did you see it?" Zheng Yijian continued, his face stern. Lung Xiaofeng hesitated, his face showing some reluctance. But thinking of the preciousness of the special meteorite and how much it would help his family, he gritted his teeth and said, I saw it with my eyes. Whenever I want, I can see the scene by the Yangtze River." Upon hearing Lung Xiaofeng's words, Zheng Yijian was suddenly filled with anger. Damn, it was this kid playing with him. "You little brat think this is funny." Zheng Yijian's face darkened as he glared fiercely at Lung Xiaofeng. But Lung Xiaofeng was undaunted and said directly, "I really can see. In your mecha's control panel, there's half a pack of cigarettes. You have 2 packs hidden under the seat, and in the crevice of the right controller, there's a photo of a little girl around 10 years old named Cece Wright." Hearing this, Zheng Yijian's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at Lung Xiaofeng's eyes in disbelief. How absurd. He had nearly forgotten about the 2 packs of cigarettes hidden under his seat, and now this 14 or 15-year-old kid had revealed them. Moreover, his daughter's photo was tucked into a crevice. No one could see it without pulling it out. It was utterly unbelievable, as if he had enabled some kind of X-ray vision sheet. Even Lung Qingqiu, standing by, was stunned, staring at her brother, as if he were no longer the little rascal she could easily scold and boss around. Could her brother be the chosen one? Had he finally awakened after the apocalypse? Then she, as his elder sister, might just ride on his coattails to glory. Beep beep. Just then the personal terminal on Zheng Yijian's wrist suddenly rang, vibrating incessantly. Zheng Yijian's expression changed. He quickly walked to a distance and pressed the switch of his earpiece. According to calculations, there is a 99% probability that Lung Xiaofeng is telling the truth. His eyes are suspected to be mutated, able to observe things from a distance. A level 1 mission is now issued. Transport Team 9 is to fully protect Lung Xiaofeng and follow his instructions to locate the special meteorite and the giant radiated monster. Once the information is confirmed, immediately notify the hive shelter. Immediately notify the hive shelter. The voice of Yunminger came through the earpiece announcing the mission. Roger, that mission will be completed. At that moment, Zheng Yijian's heart burned with both excitement and worry. A level 1 mission was the highest tier for hive shelter special operations soldiers. Once completed, he as the team leader would receive a reward of over 10 million Nebula coins. As for his worry, he was concerned about the danger of approaching the Yangtze River. A tentacle dozens of meters long indicated a massive radiated sea monster over 100 meters in size. With their current firepower, they would hardly be able to contend with it. Perhaps they would have to deploy one of the shelters for large-scale, nuclear-powered mechas. Fortunately, they only needed to observe from a distance. Besides, they had armed helicopters. They could ascertain the situation of the special meteorite and the surroundings from high altitude. When that time came, the hive shelter would make its own arrangements. Having figured everything out, Zheng Yijian walked over to Lung Xiaofeng and said with a beaming smile, "Lung Xiaofeng, right? Come with me. It'll take you to find that meteorite. If it's real, I can apply to the hive shelter to give you a mecha, a fully armed storm mecha." Meanwhile, Su Yun, lying in his warm bed, was awakened again by Yunminger and rushed to the main control hall. What? A child suspected of having X-ray vision or the ability to observe from a distance? Su Yun exclaimed in surprise as he flipped through the surveillance footage. According to Ziling's research, superpowers were theoretically possible, but they required unlocking the genetic secrets of human evolution to awaken. Yet the facts were right before his eyes. That little boy named Lung Xiaofeng could not only see scenes 2 kilometers away, but also accurately describe the contents of a mecha. Even an X-ray vision sheet couldn't be as absurd. Minger summoned Guan Jinlong's think tank and also connect the live feed to the biological lab. Let the researchers and Ziling have a look too. Su Yun immediately ordered. At this moment, he felt a twinge of unease as if the world's secrets had yet to unfold before him. 20 minutes later, the think tank members were in place. On the screen in the main control hall, 3 teams of combat mechas cautiously approached the Yangtze River bank. 5 armed helicopters circled overhead, and the scene over the river was already visible. The once surging, boundless river was now shrouded in ice and snow, its waters frozen solid. Radiated monsters roamed around the Yangtze, seemingly unaffected by the biting cold of -40 to 50 degrees Celsius. In the footage, Lung Xiaofeng and his sister Lung Qingqiu leaned together inside the helicopter, their expressions awestruck as they gazed at the boundless white scene below. From a distance, the entire world seemed frozen with nothing but snow-white and terrifying radiated monsters. "Kid, we're here. Where is it?" Zheng Yijian's voice came from the co-pilot seat. Hearing this, Lung Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes. The next second, he snapped them open and shouted, "Right here under the ice layer, 300 meters ahead." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zheng Yijian quickly looked up. The river below was completely covered in ice and snow. Aside from the snow, there were only radiated sea monsters ranging from 5 to 20 meters in size. There was no sign of the special meteorite or the giant radiated monster. But thinking of the mission's importance, he gave the order directly. "All units, attention. Everyone on alert. The mecha team will provide support from the shore. Lazy fire a Hellfire missile at the ice layer 300 meters ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, a missile launched from one of the armed helicopters trailing a jet of flame struck the designated spot. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted with flames shooting into the sky. A deep crater of melted ice and snow appeared before them, and at that moment the radiation detector on the helicopter began to blare urgently. At the same time, Yunminger's voice came through, "Warning! Warning! There is a massive radiation source beneath the ice ahead with energy equivalent to 5 nuclear power plants combined. All armed helicopters pull up immediately. Pull up immediately." But before anyone could react, buzz! A piercing sound wave suddenly struck, catching everyone off guard, causing intense pain in their heads. "Damn, this thing uses sonic attacks. Shit, pull up." Zheng Yijian clutched his head, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted. At that moment, aside from Zheng Yijian and the other special operatives who had used gene optimization fluid, and Lung Xiaofeng, the remaining few operatives, and Lung Qingqiu, suddenly rolled their eyes and fainted. Boom! The ice below began to churn violently, crisscrossed with cracks, as if a colossal creature was awakening. Meanwhile, in the main control hall of the hive shelter, the voices of the think tank buzzed with excitement. "There's no mistake. That child's eyes are more terrifying than detection instruments. I suspect he possesses a kind of mind vision, the ability to see any place he thinks of through some mysterious power. This isn't a sound wave. If it were, we would hear it here too. And the radiated monster under the ice hasn't broken through yet, but the attack came first. Damn, no way. Does that radiated monster have superpowers too? I feel like this world is becoming ridiculously unscientific. This might be a mental energy blast like in novels, or else a soul-level pressure. Except for Lung Xiaofeng and the special operatives who used gene optimization fluid, everyone else couldn't withstand that invisible force that oppressed the brain nerves. Commander, I suspect that radiated monster holds a secret, or rather it's more likely that the special meteorite has a secret. The distribution of radiated monsters is highly irregular, They are all clustered around that area, the center where the meteorite lies. This situation only occurs at the Yangtze River site. None of the other special meteorites have this phenomenon. Su Yun's eyes grew serious as he listened to the various voices from the think tank. After a moment of deliberation, he made up his mind and spoke calmly. Minjer ordered them to retreat. Notify Chu Xianga and Li Shiguang to go there. The two large-scale nuclear-powered mechas, besides their devastating firepower, are equipped with energy shields, the most advanced technological force on Earth. I refuse to believe we can't handle it. At the gate of the Hive Sanctuary, the Fugai Shiguang Hao lay under repair. After a close brutal skirmish with a radiation sea monster, its sleek metal hull bore scuffs and scratches. One battle had seemed to temper the 80-meter steel colossus from a rookie into a veteran, an austere, battle-hardened aura radiating from its frame. 1,256 high-torque engines. Damage rate 0. 5. Condition good. Engineers are performing maintenance. Estimated completion in 30 minutes. Thermal radiation concentrator ion cannon repaired and reinforced. The energy regulator can withstand up to 3 focused volleys. Beyond that, there is danger of energy dispersion and catastrophic self-destruction. Nuclear reactor engine maintenance complete. Energy leakage rate 28%. Expected to endure full power reactor operation for 3 years and 2 months. The mech's power ceiling can still be improved. Exterior energy metal matrix undamaged and lossless. The shoulder-mounted electromagnetic energy cannons and beam cannons can sustain full power continuous fire for about 3 minutes before failing. After matrix overload, the electromagnetic field's peak lifting power is 23,000 tons. The mech endures extreme flight stresses. Top speed about 350 km/h, maximum altitude under 400 meters, sustainable for only 30 minutes. At that moment, Li Shiguang sat at the Fugai Shiguang Hao ground console, listening to Aixier's analytical feed in his earpiece, nodding and shaking his head as he sketched and revised figures on his tablet without pause. Not yet perfect, Li Shiguang murmured, brow furrowed. The mech needs far more of that special meteorite metal. The hull contains less than 100 tons now. The energy matrix cannot sustain prolonged flight. The chassis is too heavy. Only a single layer of energy metal plating at present. The mechs could lift off briefly, but the internal mechanical strain was enormous. The limit was 30 minutes, or internal components would begin to fail. The pity was that special meteorites were scarce. Even if the Hive Sanctuary gathered all, it could only 500 to 600 tons could be obtained. Just the 4 super heavy nuclear mechs consumed roughly 400 tons. The remainder had been distributed to others for experiments and semi-mechanization. All they could do now was pray that the trading parties returning from the outside would bring back large quantities of the material. Chu Xianga and Hao Yang were also in the mech control room, racking their brains for ways to enhance the frames. Unless the mech's core and shell are entirely fabricated from special meteorite metal, reaching space will remain a formidable challenge. We might research an anti-gravity field. Theoretically, there is hope, Chu Xianga said with a frown. Li Shiguang and Hao Yang nodded, troubled. They had toyed with anti-gravity theories, but found no practical lead. It was as if such a force did not exist. Imaginable and visible, yet forever intangible and untouchable, let alone susceptible to study. For now, the 4 mechs relied entirely on the hull energy matrix to generate an electromagnetic field relative to the ground, assisted by energy jets, to lift this 20,000-plus-ton behemoth. Even so, a 400-meter ceiling was woefully low, little better than a person gliding 7 or 8 meters above the Earth. Hao Yang spread his hands helplessly. Forget it. We still need the meteorite metal. Although we can use it, I have no idea how such metal forms. It seems to lie beyond the realm of ordinary science. Li Shiguang's eyes narrowed. I keep feeling this metal isn't naturally produced. Imagine, could it be manufactured by extraterrestrial intelligences using technologies unknown to us? The notion stunned Hao Yang and Chu Xianga into silence. The idea was audacious beyond belief. That's unlikely, Hao Yang said, rubbing his brow. Their world had enough hardships already. An alien invasion would be catastrophic beyond hope. Stop overthinking. Perhaps it is simply an exceedingly rare cosmic alloy. In any case, I enjoy its benefits. Even if it were alien-made, what could they do to me? Chu Xianga patted his shaved head and shrugged with disdain. Since the end of the old world, he had indulged in all manner of high-risk experiments. As long as he did not blow up the Hive Sanctuary, he would research at will, and if short of resources, take his mech out for a supply run. No one supervised them. How pleasant. My advice, stop fretting. Next week we start a deep-sea mass hunt. Yungu will join us. If we take down 7 or 8 radiation sea monsters over 100 meters long, we'll be comfortably set for the year, Chu Xianga said with eager eyes. He looked up at his mount, the Dianguang Zhu Rizha, a humanoid mech crowded with strange devices. Circular plates were affixed across its frame like armor studs. On its back there was no shark-toothed greatsword, only an electromagnetic railgun array. It was Chu Xianga's masterpiece, rivaling Hao Yang's thermal radiation concentrator ion cannon in destructive power, with even greater range and a broader field of fire. He had designed it for close-quarters brawls, keep the shield up, amplify electromagnetic voltage to a frenzy, and strike with brutal, devastating blows. For long range beyond the two shoulder-mounted beam cannons lay his trump card, the super electromagnetic railgun, lethal to anything that crossed its path. He was confident he could storm the heart of a radiation sea monster lair and treat it like his own backyard, casually slaughter a few hundred-meter beasts and return unscathed. But as Chu Xianga indulged in such fantasies, the control room alarm suddenly pierced the air. Beep! The mech control room's broadcast broke the momentary calm. Notice emergency operation. Large nuclear-powered mesh required immediately. Yun Minger's voice reported with an unusual gravity. Strange special meteorites have appeared in the Changjiang. They not only attract radiation sea monsters, but carry a 30% chance of endowing organisms with a mysterious psychic force and evolutionary energy. There is an 80% probability of genetic evolution involvement. This is urgent. Order Fugai Shiguang Hao and Dingguang Zhu Rija deploy at once and proceed to the coordinates with maximum speed. This concerns mysterious forces and the evolution of life. Li Shiguang and Chu Xianga, you must cooperate fully. Also Shiguang, bald brother, confirmed sightings of psionics. Hurry, Alongwa's army is nearby. We must secure the radiation sea monster and the meteorite first. Li Shiguang, Haoyang, and Chu Xianga exchanged stunned looks. They had barely joked about alien manufacture, now psionic individuals had appeared. This defied their scientific sensibilities. Most researchers trusted only observable data, particles, atoms, quantum fluctuations, not miracles. Seems the chief's research direction may be right, Haoyang said with a complicated expression. Pushing human limits, triggering life's evolution. It's not mere fantasy after all. Chu Xianga and Li Shiguang's faces had darkened. The existence of psionics seemed to undermine the years of their tireless research as if their work had been nonsense. Yet after a moment's reflection, pride and stubborn resolve flickered in their eyes. Both felt a surge of defiance. Psionics. Shiguang, let's go. I want to see what this is, Chu Xianga said, restless. If someone claims to be a psionic, can they match my electromagnetic power? Or our mechs? He strode toward the Dingguang Zhu Rija, unwilling to concede. Li Shiguang replied with cavalier confidence, relax. If the age of psionics and evolvers has truly arrived, the secret of mechanical ascension will prove trivial. He rose, picked up the human-machine interface helmet from the table, and headed for the Fuhai Shiguang Hao. Their departing silhouettes seemed to mark the twilight of a technological era tinged with contempt and resolve to prove themselves. They had already stood atop the summit. If the next generation wanted to wash them away, they would see if the challengers truly had the nerve. Meanwhile, the Changjiang exploration team's crisis had not yet been resolved. Zheng Yijian's ears, nose, and the corners of his eyes bled. Clutching his head in agony, he gaped with bloodshot eyes at the personal terminal strapped to his wrist and bellowed, pilots of armed helicopters 1 and 2 are unconscious. Activate the AI takeover protocol immediately. Mech team, withdraw at once and send this information back. Damn it, it's using magical attacks, striking my brain directly. It's about to blow. No sooner had he spoken than the Changjiang ice sheet ruptured. A vast barbed obsidian tentacle lashed out and smashed toward Zheng Yijian's armed helicopter. Its speed was terrifying. Even the chilled air quivered in rippling waves, a deathly howl that froze the blood. Zheng Yijian watched in horror as color drained from his face. It's over. We're finished. The sudden crisis forced Zheng Yijian to close his eyes in agony, countless images flashing through his mind. His wife had died in an unexpected premature birth, leaving behind only their daughter Cece, the two of them alone and helpless. After his death, he believed the Hive shelter would take good care of his daughter, ensuring a life free from worry for eternity. Yet 5 seconds later, the anticipated accident did not occur. The colossal tentacle halted its assault a mere 30 meters from the attack helicopter, having reached its maximum extension. The helicopter, however, was hovering at an altitude exceeding 200 meters. Captain Zheng, that scared the hell out of me. I thought we were done for. The Special Forces soldier piloting the helicopter, blood oozing from all orifices except his mouth, cursed and laughed. Simultaneously, the helicopter ascended at full power, cutting through the biting wind. 300 meters, 500, 700. At 2,000 meters, the excruciating sensation in his mind gradually subsided. In that moment, Zheng Yijian regained his composure, a feeling of narrow escape washing over him. So the radiation monster capable of attacking their minds across space wasn't that invincible after all. Bloody hell, that was terrifying. I saw my great-grandmother waving at me. Zheng Yijian cursed, wiping the blood trickling from his nose. But the next second, he anxiously checked the other 4 helicopters. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yun Minjer had forcibly taken over the intelligent control system, and they were all ascending. Zheng Yijian set aside his worries. When that invisible force attacked his mind, he had been genuinely terrified. Such an intangible, imperceptible power. Anyone encountering it for the first time would be lucky not to be scared out of their wits. His temper flared, and he roared angrily, damn it. Trying to mess with me. He'll destroy it. Prepare Hellfire missiles. All 5 choppers volley fire. Kill it. This was still the age of hot weapons. Could a radiation monster, no matter how strong, withstand 5,000-degree heat and explosive damage? Even if it couldn't be killed, it could be hurt, made to fear. The next moment, 10 Hellfire missiles launched from 2,000 meters, striking at the base of the massive tentacle. With a thunderous explosion, a piercing shriek tore through the sky. From within the ice, a colossal radiation sea monster resembling a black octopus emerged. It stood nearly 100 meters tall, its 8 tentacles, each 70 to 80 meters long, a horrifying sight. It thrashed wildly, shattering large swaths of ice. One tentacle's base was half-severed, spewing black-purple blood that corroded and burned the ice beneath, a grotesque spectacle. The terrifying scene made the still-conscious Special Forces soldiers tense with anxiety. After being attacked, everyone was on high alert. This rampaging radiation behemoth seemed unlike anything they had encountered before. Even at over 2,000 meters, everyone feared the monster might unleash that intangible mental attack again. Just then Lung Xiaofeng's voice suddenly rang out. I saw it. Its attack is a blue intangible wave with a range of about 800 meters. And beneath it lies the special meteorite about 10 meters in diameter. I also saw wisps of emerald green intangible mist seeping out, absorbed by the monster. Zheng Yijian finally turned to look at Lung Xiaofeng behind him, surprised by the revelation. Absorbing intangible energy. No wonder it attacked us through the air. So that meteorite is the problem. Zheng Yijian's heart raced with excitement. Who wouldn't want such a mysterious power? And Lung Xiaofeng seemed in much better condition than he was. Only slightly pale, showing no signs of injury. Beside him, Lung Qingxiu had already fallen unconscious. Indeed, he must be a psychic. Activate the medical scanning system. Everyone should be fine, right? Zheng Yijian frowned, pressing several buttons on the console. Soon Yunminger's voice echoed. According to the scan, the 5 unconscious individuals suffered intense pressure and stimulation to the brain. Their brains initiated self-preservation, and they are expected to wake up in about 3 hours. Hearing this, Lung Xiaofeng finally relaxed, but anger flickered across his face. His eyes flashed with a strange light, and he shouted, I have another piece of intel. The monster is trying to break the meteorite's outer layer. Inside there's a tiny glaring object, like a palm-sized crimson iron plate. That green intangible energy emanates from it, and the monster craves it desperately. Zheng Yijian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lung Xiaofeng's unusually bright pupils. An extraterrestrial artifact. This world was getting more and more absurd. At the same time, Lung Xiaofeng's words hung in the air. Notification: mission aborted. All personnel evacuate to safe zones. Counterattack in 5 hours. Yunminger's voice cut through the communication channel. Zheng Yijian was taken aback. 5 hours? Could it be? Those 4 massive mechas were coming. Those 4 behemoths were the Hive Shelter's ultimate trump cards. Steel giants built with all the pinnacle technology, guardians of the shelter. Could a radiation monster, no matter how strong, withstand devastating energy weapons? Could it overpower a 20,000-ton superwar mecha? Zheng Yijian grinned, speaking into his wrist terminal. Did you all hear that? Tactical retreat. Well, rest and recuperate. In 5 hours it's dead. His eyes burned with confidence as he gazed at the raging behemoth below. And that meteorite, suspected to be of extraterrestrial origin, would belong to the Hive Shelter. Could a little octopus compete with them? But just then a sharp crack split the air. A 2-meter-wide chunk of ice hurtled toward them with a sonic boom. Damn it. At 2,300 meters, the monster's strength is terrifying. It can casually throw things at supersonic speeds. Zheng Yijian gasped. Fortunately, the aim was poor. The ice block missed the helicopter by a dozen meters, but it still sent a chill down his spine. Let's get out of here. If I can't win, I can still run. In 5 hours, when the big guns arrive, we'll come back and make it pay. Soon the 5 helicopters retreated, fleeing the skies above the Yangtze River, Zheng Yijian's curses echoing in the air. Meanwhile, the Hive Shelter's main control hall buzzed with agitation. I knew that meteorite was suspicious. Judging by sci-fi novels and movies, it's likely a form of psychic attack, a deeper evolution of the brain. Theoretically, it's plausible. Humanity has never delved deeper into the brain's secrets. We've only scratched the surface. Radiation monsters, even if they mutate and evolve, are just genetic anomalies. If that kid is telling the truth, it's undoubtedly an extraterrestrial intelligent artifact. The universe is vast. How could Earth be the only life-bearing planet? But we must also watch the skies. Their technology is certainly far more advanced than ours. We must obtain it. I suspect that iron plate is some kind of advanced technological artifact containing not only the mysterious energy that allows monsters to evolve, but also the ability to withstand the immense energy and pressure of a meteorite impact without breaking. Such energy and materials are beyond Earth's current understanding. Researching it could yield invaluable information and breakthroughs. The situation unsettled everyone. The product of extraterrestrial intelligence, a complete unknown to Earth, fraught with peril. The vast cosmos seemed to harbor a monstrous entity staring them down. It could descend upon Earth at any moment. Su Yun was deeply shaken, his mind reeling. He had a premonition that the 2 meteorites striking Earth might not be an accident. Minjer tell Li Shiguang and Chu Xianga to accelerate. We cannot let that meteorite slip away. Extinction, a sprawling metropolis where countless shelters clustered around the urban architecture. Its banks and lakes were abundant, and the radiated monstrosities were not limited to sea creatures. Even the fish, shrimp, crabs, and animals that had survived the natural calamity in the rivers and lakes had undergone mutation. Experts within the public megashelters of Longwa pointed out that someone must have maliciously studied the radiated sea monsters, bringing the creatures washed ashore by the tsunami inland, a crime that demanded severe punishment. However, the hive transport and trade convoy countered that the snowstorms and radiation had engulfed the globe. The mutated substances from the ocean had long since covered every corner of the entire blue star. Not only was the mutation of terrestrial life forms normal, even the mutation of plants surviving beneath the ice sheets was perfectly reasonable. Amid this frozen, snow-covered apocalypse, the city was surprisingly bustling. The Longwa military, the hive shelter, Tianshan biology, chaos and machinery, light of life, Najitong, Lalaho, Tongxinyan Yida department store, Jingdong Bida, Mai Yangji, and countless other shelters had directly established trading markets for hot weaponry equipment along with transportation and material commerce of all kinds. Special meteorites topped the list of exchange resources, their value perpetually rising. Besides those, there were the bioenergy crystals and carcasses of radiated monsters. The majority of transactions were conducted using Xingyun coins. After all, the high-tech products of the hive shelter could only be purchased with Xingyun coins. Thus the place was not only extraordinarily lively, but also permeated with the thick scent of gunpowder. Rat-a-tat-tat. As a flash of blue light blazed through the gray sky, a 6-meter-long radiated monster crashed into a pool of black-green blood. Ha, indeed, nothing beats the weapons from the hive shelter. What genius invented that Gatling gun? It's exactly my style. Lu Jiqiang stood atop a modified off-road vehicle clad in a heavy protective suit, laughing heartily. A blue-light Gatling gun from the hive shelter was mounted on the vehicle roof, its barrels steaming, spent cartridges littering the ground. 200 meters ahead, 3 grotesque radiated monster corpses, each 5 to 6 meters in length, lay motionless in a pool of blood. Brother Chong, that's another 150 Xingyun coins in the bag. Let's call someone to haul them back now. Beyond this point lies the monster zone of Minghu Lake area. A young man in full coverage exoskeleton armor, standing beside the off-road vehicle, spoke while keeping watch. What's there to fear? Look over there. Damn it, the Fengyun shelter hit the jackpot, actually found a special meteorite, and bought a Stormwind mech. Bloody hell, when will we ever save up enough for gene optimization fluid and a mech? Lu Jiqiang gritted his teeth in envy. In the distance, a Stormwind mech led several teammates in full coverage exoskeleton armor deep into the monster zone, followed by 3 modified heavy transport semi-trailers. Don't be fooled. They had easily killed 3 radiated monsters and earned nearly 150 Xingyun coins. But the cost was immense. A blue-light Gatling gun itself wasn't expensive, only 150 Xingyun coins, but the ammunition was the real killer. It fired 700 rounds per minute, each round costing 21 Xingyun coins, and they were indispensable. That meant roughly 140 Xingyun coins per minute of firepower, even more expensive than the gun itself. Good heavens, ordinary people simply couldn't bear such losses. The proceeds from hunting radiated sea monsters probably wouldn't even cover 1 minute of full firepower from the blue light Gatling. And that wasn't all. Transportation also cost thousands to tens of thousands of Xingyun coins just to haul the carcasses back and sell them to the Longwa military or other shelters. But what about the mech? Armed with just 2 blades, it could fight and kill radiated sea monsters, a close-quarters war machine. The cost-effectiveness was insane. Without firing a single bullet, it could charge in and out of monster swarms, reaping bountiful harvests. If it encountered a radiated monster over 10 meters long, it could finish the battle in 10 seconds of firepower with virtually no risk, spending only 10 to 20,000 Xingyun coins to harvest a monster worth 100,000. It was enough to make anyone gnash their teeth in envy. A mech is a must. Without it, our Quangzhan shelter has no future. If worst comes to worst, I'll go gamble at the Tianshan biology store. But just as Lu Jiqiang was seething with jealousy, the roar of an engine caught the attention of his group. They looked up, and their pupils contracted sharply. It was a woman without a protective suit, wearing only a light combat uniform, driving a hive shelter apocalyptic explosion-proof motorcycle toward the radiated monster zone of Minghu Lake under the ice and snow. Holy crap, another one made it. The mortality rate doesn't seem that high. They knew well that at this stage, only the gene enhancement potion from the Tianshan biology shelter could make the human body immune to radiation and cold. But when the store first opened, 5 people went in, and only 1 walked out alive, causing widespread panic. Yet that didn't stop those who believed they had no talent, but still craved power, the bottom feeders. In the days that followed, people trickled in, opting for the lowest price and post-success installment payments to receive the injection. They began to gamble their worthless lives, for themselves, for their families' futures. And many succeeded. Lu Jiqiang's group had seen at least a dozen gene-enhanced individuals moving and hunting outside without protective gear. though their strength and speed were still no match for radiated monsters relying on hot weapons and the mobility of the ultra-high-power explosion-proof motorcycle. One person and one vehicle could operate freely in the outside world without teammates or logistics. They hunted radiated monsters while calling in transport convoys, killing day and night to repay the installment loans for the gene enhancement potion. The pity was that this power came at the cost of their lifespan. The Hive Shelter had warned that this gene enhancer, which depleted one's potential, was irreversible. Once injected, the only way out was death or waiting for the countdown of one's life. Maybe some could live over a decade, maybe others wouldn't survive the year. It all depended on luck. Soon the transport convoy arrived. Lu Jiqiang with a pained heart paid 20 Xingyun coins for radiation removal of the corpses and 200 for transportation, then headed back toward Xinqing. Along the way, convoys of hunters and returners shuttled incessantly. Xinqing had not suffered too severely. Nearly 30 million people had taken refuge here, with over 10,000 shelters of various sizes forming a massive shelter agglomeration. After the establishment of various trading markets and malls, many adventure teams had emerged to hunt and search for meteorites. Especially with the arrival of the Hive Transport and Trade Convoy, which brought mechs, apocalyptic war vehicles, full coverage exoskeleton armor, and all sorts of high-tech equipment. Coupled with radiation removal surgeries and risk-free, semi-mechanized modification procedures, everyone was brimming with confidence and hope, dreaming that one day they too could earn enough Xingyun coins for gene optimization fluid and a Stormwind mech for their families. Lu Jiqiang gazed at the scene around him, filled with emotion, but his teammate behind him suddenly spoke in surprise. Holy crap, Black Tech. The Hive Shelter is as impressive as ever. Personal radiation and cold resistance devices are now on the shelves, only 1 Xingyun coins, each expected to arrive in a week. Hearing this, Lu Jiqiang quickly turned to look at the information on the tablet. It was a belt device that required a rice grain-sized piece of specially treated special metal meteorite to activate. Not only did it cost 1 Xingyun coins, but it also required 3 times the weight of the special metal meteorite to exchange for one. Hiss, then why gamble on gene enhancers? A piece of equipment can let us go out without protection. No boss, we all have to get one. Otherwise, if our protective suit gets damaged someday, we'll have to spend money on radiation removal. And this weather, even with cold-resistant suits, is unbearable. True, my joints are stiff and aching. I'm afraid they'll freeze and crack one day. Lu Jiqiang nodded. The device was indeed excellent and necessary. The difficulty lay in the special meteorite. It was incredibly hard to find, relying entirely on luck. Let's wait and see. With special meteorites, if luck isn't on your side, there's nothing you can do. Lu Jiqiang shook his head helplessly. But the next moment, the scene ahead of the off-road vehicle stunned them, and they drew in a sharp breath. Holy crap, is that team all semi-mechanized cyborgs? If they've had all their internal organs replaced, each of them must have spent at least 10 million Xingyun coins on the modification. Plus the other equipment. Damn, did they find a special meteorite. Looking up, an apocalyptic war vehicle loaded with full firepower advanced slowly. Around it, 3 riders on explosion-proof motorcycles, aside from the ferocious metal helmets on their heads, had metallic mechanical bodies everywhere else. Their appearance also terrified the passing convoys, sending chills down everyone's spines. As humans, most people still couldn't accept full body modification except for the brain. And without a doubt, that team had found a special meteorite, and a sizable one at that. After the semi-mechanized modification team left, Lu Jiqiang and his group slowly came back to their senses, exchanged glances, swallowed hard, and looked speechless. Don't even think about it. That stuff? Really not for us. Lu Jiqiang was genuinely afraid his teammates would also get modified into semi-mechanized humans. Fortunately, without a twisted psyche, no one would dare do such a thing. The convoy continued 5 kilometers from the Xinqing Trading Center. But just then, boom, boom, boom. Urgent booming sounds echoed in the distance, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. At that moment, tens of thousands of people on the outskirts of Xinqing saw 2 steel behemoths charging from afar. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. It was as if they had seen gods. Beep, beep, beep. 700 kilometers straight to the destination, estimated arrival in 2 hours. Aboard the Fuhai Shiguang, Li Shiguang leisurely chatted with Chu Xianga while browsing various information about the special meteorite in the Yangtze River. Spiritual attack range about 830 meters. One tentacle has over 15,000 tons of force. And not bad, stronger than that shark monster we faced before. Li Shiguang said with a contemptuous smile. I wonder if it can break through our high-density energy shield. I don't believe its spiritual power is truly ethereal. And that kid Lung Xiaofeng, I'll ask him if he's worthy of being stepped on by my mech. In the Jianguang Zuri's, Chu Xianga also curled the corner of his mouth, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes, as he spoke arrogantly. Shiguang Xingqing is in the way, fly over it. I can't wait to pry open that octopus's head and see what kind of spiritual ability it really has. In the Jianguang Zuri's, Chu Xianga also curled the corner of his mouth, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes, as he spoke arrogantly. Shiguang Xingqing is in the way, fly over it. I can't wait to pry open that octopus's head and see what kind of spiritual ability it really has. The turbine engine is outputting at full power. The energy matrix is beginning to preheat, and the energy jet thrusters are initiating. Flight will be possible in 5 seconds. As Ethel's words faded, Li Shiguang and Chu Xianga donned their human-machine connection helmets, entering the control mode. As the eyes of the Fuhai Shiguang and the Dianguang Zuras lit up, the nuclear-powered turbine engines in their chests spun at extreme speed, emitting a fierce crimson radiance. The energy fluctuations melted the icy snowflakes in the air. Moreover, deep blue energy matrices surfaced across the entire outer shell of the two mechas, and a high-energy electromagnetic field enveloped the entire frame, causing ripples of magnetic fluctuations. Once ready from a distance, the two steel behemoths towering over 80 meters tall leaped into the air while running a sight both awe-inspiring and breathtaking. The 5 energy jet thrusters on their arms, legs, and back activated, unleashing an endless stream of energy particles, providing the mechas with powerful and robust propulsion. At that moment, under the gaze of tens of thousands, those two steel behemoths resembling ultimate mechas soared into the sky, intending to cross the sky above Star City and depart. It was utterly astonishing and unbelievable. Holy crap, it's real. Those are the super mechas from the software interface on the Hive network platform and that apocalyptic steel furnace city. I thought it was just a futuristic fantasy. Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. These two big guys who wouldn't be dumbfounded seeing them. Heck, even a 100-meter-long irradiated monster probably wouldn't stand a chance against their punches. The key is they can freaking fly. The technology they contain is definitely the most advanced on Blue Star. See those two huge footprints? They're sunk over 2 meters deep in the frozen ground. These two behemoths must weigh at least 10,000 tons. The Hive shelter deploying these two super mechas must have a purpose. Is it a giant irradiated monster? Or did someone mess with them? Oh my god, who could withstand this? Within less than 10 seconds, the entire Star City knew that the Hive shelter's super large mechas were about to fly over the city. Even on the Hive network platform, over a dozen live streams appeared, instantly drawing countless viewers to witness the scene. At that moment, everyone finally understood the true strength of the Hive shelter. Those two super mechas. Who else could have built them? Surely comparisons are odious. In Star City, people in protective suits hurried out of shelters, marketplaces, shops, and war vehicles looking up. The mechas weren't flying very high, less than 400 meters, but the oppressive pressure was immense. If they were to plummet at extreme speed, the impact would be enough to destroy even a shelter buried dozens of meters underground. Their terrifying weight, an array of incomprehensible weaponry, and the mobility of flight. These were already fully formed war mechas. Especially in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, even if trapped in an endless tide of monsters, they could probably charge in and out 7 times without any danger. At the center of the trading market, Wu DeHola, former head of the financial department of the Nebula Group, looked up proudly as the mechas flew past. This was the pinnacle technology of their Hive shelter. Whether it was the Storm mecha, the Apocalypse War vehicle, or other equipment, gene warriors, or semi-mechanized cyborgs. All before these mechas were like mantises trying to stop a chariot, utterly futile. They were invincible steel war gods. On Blue Star, who could rival them? But thinking of the intelligence from the dozen factions in Star City, Wu DeHola's expression gradually turned serious. After a moment of consideration, he squinted slightly and spoke. These two mechas are being deployed. There must be some situation with a transport convoy. Lung Feng, take 3 armed helicopters and escort them until they leave Star City. No one is to obstruct them. Lung Feng and his 6-man squad, clad in the Hive's special full-coverage exoskeleton armor, stood silently guarding behind him. Star City was very important. At least in this post-apocalyptic world, it was a large gathering market and the place the Hive shelter valued most. Even other major powers and the Dragon country's military had stationed themselves here. Heroes clashed, and the situation was chaotic, a mix of the good and the bad. But it was also a good place to earn resources. There were over 100,000 hunting teams and adventure squads, and among the 30 million refugees, more than 3 million ventured out daily, with numbers growing. It was a vital strategic resource trading hub. Lung Feng received. Mission will be accomplished. No matter who it is, they will not be allowed to approach or hinder the mecha's advance. Lung Feng replied. At the same time, behind the mechas piloted by Li Shiguang and Chu Xianga, armed helicopters rose into the air, some from the Dragon country military, others from major factions like Heavenly God Organics and Supermechanical. They wanted to uncover the secrets of these two mechas, or to understand what urgency drove these giants to rush so hastily. But just then, an armed helicopter blocked the path of the mechas, and a stern voice rang out. Giant mecha ahead, halt. You are threatening everyone in Star City. Land immediately and submit to inspection. Li Shiguang frowned and murmured, the Dragon country military. That helicopter was one he had been invited to design for the Southwest Military District 2 years ago. Although its exterior had been modified to better suit the post-apocalyptic environment, he could still recognize it at a glance. Shiguang, what do you think? Should we just ram through? Brother Yin said the Dragon country has nothing to do with us anymore. Except for the Northwest and your godfather's side, the rest of the military has long been fractured after the apocalypse. Chu Xiang's voice came through. Hearing this, Li Shiguang's lips curled into a slight smile. Yes, the apocalypse had come. Who cared about who you were anymore? Miss Tu, help me find out who it is. Which shelter is so bold as to extend its claws toward my mecha? Li Shiguang said coldly. As his words fell, the beam cannon on the shoulder of the Fuhai Shiguang fired directly. A blue beam flashed, grazing the helicopter ahead. A tremendous roar erupted in the distance, and a crater over 10 meters in diameter appeared in the icy rock. Southwest Military District, huh? Do you know who I am? Get lost now. This is a warning. Next time you won't be so lucky. Li Shiguang's voice thundered through the skies. The mecha did not slow down, it continued flying forward, its steel body indestructible. Meanwhile, Lung Feng led his special operations team in 3 armed helicopters, their missiles and Gatling guns locked onto the helicopter, blocking the way. They also remained vigilant against other factions behind. We are the Hive Shelter. Evacuate immediately, or you will be considered hostile, and we will engage. Lung Feng's voice rang out. 3 armed helicopters escorted the 2 mechas, circling high above as if surrounded by enemies on all sides. Their Hive Shelter attracted too much attention, many factions coveted their secrets. In the Star City trading market, they had already encountered several sabotage incidents. In the post-apocalyptic world, hearts were uneasy and undercurrents surged. At that moment, Shiguang, I found it. It's the supermechanical shelter. They've already allied with Heavenly God Organics and Lifelight, with the Southwest Military District backing them. But their satellite defense program is very peculiar. It's as if they're guarding against me. Yun Minger's voice whispered in Li Shiguang's ear. Hearing this, Li Shiguang's face showed a slight smirk of disdain, but also a hint of gravity. It seemed that Yun Minger's existence might have been exposed. Still, it was no big deal. So it's just a few rats. After we finish the Yangtze River meteorite mission, we'll make a detour over there. They're hiding deep in the Qinling Mountains in the central region, right? Let's see how they can run. Meanwhile, this scene was also being live-streamed on the Hive platform. The barrage comments erupted in chaos. Good grief, is that helicopter really that stubborn? Bro, this is the apocalypse. Who's going to submit to your inspection? If you've got the guts, just open fire and see if those 2 mechs can't smash you flat. They're probably after those 2 mechs or the technology inside. The ones in the back don't dare show their faces, so they send their underlings to test the Hive Shelter's stance. Little did they expect those mechs wouldn't be so easy to handle. Still pulling the same old tricks unchanged even in the apocalypse. Sir, the times have changed. I dare say even the Dragon Kingdom's military wouldn't lightly provoke the Hive Shelter now. With those 2 behemoths, unless you launch airstrikes with fighter jets and missiles, or bombard them with tanks, who could even scratch them? Given the current external environment, stopping those mechs seems like a long shot. Just look around. Dozens of armed helicopters with different custom modifications representing at least a dozen major powers. And us. We can only hide in the shelter working like dogs. Yeah, I want to go out and hunt irradiated monsters, search for resources, and special meteorites too. Damn it, it's only been 10 minutes, and that fat bastard is calling me to unclog the public toilets again. I'm so sick of this. The post-apocalyptic environment was harsh, radiation, extreme cold, thin oxygen, but for the major powers these were largely surmountable. After the apocalypse, technology seemed to accelerate, with every power striving fiercely, their research achievements blooming on all fronts. All of this was thanks to the irradiated monsters, special meteorites, and the burst of survival innovation under severe conditions. Yet the strong grew stronger and the weak weaker. Countless people remained buried underground, yearning for opportunities above. Meanwhile, deep within an underground shelter, Murong Yuntian of the Celestial Genesis Shelter was holding a secret video conference using the Southwest Military Command's special satellite communications. That kid Su Yun really is skill. Whether before the apocalypse or after, it seems we can't keep up with his pace. Murong Yunshin's face darkened as he spoke. Those 2 mechs alone were top-tier technology that surpassed the combined strength of everyone present's backing forces. In the video conference, everyone sighed in admiration, yet their faces showed no trace of worry. Let it go? The Hive Shelter and that kid Su Yun have long since grown their wings. Their true strength far exceeds what you see. An AI network god and a nuclear submarine traded with the United States, absolutely carrying devastating nuclear weapons, more than one. Even the higher-ups dare not provoke them. Relax. No matter how powerful the mechs are, they're still external tools. Our path is correct. Life evolution is the only true way. Let them have their moment of arrogance. We're no pushovers either. 18 gene warriors and 3 genetic aberrants can exit the nutrient pods at any time to execute decapitation strikes. They only live for a day, but with such inhuman power, I refuse to believe anyone can survive their covert infiltration and ambush. I've developed 2 stealth ability assassins, true invisibility, concealing form, scent, and body heat completely. They've already been secretly dispatched to the Hive Shelter's headquarters. Once we capture Su Yun, the entire Hive's technology and resources will be ours. Don't be overconfident. Given the Hive Shelter's capabilities, their genetic research can't be slower than ours. Don't forget they have that woman. The gene optimization fluid is undoubtedly her work of foundation for genetic evolution. And we still have no clue about the light of life. Can't perfectly replicate, it only produce half-finished products. Xiling is as formidable as ever. Those two stealth assassins had better not get caught by the hive, or Xiling will decipher our genetic breakthroughs that could turn the tide. Trust me, I believe in the strength of those two genetic aberrants. Even if they fail, we have the gene enhancement agent as a fallback. One day is enough to throw the hive into chaos. Enough. Ideally capture him. If not, kill him first. Let this probe end here. The Southwest Military Command can step in to handle things. But they must have secrets, trail behind those two mechs, and act according to circumstances. In the video, the faces of the 6 representatives of the major shelter powers showed some gravity at the sight of the 2 massive nuclear-powered mechs, yet they harbored no real concern. The hive shelter's cards had been gradually uncovered. Aside from the AI and 4 large mechs, only a single nuclear submarine remained. Their technological strength was formidable, almost unbelievable, but times had changed. This was now the era of gene evolvers and psychics, and they fortunately were at the forefront, at least ahead of the hive shelter. At that moment, the sea-splitting time and lightning-chasing sun after flying over Star City landed and continued their journey on the ground. Are you certain those factions have allied with the Southwest Military Command? Su Yun's voice rang out gravely from the mech screen. Li Shiwang nodded. Absolutely. Didn't Missy uncover it? Though they've hidden it well, they definitely have designs on us. I have a bad feeling about this. I suggest that after the mission, Baldy and I launch a direct assault to destroy those shelters or deploy nuclear warheads, one for each. In the video, Su Yun was silent for a long time, his brow furrowed. Perhaps only he knew that before the apocalypse, the Southwest Military Command had sought him out 5 times and threatened him 5 times. Yun Minjer had analyzed only one clear objective. They wanted to take Xiling the Prodigy in the biological field. The emergence of irradiated sea monsters had made them desperate. Moreover, whether it was the Celestial Genesis shelter, the Super Machina shelter, or the Light of Life shelter, their predecessors all had grudges with him, whether over interests or personal ties. 2 years ago, their Nebula group had snatched away many of their researchers and various national projects. Absolute mortal enemies. Su Yun was now anxious. In the apocalypse, humanity was nearly devoid of conscience. If they targeted the hive shelter, they would strike lethally, without hesitation. Vigilance was essential. No preemptive measures were a must. Who knew how ruthless they could be? As for striking out, the Southwest Military Command was watching them. Su Yun bore the lives of the entire hive shelter on his shoulders, weighing every decision. Perhaps this was the burden of a leader. The decision to attack would have to wait. Just then Yun Minger's analytical voice rang out. Yun Go, based on calculations, they may have achieved a major breakthrough in the genetic field. Otherwise they wouldn't dare test us. They now have confidence. Second, the gene enhancement agents they sell have been greatly diluted. The original improved gene warriors may have given them immense confidence. With a 50% probability, they will directly attack our headquarters. Third, they've already started targeting me, developing new communication methods to evade me. It's possible they also know about the nuclear submarine. Fourth, Xiling has analyzed the Celestial Genesis gene enhancement agent. They found a divergent path in genetic evolution. She speculates they may have developed evolvers or psychics. A divergent path. Su Yun furrowed his brow. No wonder she was so confident. She had found a shortcut. With Xiling's abilities combined with the power provided by the hive shelter's research, there was no way she could be slower than them. Xiling was seeking the most correct path of genetic evolution, which was inherently as complex as the vast sea of stars. Xiling's goal was not only to find a direction compatible with the human body, but also to glimpse an endless bright path ahead. As for the Tianshan biological shelter, they had likely stumbled upon a gene chain related to evolution through a sheer stroke of luck after extensive human experimentation. But the drawbacks were glaring: high mortality rates, depletion of lifespan and potential, and a one-time irreversible evolution or mutation forever confined to that level. Perhaps they have already made a move against us, not just for the resources and technology of the hive shelter, but also for Xiling, who alone poses a threat to them. Su Yun murmured with narrowed eyes. Then if he were the adversary, how would he strike? A gene warrior, a genetically mutated suicide soldier, or some kind of supernatural ability? Faced with this unknown threat, Su Yun felt a rare sense of unease. Minjer, notify the think tank. Advance the defense plan. I want them to account for every possibility. Under no circumstances may the enemy impact us. We must nip it in the bud. Su Yun spoke gravely. All right, Yun Go. Besides the 15-member think tank, led by Guan Jinlong, it'll also inform nearly 50 high IQ personnel. But as soon as the words fell, Yun Minjer suddenly exclaimed in delight. Yun Go's sister Xiling is about to begin. She's confident she can activate that mysterious gene base point. Hearing this, Su Yun's face lit up with joy. He had been closely monitoring Xiling's research progress, never expecting it to be so fast. Only a few days had passed. It was not just luck, but also a testament to her ability. Soon a surveillance feed appeared before Su Yun. In a sealed biolaboratory, Ling, clad in a white long-sleeved nightgown, lay serenely curled up inside a glass tank filled with liquefied bioenergy crystals. Among her purple hair, a metallic silver needle shimmered, absorbing the vast, surrounding bioenergy in a cryptic wave-like pattern. Bioenergy output stable, loss of 15 grams per second. Body weight unchanged, appearance unchanged, vital signs steady. Internal energy fluctuations gradually decreasing. Increasing energy output, enhancing energy absorber power by 0.5 grams per second. Little Miss Little Koi wishes you good luck. You will surely succeed. In the vast silent laboratory, only the voice of the subsystem, AI, Xiao Jinli, echoed. At this crucial moment of Ling's own life evolution initiation, the lab was sealed by 3 heavy security doors, unopenable, without orders from either Ling or Su Yun. This scene was utterly unbelievable. Su Yun could not fathom how the needle could guide bioenergy to activate the gene base point in her brain. Moreover, logically, even a tiny fingernail-sized bioenergy crystal could sustain a person for a month without energy replenishment. By now Ling should have been overwhelmed and burst. She really succeeded. Su Yun's heart was a mix of emotions. Perhaps this world was truly about to change, no longer the technological world he once knew. At the same time, within Ling's body, an elusive gene base point blazed like a brilliant star. Countless gene chains connected to this base point, densely extending into the depths shrouded in darkness. The era of genetic evolution had been illuminated by Ling. Meanwhile, in an endless snowy world, 2 massive mechs trudged forward, each step leaving enormous mechanical footprints, their colossal force-churning layers of frozen soil buried under snow. 10 minutes to destination. Based on observations from Zheng Yijian's special forces, the giant black octopus-form radioactive sea monster has vanished, likely submerged deep into the earth, absorbing the mysterious power emanating from the meteorite. AI Siener's voice came through the mech's comms. However, Li Shiguang and Chu Xiangge wore grim expressions, their frustration bottled up. Damn it, that thing dared to tail us. If it weren't for Yun Guest's constant caution, I'd have wiped them out long ago, Li Shiguang snarled. Easy. Our hive shelter has already drawn too much attention. We can't become a target for everyone. There will be opportunities later. Our actions can't be hidden from them, but stopping us is wishful thinking, Chu Xiangge replied coldly. He fully understood Su Yun's reasoning. The hive shelter was still in rapid development and could not afford to ignore threats from other major powers. They needed time to grow. Just accelerate their pace, leave the others far behind, and then they would truly have nothing to fear. Still, the irritation lingered. Glancing back 1 or 2 kilometers behind, dozens of armed helicopters braved the blizzard, refusing to give up. On the ground, various post-apocalyptic anti-radiation, cold-resistant modified vehicles trailed them, including their own hive shelters, war vehicles, and anti-riot motorcycles. In this harsh post-apocalyptic world, so many still refused to quit. But then again, their objective was too obvious. With 2 large nuclear-powered mechs deployed, anyone with a shred of sense would know the hive shelter was up to something big. If you want a piece of the pie, not a chance. Chu Xiangge snorted. Shiguang, you'll go in first. Cover me. If anyone makes a move, give them hell. Don't worry, old buddy. This is your first battle. I guarantee no one will interfere, Li Shiguang chuckled. 10 minutes later, the Yangtze River came into view. Zheng Yijian had already prepared. This time, he brought only 5 armed helicopters into the fight. The mech unit was all guarding the temporary trading market. But one thing troubled him. Those 2 big shots had come personally, specifically requesting to see Lung Xiaofeng's supernatural ability. He knew well that the moment Lung Xiaofeng's ability manifested, most researchers at the Hive Research Institute had cursed and railed against the heavens for being unfair and deceiving them. A lifetime spent unraveling the secrets of the technological world, only to have a kid shatter their understanding and beliefs. How could anyone stand it? Xiaofeng, just be good. When they come up, call them Big Brother. Better yet, hug their legs tightly. A crumb from their fingers would be enough for your family to live on for a lifetime, Zheng Yijian said, patting the cute helmet of Lung Xiaofeng's spacesuit-style protective gear. Lung Xiaofeng pouted in displeasure. He was a child of destiny, gifted with a supernatural ability. Who could possibly make him call someone Big Brother? Dream on. But the next moment. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars sounded from afar, growing closer, like the oppressive footsteps of 2 colossal beasts. Lung Xiaofeng, shivering in the biting wind, gaped in disbelief at the 2 massive mechs striding toward them through the snow. Holy crap, this is the backup. This is insane. Uncle Zheng, what do I have to do to hug their legs? They'll call them Dad if I have to. With the arrival of 2 massive mechs, the hive shelter launched a counterattack. Along the banks of the Yangtze River, 5 armed helicopters circled at high altitude, vigilantly scanning the surroundings and any trace of other factions. The nuclear reactor engine on the chest of the Lightning Sun Chaser began to accelerate, radiating an overwhelming surge of energy as violent blue electric arcs enveloped its entire frame. A wave of destructive, scorching heat emanated, shocking the teams from over a dozen factions in the distance. Holy crap, what is this? This mech isn't as simple as we thought. Aside from its colossal size, it must be equipped with the most advanced weaponry. A man clad in a full-coverage exoskeleton armor atop an apocalypse war vehicle was stunned by the biting cold wind. Seems like extremely high voltage. But the magnetic field sensors are blaring urgent warnings. That mech ahead is emitting terrifying electromagnetic energy fluctuations. Could this be the mech warming up? And that strange device on its back? I suspect it's some kind of offensive weapon we've never seen before, mysterious and formidable. The Hive is forever the GOAT. I'm starting a live stream right now, damn. A scene like this, a supermassive mech battle, is sure to rake in a fortune. At that moment, several livestream platforms saw their viewer counts surge again, from 50 million to over 100 million in less than a minute. The deployment of the Hive shelter's massive mechs was a sight unique to the apocalypse, and no one wanted to miss it. Moreover, everyone was eager to know why the Hive was making such a massive move. These two mechs were supposed to be guarding the Hive's stronghold against the ocean crisis. Yet now they were rushing inland to the Yangtze River. There must be a major secret behind this. Soon someone voiced their speculation. Brothers' latest intel. Someone from a shelter in that area spilled the truth 5 hours ago. Hive troops ventured deep into the Yangtze, but returned defeated. Several special operatives were unconscious and the others had bloodied faces. Suspected mishap. I think they encountered a supersized radiated monster attack, and the reason the Hive is making such a move must be a very large special meteorite. This time I reckon the Hive shelter is about to hit the jackpot. You're spot on. I've got some inside info too. Someone heard a massive roar from the Yangtze along with the boom of artillery fire. It's definitely a terrifying radiated monster swimming upstream from the ocean. At that moment, Li Shiguang also monitored the surrounding factions, and online was a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Even if they guessed, so what? Who had the capability to compete with them? Extraterrestrial lock onto everyone around us. At the first sign of hostile movement, open fire. Li Shiguang said coldly. As his words fell, the two electromagnetic energy cannons on the shoulders of the sea-subduing time slowly rotated. On its shoulders, two blue-light Gatling guns extended from within, successfully deploying with a mechanical whir. Mech firepower locked. Calculations show that any threatening equipment or personnel can be neutralized within 1 minute. Aixier's response echoed. At the same time, Chu Xianga began to move. The lightning sun chaser, radiating a powerful high-intensity electromagnetic voltage boost, stepped onto the icy surface of the Yangtze River. Bald bro, there's a powerful energy fluctuation and radiation value buried in the ice layer 180 meters ahead. It hasn't escaped yet. Please activate the energy shield early and try to withstand the monster's mental attack. Safety first. Yun Minger's voice rang in Chu Xiang's ear. Understood. Activating energy shield at 70 power to test the waters. I don't believe it can affect me. Chu Xianga said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, his tone confident. Mysterious mental power. So what? He placed greater faith in the power of science and the knowledge stored in his mind. As his words died away, the energy matrix on the lightning sun chaser's body slowly lit up, forming a transparent barrier that clung to the entire mech. Thin as it seemed, it was a high-strength energy shield created by combining special meteorite metal with 100 conductivity. With the nuclear reactor's full power output, it could withstand impacts of nearly 300 tons. Even an ordinary radiated monster over 100 meters long attacking day and night would pose no threat to the pilot inside. That was because the special meteorite metal was scarce. Only 100 tons, barely enough to cover the mech's exterior in a thin layer. If there were enough special meteorite metal based on the nuclear reactor's energy output, the shield could theoretically withstand at least 80 tons of impact. Truly indestructible. 200 meters to the mental attack range. The lightning sun chaser continued striding forward without hesitation. 20 meters to the mental attack range. About to enter the danger zone. Please prepare for defense failure. Chu Xiang's face twisted with ferocity, and he roared angrily. Come on, attack me. I can't wait to see whose power is superior. At the clap of thunder, the lightning sun chaser under Chu Xiang's control blasted a beam cannon at a spot 850 meters ahead. Then he stepped directly into the radiated sea monster's mental attack range. The mech's fists clenched, electric light flickering all over as it began to sprint with murderous intent. At the same time, a piercing screech seemed to explode in the air, instantly clearing the falling snowflakes with an invisible force. The ice layer rose like a tidal wave, surging outward in all directions from the radiated sea monster. Chu Xianga felt the mech's energy shield jolted by a powerful invisible impact. The mech paused for only half a second before breaking through the invisible barrier and continuing forward without pressure. Ha ha ha. Is that all? Is that all? Mental power is nothing but a tissue paper, pierced with a single poke. Chu Xianga laughed wildly, a thick disdain on his face. Full power to the energy shield. Push electromagnetic intensity to 99. They'll show it the power of technology. Amid his fervent bloodlust, Aixier's voice rang in his ear. Full power output of the energy shield is expected to last 1 hour and 20 minutes before the energy matrix loses integrity and begins to leak. Please conclude the battle as soon as possible. As the words fell, the lightning sun chaser locked onto the radiated sea monster beneath the ice. In mid-sprint, it leaped into the air, crashing with a brilliant blue glow into the fissure torn open by the monster. The powerful shockwave blasted away large swaths of frozen soil and ice. Meanwhile, everyone watching on the shore felt an invisible shockwave sweep past them. At that moment, many experienced a sharp pain in their heads, a wave of nausea surging up, causing them to retch continuously. Herc. Damn, it hurts. What is this? My brain feels like it's been hammered. Throbbing agony in the brainstem, and I feel like puking too. Damn, my brain is going to melt. A man said to the live stream, his face pale. Beside him, many others suffered the same effect, but some remained unharmed. Bro, brother Wei. How are you? Fine, someone asked in surprise, struggling with discomfort, looking at a man sitting on an apocalypse blast-proof motorcycle. Lu Wei frowned. He had felt some pain in his head as well, but not as severe as the others. He wondered, why was he the only one unaffected? Were the others faking it? But then someone answered for him. It's the Hive Shelter's gene optimization fluid. Both Lu Wei and I have used it. Because our genes have been optimized, our brains are stronger and can resist this strange wave attack. Hearing this, everyone around was dumbfounded. Seriously, that 3 million Nebulacoin gene optimization fluid, someone actually bought it. 3 million was enough to arm 1 or 2 people with plenty of ammunition for hunting. But now it seemed they had spent it on this. Lu Wei suddenly understood. However, recalling the week of insatiable hunger after the injection, his face darkened. He didn't want to spread that good news. Let them all go through it. Yeah. The gene optimization fluid is powerful. Not only did it make my body healthier and stronger, like brand new, but my stamina in bed has at least an hour. Spending 3 million Nebula coins for a robust body is totally worth it. I'm laughing all the way to the bank, Lu Wei said with a sly grin. At his words, everyone present and online flooded with envy. 3 million Nebula coins in this apocalypse. Harder to earn than 30 million before the end. Without a stash of rare and precious resources, it was nearly impossible to buy. One had to hunt radiated monsters and get lucky picking up special meteorites. It could be said that aside from the Hive Shelter, very few could afford the gene optimization fluid. Only the big shots or the incredibly lucky. Those two, aside from their 1.5 million Nebulacoin apocalypse blast-proof motorcycle, equipped themselves with top-tier Hive Shelter products, including a modified heavy sniper rifle and a blue light Gatling gun with ammunition racks full on both sides. They must have also found some special meteorites. While everyone was green with envy, a sudden roar split the sky. You slimy, disgusting thing. Get the hell out. A massive, grotesque, radiated octopus was dragged out of the deep pit by the huge mech and slammed viciously onto the ice. The furious battlefield crackled with electric light, and shrill, agonized cries exploded in the air. At the same time, alarms blared inside the sea-subduing time. Aixier's voice rang urgently. Shiguang, a 5-man team, is sneaking toward Bald Bro. They have no protective gear and are moving fast, likely Gene Warriors. Their target is probably the special meteorite at the bottom of the pit. Stop them quickly, Gene Warriors. Instantly, Li Shiguang's face flushed with rage. The Fuhai Shiguang turned its head to look across the Yangtze River. As the detector locked on and zoomed in, he saw 5 figures clad in snow-white ghillie suits sprinting across the ice amidst the snow. If not for a radiation monster over 10 meters in length discovering them and causing a commotion during its attack, even Yun Minjer might not have noticed. The satellites in the sky were obscured by thick dust, leaving only a special strong electromagnetic wave method to establish a communication network, rendering observation impossible. Moreover, they had likely discarded all electronic devices on their persons, and coupled with the complex snowy terrain, they sought to avoid detection. Tiantian biology, you're courting death. Li Shiguang roared, then leaped down, crashing onto the thick ice and charging forward with murderous intent. The thunderous footsteps also drew the attention of those nearby, and they heard Li Shiguang's furious roar. TSK. Tiantian biology is trying to snatch the fruits. Damn, do they think Beehive Sanctuary is made of clay? They dare to pull tricks right under the noses of these 2 large mechas. Holy crap, isn't that a large special meteorite in that crater? Damn, no wonder they take such risks. No mistake about it. There are scorch marks and impact traces on the exposed frozen soil covering a wide area. The meteorite's diameter is at least 10 meters. TSK. This special meteorite must weigh over 3,000 tons, right? Damn, no wonder they dare to steal food from the tiger's mouth. Whichever shelter gets this meteorite will skyrocket. You're overthinking it. Having the ability to discover doesn't mean you have the ability to keep it. Beehive Sanctuary's strength is beyond doubt. Dare to mess under their noses, and Tiantian biology is likely finished. Not necessarily finished. They still have Gene Warriors. Each one is equivalent to the combat power of a storm mecha. And who knows, there might be even stronger Gene Warriors in Tiantian biology's lab. It's still a fight. Let's get our popcorn ready. Meanwhile, the 5 Gene Warriors, whose faces bore strange mutated keratin layers, looked up at the Fuhai Shiguang hurtling toward them at full speed, and their hearts were instantly filled with terror. Their strength was formidable. Each punch could unleash 10 to 20 tons of force, but facing that colossal steel behemoth with over 10,000 tons of weight was like lighting a lantern in an outhouse, nothing but suicide. Although their lives would not last a day, they could not remain calm under the threat of death. Yet after a moment, the leading Gene warrior's face twisted into a ferocious grimace, and he spoke viciously. Big size and strong power don't mean he's invincible. We're fast. You three find a way to climb up and destroy his mechanical structure, tear him apart. Upon hearing this, the other four suppressed their fear, and their faces gradually turned savage. This was their own choice. For the lives and comfortable existence of their families, they had nothing but their worthless lives. Regardless of the consequences or outcome, their sole purpose was to execute the mission with their lives. Death was nothing to fear. The next moment, the 5 Gene warriors scattered. 3 charged at the Fuhai Shiguang as if they were going to their deaths, while the 2 others ran toward a deep crater near the battlefield. Their speed was astonishing. They could cover 20 to 30 meters per second, swift as the wind. Their powerful physiques granted them strength beyond human limits. Inside the Fuhai Shiguang, Li Shiguang saw this scene, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Are you kidding me? Before you stands the most advanced war mecha on Blue Star. 5 little mice, and you think you can defy heaven? Activate automatic fire lock-on system, activate heat seeker, and activate the energy shield at 10% power, just in case. Axier, show them what a lock-on sheet looks like. As soon as the words fell, Axier's voice rang out. Energy shield activated. Hunter missiles locked. Blue light, Gatling fire trajectory fine-tuned and locked. Hit rate 99%. The 2 blue light Gatlings on the mecha's left and right manipulator arms rotated and adjusted their aim. Before Li Shiguang's eyes, 5 red locked targets appeared, and the mecha seemed to be clad in a layer of pale blue energy coat. As the mecha sprinted, the blue light Gatlings blazed to life, and from its shoulder blades 2 small tracking missiles shot out, reaching a speed of over 400 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Gene warriors charging at him had their heads blown apart. Their vaunted speed was utterly defenseless against the mecha's fire lock-on system. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 Gene warriors turned pale, having witnessed the instant death of their 3 comrades. 2 missiles were hurtling toward them at astonishing speed. No matter how they changed position, the missiles' trajectories would also shift, as if they had magnets attached to them. You motherfucker, can you be any more ridiculous? This kind of tech used on me. Is it necessary? Damn. Boom. 2 intense bursts of explosive flame erupted on the ice. As expected, the remaining 2 Gene warriors were blown to pieces. However, the Fuhai Shiguang did not stop. It looked up across the Yangtze River, where an armed helicopter was rapidly flying away at a distance of 200 meters. Trying to run. Can you outrun my energy weapons? Li Shiguang gave a contemptuous smile and said fiercely, less than 3,000 meters. No need to waste energy. Energy electromagnetic cannon at 5% power output, auto fire after lock-on and capture. Capture successful, hit rate 99%. Energy electromagnetic cannon activated. 3, 2, 1, fire. Axier's voice came through. The next second, a brilliant blue beam erupted from the mecha's shoulder and vanished in an instant. The next moment, the armed helicopter about 3,000 meters away exploded and disintegrated, countless debris scattering across the ground. From the moment the Fuhai Shiguang joined the battle, it took less than 20 seconds to end the fight. Biological gene technology was still in its infancy. How could it stand against the pinnacle of technological development? Meanwhile, on the other side, the Dianguang Zurus was crackling with electric light, each punch carrying immense electromagnetic voltage as it struck the main body and head of the radiation sea monster. Its body was tightly entangled by several massive tentacles. Black-purple blood sprayed, and the stench of burning wafted like smoke. From time to time, a mind-disturbing screech exploded in the air like the whisper of a demon attacking every part of the mecha from all directions. But Chu Xiangge didn't care about that. The energy shield operating at full power. As long as it withstood the mysterious psychic attack, no matter how it struggled or counterattacked, it could not break through. Is that all you've got? Die! Chu Xiangge shouted with unbridled satisfaction. This giant octopus had astonishing vitality, and its injuries would quickly repair and regenerate as if it had an undying body. Each of its tentacle suckers was lined with sharp teeth, and its 8 tentacles were covered in countless horrifying mouths. Added to that, a terrifyingly huge central mouth. Its entire body was covered in mouths with a devouring capacity that was horrifying. Unfortunately for it, facing the mecha, it could not get a bite in as if it had met its natural enemy. Now, although it was tough, it could not hold on much longer. The energy within it was rapidly depleting, the strength of its tentacles waning, and it was gradually falling into a weakened state. This was the moment of the killing blow. The Dianguang Zurus' voltage surged once more, and the tentacles entangling, it instantly lost strength and fell to the frozen ground. The special structure on its back transformed into a mechanical form, and 4 unique energy-constrained attack weapons deployed in front of the mecha. However, Chu Xiangge also recalled that during the battle, Yun Minger's analytical voice had sounded. This octopus radiation sea monster's body and brain had high research value, If possible, it was best to capture it alive or preserve its brain. This thing is too big. Capturing it alive is impossible. They'll just keep its core head for experiments, Chu Xianga said with a frown. At the thought of the value of this radiation sea monster, a bright smile spread across his face. Apart from the special meteorite mission contribution, just the corpse of this thing should be worth several batches of Tier 3 research resources, right? As the words fell, a sharp metal cone extended from the tips of 4 special energy restraints. It plunged into the body of the radiation sea monster, and after penetrating a meter deep into the flesh, 8 barbed hooks spread out, locking it firmly in place. Then the nuclear reactor output at full power, and 4 dazzling bolts of lightning flashed within the monster's body. Bah! At that moment, a devastating attack erupted inside the radiation sea monster. Boundless electromagnetic voltage energy blossomed, destroying and scorching all nearby organic tissue. This assault originated from within, high-intensity currents surging through its entire body. The monster let out a painful cry, its 8 tentacles covered in wounds stiffened, convulsed, then fell limply onto the ice. Seeing this, Chu Xiang's face twisted with ruthlessness. The electrolyte Sunchaser's hands grasped the tentacle directly, its feet planted on the monster's main body and tore upward with savage force. Bah! As one tentacle was violently ripped apart, dark purple hot blood sprayed wildly, and a low roar echoed through the air again, yet it was powerless against the mecha. Ha ha, exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Chu Xiang's laughter rang out across the Yangtze River. Who could comprehend the thrill of close-quarters combat? This was the true brutal aesthetics of mecha. Flesh against flesh, a contest of strength and sinew where only sheer hardness mattered. Meanwhile, everyone witnessed this brutal scene. The mecha pinned the terrifying giant radiated monster beneath its feet, tearing off tentacles one by one with the same ruthless simplicity as pulling dough. Someone spoke up excitedly. So savage, I love it. No wonder it's a super mecha. All that high-strength mechanical metal, the radiated monster crumbles like tofu before it. The surrounding crowd erupted in murmurs. Hiss! Did you all see that? That thin transparent shield on the mecha actually blocked the giant octopus tentacle wraps and smashes without taking any damage. Good heavens, that's at least tens of thousands of tons of force. The defensive power is terrifying. I feel like it's an energy shield. Could the Hive have already developed energy technology applications? High-density energy particles condensed into a defensive barrier blocking both physical and magical attacks. Basically everything is kept out. I think so too. The technology of the Hive shelter has reached a level we can't even imagine. All kinds of cutting-edge tech keep emerging as if there's nothing they can't do. And I suspect those 2 mechas are hiding some ultimate weapon. Maybe not nuclear level, but definitely apocalyptic. Tisk, with technology like this on display, the celestial creature shelter still dares to stretch out its claws. That takes some nerve. Aren't they afraid of Hive's retaliation? Don't say that. They're actually not afraid. There's a rumor that celestial creature Supermech Lifelight and a few other shelters have joined forces to launch a plan called Longevity. And their backing is the Southwest Military Command. Even if the Hive suffers a loss, they probably wouldn't dare to act. Besides, it's celestial creature that's taken the hit this time. No one would dare to flip the table. Whether online or along the banks of the Yangtze, everyone was speculating and debating. The conclusion was that the celestial creature shelter would likely have to swallow the bitter pill, losing 5 gene warriors and an armed helicopter with no way to defend themselves against the Hive shelter's denunciation. In the end, celestial creature would have to pay the price to smooth over this farce. And the Hive shelter would be the ultimate victor, not only slapping celestial creature in the face, but also reaping the body of a 100-meter-long radiated sea monster and a large special meteorite. What a massive profit. Meanwhile, the time-spanning ship arrived at the deep pit, and at a glance Li Shiguang saw the special meteorite inside. It was buried over 50 meters deep, 12 meters long, and 9 meters wide, pitch black, with red glows flickering in the darkness. Its estimated weight exceeded 3,600 tons. Various data flowed through Li Shiguang's eyes. No matter how Axier or Yun Minjer calculated, it was just a special meteorite. There was no sign of the special iron plate that Lung Xiaofeng mentioned, which was suspected to be of extraterrestrial origin. Analysis complete. This meteorite is entirely composed of life metal with an 80% probability that it split off from a larger special meteorite when it struck Blue Star. Yun Minger's voice sounded in his ear. Hearing this, Li Shiguang raised an eyebrow. That meant there must be something hidden inside the meteorite that crashed into the center of the Pacific. But he still felt a headache. Such a huge meteorite couldn't be moved back whole, but had to be disassembled into pieces and transported back. Moreover, they had to dig out the special iron plate inside and take it away, which would take at least a week. The density of the special metal meteorite was extremely high, requiring high-intensity laser cutting powered by the mecha's nuclear reactor. Sis, tell Brother Yun, that bald brother, and I will temporarily hold the fort here. The plan to advance into the deep sea will have to be postponed. Li Shiguang said helplessly. The next second, Su Yun's voice came through. All right, stay there for now, but never leave the mecha. Be on guard against gene warriors or some kind of superpowered individuals at all times. The think tank speculates that the other shelters allied with celestial creature are no pushovers, and there's a high chance they've developed superhumans. Keep the energy shield running at low power, be cautious. As for retaliation and preparing on this side, and it won't take long. Hearing this, Li Shiguang's face lit up with joy. Finally they could strike back. He had long despised the celestial creature shelter for daring to make sneaky moves under his nose. Their audacity surpassed even his own. Better to finish them off in one go, root and stem. Meanwhile, Chu Xianga had also ended his battle. The electrolyte Sunchaser had torn open a hole in the head of the octopus-shaped radiated monster, pulling out a black-purple brain 3 meters in diameter, glowing with a white halo. At its center was a structural sphere, like an organ, emitting a visible green light. Beside the brain, a bioenergy crystal weighing 300 gene was attached constantly, supplying vast bioenergy. Holy crap, such a huge bioenergy crystal. So that's it. The brain really mutated. The psychic power is probably thanks to that mysterious flesh ball, right? Chu Xianga exclaimed in astonishment. Though he wasn't well versed in biotech, one glance told him that the fist-sized, green-glowing flesh ball at the center of the brain was definitely a treasure. As expected of a radiated sea monster, every part is a gem. Take it back to Big Sis for research, shall be thrilled. A smile spread across Chu Xiang's face as he thought of Ziling's preferences, and without hesitation he declared. But the next moment Yun Minger's voice sounded. Bald brother, thank you for your hard work. Please stay and guard the Yangtze River for now. The transport team has already departed from the hive, and Haoyang will join you. Hearing this, Chu Xiang's face darkened then brightened with delight. Yun Minger, I told you don't call me bald brother. By seniority, I'm your uncle. And Haoyang, has his Emperor Yan's destroyer also been fitted with the energy matrix? That was fast. No way, bald brother sounds so much more affectionate. Alright, I need to go improve the hive's defense plan. You guys get busy. Meanwhile, in the hive shelter's main control hall, Su Yun was smiling at the two people on the video call. One was Murong Yuntian from Celestial Creature, and the other was a major from the Southwest Military Command. Su Yun spoke, so what's the verdict? According to the principle of non-aggression, Celestial Creature struck first. We merely defended ourselves. Do you want to let it slide, offer compensation, or go to war? On the screen, Murong Yunshin's face was grim silent, but the malice in his eyes was impossible to hide. His mutated dragonclaw hands clenched into fists. Fortunately, the other person spoke calmly. It's come to this, and it was indeed Celestial Creature's fault. They'll take the lead. They'll compensate your hive shelter with 50 tons of life metal and 500 gene of bioenergy crystals. Let's call it even. How about it? Hearing this, Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. He nodded, his voice cold. You should have said so earlier. Why waste my time? And a word of warning to Celestial Creature, if there's a next time, don't blame me. With that, Su Yun ended the video call, a look of worry and unease on his face. Minger, how's the construction of the large energy shield coming along? Su Yun asked softly. We're short on special metals, but the 7 trade transport teams have urgently returned with over 700 tons of special meteorite. It's estimated to take 6 days to complete. Hearing this, Su Yun frowned. 6 days? Too long. Not only he but the think tank also predicted that the Celestial Creature Alliance would likely strike in the next couple of days. An unknown superhuman, if mishandled, could bring severe consequences to the hive. What to do? Su Yun was now anxious. Unless he closed the shelter gates immediately and only reopened them after the large energy shield was built. But that wasn't the style of the Nebula Hive shelter. If they did that, it would essentially show fear and embolden the enemy. Currently, except for the uninstalled large energy shield, everything else at the hive shelter was ready. Logically, even superhumans shouldn't be so overpowered as to breach dozens of defense systems and Yun Minger's omnidirectional surveillance. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Just then Yun Minger's voice rang out. Brother Yun, good news. Sister Ziling is awake. Su Yun sprang to his feet, beaming with joy. Great. A gene evolver. She really made it. I wonder if she can resolve the hive's crisis. I'm on my way. But the next moment Ziling's voice reached his ears before her arrival. No need to come in here. What crisis? Superhumans. Mutants. Nuclear strikes. Or gene warriors. Sigh, my mind is 100 times faster now, and I feel like communicating with normal people will be a problem. Su Yun was stunned for a moment, then gaped in disbelief at the sight behind him. Just a second ago she was in the sealed biolaboratory, and the next second she appeared behind him. Even if life had evolved, it shouldn't be this absurd. It completely defied scientific understanding. How did you do that? Su Yun asked in horror. Tap tap tap. Ziling stepped forward in white high heels. Her skin was exceptionally smooth, like pure white jade, flawless and without blemish. It's complicated to explain. It's akin to my spiritual eyes sensing your location, and with a single instinctive step I arrived here. Like quantum entanglement teleportation. My body can transform into energy particles, and wherever my gaze falls I can teleport across space to that spot. Ziling spoke, very quickly finishing a sentence in less than 3 seconds, and that was with her holding back. Before Su Yun could speak, Ziling covered her forehead and said in frustration, in this 1 second my mind has already operated over 100 times, from the mysteries of evolution to the sorting of human genes. Yet you made me wait for so long without a response. That makes me a little troubled. Hearing this, Su Yun was speechless. He looked at Ziling's face as if he had never known her before. She seemed like an inscrutable deity high above, while he was like an ant on the ground. A fundamental difference between them. Perhaps this was a difference in the hierarchy of life. After a long silence, Su Yun asked nervously, after life evolution. Are we still human? Ziling looked at Su Yun's eyes in surprise, then laughed. Of course. Are you afraid of me? I've just evolved, not changed species. Theoretically, there's no difference between me and a radiation sea monster. Both are deep extensions of biotechnology, just with different directions and depths of genetic evolution. Of course, this is also thanks to the hive. I used a full 400 gene of biological energy crystals equivalent to the energy nurtured by a radiation sea monster over 180 meters long. Among the 2 gene chains I unlocked, 3 nodes have been lit, and my abilities have grown exponentially. It's only reasonable to be a bit outrageous. Su Yun watched Ziling sit on a nearby lounge chair and became curious. He circled around her, looking left and right, and even reached out a naughty hand to touch. Apart from her skin being more delicate and smooth and her appearance more perfect, there was no change from before. Then he looked at Ziling's purple hair. The silver needle had vanished. At this moment, except for her mysterious and lofty aura, she seemed like a normal person. The physical mutations typical of gene warriors were completely absent in Ziling. Apart from spatial teleportation, what other abilities do you have? Su Yun asked curiously. Ziling brushed aside a strand of hair from her forehead, frowned, and controlled her speaking speed as she said, besides my physical strength being nearly 20 times stronger than before, and the spatial teleportation ability being a pleasant surprise, the gene node I lit belongs to a gene chain in the psychic category. I call it psychic manifestation. Apart from enhanced psychic power, I can also manifest anything you can't see, like this. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yun felt a shudder. An invisible finger seemed to poke his chest from the air, catching him off guard. Damn, isn't this basically a superpower? One is spatial teleportation, the other is creation from nothing. If she manifested a sword, he would probably be dead on the spot, killing without a trace. Just like those superviruses, so typical of Ziling. At this moment, Su Yun became excited. If Ziling could succeed, that meant he could too. Awesome. When can you get me one? Su Yun asked eagerly. He had been gathering the entire energy of the hive shelter to support Ziling's research without restrictions. Wasn't this the moment he was waiting for? He couldn't wait any longer. Hearing this, Ziling narrowed her eyes and then said, just to remind you, besides biological energy crystals, special meteorites are also important for life evolution. My psychic sense detected a high-level life energy on them, though only a tiny bit. But a Tintin meteorite is enough for one person to break the stability of their genes and repair them again. I suspect that Lung Xiaofeng was stimulated by the large special meteorite that fell into the Yangtze River. It triggered his human genes to autonomously break their protective state and reorganize, lighting up a certain gene node. If he had a large amount of biological energy crystals, he could continue to light up an entire gene chain and strengthen himself. Special meteorites are falling everywhere. There are already some people who have autonomously initiated gene evolution. The era of gene evolution has begun. We must collect enough special meteorites to seize the future. Ziling's face was solemn. She knew that she was not the only one in this world who had initiated gene evolution. Besides Lung Xiaofeng, whom they had discovered, there were definitely many others who had come into close contact with special meteorites. With such a large population, some of them must have undergone changes. Fortunately, the world's environment was extremely harsh, and the hive shelter's power was immense. Although collecting special meteorites was somewhat difficult, acting early would definitely put them at the forefront of global collection. And they would rely on the hive's vast power to continue evolving until they became omnipotent gods. Hearing this, Su Yun frowned and nodded. The plan to collect special meteorites was already in action, and it had yielded results from the start. Over 700 tons of special meteorites could be transported to the hive shelter within 3 days, and the 9 trading transport teams that had gone out still had about 100 tons more. As long as trade continued, people would definitely bring special meteorites to trade with the hive shelter for various post-apocalyptic equipment and gene optimization fluids. As long as they held firm in their technological foundation, special meteorites would flow in continuously. Moreover, although the deep-sea assault plan had been delayed, it would commence within 2 weeks at the latest. Don't worry, I've already set up the layout. Special meteorites will keep pouring into our hands, Su Yun said with full confidence. That's fine. In 3 days, I will develop a compound agent that can break the gene's instinctive protective state, allowing you and Haoyang to undergo a life evolution. Of course, lighting up a specific gene node will depend on your luck. My method is not infallible. There's only a 50% success rate, the other half will die from genetic collapse. Ziling shrugged and said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Su Yun's eyes widened. You dared to trick me. What the hell? You're getting too big for your boots, huh? You dared to tell me it was 100% safe. Fine, you're awesome, you're right. Yun wanted to slap Ling, but then suddenly realized he really couldn't beat her, so he gave an awkward laugh. But he still felt a bit of lingering fear. If something had really happened to Ling, how would he explain it to Shiguang and Haoyang? They had promised to go to the stars together, no one left behind. Sigh. Yun slumped helplessly into his seat looking at Ling with a sigh. Damn, she was already a headache before, now it would probably be even worse. With an ability like spatial teleportation, who could stop her from doing anything? At least he couldn't, the Hive Shelter couldn't, and the others on Blue Star certainly couldn't. Fortunately, the next second Ling took the initiative to start working. As for the Hive's crisis, I suspect it's some kind of superpowered individual. Let me handle it. Gene evolution also has levels, and besides, the gene abilities I've unlocked are not weak. You continue to monitor the situation by the Yangtze River. Ling, while resting her chin on her hand and staring into space, allocated a portion of her mind to communicate with Yun, muttering to herself, a psychic attacking octopus sea monster. That thing must be another unknown gene chain. I can study it for a few days. This made Yun itch with envy. At this moment, his Nebula Guardian nuclear-powered mecha no longer seemed appealing. There was no comparison with life evolution. Alright, poor me still has to work. I'd better hope to light up a gene chain that allows for cloning. He had plenty of things to do. Besides various trades with shelters like the layabout, he also had to monitor the movements of the joint shelter with Tianjin Biology and the Southwest Military. In addition, the nuclear-powered submarine was almost repaired and refitted, ready to venture deep into the ocean, providing the Hive Shelter with a counterattack option. There was also the large special meteorite in the Yangtze River. The transport safety plan for Big Octopus Yun Minger's body, made of special meteorite and new element metals from radiation sea monsters, was almost finished. The subsequent development of Hope City, the market layout of 9 trading teams, and so on. Most importantly, he also needed to study the detailed data and operation of the Nebula Guardian, preparing for deep-sea hunting and excavating the main meteorite. In the early stages of development, everything depended on him. He had it too hard. Meanwhile, outside Hope City, which was built at the gate of the Hive Shelter, armed helicopters were landing one after another, and many large modified trucks, post-apocalyptic war vehicles, and armored motorcycles appeared on the ground. Wow, what a spectacular sight. Folks, look, this is the Hive Shelter's headquarters, and this giant city, Hope City, burning with life. Damn, it's so powerful. This is a true super shelter in the apocalypse, unmatched anywhere in the world. On an armored motorcycle, a young man set up his phone stand, sprayed some radiation decontamination fluid, and started a live stream facing Hope City. The live stream had a considerable number of viewers, over 10 million, and still growing. They all wanted to know how the Hive Shelter's headquarters was built in the coastal area. At that moment, the comments went crazy. Holy crap, there's an even larger nuclear-powered mecha over there, looks taller. Almost 100 meters, someone excitedly commented, spotting the Nebula Guardian standing on Fungi Mountain in the distance. Brothers, shout with me. This is the Hive. As a user of gene optimization fluid, I directly call it the Eternal God. This Hope City and the gate embedded in Fungi Mountain, I can only describe it with one word: awesome. Damn, I'm so jealous that you guys can roam freely outside. I want to go to Binhai City to see this magnificent sight too. No more talking. I'm going to take my crappy gun and follow the team to charge into Datong Lake. If I don't show up in an hour, I'm probably dead. I'm in the ruins of Zhan City, lying in wait to hunt a 12-meter-long crocodile horse radiation sea monster. My Hive Brand Slayer heavy sniper rifle is ready. At most 5 shots. Brothers, wish me good fortune. The steaming steel city resembled a mechanized metropolis from the apocalypse. As far as the eye could see, there were towering metal buildings, metallic streets, and countless apocalyptic war vehicles, mechas, motorcycles, and semi-mechanized humans bustling about. The bustling trading district, equipment zone, living area, food court, modification and maintenance area, and the outer square hunting preparation zone were all teeming with activity. By now, besides the members of the Hive Shelter, many people from other shelters had also appeared in the city. This was an open apocalyptic city. After passing through 3 lines of defense, radiation cleansing, scanning, and information recording, Guxiaoya, holding a live-streaming phone, drove his motorcycle into this hope-filled city of the apocalypse. Folks, let's first check out the trading district. I heard the goods here are cheaper than online. Probably because they save on transport costs in this harsh environment, so there are great discounts. Guxiaoya said excitedly. The goods at the Hive Shelter were good, but too expensive, especially ammunition. A single standard Gatling bullet cost 20 Nebula coins, which was ridiculously pricey. Moreover, they weren't compatible with other firearms from the Dragon Kingdom. The thermal weapons of the Hive Shelter all use special 12.82mm bullets designed to deal with massive radiation monsters. A single large special sniper bullet cost between 500 and 5,000 Nebula coins, which was dozens or even hundreds of times more expensive. Without a decent stash of Nebula coins, one couldn't even afford to fight a battle. Soon Guxiaoya arrived at a spacious and bright trading hall filled with a futuristic vibe. Looking around, countless goods were displayed in glass cabinets, dazzling the eyes. Every elegant and beautiful attendant greeted him with a healthy smile. It seemed that in this apocalypse, only this place remained a peaceful haven. But the next second Gu Xiaoya's eyes widened as he stepped forward in disbelief, staring at a bottle of gene optimization fluid. What the hell, folks? The gene optimization fluid here costs only 1 million Nebula coins. That's insanely cheap. As he spoke, Gu Xiaoya didn't forget to point his phone at the glass cabinet, the price of 1 million Nebula coins, catching everyone off guard. However, before he could get excited, the sales attendant seemed to hear something through her earpiece, and a faint smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Sir, I'm sorry, but the price on the counter is for Hive members only. For external customers, we have a different price list. The attendant pulled out a price tag from under the counter and placed it next to the gene optimization fluid. The external price is 2.49 million Nebula coins, and we've already given you a discount of 510000. Would you like to order one? And we also have a set of add-on items that work perfectly with the gene optimization fluid. This is high-energy nutritional fluid. One bottle can keep you from feeling hungry for an entire day, and it's only 200 Nebula coins. Here are vitamin complex tablets, just 3000 Nebula coins. And this special mystical oil extracted from radiation monsters. Add a few drops to your bath for perfect skin. Also this facial cleanser, this hair removal cream. All on sale today. The attendant kept talking, pulling out various products and recommending them with a beaming smile, her eyes dancing with delight. At this moment, not only Gu Xiaoya was dumbfounded, but the viewers in the live stream were also stunned. Why you call this not expensive? This was 2.5 times the price for Hive members. And then there was that pile of stuff that might or might not be useful, all bundled with the gene optimization fluid. This damn feeling. No wonder they called the Nebula Hive a money grubber. Gulp. Gu Xiaoya nervously swallowed and quickly shook his head. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Sorry, you'll go check out the thermal weapons first. He scurried away, nearly scared to death by the price of over 2 million. Although he had some savings, they were all hard-earned from hunting radiation monsters in the harsh environment. But compared to the price of gene optimization fluid, it was nothing. He was too poor. Ahem, folks, let's go check out the latest burst sniper rifle. I heard its power is twice that of the Slayer, and it can take down a 5-meter-long radiation monster with a single shot. Let's take a look. The viewers in the live stream, also short on cash, could only sigh. That thing. Without a decent amount of Nebula coins, one really couldn't afford it. A 10-meter-long radiation monster was worth about 100 Nebula coins, so one gene optimization fluid required hunting 25 of them. That didn't even include the costs of transportation, radiation, decontamination, and ammunition consumption. A 6-person team without mechas equipped with full thermal weapons might only be able to hunt and bring back 3 or 4 radiation monster corpses in a day while risking the harsh environment and attacks. After deducting all costs, each person might not even earn 5000 Nebula coins. Even under the most ideal hunting scenario, it would take at least 2 or 3 months for one person to save enough for a single gene optimization fluid. Damn, it was too hard for them. At that moment, countless people envied the lucky ones who had found the special meteorite. Overnight riches were no joke. Night fell, the gray sky turning pitch black, and the lights of Hope City intensified once more. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, 2 naked, disfigured, emaciated men suddenly materialized out of thin air. We only have 30 minutes of invisibility. Split up and find Su Yun and Ziling. The latest orders: no need to capture them alive, kill them with one blow if possible. A hoarse voice echoed in the darkness. Understood. Su Yun is mine. His location is probably at the deepest level of the shelter, over 1,000 meters underground. 30 minutes is enough. 10 minutes later, the 2 figures vanished again, leaving not a trace of movement or evidence, as if they had never existed. Inside the steel fortress at the gate of the Hive shelter, it was bright, clean, and at a comfortable temperature. Countless mechanical arms operated overhead, and the entire space was filled with automated facilities with small transport vehicles shuttling back and forth on the ground. After a week on duty, I finally get 3 days off. Brother, see you at the Drunken Flower Pavilion tonight. Lu Jiayu, wearing a Hive engineering suit covered in paint, smiled and walked with 2 co-workers toward the No. 3 large underground elevator that led to the residential area. After a 2-minute wait, the elevator arrived. Lu Jiayu swiped his personal terminal watch and stepped inside. The Hive had 12 elevators leading to the underground area, with only 4 designated for off-duty staff and their families. Each elevator could hold 200 to 300 people and was quite spacious and fast. In less than a minute, ding, the elevator has arrived at Underground Zone A. Staff living in residential districts 18 to 15, please exit. The doors will close in 1 minute, and the elevator will continue descending. The intelligent management system announced. Lu Jiayu smiled and waved goodbye to the 2 co-workers who left. His home was in Residential District 5, requiring 3 more stops. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a photo of his happy family of 4. 3 days off this time. Finally, I can take my family to the amusement park and the shopping street for a good time. And the gene optimization fluid, still short by over 1 million, but it's getting closer. Lu Jiayu murmured to himself with anticipation. But the next moment, he felt someone touch him from behind. He turned around, but there was no one. Huh, my imagination. I guess I'm just too tired. Earning Nebula coins isn't easy. Lu Jiayu shook his head helplessly. Although engineers were well paid, the Hive shelter was still in its early development stage, with countless construction projects everywhere. Even though they earned a lot, they were exhausted. 8 minutes later, the elevator doors opened, and the remaining 20-odd people filed out. Looking at the central square of the residential area, many children and elderly were laughing and playing. Here truly was the only haven in the apocalypse. But before leaving, Lu Jieyu glanced back suspiciously. He felt as if someone was standing very close behind him, yet there was nothing. This is really strange. I can't be this tired. As he left, the elevator doors closed again. In the darkness, a hoarse laugh sounded lowly. How I envy you. But from today, your peaceful life is going to be shattered by me. At the same time, beep 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 beep. An alarm blared urgently throughout the main control hall. Danger alert. Danger alert. Elevator no. 3 shows an extra weight of 110 gene. When empty, indicating a possible invisible ability, user has infiltrated the Hive's underground interior. Activate defense plan Article 39. The elevator will be emergency, descending to underground zone D level 5, the breeding room. Evacuate the breeding personnel immediately, then seal off the entire elevator exit passage with 3 defense doors. The first, second, and third underground rapid response units are to move out swiftly. Just as Yun Minger's voice rang out in the Hive shelter's biolaboratory, Zi-Ling raised an eyebrow and paused her potion mixing. She looked up at 2 directions on the ceiling, a glint of sharp light flashing in her eyes. Finally here. And there's more than one. Studying the genes of specially mutated evolutions. That will be very interesting. The moment the alarm blared, the central control hall erupted in clamor. Wow, there really are ability users. Celestial Genesis Sanctuary has some tricks managing to get 800 meters underground before we detected them. Indeed, it's a limitation of computational power, otherwise Miss Yun Minger surely would have spotted the intruder the moment the elevator started. Invisibility ability. It was among the 588 possibilities speculated by the think tank. A pity. If the computational power of Miss Yun Minger's mainframe supercomputer were 10 times stronger, she could have discovered him above ground. Still no big deal. The 39th defense plan seals off all passages including the elevator. Unless he can break through the high-strength chromium titanium and steel titanium alloy walls, he's doomed. At that moment, Su Yun furrowed his brow. The current supercomputer was severely hampering Yun Minger's capabilities. Artificial intelligence possessed astonishing power, but it was constrained by computational hardware. Unfortunately, research on chip processors and computer matrices had reached the limits of existing technology. Without a groundbreaking discovery, improvement seemed impossible. Still, the crisis had been identified and was fully under the Hive's control. Su Yun sat in the central control hall, and Yun Minger's voice whispered in his ear. Brother Yun, Captain Wu Lijun of the Rapid Response Unit, has set off with 2 other squads. Their firepower can handle a radiation sea monster over 20 meters long. They also carry small electric beam bombs and high-density carbon fiber capture nets. The kill probability is 99%, but the capture rate is only 30%, as that ability user might not survive half a day. Hearing this, Su Yun nodded calmly with narrowed eyes. Barring accidents, that invisible ability user's target was undoubtedly him, a decapitation strike. If he died, the Hive Sanctuary's development would suffer a heavy blow, and the mad scientists in the Research Institute would likely become uncontrollable. Then the entire Hive would descend into chaos and division. The vengeful plans of researchers like Zi-Ling and the Pandora's box within them would be unleashed. Then, TSK. Su Yun knew the deep-seated madness within Zi-Ling, Hao Yang, and the other 4, as well as the Research Institute staff. They wouldn't stop their forbidden experiments and human trials until Blue Star was destroyed and humanity extinct. However, for his safety, the think tank had installed over a dozen countermeasures at his seat. He also carried a prototype personal energy shield device from the lab, powered by a specially treated meteorite the size of a marble, weighing 30 gene. As long as the ability user's power didn't exceed the blue light Gatling's firepower, he would remain unharmed. Moreover, Zi-Ling was there. The moment Su Yun thought of her, she appeared behind him. 2 little mice, both with invisibility abilities. I need their bodies alive. They'll handle it myself. They're not reliable, Zi-Ling said in a calm voice. Su Yun, accustomed to this, turned and nodded. Since you want them, go ahead. Let me see the gap between you. Zi-Ling smiled, her face brimming with pride and confidence. Don't worry. Gene evolvers have their differences, especially these defective ones. With that, her figure vanished again. This time Su Yun saw it, a sudden, unexpected disappearance in the blink of an eye. Good heavens, that ability is so convenient. When will I get one? Meanwhile, at the cultivation room elevator tunnel entrance, Wu Lijun piloted his mech stationed there, staring straight at the elevator doors 20 meters ahead. Around him, 14 battle-hardened rapid response soldiers, all injected with gene optimization fluid, donned full coverage exoskeleton armor, weapons, and gear at the ready. With a series of mechanical layers of protective metal doors, slowly closed valves sealing tightly. The entire elevator corridor now held only them and the imminent ability user. Intel says it's an invisible ability user. First thing when the doors open, spray fluorescent powder. Cover the whole elevator and corridor until we find him, Wu Lijun ordered sternly. Understood. Well, spray immediately, a soldier replied. Wu Lijun nodded, his eyes fixed on the doors. In his left hand, he gripped a small electric beam bomb. His right hand began spinning the blue light Gatling ready to unleash full firepower. The mech's ammunition load allowed 7 minutes of sustained fire. That was enough to sweep the entire space 2 or 3 times. He doubted the ability user could defy such odds. The elevator's display panel showing floor depth and zone numbers changed gradually, and soon the elevator stopped at this level. At that moment, all rapid response soldiers held their breath, their faces growing more solemn. Facing this mysterious invisible ability, user felt like confronting a massive radiation sea monster, an immense pressure. The elevator doors slowly opened, and the ability user inside was stunned by the scene before him. What's going on? They detected me. A hoarse, incredulous voice echoed in the air. But then glancing at his feet, realization dawned. Is it the weight change? His invisibility ability, though mysterious, concealing heat, scent, and form, an ideal for assassinations and infiltration, couldn't erase his physical body from the air. The fatal flaws were his weight and footprints. Now despair and helplessness filled him. He had been discovered prematurely, meaning his mission had failed and his life was on a countdown. Yet a fierce resolve hardened his face. 15 people. Kill 1 and I break, even 2 and I profit. They'll fight to the death. He opened his mouth, revealing a small blue vial floating in the air, ready to bite it open. But first, fluorescent powder filled the elevator space, outlining his silhouette for Wu Lijun and the others. Wu Lijun spotted the blue vial, and his face darkened. Damn, that's an unrefined gene enhancer. He's going to fight back and kill himself. Quick, throw the capture net. Best to take him alive. The mech charged forward with unstoppable momentum, hurling the electric beam bomb toward the elevator. The ability user sneered. Capture me alive. Dream on. This is my chance for a counterattack. But just as he was about to bite the blue vial, his pupils contracted sharply and his body trembled uncontrollably. What's happening? I can't move. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bite down. His entire body felt frozen, as if under a paralysis spell. Anesthesia, electric shock, or had some technology severed his nerves. Countless guesses raced through his mind. Overwhelming despair consumed him. Then a lazy female voice echoed from the elevator tunnel entrance, startling him back to reality. Stop. Don't damage my specimens. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels on the metal floor. Wu Lijun and the others froze, turning in disbelief to see Ziling. How had she entered this sealed area? What sorcery? Fortunately, Yun Minger's voice came through their personal comms. Mission change. All rapid response units assist Ziling in capturing the invisible ability user. Follow her orders. Everyone halted, quickly clearing a path for Ziling to approach the elevator. Accidentally unlocked the invisibility gene chain during mutation. I have no interest in celestial genesis results, but your invisibility gene is intriguing, Ziling said calmly, standing before the ability user. She pulled a syringe from her white lab coat and injected it into him. Within 3 seconds, the ability user's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, his face twisted in terror. In his final moment, a suspicion arose. This woman. It had to be his target, Ziling. She must have mutated an ability too. His future would be grim. He knew Ziling was a genius in biological research. Dissection and worse were unthinkable. Take him to my lab. He won't wake up. And there's another little mouse. Today's a good day. Good things come in pairs. With that, Ziling vanished before the horrified eyes of Wu Lijun and his men. Ziling's capture operation was exceptionally smooth. Within less than a minute, the 2 invisible ability users who had infiltrated the Hive sanctuary were brought to her biological laboratory. The disparity in strength was like that between heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. Su Yun had been observing this crisis, but the moment Ziling intervened, the crisis ended so dramatically. Lying in the main control hall, Su Yun felt speechless, having expected a targeted crisis, yet never imagining that the celestial deity biology would be so lacking in strength. All his preparations were in vain. The dozens of defense plans proved utterly useless. Ziling was right. There are indeed gaps in the strength of gene evolvers, Su Yun murmured to himself. His anticipation for the successful concoction of the gene potion grew, wondering what kind of ability he would unlock. Yun Minger's network surveillance had gradually surfaced the ability users hidden within the Dragon Kingdom. By now he knew of 35, a number that grew more terrifying with time. The Hive couldn't afford to fall behind. But the next moment, Yun Minger's voice suddenly rang out. Brother Yun, the United States, and 4 other major powers have also built their networks in the apocalypse. They now want to connect to the Hive network platform. Should we allow it? Hearing this, Su Yun snapped out of his fantasies about gene evolution, frowning for a moment. What about the Dragon Kingdom? Su Yun asked. They have also established an internal communication network, but they haven't opened it up yet, refusing to let the Hive network platform connect, as if they are guarding against me. Is it necessary? I wouldn't peek anyway. Yun Minger's voice was filled with displeasure. Su Yun's eyelids twitched as he suddenly thought of Yun Minger's body, a humanoid mecha she had designed herself. If it were completed in a few days, his head would ache even more. Another troublesome lady to keep an eye on. Well, fine. Since the Dragon Kingdom is not making a move, let the Hive network platform connect. The overseas market is vast. In this highly developed technological era, as long as luck holds, and one isn't directly hit by a meteorite fragment, survival is generally possible. Su-Yun said helplessly. Moreover, he had plans collecting nuclear raw material uranium-235 and special meteorite metals would be much easier abroad than within the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom's market was limited, and the special meteorite metals were finite. The Hive was already under the watch of over a dozen large sanctuaries in the southwest military region. The Hive was too conspicuous, and Su-Yun had grown impatient. He decided to just play along with those inside the Dragon Kingdom. If they didn't bother him, he wouldn't bother them. Then the Hive sanctuary could focus its attention abroad, reaping overseas resources with ease. 10 minutes later, the network was connected. In that moment, countless users of the Hive network platform discovered a special announcement and various videos from abroad. An uproar ensued, and within half an hour the internet was flooded with videos and disaster reports from foreign lands. Only then did they realize how fortunate they were in the Dragon Kingdom. At least there was a path to survival. Abroad, well, it was one disaster after another. The internet buzzed with heated comments. Holy crap. Just 3 days ago, South America, Australia, and India were hit by countless swarms of radiation sea monsters. Countless sanctuaries were destroyed. And the best part, brothers, it's a celebration. Little Japan now has only 58 sanctuaries with an estimated population of less than 5 million. They're crying out daily for their American daddy to rescue them. Damn. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom is truly lucky. Apart from some personal and family shelters that couldn't withstand earthquakes, fires, extreme heat, cold, and oxygen depletion, most have survived. Most importantly, we haven't suffered large-scale radiation sea monster attacks. Only areas near rivers and lakes were affected, and those were swept clean by the Dragon Kingdom army and dozens of large sanctuaries like the Hive. To collect bioenergy crystals, everyone mobilized in full force. Truly a cause for celebration. Tisk, those who fled must be regretting it now. In this apocalypse of meteorite disasters and radiation monsters, where can safety be guaranteed? It's all a matter of luck. And the Dragon Kingdom is lucky. Most people have survived. But beyond relief, the various strange phenomena on the internet weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Brothers, check out this video. Holy crap, gene warriors and semi-mechanized humans have appeared abroad too. Someone hastily uploaded a video, instantly drawing countless viewers. In the video, near a volcanic crater spewing lava, the scorched earth stretched endlessly. A deafening roar echoed. In the distance, a terrestrial radiation sea monster over 40 meters long reared its head, bellowing in fury. Around and on its body, dozens of tiny figures were besieging the creature. Zooming in, most of them were bare-chested with no radiation protection measures and not a single firearm in sight. Yet these people moved with astonishing speed. Under the monster's brutal attacks, they dodged with a flicker of their bodies. Some even ran swiftly across the monster's skin as if gravity had no hold on them, moving as if on flat ground. Even more terrifying was their immense physical strength. Each punch or kick created a half-meter bloody crater on the monster's body, sending black-red blood gushing out. The video also showed a dozen semi-mechanized humans, their bodies bristling with firepower as if they were walking powder kegs. After less than 3 minutes of combat, the radiation monster was drenched in its own blood. It had lost an eye, and both forelimbs had been shattered at the same joint by hundreds of blows, punches, kicks, Gatling guns, and small missiles. The limbs crashed heavily onto the charred ground. It was like a colossal elephant of destruction, yet it was toppled by dozens of ants, strong, agile, and bristling with firepower like porcupines. If this continued, it would be beyond saving. But what shocked netizens most was the last part of the video. A massive flying vehicle, like an aerial carrier, descended into view. Then a red laser weapon erupted, piercing a gaping black hole through the radiation monster's head, instantly killing the 40-meter-long beast. At that moment, everyone lost their composure. That has to be an aerial carrier, right? Judging by the video, it's estimated to be over 120 meters long and 100 meters wide. Apart from having 6 extra turbo propeller blades, it matches the fantasy version perfectly. Holy moly, I recognize that place. It's an active volcano in the United States. Besides the aerial carrier, those people are definitely gene warriors. But I think I saw one who could spit fire and another who shot star-like magic attacks. Damn, are those ability users? Fuck, I saw it too. I knew it. Those are ability users. How the hell did this world end up with such fantasy abilities? There must be some secret that ordinary people don't know. That aerial carrier is undeniable. The laser weapon's lethality is terrifying. The flesh and bone density of a 40-meter radiation sea monster must be formidable. Even blue light Gatling guns and heavy sniper rifles can't do much damage. Only large yield missiles and the Hive's large matches could handle it. As for ability users, to be honest, the Dragon Kingdom has them too. A friend of mine once saw someone in a ruined city who could control lightning. One strike electrocuted a 5-meter radiation monster. Insane. I suspect there are more, all hidden. Hehe ability users. Most capable sanctuaries know something about them. They're derived from fusion and mutation genes within radiation monsters. Major sanctuaries with biological research institutes work day and night on this. Gene optimization fluids and gene enhancers are some of the results. Of course, the good stuff is kept under wraps. The military also has a few ability users. I heard from a rumor that it's related to genes in the human body, a gene evolution branch of biotechnology. It's very scientific, nothing out of the blue. As these anonymous netizens revealed information, everyone was stunned once more. Ability users appearing, and they call it science. That's hardly scientific. This damned apocalypse is getting more and more absurd. Meanwhile, Su Yun also saw the various posts online. He wasn't surprised to see gene warriors, ability users, and semi-mechanized humans in the United States. Given America's technological prowess, it would be surprising if they hadn't appeared. But that aerial carrier warranted his attention. Yun Minjer calculate its data and compare its combat power and destructive capacity with our nuclear-powered mecha. Su Yun said calmly. Within 3 seconds, Yun Minger's voice rang out. After analysis, the aerial carrier also contains special meteorite metal, so it likely has an energy shield. Besides the laser, it has 89 anti-aircraft guns, 32 missile launchers, and 2 nuclear missile silos. Its maximum speed is estimated to exceed 320 meters per second, possibly breaking the sound barrier. In terms of mobility, strategy, defense, and attack, it far surpasses our nuclear-powered mecha. Su Yun's brow furrowed, his face darkening. So the Hive's nuclear-powered giant mecha built with all their resources was indeed inferior to America's aerial carrier. This made him unwilling to accept it. If America could build such a weapon, there was no reason the Dragon Kingdom couldn't. That rabbit must be hiding something. But in the next second, Yun Minger's analysis continued. However, Brother Yun, their aerial carrier still has flaws. The power energy propulsion system is imperfect, requiring 6 turbo propeller blades for auxiliary flight. And our mecha have ultimate moves, whether the electromagnetic railgun or the plasma thermal radiation cannon. Within a 50-kilometer range, our chances of victory are high. A single hit would bring down the aerial carrier.